stream now. And then we're going to check to see if this is synchronizing. Okay, unbelievably it did sync. Okay, but there's no image. Did the image take?
All right.
There we are. It took a while.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
So
You're
I
on.
can see it.
okay, so you see it on your own computer then.
Excellent. Yes, we
You're
are
up.
live.
Okay, so
All
what
right,
we're
so
gonna
I'll
do is
just,
have Our Lady Sarah Thomas hold it with our man, Jameson Reese, and we can
Take a breath.
yes, take a breath here.
Yeah, no
So
doubt.
it was a nonstop attack. I just want people to understand that we have just spent like the better part of an hour, with around close to 40 minutes, and nothing was working. The computer would not recognize the keyboard. The keyboard was not recognized by the computer. The external hard drive, which is the file in which I contain all my porn and, of course, images that we take from photo shoots with my son, like what we see embedded in image of thumbnail of live stream. All of that was not recognized by the computer. It didn't recognize the external hard drive. It didn't recognize anything. And so then, because of this, I had to shut the computer down and start again. But by that time, we had to delete the original live stream, which would just serve to confuse people. And we're going to check now to see if the live stream is now manifesting on the channel, which it should be.
Yes, and with a comment, Vicky Johnson's joined into the top chat.
Yes, thank you, Vicky Johnson. Goddess bless you. Love you dearly, beyond expression, as I do Sarah Thomas Lyons. Oh my God, honestly, I don't know what I would do without you ladies, really. So, obviously this has been confusing for a lot of people. Certainly, it's no less confusing for myself. This is just probably the most stressful time I've had of it in quite some time. But definitely the indications seem to be that I need a new computer. Much of this was sourcing from the computer. This has nothing to do with the conventional virus either. This had something to do with definitely getting weird shit from Hewlett-Packard saying that there are updates that are needed, but there's no way that could have impacted everything in this form. Maybe they're trying to encourage updates, but that shouldn't make the computer stop recognizing everything.
No,
that
it
it
doesn't.
introduces.
Yeah, it usually doesn't do that. I mean, if you do consider investing in a new one, I would say go with ASUS
Yeah, of course.
from
Oh,
your home
yeah,
country of
no,
Taiwan,
I understand
because
that, but you're talking about big money at that point. I mean,
yeah,
certainly bigger
oh
money than I had available at the time that I picked up the stupid Hewlett Packard.
man,
Also, I would have to go to a genuine computer store. Basically, I had to go to what was near me within walking distance. Understand that in a city as congested as San Francisco, owning a car is an expense that is, you may as well be operating a second apartment house or owning a different building. Just so people don't understand, who have no grasp of this, in San Francisco, if you had a car, you would be like, literally, there are people who pay for garages and sleep in their cars in the garage because the garages cost as much as an apartment. So we're talking $4,000 a month. So it's simply impossible. The only people who have the car and the garage combination are people who have been grandfathered in through years of rent control, or they're people who are, of course, making millions and millions of dollars in the various tech industries, which of course I'm not a part of. So I just basically cannot have a car. So realistically, for people who don't get it, you would think there would be a public transportation system or the cabs. It's not that simple, unfortunately. It wouldn't even matter if I had cab vouchers. It would be like the only thing that I do not have as a social welfare benefit at this point in my life, because I pioneered so many different benefits. I do not have what my parents had, which is taxi vouchers, but that doesn't really matter because the taxi vouchers, even though they would make riding the cabs practically free or effectively so low cost that it would be just, a dream to anybody else to a degree. The point is the cabs only go to certain neighborhoods. This may be impossible for people to believe. It wouldn't be that you can't get a cab to drop you off in certain places, except maybe Hunters Point, Bayview. Cabs will simply not go there most times. But in terms of if they do drop you off, like say where the computer stores are, south of Market, downtown, where you have really professional computer stores where they would sell Asus, then you can't get back home. You could call a cab all day long. You're not going to get one. It's just they won't go to that area after dropping you off. Once a cab will drop you off there, there's no cab that will ever come there again to pick you up to take you home. Now that may sound odd, and people say, well, how does that work? Well, it doesn't work. That's the point.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So the point is that once you're down there, you're stranded like forever. There's no way to get home. I would have to walk to a bus stop, which would be carrying a computer, of course. That would be like, back when I was younger, I would do things like this. At this point in my life, I'm just not going to do that anymore.
Yeah, because it's like putting a target on your back, right?
Yeah, well, there's that, but really it's mostly just carrying the computer.
Well, hey, these days people get rolled for all sorts of stuff in a laptop.
Oh, understood. Oh, honey, don't believe me. You're right.
Yeah.
Believe me, honey, I'm not arguing. All I'm saying is that that's not the factor that would determine.
It's how heavy it is.
Yeah, it would just simply be the labor involved with.
Would you be able to order one online and have it delivered?
No, that's an option. That's an option. We can discuss that later with our audience. People are welcome to do this. If so, like our man Jameson said, it would be an Asus, and I don't know if anyone's going to be that generous. That's something that even I'm not willing to ask people at this point. That's a lot of money. But our man Jameson brings up Asus.
It is a lot of money. I put at least 2,000 into my main machine.
See there.
Wow.
And the machine and the machine I'm talking to you all on was 800.
Yeah.
So yeah, and plus added the modifications, which pretty much put it up to maybe 900, 1,000. Yeah, I'm a fucking geek like that.
No, and understood. By the way, it is worth every penny. It is worth every penny because
yeah.
What I did was I simply went to the Staples. I basically got the Hewlett Packard from Staples, and they only sell like 1 or 2 computers at a time, and it's never going to be anything like Asus. They just don't have that level of that's not their level. So
I mean, you would I would say you'd be better going to Best Buy, but I don't even want to hazard a guess where a Best Buy.
There we are. That's the point. That's what I was describing. The best,
San Francisco.
Yeah, the Best Buy is in that area that I just described. In other words, it's south of Market. And
there's no way you'd be able to get back.
Yeah, there's no way to get back. Yeah, no, and it's not just like Anyhow, so go on, Sarah. I mean, honestly, thank God you're here. So.
Well, I was thinking because I hurt my back this week, so I am just totally down for the count.
Oh my God, I'm so
sorry.
So
I actually had groceries not delivered, but my husband picked them up. I ordered them, I paid for them online, and he picked them up. So I'm just thinking maybe that's an option, right? Something like that.
Oh yeah, and people have done this sort of thing before, and they've sent me computers in the mail. All kinds of things get sent to me in the mail. I mean, God knows I still want to thank Dennis Marshall for the care package he sent in the mail. Of course, what most people have sent have been used computers. It's just like, there was this, like with Robert Lacey, the computer that I was using for years, that's actually still sitting by my side as kind of like a monolith that I put books on top of. It's not in use at all. Really, this was what I was using for years, was what Robert Lacey sent was an old school computer that originally when I started producing this program, I had to use that in combination with my laptop because that school computer that he sent me in the mail did not have the random access memory to even store the online broadcasting software. So I had to use the laptop to run the OBS off of. So I was doing this nightmare with 2 computers. I had to operate 2 computers simultaneously in the past. It would be done through the mail, but the point is no one's going to, if somebody's going to be sending me a computer, it would be like a new, I'll take anything. I'll take anything.
Something that works.
Yeah, something that works.
A used computer is like a used
Not
condom.
used. I'm not going to get used. No, not used. Don't send me used. No, please. I mean,
you just don't want to do it.
Yeah, no. I mean, one of these days I'll relate to people the horror story I had with the original stupid Apple laptop that this idiot who was supposed to be a computer expert said to get it used, which I found out later was the thing you would never, ever do. You would never want to use computer because, you know, this thing was stripped beyond stripped. This thing was stripped because whoever had it had to have been a child pornographer. I mean, seriously, there's no other conclusion I could reach because it was stripped of everything. I mean, there was no point in the computer existing. It was like it had everything taken out of it to the point where whatever was originally on it when it was sold was gone. It was.
You don't even have the operating system on that thing.
Oh God, it was just awful. It was just, there's no describing it. And it's just craziness, just, you know, throughout my life. And this comes from, of course, being a creature of the 20th century. Just so people understand, it's like they made a comedy of it, which was really stupid. But, you know, think Dark Shadows, think Barnabas the Vampire. And then you think about the stupid comedy where he wakes up after 1,000 years. And who was that guy who did that? Everybody thought I looked like him, Johnny Depp. So there was a running joke about, you know, whether or not that was me that was chosen for the role. But yeah, no, it was Johnny Depp wakes up and it's like, you know, he's looking for the horse and carriage, of course. And there's no horses and carriages. And he runs out down the street and gets hit by a car, you know, that kind of shit. This is what I'm like just over the years trying to work with these stupid computers. You know, I've done my best, and oh God, and people say things like, "Oh God, why doesn't your son help you?" And it's like, come on, keep in mind he's like with, you know, and even though he's married to a tech billionaire, it's with these people are in a totally different world, and there's only certain times I interact with them, and when I do, I'm trying to drink and, you know, basically forget everything. So you understand that that's not really the option. Also, our man Jameson brought up, why don't you just put him on the insurance policy? And, you know, that's a valid question that I answered to him, and I will bring that up to people just so they know. First off, remember, I purchased him off the streets, and in order to basically, when he was a girl, but in order to sign my insurance, the Veterans Group Life Insurance, which I still need money for as the months progress. You know, I'm saving up towards that because they've raised the cost of that to maintain it. And I only pay it once a year, but it's going to be like fucking like $400, maybe half a grand, close to that. You know, $400, maybe half a grand. It's not that much for once a year, but I can't assign it to him because he doesn't have a social security number, which is like what we've produced for him over the years, of course, to keep him interactive with society. You know, it doesn't really matter because of who he's married to. But you know, this is why my life insurance is made out to a woman who demanded I make it out to her, Judith Hager, and then after that, never spoke to me again. So that's, you know, that's why it's stuck where it is right now. Maybe that'll change in the near future, but so people understand that's why weird things go on in my life where I have certain things set up that don't seem to make any sense. And I'm happy to answer any of the questions as time goes on. But right now, honestly, for the next 10 minutes, let's let Sarah Thomas Lyons tell us about her back problem and exactly what happened. You know, please go ahead, you know, vent.
Yeah, I haven't really been able to do anything. Like, it even hurts to sit on the couch. I think it's from sleeping on the couch because I have a tendency to do that because I stay up so late, and I'm trying not to because of getting my son to school and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, is he going to school now?
Yeah, we're getting up, and my dad comes over every morning to make sure we're awake. And because of my back right now, my dad's actually taking him to school and picking him up. Thank God.
Yes.
He's not staying for the full day. Like today, I think he stayed until 1. But he's getting there. He's working at it, but at least he's getting up and he's actually walking through the front doors and stuff. So that's a huge milestone. So that's great.
I'm so proud of him. Of him. Could you briefly explain to people the anxiety issue that your son has so they get more of a grasp?
Yeah. So my son has anxiety when it comes to going to school. So we saw a therapist for a while, and it helped, and then she moved to Japan, and we ended up getting a new one, and she didn't help so much. So we resorted to going to anti-anxiety medication, and he's taking a very low dose. He's 14 years old, and it's actually helped him to be able to push through that barrier because he was having like this really illogical fear of, like, I don't know, it was like even waking up in the morning and trying to get him out of bed, it was like a bear was coming to attack him. He needed to like curl up in a ball, and he just couldn't do it. And then like he, you know, couldn't breathe, and I'd get him in the car, and even that was a struggle to get him in the car. And like sometimes we would just drive to the school just so he could see it. And it was like a very slow progression. This has been like a couple years. And now we've got him back in school. So, and he's actually decided that he wants to actually go on the end of the year school trip, which is huge because he never wants to do stuff like that. So he actually wants to do that. So yeah, it's been really trying because I have my own battles with depression and anxiety, and seeing it in my son is just, it's heartbreaking. But it also kind of gives me an understanding of what he's going through. And I have really good support with my parents and my husband, and like my dad comes over every morning now, make sure we're both awake, and then he gets us up, and then he's taking Jack to school because of my back. My back's been so bad. So yeah, it's been brutal.
Oh my God.
So my back,
yeah, go on
my
about your back. Yeah.
I think it happened Sunday or Monday. I woke up and I was like, oh my God, my back is killing me. And then I started having spasms. And I couldn't control them. Like they would just go on and on and on. And the only thing that killed it was muscle relaxers, but I can't take muscle relaxers for the full 24 hours. So I ended up, I had a phone call appointment with my psychiatrist yesterday. And he said to me that he was going to recommend me. He actually sent a prescription over to my pharmacy and they filled it. And it's just for back spasms. And he sent me over 3 days worth. So I've been on those all day today. So they have helped. They've reduced the spasms. It's like all of a sudden it just hits you and you're like, ow, 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 ow. You can't even speak. It hurts so bad.
Oh God.
And then sometimes I'm afraid I'm going to pee myself.
Right.
Because I have no bodily control because it hurts so bad.
Right.
I can't think. I can't whatever. So it's been really bad. So, but he said, give it 3 days and take the meds and it should kind of relax. But then I still have the back pain. So still taking the Advil because even if I don't have the spasms, I still have the pain. Oh, it's just a disaster.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God. No, but at least those pills help. And it's funny what you say about that. I remember I still have them around the house somewhere. I once purchased a box off the counter of back pain pills, and the back pain pills specifically contained diuretic, which is different from a diuretic. A diuretic is spelled D-I-A, and then the 2 H's and all the rest of that. A diuretic is spelled D-I-U, like driving under the influence. And then no H's, 2 R's or something, 1 R. But diuresis, you can look this up, something to make you urinate. But if you look that up, then you'll find that there are specific pills that they give to people with heart failure that make them urinate so they can lose the excess water and not go into heart failure. This is what they did, of course, with that Derek Talley fellow for totally different reasons, because for some reason he was bloating and retaining water because he's not really human or something.
Yeah. He's a shoe goth.
Yeah, yes, something like that. Something like that. There was never an explanation for it.
He's a fucking shoe goth.
Yeah,
he's something straight out of a Lovecraft horror story.
It is, especially since he would spend all day in the swimming pool. I mean, it's kind of like, what would you expect, right? I mean, he's got water on the inside, water on the outside. There was something bizarre.
Yeah, he's like trying to raise Dagon. And he's morphing into something from Innsmouth. Yes.
No, it was just, all you could imagine, he was like a giant ambulatory tomato or something. It was just sick. But the whole point is that when I bought this box of back pills, I know I brought this up several times over the past weeks. People are going to think I'm obsessed with this, but it's an interesting point. Had the diuretic in it to make you pee, to make you empty your bladder, because apparently that's the cause of back pain for a lot of people, is apparently a full bladder. I have no idea why, but
wow.
Yeah. So that's bizarre, and so it's interesting that you brought that up. That your spasms are such that you feel there might be a loss of bodily control in that area, and that's understandable. That's understandable.
Yeah, because it's so intense, and it just strikes you. It's like a lightning strike in your back, and you just it's like being electrocuted.
Could I ask you about the spasm? Does it hit like oh my gosh, in between the shoulder blades?
No, mine's my lower back.
Oh,
that's
the lower
why
back.
When I originally told my mom, she thought it was my kidneys. And I was like, no, because I took the muscle relaxers and it went away. So it's not my kidneys. So it's right down at the lower back. Like it starts like midway, like right in my spine. And then it goes down just above where your muffin tops are. but you guys don't have any. So yeah.
Wait, what's the muffin top?
Are you referring to the Venus Mound?
No, your Venus, your muffin tops. If you put a pair of low-rise jeans on, you get that extra little fat that sits on top.
Oh, okay. You mean like a little bit of kind of like cellulite?
Love handles.
Yeah. Love handle.
Oh.
There we are, around the
Yeah,
hips.
love
Yes.
Or muffin tops. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. It's what makes banging woman less painful because of the cushion.
Because you can hold on. There's your hand.
Man,
There we
that's
are.
something I have not
Yes,
experienced in over a
yes.
decade. So to our female listeners, Jameson is on the market.
Yes. Oh my God. Honestly, he's someone who bears, paying attention to. God knows he needs some kind of love or something. I don't even know what to say anymore, but he just needs to get laid. All right, that's more important.
I probably shouldn't go into this. I'm gonna continue the conversation, guys. I'm not gonna go there.
I would say he needs love, but then of course he starts to protest. It's so it's like
No. I probably do need love, but it's just I remain gutted from that one girl, and it's God, it's pretty bad. If there was a soul connection, that was probably it, and that's not going to happen anymore. And so it's just I'm destroyed. Of course, you've seen her, the one with the real big ass, and oh gosh.
Hey, James, and I've been gutted a few times.
Yeah.
So it does happen, and then now I'm married. So I did eventually find someone, but I've been gutted like 3 or 4 times. So where the pain is so unbearable, you don't want to live.
Yeah.
I've been gutted, and I was killed because I lost my familiar.
He's talking about losing his cat, So
Yeah. That really destroyed me.
But by the way, please explain that you're not bringing that up as a one-upmanship. Understand that.
No. It's not a one-upmanship. It's an emptiness where I see how good that we've changed the foods that we feed our cats now, so that they're eating much healthier. We've changed a lot since she died, and every time I see how happy the other two are, I can't help but feel really fucked up inside, because I'm like, she's not here to enjoy this.
Understood.
And it is eternally fucking with me.
Believe it or not, I'm not going to say this to be dismissive. You will adapt. I'm going to ask you to bring Peter Moon on, by the way.
Oh, yes. And
you can
I
finish
also
your thought while you do that. Yeah, please. Go ahead and finish your thought while you do that.
Yeah. Well, the thought is that basically, in some ways I've already adapted, because I realized how selfish my love was, and that, I should have let go of her sooner. And I protested that she should have been let go of sooner, but my mother wanted to save her for my brother to, come down from California and see her one last time. And unfortunately, through that process, she went through unnecessary suffering. And so I have not gotten over that.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, that's hard. That's hard to get rid of. Yeah.
By the way, I want to thank Chris Collins for his feedback on what I had shared with him concerning this particular thing that I'm going to try not to bring up now unless it comes up organically. He knows what I'm talking about. And what I'd like to do is, I think Peter Moon is on with us. I'd like to introduce Sarah Thomas Lyons to Peter Moon. Is Peter Moon on with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
And we have JoJo.
And JoJo, oh yes, oh thank goodness, so glad you were able to make it. I want to introduce both of you lovely ladies first, and then Peter Moon to our lovely Sarah Thomas Lyons, who Peter Moon has helped contribute to myself in the past. She couldn't have done that without Peter's help, because she's in Canada, and he helped her get those Canadian dollars across the border. And so Sarah Thomas Lyons, you have, I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to speak to Peter Moon, but here's also Jojo Mikołajczyk. And so if you would introduce yourself to both these wonderful people, and they'll say hi back. I'm just so glad you could all meet.
Hi, Peter. Hi, Jojo.
Hi there. Hi, Sarah.
Welcome.
Jojo, I love your stuff. Like, wow, it's really uplifting. It's really inspiring. I love it.
Well, thank you for tuning in and your support. Very appreciated.
And the Mount Shasta stuff that you were talking about, Peter, it's just, I love that stuff. I find that fascinating.
Well, it certainly was interesting, but more relevant to you. I have, I'm going to go into the city tomorrow to meet with my daughter who's in town and meet with another old friend. And if I'm going to try and swing it with my daughter so that she can do a video of me for her mom, for my ex-wife, who I heard has severe hip problems. Hip equals back, lower back. And I'm going to show her an exercise, which I was showing the people at Mount Shasta who needed it, to fix the lower back. The lower back has a stress on the psoas muscle, S-O-W-U-S. And that's the muscle that goes down between your, as Douglas was saying, the mons venus and that whole pubic region, pubic bone, and the hip. And it's a lot of stress on it. And the exercise I'm going to show you on video does tremendous amount to relieve that stress and to relieve back problems in general. And I have been through this the hard way. I never had a real comfortable lower back because I had a cast in the 8th grade. I had a cast in the 8th grade, which threw off my pelvis. So one leg was always shorter than the other. Of course, it wasn't really shorter. It's just the way it appears. So severe back problems in my 30s, early 40s, severe, how severe could it be? I don't know. But when I would play football, it would tend to get better. I often would wear a back brace, these things you wrap around. The hot exercise would always help it. It didn't hurt it. It was better to play with a brace and play than not to go out at all. After, it was the day I last saw David Anderson, 2010, 12 years ago, that I'd been doing another Qigong practice for 13 months. And I stopped on that day because I was just too busy doing things and I forgot to do it. At that point, my whole anatomy relaxed and the back pain went away. My teacher always sometimes he'd defer to me when we were in class inside. He says, okay, you be careful. You be careful. And then that went away. It went away for about 2 years. It kicked back up again. One of my daughter's friends who was a nurse told me, she says, put heat on it when you sleep. And I did. And then I just did a Qigong adjustment and it went back into place again. The third time it went out, so it got better, but then it went out. The third time was just as my teacher died. He was no longer there to fix me or help me out or whatever. And I had to figure it out myself, which I did. And I will be sharing this with my ex-wife in a video. And then I will share it with you. This is the point of it. I will share it with you.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
If this does not happen with my daughter for whatever reason, I will have my wife video me when we get a chance, which would probably be this Saturday, or even maybe Friday if we go to the park or something. But so in other words, and you can remind me to do this, and this will help you. So this is very constructive. The only thing is you have to do it. And most people won't do it. That's the tragedy. Although a lot of people were taking my advice and information, and they videoed me, so I hope it helps them.
I
So
love your Qigong. I love your Qigong information and all the things that you've learned and all the stuff that you share. I think that's fascinating, and I think it does help.
Well, yeah. So we'll see where it goes from here. And thank you for contributing to Douglas. Thank you very much. Where are you? Are you in Toronto?
No, I'm in Southern Ontario, but I'm in Grimsby. I'm about 20 minutes from the U.S. border, like into Buffalo.
Okay, that's not far from Toronto.
Yeah, but I don't like Toronto.
I understand. Toronto, I thought was a very beautiful city. It just is like so many places, overcrowded.
Yeah, it's just there's a lot of concrete and everybody's jammed in there together.
Mm-hmm.
It's really congested. I don't like going to Toronto if I don't have to. Like even if there's people coming to town, like that are doing shows, I won't go just because I don't want to go there.
I understand.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Whenever anybody comes, like whether it be a comedian, whatever, they always stop in Toronto. So.
Understood.
I have a Toronto story.
Oh, yes.
Could
please.
you be a little clearer, Jojo, because it's hard to hear you?
Oh, yes, Jojo. Are you talking, as you said, you were actually talking while driving on a cell phone? Is this what's going on?
You guys have no idea what my day has turned into. So I am driving, YouTubing, and momming right now at the same time.
Oh my God.
My child care fell through.
Oh my God.
So, it's great though, because this is just JoJo's life. I got to go with the flow. But I went to Toronto in 96, 97. And I was coming from Boston, and I thought I was in like Oz, like the cleanest city I've ever seen in my life. Because I grew up in Boston, and then I grew up going to Yonkers and Miami because my relatives were there. And when I went to Toronto, I thought it was like a magical city from The Wizard of Oz because it was so clean and sparkly. And then these guys in uniforms started trotting down the roads and on big horses, which I learned were called Mounties.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yes, it is. You're correct. Yes.
So I learned about the Mounties, and then we went to Canada's Wonderland, and that was really cool, and the CN Tower. But sorry if my audio isn't that good, guys. I'm trying to get this done from the car.
Understood. And believe me, we appreciate that, and stay safe. Boopa, thank you so much for taking care of your mother.
I'll tell her. I have my earbuds in, so I will let her know that. Though.
Understood. I should have thought of that. And I'm glad that you're.
No worries.
Glad that you're conscientious enough to be speaking to us through the earbuds. Yeah. And honestly, honey, I'm just glad to have you with us, and hopefully you'll be able to maintain yourself through this. Now, is this like a cross-country drive? How long is this going to last, or are you going to...
no. Yeah, I'll be home about 9:35. I'm going to just tuck them into bed, and then I'll jump on my laptop.
Excellent.
Hey, let me make a suggestion. I wanted JoJo to lead off the conversation tonight with her experiences in Shasta, but let's wait till she gets home so that the audio is better. And I will go into the other thing I wanted to discuss tonight, which is about the ET disclosure stuff.
You bet. Yeah, that sounds great.
So JoJo, as soon as you get home and get ready, text me or message me rather. Message me on Facebook and we'll get you and we'll put the stage onto you.
Excellent.
I'll hang tight and I'll mute for now.
Thank you.
All right.
And deeply appreciate it. Love you dearly, and love the Boopa. Okay, bye for now.
She will be listening.
Yeah, she will be listening. Yeah.
Yes. So Douglas.
Yeah.
Where did it go? Where did it go?
Well,
I made this post.
Yes.
And you saw the post.
Yes.
And now I can't find the... Oh, here it is.
There we are.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So what has come up in recent times it's not just the Mount Shasta trip. I did encounter it there, but this alien, ET, other dimensional beings come out of the woodwork to greet me with their greetings, awareness. Okay, we are the dimensionals. We are here. We are as unpredictable and as confusing, or as in have as much discontinuity with the regular world as you might imagine. When I say this, I'm referring to people who are inundated with alien or other dimensional phenomena, whatever you want to call it. And I use these words loosely and broadly. People who either believe in disclosure will happen, that the government is in concert with ETs, so on and so forth. And of course, Douglas has talked about this many times.
Yes.
And there is very much a missing link, missing ingredient in all of these discourses. And that is the manipulation of consciousness. That people who entertain such entities do not understand or appreciate. Because with an understanding of how consciousness is manipulated, it explains or allows for the integration of all, or I don't know what the word is. I can't say all consciousness, but this is a, and JoJo's going to talk about Dennis Adams. Mm-hmm. And Dennis Adams is a really incredible healer that we met in Shasta. Mm-hmm. And he brought forth a point about reading something out loud when you write to people. And we will go into this in more detail, but it's you read it out. This is for a document you write and you're going to burn mm-hmm. to get rid of your emotions mm-hmm. and what you're tied to from people of the past. But you read the letter or document out loud. You read it once for yourself. You read it a second time for the other person, and you read it a third time for everybody else. Now, that is a principle, or echoes a principle that L. Ron Hubbard taught about there being three universes. There is your own universe, and he didn't say there were just three universes, but that there's the universe of yourself, there's the universe of the person you're addressing or talking to, and there's everybody else's universe. And you want something to be consistent in these three universes. And there's a complete, when people talk, there's a complete disregard, often, too often, for who they're talking to and what that person is ready or able to receive. So if somebody comes up to me, for example, or anybody else and says, I'm from the, system of the star Betelgeuse, and I'm here, and I've got 6 antennas out to the top of my head, and they're all furring. They're all in correspondence to each one of the governments on the on Earth. And every time I get a headache, it's I know which government is going off because it'll come on the TV set. Blah 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 blah. And people do talk. I'm being echoing facetiously, but not digressing that far. And people start talking a mile a minute about this communication they're experiencing. They're obviously experiencing something, but they're being impolite or disregarding the person they're talking to because the person you can't even comprehend this stuff because, well, it might be true to them. It's not true or real to yourself, and certainly all the other people, because you just don't have to account for all the other people who like aliens or believe in aliens. You have to account for the news anchors of Fox and CNN and anybody else who, even whether they believe you or not, you want to be accountable to them, if they're going to listen to you honestly, not that they're that important, but there are other viewpoints in the world that have no regard for any of this and can't possibly understand it. So when it comes to the alien disclosure issue and all of the drama going on, news media will discount it for two reasons, at least two reasons. One reason, they don't want to even deal with it. Second, it will be presented by the presenters in such a way is that it's vulnerable to being attacked as insane. So this is the problem with Andy Basiago. He presents himself so as to be ridiculed and made to be foolish. And it's like, what is the purpose? If you know, it's like showing up to a lecture in a jester suit or a clown suit, and it doesn't serve whatever his message is.
Right.
It doesn't invite sympathy, but to a critical eye, it might invite certain sympathies and saying, "Oh, this poor person, what he's been through." You know, and that really, you know, if people were that sympathetic, you know, why haven't they taken care of him? Because he's, from what I've heard, he's legally blind and
Jesus
can't even afford to keep himself up, you know, keep himself, what do you call it, basics of survival.
I didn't even know any of that. I mean, when did this happen?
I don't know. It was Lori Ann Fenton who told me he was living on a couch years ago. That was when she was still with you. She had told me that.
Yeah, but by the way, just so people understand, when Peter Moon says she was still with me, he's not implying no romantic.
She was acting in the role of his manager.
Yes, yes. She was my handler, basically.
Handler, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so this is unfortunate. Now, what I posted, because
right, and by the way, just to also qualify, I want you to maintain that thought, please. Please maintain it. Don't lose that thought. I just want to qualify this for people so they don't take what you said about Andrew Basiago as something that is cruel, even though you didn't present it as such. When you present that he kind of presented himself as a clown and everything, let me try and qualify that.
Well, I didn't say. Well, yeah.
Yeah. So I want people to understand this. The problem with Andrew Basiago was actually that he was media coddled, because they have a very sinister agenda, which is to promote as much confusion and basically bullshit as possible. And Andrew Basiago muddied those waters with irreparable damage. So what would happen was the tragedy, or the horror, was that Andrew Basiago actually presented himself in a full suit and as someone with a legal background. He was actually an attorney who had passed the bar and everything else, and was forced to ultimately work nothing but paralegal, because everything he said totally destroyed his reputation in the legal community, as it expectedly should have. But the horror was he was continually presented on Coast to Coast AM again and again and again. It was whenever they had an off night, they would bring on this motherfucker Andrew Basiago, and he would just repeat the same shit over and over again. Unfortunately, because he had this background of an attorney, his delivery was such that everybody took him seriously. This is part of the fucking problem, was that unfortunately, to somebody with critical thinking processes or skills, somebody with any training in critical thinking or any intuitive discernment, no one would accept what he was saying. And then ultimately he was victimized because of his own coddling. He was so coddled by Coast to Coast AM in particular, and a number of other venues that in the alternative media community, that he actually believed his bullshit to the point where he thought now he could run for president. So at that point was when he was devastated, was because when he was interviewed by a comedy channel in
Stephen Colbert.
Thank you. Yeah, Stephen Colbert on conventional media, then they just pretty much took his stuff, and there's nothing to do with it other than to make fun of it. There's nothing you can do with it other than that.
Well, he also signed a document allowing them to do that.
Thank you.
And the tragedy is that he is, was an attorney by profession.
Yeah.
But he doesn't present himself like an attorney. This is like, Robert Shapiro and the O.J. Simpson fame case, and Johnny Cochran, showing up in a clown suit and expecting the judge and the jury to take them seriously. It's no different because, you've got everybody laughing at you. And
I think it would be the way I would qualify that, not that he deserves too much of our energy, and we'll drop the subject right after this, unless Peter can.
Well, it's not so much. I do believe that Andy was a part of some project.
Yeah, he was definitely programmed. He's a victim. He's a victim.
Yeah,
he's got cascade memories.
In fact, he used to talk to me about this long before he ever became a media sensation, and he would always insist it was much bigger than Montauk. Like he had one up, right, because it's much bigger than Montauk. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, that's already a bad sign, by the way. When
it's like he's trying, that he's got something bigger and greater, and meanwhile, he's literally flushing himself down the toilet, and he was very nice, very, very polite, and then he started being promoted by Alfred Lamont Weber, who was did so much to start the exopolitics movement. And this guy is far sadder. And he would try and position Andy with David Anderson as if they were one and the same. And this was a great tragedy. It didn't go very far, but they tried to promote,
I didn't even know he was doing that.
Oh no, you wouldn't have known it. It was like, and certainly I didn't talk too much about it because it was so
offensive.
It was so violent. But Alfred Lamont Weber was somebody who, when he first, and Michael Solid, to his credit, is interested in the Transylvanian books and, has done a lot to promote them. But Alfred, when he first heard of them, says somebody told him about them, and he says, he thinks that Peter Moon is BSing. He's BSing everybody. Well, of course they're not my stories, and this is the type of mindset. And then he would friend me on Facebook or email, and I would get nonstop spam from him. I mean, nonstop spam.
That's so sleazy.
So he had to be, blocked because he was just literally insane. And then he interviewed my mother-in-law at some point, I guess, when she was coming for the Agartha symposium, and many years ago, and he interviewed her, and he got sick. He got real sick after that. She has a potent energy. She represents the energy of Sarmasija and Romania, and it tests your mettle. He got really sick, and these are purveyors of confusion. But let me get to something that's far more important than that.
Yes.
And because I looked up, I did a search, and I looked a little deeper into, I asked some questions, which is really good research, and you can get an answer. And this is an oversimplification, what I'm about to say here. It's a quote from Wikipedia about the Kabbalah. Kabbalah distinguishes between two realms in the Qlīphot. Now, the Qlīphot is the garbage of life, the shell of life. Yes. So, for example, if you have a peach, or not a peach, an almond, the shell that surrounds the almond is the protective factor of what's inside the kernel, the almond itself. And that shell represents the protector, but also that which is compost and will be recycled. So it's the Qlīphot refers to the shells of life. It also refers to parts of evolution that are no longer needed, such as dinosaurs, dodo birds, and they live in their idea form beyond their life on Earth. So all those dinosaurs and life forms, saber-toothed tigers, they still exist, and they're willing to come out in whatever form they can. That's one of the ideas of the Qlīphot. But it says Kabbalah distinguishes between two realms in Qlīphot: 3 completely impure qliphoth, and the remainder of intermediate qliphoth, which means light. There's the first ones I mentioned are the unclean ones. The second one is light. It says the qliphoth noga, N-O-G-A-H, are quote unquote redeemable and can be refined and sublimated, such as compost. Where I'm talking about compost on the physical plane, but it also applies on the non-physical plane. Whereas the qliphoth hatmeot, H-A-T-M-E'-O-T, can only be redeemed by their own destruction. Now this is an oversimplification. So in Kabbalah, it allows for what you refer to, Douglas, as the anti-gods.
Yes.
But see, Aquino comes along, Dr. Michael Aquino, Colonel Michael Aquino. He comes along and he redefines everything to suit his own fancy. And he defines himself outside of Kabbalistic doctrine, which is an act of will. But he doesn't really escape. And of course, he's trying to destroy everything else. And all of these elements are chaos, and they're designed to generate chaos, and that's all they will do. So you have a lot of people looking for disclosure, and they're plugging into confusion. It's like plugging into white noise. Yes. Now, if you were to plug into the TV and just get white, and white noise is all those dots you see, white, gray, black, different colors. That's white noise, which in its truest pure definition is the entire spectrum of everything, is white noise. There are different definitions of white noise, but when you begin to filter that, then you get signals such as TV signals, radio signals, whatever signals. And that's what in the military they refer to as signal processing. And if you ever meet somebody in signal processing who was in signal processing, most of the people are like mentally disturbed in some way, shape, or form. If they're not mentally disturbed in some obvious way, they generally have some sort of savant stream of consciousness where they, kind of know too much in terms of technology. How they interface with life might be unusual or awkward. It might appear fairly competent in some respects, but signal processing is a key word when it comes to Montauk or anything of this ilk. But what signal processing is filtering. And we have to filter. So what you have on the internet, on this subject of aliens, you have a tremendous amount of unfiltered information, which is akin to diarrhea. And it's like you can't make sense out of it. And somebody will come and say, well, I can make sense out of it because I know about the ETs at Roswell, because there was this person who used to communicate with the ETs from Roswell. And it's polluted. It's polluted information. And then when we bring things down to, in Kabbalah, they call it Malkuth, the realm of the earth. When we bring things down to the earthly realm, it requires us to have etiquette, laws, principles, decorum. So this is grounding. And when people have too much ET consciousness or talk about it too much, they need to be grounded. And I've seen this in Qigong when the paranormal quote unquote powers kick in. This is a time to ground, not a time to put on your cape and jump off the building and think you can fly. As I learned, not in that realm, but in the very physical realm, when I regained my ability to run back to when I was 57 at the time, all of a sudden I could run like I could run 30 years earlier. And it was remarkable. and I stretched myself out too far. I hurt my back so bad, and I was told later that I should only go at 80% of what I can do. So if I could, lift 400 pounds or had the strength to lift 400 pounds, I better reduce that by 80% and only lift 320 pounds and then work myself up to where I could lift 500 pounds and then go up slowly. Don't overextend yourself. That's on a physical basis. I'm also talking on a spiritual basis or a mental basis. If you can, if you're capable of handling 5 girlfriends, only handle 4. Just don't, or boyfriends, as the case may be. But you have to measure yourself. And so people are also very answer hungry. They want answers. And I have encouraged people to study this realm of the Kabbalah because this stuff goes very deep. Yeah. And you can study the Kabbalah far too deep.
Yes.
And you can study the Zohar and you can see all the little intricacies of life. And when you do, whether it be Kabbalah or astrology, because they both are reflective of each other, you will begin to see the intricacies of life. And you can begin to, quote unquote, pigeonhole things. So aliens are relegated in astrology to the realm of Uranus, Aquarius, and Neptune, Spirit. But you can see, which is the collective unconscious. You can also fit them into the psychic realm of Pluto. And you might find them appearing in other aspects of astrology. But in Kabbalah, you can go in deep and you can figure out all sorts of things. People can become very conceited studying Kabbalah because all of a sudden they're getting inside information of the way the universe works. And it's not good to be conceited because all of a sudden you have insights and I've seen people get very self-confident with themselves, and that's fine. But it gives you an ability to categorize some of this phenomena that gets very crazy. And of course, I've seen astrologers online who are so much into astrology, you really have to wonder when they have time to conduct their personal life. I don't know. I mean, it's I'm not criticizing them. I'm sometimes amazed at the amount of in-depth knowledge they have of astrology. But if you study it, it can be simplified. And then it's a matter of interpreting. There's different ways to interpret charts and planets and all of that stuff. So, but as I say, it makes you more grounded to be able to interpret the phenomena that is out there and hopefully make sense out of it. So that's what I wanted to comment on. JoJo should probably be with us very soon. I haven't heard from her, but Douglas, if you'd like to respond to what I just said.
Oh, well, all I can do is kind of contextualize it further, but you've certainly said the basics. Honestly, I notice, of course, that the thread that you had, sponsor, it kind of sparked a conversation that we won't go into certain individuals involved in that conversation, but some of the people were trying to be quite, as you said, conceited about it and just dismissive and kind of like you had a few people who were like saying that, oh, well, Kabbalah is missing components or something like that. And then you had another person come in and say that somehow this was all just crap, quote unquote. And then they introduced a whole load of crap all their own.
Well, yeah, and that particular person was basically showing that he was angry.
Yes,
he was angry.
Yes. Well,
So-
that person is a person who I know fairly well in my own way, and he's basically a frustrated cult leader. You were mentioning about how this can get very cultic, and obviously it didn't work for him in terms of his pursuit in starting his own cult, and so he's angry about that. That's basically what he's saying.
Well, yeah, people can get angry about what they know. They say, well, I know this, and and really all this thread was about aliens and ETs being identifiable as qliphothic entities.
Yes, yes. And,
for the most part.
Yes, yes.
If not absolutely. I will leave the door open that something might be something other than that. But
Peter, I think you nailed it.
Yeah, but this is the problem, is they don't eat. This is another big problem, and I want to say this. I did mention it to JoJo earlier today, privately. But it's like they're not addressing the subject. Instead, they're saying, oh, but so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so and so-and-so, or I know this and I know that, and it's completely off the subject. But that's okay. There was no harm done. The other thing, when I talk about signal processing, I listened to 3 things. One was a tape, YouTube on the history of yoga. I haven't finished it. It's the information in it is very cogent and very brilliant, except that so much of the terms are Sanskrit, and they're said so fast, careless, and casual, and they are said it's so hard to understand and so fast. They're giving you the secrets of yoga, but it's like pop, 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 pop. And then, so in other words, for me to understand and appreciate this, I have to break it down line by line. And then I will have to do some additional study to understand and appreciate it. And I could write a book on that, and I might even do it. I also noticed how it paralleled Qigong in certain deeper aspects. So I said, this is a real gold mine. Then I heard somebody talking on mudras. He was far worse for his rapidity of speech, talking about the secret to get anything you want. But he's going, this is the secret of the universe, and why don't people understand this? I don't know. And it's like, he's got a lot of information that is quality information. And I'm saying you're not communicating to anybody. Nobody can understand you, besides the fact that your audio quality was offensive, and a buzz in it or something. But it was okay. That's another one I could break down and add whatever knowledge I have to mudras. And it's like, this is something that L. Ron Hubbard said. He said what did he call it? The universal solvent, meaning the philosopher's stone, he said, is communication. This is the key. And all of these people I'm talking about would do well to do an L. Ron Hubbard communication course, to understand that communication is about emanating a communication and having it understood at the receipt point, so somebody can understand what the hell you're talking about. And we used to, which was additional to Scientology, we had and this is I'm sure your father knew this very well. In when you have a engine room on a ship,
yes,
and you've got a helmsman,
yeah,
and you've got a captain, and they can be on 3 different decks. They can be on 3 different decks. So the captain can be on the bridge, and he'd have a pipe, like a brass pipe, 2 of them. One would go to the helmsman, and one would go to the, he could have one going to the engine room. He would also have what's called a telegraph. A telegraph is like a physical thing that says forward, backward, at different speeds. So the captain could put or whoever's be the helmsman putting this telegraph, he's motioning it go forward or go backwards. And it goes down to an identical device in the engine room that's just a dummy. It doesn't move anything. It moves exactly as it moved from the bridge or from the helmsman. And then there's a guy who's at the engine control who moves it himself. He moves it himself because it's telling him exactly where to move. Right. And of course, he can't be eating lunch or not paying attention. He's got to be there all the time to move the engine at the speed or the direction exactly what the captain says to do it. Otherwise, you're going to crash. And the helmsman, the captain will say to the helmsman, hard right rudder. And the helmsman will reply, hard right rudder, you have, sir. Or he'll say, hard right rudder, hard right rudder. He'll repeat the captain's order and he'll say, hard right rudder, you have, sir. Right. Or hard left rudder. Right. And
in the military, that would be aye, aye, sir. But yeah, I guess you were in this kind of Sea Org, which was kind of different.
That was direct duplication.
Yeah.
It's an improvement. Yeah. You have exactly what was said. Right. So there's no mistake.
Yes. That's right.
That's an exaggerated form of let's be extra careful. Yes. Let's be extra careful. Let's look at all eventualities. Yeah. If you have at least a modicum of concern for the audience, you don't pop like these people are doing. And this is a tragedy in what is communicated by people on YouTube who have actual quality knowledge to share. And that's my I think JoJo, I'm kind of filling airtime for JoJo here. I'm waiting
well, I can do that.
Thank you guys.
Oh, there we are, honey.
Wonderful.
Your voice, your quality of your sound is excellent. So you're at home now. Everybody's safe.
Aye, aye, sir.
Oh, thank goodness. Anyhow, I'm so glad to have you with us tonight. And honestly, our time together was beyond wonderful. And what Peter wants you to do is to explain, of course, what happened at Shasta. As a matter of fact, I'll let him guide you through that. Now, of course, I want to be here when we all three of us start kind of talking about our trip together and our meeting in San Francisco. But there was a lot going on in Shasta before these two people even met myself in San Francisco. And JoJo is going to share a lot of that. And I'll be back in just a few minutes. I want JoJo to get start in on what was going on at Shasta. Peter will help her with that. And what I'm going to do is make myself some tea. Now, I don't think that you probably heard the beginning of this show. And that's a strange way of putting it because nobody heard the beginning of the show. But honey, oh my God, my computer broke down. So we had the most stressful opening hour you can imagine. And oh my God. So let's just put it this way. I do want to get this out of the way before I go make my tea. I do want people to know that we need upvotes. As soon as we start the transmission, we always get hit by a lot of downvotes, which are bots. And these are sent by the enemy, and there is an enemy. My enemy is your enemy, the cult of the kings of Edom, which was alluded to by Peter Moon in terms of the Klipothic. These are truly people who have lost themselves in originally the Klipothic and ultimately something else. It wasn't all started by Michael Aquino, as Peter Moon says. He was a big part of popularizing it, but it was started long before him by the U.S. military-industrial complex. So understand I've gone into this at great length in the past. Later on tonight, I'll probably kind of build on what Peter said and just kind of detail some aspects of the Kabbalistic, shall we say, the diagram of metaphysics that helps people understand this sort of phenomenon. But in terms of what we're gifted,
Douglas,
yeah.
I'm sorry, I have to ask because this is like the super nerd in me. But could you show us a diagram of what Michael Aquino was able to, map out 3D one day, I mean, I really, really would want to see that. Oh my gosh.
We'll go into that sometime, perhaps. But you can understand my reluctance
I,
in terms of that.
yes. I understand your reluctance. You're not. It's just, I get the feeling that you could probably grasp that I'm probably already on the pretty much the right track anyway. So
if we could call that the right track at all. But moving right along, I understand your request, so I'll bear that in mind. It is absorbed and to be digested, okay? Yes. And I thank you for asking that. And of course, so when it comes to where we're at now, just everybody put an upvote from as many IP addresses as you can, different ports, your tablet, your laptop, your PC, whatever it takes, anything that would have a different IP address. It helps to balance out the enemy's downvotes. They do get filtered out eventually, the false ones, the bots, by YouTube. But nevertheless, I want people to understand it goes way beyond that. We have to get enough of a popularity vote to get put on searches. And so we know it works when we get enough upvotes, we appear in searches. So that's what's important. Especially tonight. We lost a lot of viewers tonight simply because we were unable to get on. And there's no other way to describe it. I'm willing to take this as an occult attack because, as I explained the other day when I was trying to get to the hospital appointment for my shingles shot, the second part of the shingles shot, my cell phone was not working, was not responding. I had to shut it down and start it over again. Had to do that with the computer several times tonight. So this is not normal. I mean, just the electronic objects. This is not electronic interference either because the behavior is much different. It's not like the bandwidth or interference with the internet or something like that. It's the objects themselves are not working. And in this case, the computer was not recognizing or interfacing with the laptop. It was not recognizing the external hard drive. All these little elements that make the production work. Nothing was registering on the computer. So things have gone terribly wrong with the very instruments that I'm dealing with. So something's in the instruments. That this is like demons in the bottle at this point. So with that, we turn it over to JoJo, honey. And oh my God, tell us a bit about how your journey started to Shasta. Now you kind of brought
Let me
Peter
just clarify.
Yeah,
Joe's going to talk about some people that I met as well.
Yeah.
And interfaced with. Yeah. But she had more interfacing with them. So I didn't really mention them too much.
Right.
So that's why she's going to give her perspective on the trip. So take it away, JoJo.
Yeah.
Thank you. And please take your time, Douglas, and get stable and tea and all that stuff.
Thank you, honey. I love you dearly. And if you could start while I'm gone, I can always review it later. I'd enjoy you starting by how you got Peter over to Shasta, because I understand you were pivotal in getting him there. So if you could take it away.
I think I was the first sign up for Peter. But I like to get things done early and squared away anyway. So I actually had not heard of Shasta until Peter had posted about the Living Truth Summit. And then as I started to do some research, there was a lot of impressive claims out there. Firstly, being the heart chakra of the planet, the center of the universe, the root chakra of the planet, a lot of different things. But essentially what it all told me is that this was a special place and I wanted to be there and experience it, and experience it with some more like-minded people than another conventional conference I could have gone to, maybe in the clinical realm or therapeutic realm. This was more for some spiritual exploration and quantum field exploration, and that's really exactly what I got, and far exceeded my expectations. And I think the best thing I did was go without any really concrete expectations. It was more let the mountain reveal what it wanted to reveal.
and use intuition. And even the conferences and talks and lectures, myself and Jen, who was a friend who accompanied me, even picking where we would be, as you need to pace yourself with these, because you could be there 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. It's a full day of enrichment and information and meditations and practices and qigong, and there was so many extravagant things offered to us. So we intuitively kind of looked over the schedule and committed to what we felt we were required to be, what our soul was calling us to. And one of the very significant talks that we attended was by a gentleman named Dennis Adams. And Dennis Adams, just to give the listeners a little context on the history of Dennis Adams, he was born 100% male and 100% female. And when he was about either 2 or 4 years old, his parents decided to pick a gender for him. And he was brought into surgery to remove his ovaries and start the process of completing the transition to 100% male. But Dennis Adams did not respond to the morphine. So you have this 4-year-old child with no pain relief. So to cope with the pain of surgery, he started to leave his body. And it was like an instant pain relief or escape from the physical, from the matter. And over the course of several years, he would go back for multiple surgeries, and he got used to leaving his body. And then he would kind of look forward to it. And he said he would hang out kind of up above, and at first he would look down and observe the room and the hospital, and then he would ascend higher, and he would hang out with grandparents and God. And he had conversations with these beings in the other dimensions and realms, the angelic realm. And he thought everyone who went to the hospital did this. He thought it was just the way it was for everybody. And then as he got older, he started to realize, oh, this is particular to me. And, you know, you probably can assume you go through an awkward teenage time. And for Dennis Adams, not only being someone who can leave his body at will, the gender decisions that were made for him as a child, and what he started to realize is that he looked at matter very differently. He looked at the 3D and the physical plane very differently than other people. And he was able to bring that healing that he embodied in himself to others by hands-on healing. And he spent a significant time working for the Vatican, doing exorcisms for Pope John Paul, and did that for a while. And then I think he was asked to do something he really wasn't in line with or something, and he said no, and he was excommunicated. And then he went on his way and kept healing, and he healed, he did a healing for Yogi Bhajan, who was special for me to read because Yogi Bhajan brought the Kundalini yoga practice to the West, and the people in the East did not like this. They did not like us having that technology and that education and that power to have a fully actualized Kundalini here. So those in the East started to pray negatively and send curses to Yogi Bhajan. So he sought out Dennis, and Dennis healed him. And he put a beautiful testimony on Dennis Adams' website. He was also involved with a collection of scientists and researchers and therapists, and they were nominated for several Nobel Prizes. One of those, Dr. Olga, I can't think of her last name. She wrote a very wow testimony on his website and stated that Dennis Adams is the closest thing to Jesus Christ that we have seen in 2,000 years. So I thought that was very nice of her. And he has a doctorate in multidimensional travel. And I think that has to do with actually walking through a wall. So what Dennis spent years trying to figure out is the space in between, the space between planets, the space between things and objects and the
atoms and molecules.
And it came down to atoms and molecules. And the space between an atom and a molecule, when you magnify it down as close as you can, it's the smaller you're looking at, the larger the space between those things become. So I don't know what he said, but the space between an atom and a molecule is actually so large when it's under a magnifying glass that it could fit like several spaces or lengths of what the planets could fit in between them. If that computes correctly, Peter, I'm not very great at math or spatial.
Oh, no worries. Another way to say it, I just got back, but I heard just a little bit about his trying to, for instance, kind of go through the wall, so to speak. And it reminded me very much of a anecdote that was related by Lauren Isley, who was a very famous biologist who wrote essays on life. And Lauren Isley related the story of a physicist that he knew who was institutionalized because, of course, not of course, but in his case, he had studied the microscopic for so long that he became convinced, he was so impressed or so imprinted with the vastness of space between the molecules that he would wear giant snowshoes because he was afraid he would fall through the floor. This kind of uncertainty in his own physical materiality began to manifest because he became so conscious of the incredible space between the atoms and the molecules that constitute what we perceive as reality. And the people in the institution not being, it's always a work in progress, but at that time you had some real serious criminals who they would just hire, like ex-felons, to be the security or assistants at institutions like that, what we used to call insane asylums. And apparently some of them took to just, they got tired of his bullshit, so to speak, and they took the physicist out and just threw him out onto the yard or something like that, out into the lawn, which he was convinced he would fall through, and he died of a panic, thinking that he was falling through the vacuum. That's horrible. But this is the kind of thing that can happen to people when we become hyperconscious of these spaces. So I'm going to presume that your friend, who was speaking of this, maintained his sanity, at least to a degree where he could function with or interact with society while he was learning to pass through solid material matter and objects. Yes?
Yes. But that's the thing that's so impressive. You would never know the science and the abilities that he has. If you sat next to him on a bus, you'd have no idea. He looks just like a really down-to-earth, ponytail, hippie kind of dude.
Yeah.
I told him he looked like, I didn't even know who he was when I met him before he talked. I told him he looked like Sean Connery.
Okay, so this is the person who was born medically hermaphroditic.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. And by the way, I got some questions concerning my son, and saying he looks quite feminine in this photograph, more so than usual, is because he's been letting some of the hormonal treatments slide. And just understand, when you get a sex change or sex affirmation surgery, this is an endless process. Every month you have to get these injections, or things begin to slide and you begin to refeminize or remasculinize. It had nothing to do with cost, obviously. In his case, it was just he's been having so much fun. He was rather inattentive towards that sort of treatment or upkeep lately. Of course, I told him if he gets any more feminine, I'm going to start fucking him again. But that's, shall we say, we can relate to each other in that regard. In terms of this individual, understand that he was born medically hermaphroditic, and that term is not preferred by many people who are born with that, because it is a medical term. I find it fine myself, but then I'm not born with that. I won't call it a condition. I'm not born like that. Born that way. Let's just put it that way. It's not a condition. And many of these people should be given the right to come to legal age before they decide whether or not they want anything done to their bodies. But this individual, it worked out for him, which is rare. I want to emphasize that. That's very rare. In his case, he came out very masculine, and he's happy with that. That doesn't often happen. Most of the time, many people get screwed over the rest of their lives, and things don't work out as well as they did for him, where everything balances out just right. But just know that as soon as he was born, his parents were presented with his perfectly balanced male and female genitalia, and basically asked, "You want blue or pink?" And his parents said, "Blue." And he was made a man, and it came out okay for him. And so we should all be glad for that. And he's, of course, still gifted with a far deeper insight than many mere mortals have, because people who are born hermaphroditic, well, that's the nature of the angels themselves. Understand that they are hermaphroditic, that they are divine. And
well, Douglas, he said if he was born in India, he would be a saint.
Yeah.
Here, it was the opposite.
Yeah. Here he would be, if we were a few generations back, he would be in Barnum and Bailey Circus as a freak, or if the surgery had not taken. So yeah, he was definitely butchered though, and survived it, and he acknowledges that from what I heard from Peter. So that's incredible.
Yes, and he's resolved all of his psychological issues. He's completely at peace with what happened.
Right. So in that sense, that I hope people understand, I wasn't simply bringing up my son because I'm indulgent in that regard, though of course I'm indulgent towards my son, and I haven't had him up in the thumbnail of live stream in a photograph with myself in a long time because I'm very protective of him. But in terms of our relaxing together, then I come home and oh my God, the stress tonight just opening the show was incredible. My tea will be ready soon, and I'll go back and grab it. I'm letting it steep. But in the interim, I'm so glad that I got back in time to help add some context to this. So go on, Jojo. He was obviously one of the many remarkable people that you interacted with, and when you knew this about him. And obviously maybe this is something you'd want to talk privately about, so just let me know if that's the case and just say we can talk about that privately. But did you bring up your own child, and or did you find that your own child's case or your own child's outlook is not necessarily something that's all that relevant to this individual's experience? Or
it's interesting. I did not bring them up because I did not connect that it related in any way. But Jen and I did have him over the house a couple nights in a row. And Bupa just came up naturally because, I love to talk about my child. and I find myself leading the conversation still with my child, who was born a female and now goes by they and them, does this, has a show coming up, is in a musical. So just because of natural context of how I'm speaking, but it wasn't brought up because I did not even think to relate it to that yet, right?
Understood.
He did a healing on Jen in our house. And for her privacy reasons, I won't say what it was on, but I can say that there was something there. He worked on her privately in a room for about an hour, and when she came out, something was gone, and the healing was executed, and it was incredible.
Wow.
So we were able to get the firsthand experience and insight as to what he is working with, what he is administering or facilitating, and it was very cool. As a healer myself, as someone who loves to see people move into greater quality of health or highest self, better their situation whatever way they can, that's very appealing to me, because I went from a therapist who would work with people for months on end, and we could be talking about the same thing again, 6 months later, to now working with a modality where people are getting relief in 90 minutes. What Dennis is doing, it's even faster than that.
That's incredible. So this person truly is, he's got the touch. And by the way, I just want to introduce this for just a second here, and we'll get back on track. Just a tiny bit of a tangent here based on the Kabbalah, and I do want to explain to the young man, Jameson Reese, who has presented me with basically a diagram that he tried to do of the various, the tree of life, the tree of death, and of course the anti-tree, or Arsha, Rasha, the tree of that's basically antimatter. He seems a little bit embarrassed by his attempt, which is very dimensional as you can get on a two-dimensional medium. I just want you to know, Jameson, you need a fucking 3D modeling computer that is at the level of the government cray supercomputers that were being used by the Department of Defense to model that. Okay, don't be embarrassed. There's nothing you can do with the material that you have, okay? When it comes to this anti-tree behind the tree of life and death, this is something that they could not even really understand or comprehend as even extant until that technology was available. And it was only with that they began to do what they did. This is why I can't just show you, even if I were inclined to do so, which is highly questionable. This is why I cannot show you the modeling of the anti-tree, so to speak, or Rasha, the tree that is antithetical to life and death. But this is something I might go into later on to kind of explain what Peter Moon was alluding to. And Peter Moon's very good at explaining this, but what I'll do is further just simply contextualize it. And so with that, we return to Our Lady who graces us with her presence. God bless her. And honey,
let me interject here.
Sure.
It says in under the Wikipedia entry for hermaphrodite,
yeah,
it says it was a very scholarly lawyer, Alexander Alexandro, around 500 years ago or so,
yeah,
stated that using with regards to hermaphrodite, the term didn't come into English until the 14th century. He said that the people who bore the sexes of both man and woman were regarded by the Athenians and the Romans as monsters and thrown into the sea at Athens and into the Tiber at Rome. They were even feared by the pagans.
Yes, it's just horrible. Of course, with the Native Americans, that wasn't the case at all.
No.
And they would consider these people to be twin-souled and manifesting such. They would be considered to be like shamanistic, and many shamans would be such. Just so people understand this, that when you have this kind of phenomenon that nobody really talks about, it's still very much forbidden in our society today. And it is it's very disturbing that it is still so forbidden to speak of this, because these people constitute a sizable minority in our world, on this planet. These are people who are born like 1 out of every few hundred people at the most. And in certain cases, of course, where you have a lot of chemicals that are in the water, as you have in a hyper-industrialized society, that it can increase to 1 in every 20. And just so people know, they prefer the term intersexed as opposed to hermaphroditic. And so the intersexed individual is someone who has come to identify themselves as the way they are born. As Jameson Rees says, they should be protected rather than butchered and tossed aside. And of course I agree with that. The first thing that needs to happen is they need to be recognized as, we have to remember that there are really 5 genders. There are those who are born perfectly balanced hermaphroditically. There are those that are more towards the male side but retain female characteristics. And of course, there are those who are born more of the opposite sex than what I just said, whether it was male or female. So my point is that when it comes to these people, because of their past, with the torture, the butchery that they've suffered, or being put into circuses and freak shows because of their anatomy, they have simply done away with that term of hermaphroditism and taken on intersexual as the term. But there's really 5 genders, and that already people are going to violently respond to that. They're going to say, no, I can't tolerate that. That can't be that. But even at try and look at it this way. When I was telling my gang brother Beaver about this phenomenon, and I articulate it well enough because, of course, just because of my own nature, I've been forced to become very aware of gender and sexuality, to the point where when I was talking about this to Judith Ager, she asked me if my son was hermaphroditic. And I said, no, that's not the case. It's kind of like the other day when I was talking about transgenderism and was advocating on behalf of my son. And somebody asked Peter Moon a few months ago, oh, is Douglas Dietrich transgender? To which, of course, he said no. But this is part of the problem. It's like what happened to my gang brother Beaver. Was years ago, he had a friend who had contracted AIDS. And was trying to help this guy. And this guy was not gay. This guy was, he contracted it through heterosexual sex. But this individual, when I said, well, maybe you can help him simply by raising awareness and doing something public, like a charity drive or something. And people were saying, no, I'm not going to do that. Automatically, you do something like that, people think he must gutsy. He must have the AIDS. And unfortunately, this is borne out by all of the examples I've just presented. It's as if people think if you advocate for something or if you speak of something with any degree of understanding, empathy, or comprehension, that you must be it, that you must be a living example or embodiment of what you're speaking of. And that's just preposterous to me. But when 1 out of 2,000 newborns are born in an intersexual state, it is hermaphroditic, then that basically, think about it this way, in the United States alone, that many people would fill the population base of all the microstates of Europe combined. In other words, if you combine the total population of the Vatican city-state, Andorra, San Marino, Monaco, and just these various little micro-statelets all over the map of Europe, all of them combined would not equal the amount of people born hermaphroditic in the United States alone. That's astonishing. I mean, you're talking about people who could literally have their own nation state. And perhaps that's what we should have. Certainly, my father spoke of such as a sailor who had been at sea throughout his life. There was an old sailor's tale that stretched back to the days of the explorers seeking the New World and the Age of Discovery. There was a tale of Hermaphrodite Island, that there was a quote-unquote floating island, that an island that was not in one place but would follow the trade winds, some supermassive ship or vessel perhaps, that was populated only by hermaphrodites. This was a legend from the days of pre-Columbian sailors that my father, from his years as a sailor, heard from the oldest of sailors from back in the days of wooden ships and iron men, when they were still loading cannon with gunshot and firing broadsides. People have no idea how far we've come in so short a time. But my main point is we certainly have to stop mutilating children when they're born. If your child is ever born in this manner, consider it a gift, and that it is up to them to decide what will be done with them when they are of legal age and awareness, and that you should, instead of mutilating them into the gender of your choice, literally projecting your wishes upon another person. I can't imagine anything more invasive and offensive. You all need to go into family counseling until they're of legal age. I mean, that is really what should happen. And so thank the goddess that Our Lady JoJo is just so understanding, and came to her understanding relatively recently, but we won't go into that. In other words, the people...
The point, Douglas.
Yeah.
Is that when I went to high school parents' night, many years ago when my daughter was in high school, and they were showing, or back to school night, whatever it was, they were showing us around the PE teachers, and it came up that you don't take showers anymore at school. You don't take showers in the gym.
Right.
You just go home dirty. if you like see the football players, no, you don't take showers because, and at that time I was thinking, well, this opens the door to, perversions. Not only from the kids, it closes the door on perversions from kids or from the janitors or the teachers or whatever, but it also might have to do with, strange or unfamiliar genitalia.
Yeah.
Whereby people are not exposed to that. Because I remember when I went in junior high school or whatever, there was always one or two kids who was not circumcised. And it was like, nobody ever told you what this was. It was just, hey, this guy's got a strange penis, and you kind of learned about it or figured it out. But yeah, it's like the society cannot process this gender stuff. It just can't deal with it.
And yeah, that's just yeah. Go on, Jojo.
Go ahead, Jojo.
Is she with us?
She just went on mute, I'm sure.
No, I was just listening. I consider myself new to all this. Not that I had any judgments prior, which was why it was such an effortless, seamless way I would respond to my child, because there would never be another way of accepting someone for who they are. But knowing, growing up in this world that there is so much hate and discrimination, I was very aware of what they could be up against out in the world at some point. And so we went to the library and got books and did research and made ourselves as familiar as possible so that we could support them and use the correct language and understand as they continue to process how they understand this new reality of going from internalizing feelings and being unsure and navigating the little indoctrination that they have had, but from being at a Baptist church and having family members say, God doesn't like that, and it's just a phase, and just the minimal negativity that was received was enough for me to write a pretty lengthy post on Facebook, I guess for a couple reasons. One was to share that, wow, this is something we're navigating that I want everyone to know that we support, and that you like us too. If you're going through this, or you're a child or a parent, like, it's okay, we're with you. But also, secondly, it was kind of to the mama bear came out, and I explicitly said something to the likes of, if you're going to come towards us with any negativity or hate or fear, because essentially that is what it is people are triggered because of ignorance, fear, indoctrination. So the ego projects that as aggressiveness or hate, or I am right, you are wrong, to not even present themselves in our reality, because we have nothing for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Dennis Adams was a treat to meet and hang out with.
Yeah.
We also met a wonderful couple, Dr. Chad Edward and Beth.
Mm-hmm.
And they were traveling cross country, and they came to Shasta specifically to see Peter.
Wow. Oh, that's
Yeah.
so incredible.
And they did not even know about the event till about a week and a half before it.
Uh-huh.
They were more on the East Coast when they got the email, and they trucked it over to the West Coast to be with him. And then it was synchronistic. I know he had mentioned this, but how we would just be meeting on the sidewalk. Like, we would have these synchronistic meetups without the telephone, without prior planning. It was, the universe was just giving us these divine powwows that were popping up, and we were exactly where we needed to be at exactly the right moment. One of those times for me was really cool because Jen and I were sitting at this restaurant, and I get a phone call, and it's Peter, and I answer, and I look across the sidewalk, and he's literally across the sidewalk calling across the street, and he's calling me. And he goes, "Hey, I'm outside. I'm across the street from Yak's," which was the restaurant. And I said, "Peter, look across the street." And I was waving to him. And his face just lit up because it was just so funny how things just kept happening like that. He's looking for me, and he was literally 20 feet away from me.
Yeah, that's right. I mean,
And
so,
that,
yeah, go
yeah.
on. Yeah.
And that was at the same time that Dr. Chad and Beth found him synchronistically, who they went there to see. They bump into on the sidewalk and connect with. And Peter had another interaction like that on the Tuesday. We were looking for a place to eat, and his friend came out there to a workshop to see him that was canceled, and he was going to the building at the exact time that the workshop should have been, and we were on the corner at that exact time, and they were able to connect and have lunch. So Dr. Chad is brilliant. He's done a lot of work on a scientific level with elixirs and what he calls the divine spark, divine elixir. There's a topical product, and it's, from what I understand, it's bringing the cells and bringing things back into homeostasis that may have been disturbed or corrupted over a span of your lifetime, maybe because of hormonal imbalances or chemical exposure, GMOs. Who the heck knows what we're exposed to nowadays? So it's about bringing us back to our original blueprint, whatever that looks like, for homeostasis of health. And I've been taking the D-Spark for about a week now, daily. And Peter was talking about when we tap into certain frequencies of spirituality where we need to be grounded even more so, and not get so caught up that we're swept away in what's going on. And Shasta could have felt like that to me. I came home and literally have been with clients every single day since Shasta, including the weekends. And it could feel very out of body, but for some reason I feel very grounded, very focused. I have a lot of clarity. Prioritization has been good. And the only thing I can think of that I've been doing differently is this D-Spark liquid that I've been taking every day. I mean, naturally, I'm gritty, I'm dogged, I'm stubborn, so I will bull my way through really hectic weeks and days, but I don't think I would feel as grounded as I do. I've been feeling pretty good, actually, with not as much sleep as I would like. I'm like a 9-hour requirement person. and I haven't been getting those 9 hours. So Dr. Chad and Beth will be going to Peter's Qigong event in Seekonk, Mass. They live in Massachusetts and they are heading back this way. They were kind enough to bring back a box of Peter's books so he didn't have to drop them off at the post office and mail them out. And we just look forward to exploring the relationship with them a little bit more. Is that right, Peter?
That is right. That is correct. It was fascinating to meet them. You know, I've texted back and forth with them. Last I heard, they were in Arkansas. They're probably well beyond that now. That was a couple days ago, I think. And yeah, he's it's like this product is I've been taking it for a couple of days, Jojo, and it's you've been taking it longer, and I've really kind of makes you come alive. I like it, but I think I'm up to, you're supposed to take so many drops per your body weight, which would be at least 50 for me, maybe more. And I'm up to 10 drops now.
Okay, I'm up to 15 drops.
Yeah, so I imagine it's even more potent when you get to your full amount, because basically, for those who are interested, it's called Divine Spark, and it's you swish it and you drop it in 1 ounce of water, which is like a shot glass, and you swish it around in your mouth for a full minute. It doesn't taste real pleasant, but it's nowhere near as tough as taking cayenne pepper tincture, and it's okay. And boy, I felt it immediately. Paula tried it. She didn't feel it like I did. I felt it immediately.
Yes, I did too.
So that was great. Do you want to talk about Ron Swaha, as he's known?
Yes, Ron. I liked Ron a lot, probably because we have a recovery background. And when Swaha Ron started to speak, I noticed familiar lingo and verbiage, and I said, this guy's got to be in a 12-step program, because there's certain things we became so used to saying over and over again when we're getting sober and going in what we call the halls of AA or NA or whatever A you're in. And he had the lingo down, and I said, he's got to be in recovery. And about 15, 20 minutes in, he did drop that he was drunk under a bridge in his younger years. And he found himself in detox and treatment and starting to find himself through the halls of 12-step meetings. And that was the beginning of his spiritual journey, as was my own beginning. So naturally there was an interest there, and I get that, I get you, I've been there, I understand. And Swaha's journey brought him to India, and he spent a significant time in India and spent time with Babaji and different gurus and different yogis, and just started to learn the ways of the Indian culture and Hinduism. And he was brought into a certain medicinal practice that combines 9 different plant poisons.
Wow.
And if you synthesize these poisons in a certain way, a certain measurement, they are actually extremely healing. And what they started to do is take these, I want to say they're called naga beads, but they're these beads that are made from organic material, maybe wood or some natural type of material. And they look just like beads that a kid would wear on their neck. That, I don't know if you're familiar with the large beads that are used commonly in the autism community for kids that might need to put things in their mouths.
Okay. Wow.
Right?
Cool.
So they're that size. Yeah. They're large like that.
Yeah. All right.
But they're soaked in this poison. And you wear these beads on your chest or neck. And he said, you know, depending which combination, there's different formulas that combine the poisons differently for different healings and different things. And he said when he first started to wear them, he could only tolerate them for a short amount of time.
Right.
By that, I mean like hours.
Right. And
he would, if he had them on for too long, he could feel sick or nauseous or a headache. And as he continued to build up a tolerance, you know, now he can wear 5 or 6 of these necklaces at a time for the day, or, you know, however long he does. And he passed those around. Everyone kind of felt them and put them around their neck for a minute or two, and then kept them moving around the room. But he's made this stuff called ormus. And it has a combination of these 9 plant poisons. It's a miracle white, milky, I forget the exact language on the bottle, but it's a format and an alchemy of these poisons. And you use it topically on your face. It's like a natural Botox. And it really is. Like, as soon as Peter put it on, he was like, oh, I can feel it. Like, I can feel my skin changing.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
And Chris Collins is asking in the chat room, how much does a bottle of the Divine Spark cost?
I believe it's $54.
Okay. Yeah.
Which really is reasonable in the nutrition world.
Yeah, understood.
Really, because I've been in the nutrition realm for a long time, and for something that is very unique, and if it's doing what it's saying, I even think it's underpriced.
Right. Right. By the way, this is obviously, again, this is something you can just tell me. We can discuss this in private. But was this a person who was also interested in perhaps partnering with yourself in kind of entrepreneurship about this?
He hasn't mentioned that.
Okay.
I actually said I want to vet this.
Right.
And the way I am is, if something is changing my life, I naturally share it. I don't care if I get paid or not.
Understood.
You know, that's just who I am. I'll give people my chiropractor's name, my mechanic's name, you know, the yoga teacher's name. If something's having a powerful positive effect, I want people to know that that solution is there.
Right. Right. I'm the same way, by the way, and certainly had to only adapt to, you know, every once in a while there are certain cases of people who just don't appreciate that, but you know, their loss. So, honey, in terms of all of this, please continue. It's all very fascinating in terms of the poisons combining into something that is actually beneficial. This is something I've learned of before, and certainly he is following what we would call Vedic. That's the term to use. Of course, he's like practicing a form of what would probably be called. I'm going to hazard a guess here because I'm very ignorant of Asian Indian culture myself, but I'm thinking it's a form of Ayurveda is what comes to my mind. Ayurveda, but people who are more familiar are more than welcome to correct us or provide context. But obviously, this is fascinating, and it reminds me a lot of the magnets. I remember my mother, and by the way, thanks to the people in the chat room, Amy Kumo, God bless her, Sarah Thomas, God bless her, Mara McKee says, my roommate is intersex, gypsy and Russian, cool fucking person, and I would fuck up anyone who would threaten her. Thank you. So glad to hear that, honey.
Let me intervene just for a second, Douglas.
Sure.
DSpark, you can go to divinequantum.com, divinequantum.com, and it says 2-ounce bottle is $56, 4-ounce bottle is $99, and there's other products as well. Yeah. Which that's the only one I've tried. There's another one I think that is more oriented for the skin, I think. So anyway, if anybody wants to look it up, Divine Spark, or not Divine Spark. What did I just say? Quantum, divinequantum.com, and you can look at the website.
There we are. Thank you.
Okay, carry on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And
yeah.
Yeah, go on, honey. Yeah, please.
So, I mean, Swaha was great, but I think the most remarkable thing that he shared was his wife had just passed 3 weeks prior to him being in this lecture presenting his life. And
my God.
And until he said it, you would have no idea. He was just so humble but charismatic and stoic, and you would have no idea that this poor guy lost his wife 3 weeks prior. And back to the synchronicities of Shasta, he had committed to himself that he would be in his dark room practice. He has a dark room on his property, and he wanted to do 28 days or something. And he was 19 days in, and he had tea that he had things in the dark room that he could make himself tea, and he haphazardly spilled this boiling tea on
I'm
his
drinking
leg,
my tea now. I can imagine how that feels. Go on.
right in the dark. So now he's counseling with his guides and God and angels and saying, what do? I don't even know the extent of these burns. I'm in the dark. And they counseled him to go to the emergency room. Ron. And so he did, and he called his wife, and they talked a couple times, I think 3 times before she passed 2 days later.
Oh my God.
If he had stayed in that dark room the amount of time he had initially decided on, he would not have had those conversations with her. So,
oh my God. I mean, that's it's still incredibly tragic. Oh my God. Yeah. So did he, because he was in the emergency room, was she unable to visit him because of her own ongoing condition, or?
I think because he was in Shasta and she was down in Studio City, they just were away from each other. Okay. So
I see. And then how did she die?
He never really shared the details.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know. I think Peter had more information than I ever heard.
I see. I see.
Well, I think I learned from Jonathan Shalimar. I don't remember, but there was some procedure. I think it had to do with her liver or kidney, but
I see.
but the whole upshot of her death, which came as a sudden surprise when he emerges from the darkness, and I gotta say, this was not just a wife. This was a soulmate, somebody he loved very dearly. They were incredibly close. And she died with a smile on her face. She had given him a great gift of spirit.
Yeah.
And she was smiling when she died. In other words, of course, for him, he has experienced, and Jojo hasn't really talked about all the things he talked about with regards to seeing, unless I missed it when I went to greet Paula when she came in, like seeing, people that were yogis who were hundreds of years old.
Wow.
And just stuff that was completely paranormal.
Could you do us a favor, Peter, and tell us a bit about that, and Jojo can help contextualize that further. I need to grab something, and I'll be right back. But you two, carry that on for a bit.
When he began to speak, the whole tenor of the conference changed. It was, let's just say, getting very metaphysical. And he talked about, these people are all over the place in India, where they're living phenomenal lives. And he talked about somebody who'd been alive for, I don't remember how many hundreds of years. And he interfaced with these people. He saw them. They're not necessarily people you're going to run into unless you go out of the beaten path to meet them. And he had a lot of encounters with such people who would offer healing. Oh, he had incredible stories. I don't even remember them all. But the upshot of it was he's experienced all these incredible things, and then his dearly beloved wife had passed away, and boy, it really hurt. So for all of the wonderful phenomena he's had experiences, this was really tough. And this is how I connected to him, because he didn't really hear my talk, because one of the martial artists who came took him out, who was his friend, took him out to work, healing him because he was so upset. And so he didn't really interface with me until I kind of went up and offered him a lot of sympathy, and we connected on the sympathetic vibration. He didn't really know, I don't think he knew me from Adam. And then I connected again with him at the party, and he took my number, and I said I wanted to connect him to Shambhala. I'll send him the Inside the Earth book when the reprint comes in, which he didn't really know what I was talking about. But he's very close to the people at Shasta. As I say, he has a home there and one in Studio City. So he was just somebody who was trafficked with the miraculous. And he was a very interesting man. I should text him and ask him if, I don't even think I have his number. Jojo, you can give that to me. But just ask him if he's okay. But certainly he was an amazing character to meet. Jojo?
Oh, sorry, my mute was on. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, I can get you that information.
Well, more to the point, you can carry on, because that's, I don't know if you have more to add about his adventures in India, because there were so many.
Yeah, so I didn't really take too much note about the yogis and the gurus and stuff, just because I've heard so many of those stories. I've read autobiography of Paramahansa Yogananda. I've read talks by Ramanash. I can't even say all the names, but I've done a lot of research and reading and videos on these saints, and enough to know that the East looks at meditation very differently than us, looks at ascension very differently, aging, health. I mean, there's so many things they're doing in that culture differently. I think Ron even said that he witnessed them transition into light body several times.
Wow.
Just instantaneous, he would just witness them turning into light body on and off.
Yes, and I think it's important to add is like the first day of the conference, people were very appropriately, from their own perspectives, talking about breath, talking about breathing. Then the second day, it moved into the metaphysical, and with him talking, and it's very interesting because, and it also moved into sound. And first, it moved into sound, but it moved from breath to sound and vibration, and the geometry of sound, and then it moved into, as they say, the strictly metaphysical arena, where it's like things are loosening up. Things are loosening up, and you're beginning to feel the what in Qigong they call the vital vapors, or in other traditions they call the ethers. So these are the energies that make life go round. It's kind of like if you think of the management of a casino that has to deal with all the different protocols and stuff that go on, with all the different personnel you're hiring and all the different machines and stuff in the casino. That's what starts the casino, and then all the people have to go in and start, throwing money around and having fun or whatever they do. This is what goes in life. There's all these metaphysical energies that swirl around and animate life, not just inside the body, but inside the mountain. And then as you get into the day after that, you begin to hear the stories of what's inside the mountain, what's around the mountain, people who have encounters with phenomena in and around the mountain. Ultimately, the underground city of Telos with its civilization under there and connections, and of course the natives who lived there were in concert with that as well. So it's just like, but it kind of, for me anyway, it's the whole event sort of was like a slow indoctrination / initiation into the energies there.
Wow.
And of course, this is what Jonathan Shalimar lives in and amongst.
Yes.
And he's having another event in June. I won't be there, but it's an event sort of oriented on the Cathar tradition and whatnot. So people can check that out, Jonathan Shalimar and Shasta and
Right.
his events and whatnot, if people are interested in going there. And I'm tentatively scheduled to come back and 16th to 18th of September. That still has to be ironed out and done and worked out, but for those people who are interested.
Of course, everyone is who's listening, I'm sure. And in terms of all of that, it's wonderful. It's really beyond description. And, so by all means, was there anything else that you wanted to bring up about this, both of you? Because we could go on about this for hours. Not only were there these wonderful presenters, I'm sure there were many guests that both of you related to and certainly resonated with. And there must have been some stories about that. And I'm wondering what exactly you spoke of when you came home, Jojo, to the Bupa. Did you describe to her any of this? Excuse me. Did you describe to they this?
What is so funny is that our Apple IDs are shared. So every picture I take is also on their phone.
Cool.
So very careful. So they've gotten very used to when mom is away, I get to follow along on the trip through the pictures.
Wow.
Right? And then we'll have, we'll check in throughout the day, and they might bring up, what was this picture with this person? Or, and kind of have that accessible as kind of like an inside, a fly on the wall, but not really there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The most lovely part, or the gift I was able to take with me, I would say, on Monday when we all went to the mountain as a group, we were asked to take an hour and go to places we were called to on the mountain individually or with a group or friends, but just go to where the mountain was calling you. So Jen and I kind of wandered off and we're exploring. And then we came to a nice private spot and I sat on my rock that called to me and she sat on hers. And we kind of just stayed there quiet and meditated for 30 to 40 minutes. And what came to me was the most vivid, detailed download of a meditation that I could only call the heart of God. Yeah. And it was so vivid that I remembered it every detail, word by word, hours later so that I could write it down. And the next day I recorded it and I sent that out on my newsletter to any subscribers, clients, students I've had. And I put music to it. And when I listened to it afterwards, it's all the language that I would refer to as lingo and statements from A Course in Miracles. And this is one of the classes that I teach. And it was so incredible of all the things to be divinely channeled. It was just such a gift to have this come to me and just so perfectly like reaffirming and validating what I'm doing right now in my life and what the energies and the power that I'm working with. And it was like validation, like, yes, this is where you're supposed to be. This is the text that you're supposed to be working in and teaching.
Yeah.
So that was the gift I was able to take with me.
That is incredible. Now, let people know, of course, that in order to teach A Course of Miracles, you have to attain a kind of degree, right? Go through something. Tell us a bit about that process, just a little bit.
Sure. So A Course in Miracles, we would always refer to ourselves as students, right? And a student who has digested enough of the book or has done, a significant amount of lessons, because the lessons, the text, and the teacher's manual is all combined in this large volume. So the text is the first section, the lessons is the second, and the third section is the teacher's manual. And any student of the course can share course material. They can call themselves, guides or facilitators or teachers. Like the name of the class that we chose was An Experience in A Course in Miracles. Instead of my other classes are whatever master class. Whatever master class, right? We're not calling this a master class. We're calling this an experience because as students teaching students, we're kind of having an experience together within the course. But the Course in Miracles, a lot of people think Marianne Williamson wrote this. She did not. She was a student for decades. It was written by Helen Schumann. And Helen Schumann was a professor at a university in the psychology department. And she had a colleague, Bill Thetford. Mm-hmm. And her and Bill had this tumultuous relationship as colleagues in the psychology department. and they had to work together and they had to facilitate classes together and all this stuff. Helen started to receive the voice, which she recognized as the voice of Jesus Christ. And she would get all this information to write down. She presented this to Bill and said, hey, I'm getting a lot of information. And he said, this is great, Helen. It's going to help us, our relationship. Why don't you lay down and talk, and I will type.
Cool.
And they did this over several years, and this was the creation of A Course in Miracles.
It's so incredible to hear that he cooperated with her productively.
Yeah. This was published in 1976, right? Marianne Williamson became a student of it in the late 80s, the 90s. She took the teachings, embodied them, and went on to be one of the best sharers and students of A Course in Miracles to actually get it out to the world.
Right.
And then she went on to articulate several other manuscripts that were inspired by her life in A Course in Miracles. A Return to Love is a very powerful book. Okay. There's several books out there, but yes, Marianne Williamson did not write A Course in Miracles.
That's amazing. I thank you for clarifying that. And so Peter will be back with us in a little bit. He had to probably do something with his wife, but in the meantime, it's just you and I, honey. And believe me, you have no idea. It was so good to meet you personally. And one of the things I do apologize for is that lately, just noticing your nails, I'm extraordinarily jealous. I usually have long nails myself, and I couldn't have them for you because lately I was dealing with some damaged nails. And honestly, it's only recently that I began to realize it's probably one or two of my nails. Well, certainly one. I got impacted with, there's this ridge that was going right down through the middle of it. And it was brought to my awareness that that's probably a fungus. So I'm treating this with a lot of basically pine tar, what I can find. I found some of my dead daddy's dandruff shampoo, which was prescription level, and they used to put coal tar in it. And so hopefully that's as effective. And that way, if I get rid of that little ridge in the middle of that one nail that's on the, towards the pinky of my right hand, then maybe I can just grow all my nails back more normally without worrying about that one splitting. I've actually bitched about that on air a few times, but it's one of the reasons I just wasn't my full self, so to speak. But other than that, I don't know if you had a chance to review the audio of our latest transmission before tonight's, but it was explaining all kinds of other, little mitigating things that were happening to bookend my experiences with Peter and yourself. And Peter's back with us. So Peter is going to help us carry on into this final hour in which both of you can conveniently be with us. So, Peter, by all means, open up and tell us a little bit about where you want to go from here. Perhaps the Presidio. I know you covered it with us.
Get to the Presidio. Before we get to the Presidio, and I do want to go there, is that I want to mention one thing, and I mentioned this to you personally, Douglas, about Dennis that JoJo didn't mention here.
Yeah.
He talked about a procedure. I was talking about this basically writing letters.
Yeah.
He had a therapy for writing letters to people that you had issues with from 14 and younger.
Yeah, okay.
Of course, you could apply this to people you have issues with now. But it's you write a letter with a carbon pencil, and I'll explain why that in a second. And you write it to, he said he wrote letters to his father and his mother, expressed all his emotions, what he had to say to them. This is even after they've passed. And then you take this and you read it in nature 3 times out loud when nobody's listening to you and you read it once for yourself, once for the person you're sending it to, and once for everybody else, and then you burn it. You burn it, and when you write the letter, you see it, you touch. When you burn it, you get the smell and sound, or the smell and taste. You get the sensations of, so you get the basic five senses of sight, audio when you read it, sound, and feel and touch and taste. So basically, the reason he uses a carbon pencil is for a very specific reason, which I'll explain in a minute, but most of your pencils are graphite. They're not carbon. They used to be carbon. And now, he said they stopped making carbon a few years ago, carbon pencils. So he specially makes these pencils. He puts it in a card box, 3 pencils with an eraser and a pencil sharpener, and sells them for $35 a kit. And I think it's well worth it. I bought one. I haven't used it yet. JoJo and our friend Jen bought one. And so anyway, why he realized carbon? Because he's already understood the healing of space. Now, his position with the Vatican was such that he told the group, told the audience, not just me. I later privately asked him about it because he didn't mention it in the class, in the course rather, or in the discussion, whatever it was, a speech. He said that he was allowed to examine a piece of parchment that was written by the hand of Jesus, and it was written in carbon. And he was allowed to look at it, but under great scrutiny, because, you know, this is a very privileged document. Now, of course, we've never heard anything about documents. One of the first things I learned about Jesus from my mother was that he never wrote anything but in the sand. This is what she told me. She was Catholic. She went to catechism. She knew catechism backwards and forward because she'd been indoctrinated in it, and she was an A student, so she knew the stuff. She said he never wrote anything. He never left anything behind like that. Well, here is Dennis telling us, as a Vatican insider, that yes, he was allowed to inspect this. But they're watching him carefully. But then when they're not watching him, he says, why did he write this in carbon? It makes no sense. He knows it could erode, or he goes to touch it, but he sees that it's glowing. And then he looks at his own private notes, which were in carbon pencil as well. He said they were glowing as well. And what he saw, in my own words, I forget how he expressed it, was divine light coming through carbon. Carbon, our body is, you know, over 90% carbon. So he created these pencils in the proportional ratio of carbon to the human body. And the whole idea is when you're writing these with carbon, you're transmitting the divine light into the letter. Now, this sounds like a very powerful process. Then I asked him personally when I got him alone, and I said, well, what was this? What did he say? What was this document that Jesus said? And I forget what he said. Well, he says, I promised Paul that I wouldn't tell, meaning Pope Paul VI. He said he wouldn't tell, so, you know, so I didn't push it further. But I got the impression that it wasn't anything we haven't heard before, but I don't really know. When I ran this by my daughter, who I called frequently when I was in California, because, you know, she normally lives in LA, I had an opportunity in downtime to talk to her, and I told her the story, and she said, well, what language was it in? That was a very good point, because was it written in Aramaic? Was it written in Greek? And how the hell can anybody understand it? So her question, that was, of course, I should have asked him. I'll ask him that next time. or JoJo will ask him when she studies under him, which she intends to do. But so that was a very interesting thing to relay. But there was something else that happened after that. After this happened, after that night, when I went back to my motel room, I looked on my my Facebook, and a woman had written to me. She was a shamanic healer, and she was expressing her frustration about a young man that was the daughter of her friend, or the granddaughter or the grandson, the son or grandson, who was deeply involved in magic, occult magic. She sent me the stuff he was into. I didn't look at it, but it was very clear from what she said that he was possessed. And so I told her, well, with this person, what you need to do is I gave her the process of writing the letter and burning the letter and doing all this and reading it out loud. I said, use a carbon pencil if you can. And she wrote back, she did it. And when I came back I guess when I woke up in the morning, she says, I'm very, what did she say? Something, she reacted very strongly to what happened, because she said, after doing this, he called his mother and said, why am I messing my life up? What am I doing wrong? And he was very self-reflective. The exercise had an immediate effect on him. It wasn't in carbon, but it nevertheless had an immediate effect. Sympathetic resonance. I said, well, she says, what do I do now? I said, well, now you need to get him into some sort of counseling or stuff where this can be addressed and discussed. And she said, this has all been tried before. It's all been done, and he's now reverted. It got a result. And I said, just refer this man. I said, just refer the mother to Dennis Adams. But what was interesting is it got an immediate result. And this is a very disturbed case.
Yeah.
But I said, turn it over to Dennis. There was another situation that came up when I was doing Qigong with the audience and teaching them, whereby a woman came up to me and said, I have a problem with my daughter. She's a full adult daughter, but she's got the mind of an 8-month-old. And she says, what do I do? And I gave her some very basic common sense advice from Qigong, but I said, you need to go see Dennis. And it's very interesting with Qigong. I also had this happen in Romania once. This woman who was responding very well, she had a daughter that she had adopted, and the daughter was there as well. And she was having a problem. She was having a greater problem than her daughter was. And I remember saying, what you need to do, I don't remember what happened, but then my friend Cataline came up, and he's a psychiatrist. I said, you need to talk to him. And in the short walk, which was probably about 100 yards or so from the sports arena where we were doing Qigong on the island to the cantina where we eat, he resolved her problem. It was just like she had to talk to a psychiatrist for 5 minutes. It was really neat. Sometimes, the solution just synchronizes. The Qigong will put it in the right hands of where it needs to go, because every solution is not going to be handled by posture and breath and Qigong exercise, although it will handle a majority of what people have wrong with them. But it's very neat the way that happens. So now we will segue into San Francisco. And this was JoJo and I driving from Shasta down to San Francisco. Took a little over 4 hours. And JoJo, over to you.
Me. I was the designated driver. Peter said I did a very good job with my driving, so thank you for
Can we
that.
ask why you were the designated driver? Did Peter
Yeah, we
finally
could ask why,
indulge?
because she rented the car. I'm not really allowed to drive the car.
Okay.
And I was piggybacking with her. I mean, Jonathan would have given me a car to do, but I said I'd just rather be with JoJo and drive up with her.
So I mean, we can say I might have more experience, even though I'm younger. I used to drive 10 to 12 hours a day.
Oh, that's right. Yes. What were you doing again? I forgot. Truck driving, right? Something like this?
I was a collateral recovery agent.
That's right. A repo girl. Oh, yes. That's right. Did you like the movie Repo Man?
Oh, my dad has that poster framed in his house. I didn't really relate to it.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's funny as hell. Oh my God, that shows your dad's age. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting how young JoJo is. Okay, so go on. Yes. So Repo Girl was driving. Yeah, go on.
So, you know, the every day there's like, oh, you know, Monday we get to do this, but really Wednesday we get to do this. And, you know, every day leading up to it, it was just like more butterflies and more excitedness. And, you know, it was to have that opportunity all in 1 week. It was very special. And getting to be with you in person was kind of surreal.
Oh, you're so gracious.
No, you know, we have communicated and spent so much time and space together here. The things we talk about are not superficial.
That's right.
So there's a deeper connection, and it's always a joy for me to be with someone in person after having conversations that mean something.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. I see a lot of clients on Zoom, but once in a while they'll make it up for a visit, or they'll come to an event, you know, where they were out of state for our therapy sessions. And it's one of my most favorite experiences is when I get to meet someone in the flesh. You know, I'm pretty intuitive over Zoom and the phone, and I'm pretty fluent with energy, but it's a different enhancement in person because now our energies are commingling in the same space. So, yes, I caught the last transmission. I did. And I did choose to go to the Presidio because it has so much meaning. And I asked Douglas if that was okay with him, if he felt up for it that day emotionally, and if he even wanted to be in that space, you know, or I just wanted to give you the opportunity to choose that on how we would spend time together.
No, I'm very glad that we did that. By the way, the reason I was giggling was because when I think of her saying I caught up on the last, I don't know if she actually, you know, because these are obviously long 12-hour, you know, audio sessions. I don't know.
When I say caught up, Douglas, I mean the 3 hours.
Okay, the 3 hours. There we are. So I thought she might have heard what I had said after that when I was talking about what, you know, the various. I spoke a bit about the Presidio trip with our man Sammy Romero and Jameson Reese, and we were talking about that a bit, and I was talking about what had happened to me the night before I had seen yourself and Peter, and I told them what had gone on behind that, and so I thought you might have heard that. If you haven't heard that, you can regale yourself with that later for morbid entertainment's sake. But for what I want to say about the Presidio, this was obviously very serious. We were as lighthearted as possible in our journey, but one of the things to put this into perspective for people, the surreal nature of it, we're going to have JoJo kind of describe the guided tour that I presented, but even before I let her do that, I'm going to kind of qualify something that I realized the next day or the day after, that I was that I didn't show them like every part of that library building that I should have. But I can kind of guide them in their mind in this sense, as I will guide all of you right now. All of you, of course, would need to just look up on, what is it that Google provides? Google Earth. You'd have to look up on Google Earth, and if you looked up the Presidio Military Base Library, the Postal Library building, you would probably find it. It would be right next door to the Officers Club, which is still up and running as a civilian facility now. But you would find that in the Google Earth, and you'd see the buildings, you'd see the outer infrastructure, and then you could kind of, to a degree, follow what we're saying. I don't know if they would provide you a 360-degree angle of either of those buildings, because they're kind of odd in the way they're placed. It would be very difficult for your average Google car to kind of spin around them the way they can do with other buildings.
But question, Douglas, could we go into the Presidio Officers Club and have a drink now? Is it that open?
I think so. I've never tried, but I think that's the case. It may have been converted to kind of like a private restaurant, in which case you'd have to go in and order a meal, because I do know there was a scandal. Just to describe to people again the surreal nature of the Presidio military base. Understand, we're talking about a former military base that became the only United States national parkland that privately leases out its property. So there's no other situation like that in the United States. And beyond that, it is still the same old bizarre vortice, legally as well as metaphysically, that it always was, because it is part of the city and county of San Francisco only by geography. Now it's simply no longer military, but now it's national parkland. So this is what I kept bringing up to JoJo and Peter, but I probably didn't drive the point home, was that, I was saying, like, where's their, paramedics? Where's their fire department? Where's their, because back in the days when it was a military base, it had its own fire department. It had its own emergency paramedical services, or responders, the EMTs, emergency medical technicians. And these were all horrible, but it doesn't matter how horrible they were and how non-functional they were extant. They existed. Physically, not just on paper. And of course, the policing was done by military police, whereas in this day and age, it would theoretically be done by park rangers. Now, when it was a military base, you would run across military policemen every few minutes. It was seething with military law enforcement. We didn't see a single park ranger that I remember. If anyone else saw one, you let me know. I didn't see a single park ranger. And what I can tell you is that Presidio, for all intents and purposes, may as well be off limits to the San Francisco Fire Department, their emergency medical response, and their law enforcement. They basically, theoretically, do not need to respond to anything happening there. And it may even be technically off limits to them. It's national parkland. It's federal. And so, again, for that reason, something odd here, people might not know, they were serving, now I forget the name of this dish, but it's ducks that they tie to a machine, and they put a pipe down the duck throat, and they pump the duck full of lard until it dies. And then when they kill it in this fashion, which is considered extremely cruel, so cruel it's outlawed, then they produce a kind of dish that is extraordinarily delectable. Fat-fed duck. And that's not the name of the dish, obviously. It has some fancy French name. It is illegal in most of the United States, if not everywhere. But you can order it on the Presidio because it's not subject to any laws. Now, think about that shit for a while. So in other words, you can do cruel things to animals on the Presidio. You can't do anywhere else. So in that case, think about the attitude they always had towards children, which we saw running around in the daycare center, which is still active. Not that I'm suggesting anything is going on there right now, but this gives you an idea of the surrealism of the entire place. This is truly a vortice, and it is just out of time and space and not subject to your regular moral compass. So the restaurants that are outside the Presidio can serve cruelty dishes that are outlawed because of animal cruelty prevention laws anywhere else in the United States. And again, we're talking federal property that is leased out to private establishments. And yet, you know, how can you tell what's a restaurant and what's not? We certainly didn't see anything that looked like a restaurant, so that would have to be in the Officers Club and various facilities like that. The old Enlistment's Club is where I would assume such places are set up. So perhaps that dish is sold there. I know for a fact that this exists because it was a big scandal in the Presidio papers. I mean, the San Francisco papers about the Presidio. So people in San Francisco know about this and were complaining about it. But I don't know if anything was ever done. I never followed up on it, and that wasn't too long ago. All that being said, when we took a look at the old postal library, and then Peter and Jojo and I were going around the building, I pointed out to them, oh, this was the computer room, which, by the way, just so people understand this, if it were not for that computer room, I would never have smuggled out half of what I smuggled out. And that was something I neglected to explain, because I was telling people how, I was telling Jojo and Peter, how I never used the computer, and nobody ever used the computers. These were big mainframes. By the way, Sarah is leaving us off the Skype. God bless you, Sarah Thomas Lyons. Without her, we never could have gotten through the opening hour, which was just an absolute nightmare. And left me psychologically scarred for life. So we love you dearly, Sarah Thomas Lyons. If you want to pipe up and just say goodnight to everybody, go ahead. If you don't want to, that's fine too. But such being said, when that computer room was set up in the back with all these big mainframes, I remember now, and I was telling people about that. If you want to pipe up and say goodnight vocally, honey, just go ahead and do so. Let's see if she does that. If she bites, and if she does not, that's fine. She left us a big heart.
Douglas, well, yeah. I just want to say, I'm looking here.
Yeah.
It says dining in or near the Presidio.
Yeah.
It says sessions at the Presidio.
Yeah.
1 Letterman Drive. Yeah. I know that's the Presidio.
Yeah.
Presidio. You might recognize these streets. Presidio Cafe, 300 Finley Road.
Okay.
I don't know if is Finley on the Presidio?
It doesn't ring any bells, to tell you the truth. I always got around just visually more than by any memory of address.
Okay, here's Presidio Social Club. That's probably the one we're talking about.
Yeah.
563 Ruger Street.
Okay.
Presidio Social Club serves California comfort food and features a full bar. That's probably the Officers Club. I will look. You can carry on.
Yeah. Thank you. And by the way, the big heart that Sarah Thomas Lyons left us looks like it's got two, what do you call those electric compressors they use to electrocute people back to life? I forget what they call those. It looks like it's got 2 of those compressed on it. A cartoon heart with 2 of those electro compressors. At any rate, so my point is that when I was showing them defibrillators, yes, looks like a cartoon heart with 2 defibrillators on it, doesn't it? Oh shit! At any rate, thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. In terms of the Presidio, what we had was the back room that both Jojo and Peter Moon can describe. It's like a little glass. What would you call it? Like a conservatory. It was like a little conservatory that was empty that they put in place of the old mainframes. But because I never used the mainframes and nobody else did, the reason the mainframes were there, theoretically, because I was telling Jojo and Peter how they were telling us that they didn't really want us to learn all about the use of the mainframes because they were talking about nuclear war being a potential, and that, you know, everything on the computers would get erased anyway. And so you might wonder why they installed all that. And the reason Department of Defense contracts. In other words, defense departmental contracts would be the proper word for it they would use when you describe it that way. And the defense departmental contracts with private agencies like the RAND think tank or Boeing or these various other private companies, theoretically the mainframe was supposed to connect with the RAND and these various think tank agencies that I wanted to ultimately become a part of, and that they could use that as kind of like a feedback or kind of like a backup system, because back in those days when they were just starting the internet, that sort of thing mattered, and that helped to comprise or start an internet. In other words, before there was an internet and the U.S. Department of Defense was developing one, the internet was a very small system of computers between various Department of Defense contractors that were within California and almost nowhere else. That's basically, you had a connection between a few places in California, and that was the beginning of the internet. So that was part of that. And because it was part of a private corporation setup, in other words, it belonged to private industry, then what would happen is that they didn't need to monitor what went in and out of there. In other words, you put a bunch of pencils and a bunch of these mimeographed kind of paper resources, and you would say it belonged to the private companies, and then the various library staff wouldn't care. It would be out of their jurisdiction. And so that was how I smuggled notes out, was through that room where those mainframe computers were, because they would just think it was something to do with private companies. So if it weren't for that, I would never have gotten out the vast amount of resources that I did. And that was where I could sequester certain items that I could ultimately steal, or at least try. And of course, all of this was circumstantial and based on what opportunities arose, etc. So I could never be as exhaustive with that as I wanted to be. So that was something I should have pointed out then. The other thing I should have pointed out was when I was showing them the back room. This was like a certain kind of room where there was this adult reading area, etc. I forgot to show them where the children's room was. But the way I can describe it to Peter, Moon, and JoJo is when we went to the front door and I said, "Who owns this facility now? Who's running it?" And we saw it was the Institute on Aging. That is the institute which is responsible for my receiving Meals on Wheels. In other words, my home delivered meals, which I'm digging into right now. These things are delivered to me by Meals on Wheels, but I can't get on Meals on Wheels as young as I am, except through, believe it or not, this organization called the Institute on Aging, where I was grandfathered in because both my parents got the Meals on Wheels, and then when they died, then I got grandfathered into the program because I applied to it through this institute. And both Peter and JoJo might remember that when we looked in that Institute on Aging building, it was weird because it was kind of like a little museum. I don't know if any of you consciously remember this, but there were like vases, and various ceramics that were in the window. Do both of you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Yes, and that was bizarre. And so it was like this little museum, but right near that entrance where you saw those vases and a few flyers taped on the window, just kept on going. If we had kept on going towards the road that we ultimately took to get away from the building, if we kept going forward, that would have been the children's room. So the children's room was in this kind of solarium, and the solarium was right, within that building, full glass wall that was all papered over at this point and covered with stuff. But that would have been the children's room, and I should have pointed that out. But it goes to show my natural aversion to even remembering that, to even recalling that while I was there, because it was such a memory bank of horrors for me. So from that, take it over, JoJo, and tell us a bit about what your impression was all the way around about when we were going through this environment and we were talking, and of course we won't name him because JoJo and I really don't consciously remember his name, but Peter was talking about, then Peter brought up an acquaintance of his, someone he knew fairly well, said, and then I was talking to this guy, helping him out. He was going through a dark time in his life. Then he started telling me about all these dark things he did. And of course I started having some morbid fun with that. But I'll let JoJo relate whatever she remembers. So I
actually... I felt the energy there was very similar to Camp Hero. When we were inside Montauk, I felt a very similar energy where the time and space is kind of off.
Yes.
And I don't know if that relates to because there was so much negative discharge energetically and vibrationally that's still existing within the space there. Yeah. But it was a very deja vu moment for me. Feeling like we were walking through ghosts almost, like a density in the air.
Yes.
The other bizarre thing was that little building that was made into like a historical museum or something, and they were showcasing Japan.
Yes, yes, they were showcasing the Japanese internment. Yes,
right?
That's right. Yes, and it
so
was
bizarre.
like, yes, it was like Japanese internment. And by the way, the Presidio military base, in case none of you know outside listening to us, that was where the internment orders were signed. The internment orders for Executive Order 9020, 9020 were signed on site, the Presidio military base. That's why the Japanese demanded that the peace treaty be signed on site, the Presidio military base, because that's where the Americans had not only established the United Nations, but also ordered the internment of all Japanese Americans. And so when we get there, here's JoJo and Peter and I, and it's not like it was really Japanese internment awareness month either, because that's already passed. I believe it was March, and as a matter of fact, I can look that up. And but for them to suddenly have that display there, and it was just kind of like almost like they were proud of it.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was just it was like this waterfall of synchronicities and just bizarre things that just kept happening.
Yes. Thank you. It was February was the month of the internment order. So if February was the month of the internment order, that was several months off. That was, the Day of Remembrance is always in February 19th. A significant date for the Japanese American community. And by the way, the executive order was number 9066, so 9066. And so here you had this whole museum that was like suddenly there as if they had expected me, and it was kind of like a slap in the face.
It's like, Douglas is coming to visit. Let's have this up here.
Yeah, it was just bizarre. Oh my God. So you're right, honey. And you know what? I totally purged that out of my mind too. I mean, I certainly remember it now that you bring it up. But, relating the experience myself, I would have forgotten to bring that up.
Look what it says, Douglas. Look what it says. I'm at the website. Yeah. The Presidio's role in World War II Japanese American incarceration. It says exclusion, which is the name of the exhibit. Is the latest special exhibit at the Presidio Officers Club, a cultural institution showcasing the Presidio's role in shaping and serving the nation. Special exhibitions explore the Presidio's heritage and allow for fresh perspectives and a deeper exploration of the topics and themes presented in the club's permanent exhibition. Wait till they get to the Douglas Dietrich expose. I mean, that's part of the history.
Yeah, someday.
Someday it probably will be.
I hope so. Yeah, I'd like to think so. I mean, certainly if we have the impact that we ultimately will have, and JoJo's part of that. She's part of that process of making that happen, and as is, of course, Peter's efforts with Michael Sala and everyone, all of us involved with Team Dietrich. But so, honey, thank you for bringing that up, and thank you, Peter, for following up on that. What else, And
I do want to get in a couple more things before I sign off. So when we were standing in that open field between the daycare center and the library, and you were so generously walking us through the places where the incinerator was, where they just threw up like a concrete kind of platform now. Then you had that weird concrete slab that was like just there, almost like this miniature roller skating rink that, it was like they just needed to cover space.
Yes, yes.
Like, let's throw up a bunch of just concrete platforms and slabs and fill in these spaces where there could have beautifully been lawn and a garden.
Right.
But as you were walking us through that and the night of the broken circle, is that correct?
Yes, honey.
Okay. Because I listened to part of Sunday's transmission, I'm aware that Peter shared with you what I shared with him about watching you speaking and showing us stuff, and within that space, I see Hitler's face interfaced on yours.
Yes.
The cheekbones, the forehead. It was Hitler's face without a mustache, and even the mustache maybe could have been interfaced on there very lightly.
Yes.
But I had seen it in the context of what Peter would have described as the white bat, and how he had an interaction with Dracula, but the light side of Dracula.
Yeah.
In his book, The White Bat, it was identical to that experience where I'm watching you so heroically and bravely walk us through what you had experienced there, and the darkness and the evil. And I don't know why that image glanced or glitched over you, but it was very driving home that you were the exact opposite.
Thank you.
Of the evil attached to Hitler.
Thank you. Thank you, honey. No, that's so deeply appreciated. I didn't even realize that Peter Moon had brought that up to that extent publicly. I mean, honestly, he's so when Peter was speaking of what he was speaking of with our latest transmission, I think he alluded to it vaguely, but I don't believe he got to it that deeply. But I thank you for driving that home concretely for everyone, and I certainly appreciate that profoundly. Honestly, honey, that's beyond touching. Certainly, I'm beyond words in terms of being moved by that. And I want everyone to know that that was apropos for that environment, simply because of the profundity of the trauma. I hope everyone understands that the suffering that human beings experience is completely subjective in one sense, and it's also immeasurable. It's important to understand that something as overwhelming as the Holocaust, to the point where millions of people are consumed literally in flames, and many of them die so violently that there is forever an imprint on the environment that is felt, the weight of that is felt. Understand that these people, as awful as what happened to them is, as indescribable as what happened to them is, they still have each other, in the sense that there is a knowing. There is a knowing among them in the suffering, in the dying, that they're not alone. But for children suffering what they did in that environment that I was showing, in a sense, showcasing, without any sense of pride or exploitation, to Jojo and to Peter, you have children, to every single child, they're suffering alone. To them, it is a suffering that they are indoctrinated into believing they brought upon themselves. They are suffering literally beyond description. And they do not have each other. There is not that sense that people have in communal suffering, or the persecution of a body politic or a ethnos. There is instead, rather than the mass genocide that people suffer, there's something far worse in a very real sense. There's the suffering that never stops, a suffering that these children went through while they were alive. And so many of them were infected with AIDS. Many of them did not live to have any kind of closure. In those days, AIDS was a death sentence. And so understand that we know for a fact, albeit this has been covered up consummately, 500,000 children died of AIDS as a direct result of Gary Willard Hambright alone and his ravages. So when it comes to the death that was suffered by these children, we're speaking about it as if I were someone similar to a individual who had worked at a death camp and we're giving people a guided tour. It was very similar to that, and for that reason, that morphogenic element, that biogenetic element within myself would have to come out to the fore. And but I'm so heartened. I'm very heartened that certainly JoJo saw that in this lifetime and in this as certainly somebody who has inherited many of my biological father's attributes, I'm certainly glad that she sees the positive and the potential for positive to further be brought forth in this life. I've certainly done the best that I could, despite my faults, which are many. But thank you, honey.
Douglas, I would also add to this that, we can see this potential in you, but I don't see it coming from any of the other places that you might expect, hope, or want it from. Certainly not from the United States government.
No. No.
Certainly not from the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Certainly not from any of its competing churches, not from the Islamic sector, not from the Masonic sector, not from almost any sector. Do I see the potential?
Thank you. So true.
No, I don't see it. So it's not to say that it can't, but or from the New Age sector.
Thank you. And that's an important point too. Yes. Neither New Age nor disclosure as a movement is really presenting a constructive, positive response to this horror. Yes.
Well, this is, because this is the truth. Know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. There are certain truths here that should be faced, confronted, and then we can get beyond them once we face them and confront them. It's not like we have to sit there and, learn every detail of Michael Aquino's horrors.
That's an important point. That's an important point.
Want to move beyond it, but we can't move beyond it until we get through it.
Yes.
And this is the problem. And by the way, there are accommodations at the Presidio. I was talking to you about certain ones. Certain ones are apartments, but they're in very San Francisco style. Like, you can go to the Presidio and start presidio.gov and look at their these accommodations. And as I say, in very San Francisco style, they don't list the price. Finally, when you look at the make reservations, they're like $500 a night to stay on the base at Presidio. It's a luxury. I don't want to call it a luxury. It's apartment. It's a complete apartment. It's big. Not luxury because it's a military base. I don't consider that luxury.
I was about to say.
It's very nice. And at first I said, who in the hell would want to stay in the Presidio? Well, there is a certain appeal to it because you would be staying in a nice accommodation, and you could be, it's not like staying in the city of San Francisco where you're going to be walking out in the street, elbowing all sorts of different people. Here you're going to be in a pastoral setting. So I can understand, first I couldn't say, who in the hell would want to stay here? Well, I can see why you might want to stay here if you just wanted to be in a park-like setting. It could be very relaxing compared to the rest of San Francisco. But, you know, and those who could afford $500 a night, I'd really like to know who stays at these places. I'd be very curious.
I would as well. I personally would imagine that they're empty the majority of the time. I did point out to both Jojo and Peter the hostel buildings where they kept the GIs who were transitional, who were mercenaries, who were using the MAC, the MAC, the Military Airlift Command, because for people who don't know, if you're in the military for a number of years and, you know, retire with or simply are discharged with honorable or at least acceptable ratings, you're not dishonorable, in other words, which is very few people anyway, other than political cases like mine. But you're allowed to use the Military Airlift Command the rest of your life, where you pay pennies on the dollar. Literally, it's almost free to fly around the world wherever the U.S. has military bases, which is all around the world. You could fly to places like in the middle of Kazakhstan or in the middle of Thailand or anywhere you like. And then you just ride in a cargo, you know, keep where you're in the cargo plane, and then you know, are uncomfortable and sitting with your ass on the floor, but who the hell cares? And you get a ride to a different country. And this is how they maintain mercenary work and assassins throughout the world. And they would sleep in these hostels that were, you know, you'd go in there and half the people would be there on contract to kill somebody in San Francisco. And so that's where I was sent to get people to, a whole team together to kill then presidential candidate William Jefferson Clinton. I mean, that was the scandal, one of the scandals, aside, you know, compounding what had happened with the children, that shut down the base, was that abortive assassination attempt. So there we have that. And oh my God, you know, we only have a few minutes left to be graced by JoJo's presence. She'll be joining us next week. With your permission, JoJo, you can tell me privately and message later if there's any convenient time in the day to call. I'm afraid to call at any given time because I know how busy you are with your clients and with your, and everything. So, you know, you can just tell me in the message box later, you know, when there might be any time that is better than others. But and
I feel for you because you don't even get off transmission till what?
Yeah, well, tonight will be later than usual because we started later, so I can actually take this instead of 4 a.m. in the morning Pacific Daylight Time. I'll be off at about 5 in the morning this time. In fact, our man Peter will definitely be up by then. He'll probably join me in the morning for the last
I've got to get up early tomorrow because I'm going into the city.
Okay.
But I want to say, I did listen to the George Knight transmission when he joined you in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And he was mentioning how all of this perspective on the, probability of life occurring.
Yes.
Outside the Earth is, there's a miracle and whatnot.
Yes.
The information he was talking about was coming up, he mentioned from MIT and Rand. Uh-huh. Sperry Rand. Uh-huh. This is all, these people were Montauk Project all over the place. Mm-hmm. So I'm saying it was ironic, it was interesting.
Yeah.
That Rand and MIT were the academic think tanks.
Oh, the reason that he was bringing that up was because what George Knight does is he goes through a lot of what I have said. And so when he relates that, he's relating what I related, and he's doing his best to go beyond that. And so he's followed up.
No, that's fine. I understand that. Yeah. It's fine. Yeah. I'm just saying that's Montauk Project Databank.
Yeah, got it. No, got it. Yeah, and
that's the only comment. It's like it's just a comment. Coincidence. It's like so many things come back to Montauk, and Montauk and the Presidio are sister sites in their own way. Very much. Yes. Very much. That was my comment because I was up at 8 o'clock in the morning or whatever the other day listening to it last Monday morning.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and certainly, might go a bit more into that just to let people know that certainly take into account what Peter's saying, and it's important. Understand many of these people who are involved with these think tanks. They're obviously. They've been subjected to their own degree of programming, many of them. So that's not to be discounted. So Jojo, before you take your leave of us tonight, say goodnight to our audience. Let people know. Oh, please let people know where they can find your newsletter and subscribe, as well as you, Peter. Both of you tell everyone where about your newsletters and how people can subscribe to them, and about Peter. Tell them about Sky Books, while Jojo, you go first. Ladies first. You tell them not only about your newsletter, but tell them how they can contact you for Ascension. I mean, that's what we would call it, right?
Yeah. So it's ascensiontogether.org, and you can hit subscribe right on the homepage for the newsletter. If you do feel called to the Heart of God meditation, please go to the contact page, and you can send me a message right on that contact page. I'm happy to send that to anyone who wants that for free.
That's wonderful. Yeah. Anything else you want people to know about, or any other contact numbers or points?
No, everything is on there. Even for therapy, there's a box to schedule a discovery call at their convenience, along within my schedule, and it's pretty user friendly. But thank you so much for tuning in tonight and supporting Douglas, and I'll be back on with you all next week.
Oh, bless you, honey. Love you dearly.
Love you.
Beyond expression. And Peter, now follow up, please. Tell us about
Well,
yourself.
yes, I have a newsletter by subscription. You can go to skybooks.usa.com to subscribe to the newsletter, or you can buy Douglas Dietrich's book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. skybooks.usa.com. Also, I encourage people to visit the Time Travel Education Center, which is timetraveleducationcenter.com. That's all for me. I'll be with you on Sunday.
Yes, and we look forward to that. Oh, of course, you and I will probably speak privately before then, hopefully, just for the fun of it, if nothing else. And we love you.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, share that love with Paula. Good night.
Yeah.
Hugs. And that was, of course, Peter Moon. And by the way, if there's anyone who can come on with myself right now, you're more than welcome for a few minutes at least. I mean, oh my God. There we are. He's back. Oh, you didn't say you were back. Are you all right?
I just got down to drawing this thing again. It's obsessing me. I can't let it go. It's okay. So what I have now is, I have Kemetile, I have Itael, well, Kemetile, Cumantiel, as Aquino called it. I have Belial, I have Ein Sof, Ein Sofor, and Ein. And then I also decided to add Nimian Leonis, Abraxas, and of course Nuit. And of course Da'ath is in the middle of all three trees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And of course Tiamat's also in there.
Well, understand, of course, that it's not how I understood it, but let's put it this way: this is the challenge that you're dealing with, and see if you can bring on Sammy Romero or anybody else, or Daniel Arola. And,
yes.
Yeah, or anybody you can think of, even Penny Bradley for a few minutes at least. And then I'll consider maybe speaking a little bit on this topic, because obviously this is kind of like handing a loaded gun to a child. And
I'm not a child.
No, you're worse. At any rate, but
that is not the impression I wanted to give you. Oh my gosh.
No, I mean, take that, it's not a negative or positive thing. It is what it is. You're worse than a child because you're far more dangerous, okay? in terms of you
Oh,
actually.
me?
Well,
No,
yes,
I'm
yes.
harmless.
Oh God! Oh God! You're seething. You're seething. You're seething. That's the issue at hand here. And so you've already, and just so people appreciate this about you, you're already quite powerful. You're very empowered because you work at it. And the problem would be direction and focus and fine tuning that or polishing it. That's not something I am going to be responsible for directly. So I do my best to work around the topic and to kind of cover it in the most generic sense, strategic, if you will. And this is kind of like talking to someone who's this Rambo character who has this full arsenal of blades and guns and rocket launchers. And so you speak grand strategy so as to simply not have it be immediately applicable to this individual operationally. And so...
Come on, I'm not. Am I that bad?
Well, you're dangerous in the sense that I'm not judging you, and you know that. You're dangerous in the sense that you are motivated by a lot of anger and rage. And this has gone to apocalyptic levels of...
I haven't done anything apocalyptic in years. Okay, I mean,
you still speak on that. You still speak on that tone.
Yes. It's just venting. It's just venting. Come on.
I understand that. I understand that. But things work out in time. It's you understand that.
What exactly are you telling me?
Well, I'm telling you, you may yet get that out of me. Okay, you'll probably get
some pussy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying that all the apocalyptic stuff I casted spells for is going to happen. That's not what I really wanted to hear.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, I should hope none of the stuff I casted for that were really big things does happen, because I wouldn't want that to happen. It was at the time a mode of self-expression more than anything, rather than an actual desire to make these things manifest.
I understood, but also understand that I understand because I've been there. I've been there, right? I've told you this. Yeah, you remember, It's kind of like when I'm talking to Penny Bradley, and the biggest problem that we have with Penny Bradley is, and let's put it this way, come on everybody, listen to me, and you can hear her say this. If you ever hear when I'm on with Penny Bradley has said this. She's come on this platform and she says, "You think I'm delusional. You think I'm delusional." And I'll tell her, look, that's not what I said. I say that's not what I said, and then I'll tell her, look, I give you a platform, but then I'll of course, between everybody, look, she's on this program, and I tell her and I tell everybody, look, the way I handle her is I interpret her memories as cascade memories, and that she's like the product of something that's been very intensive, but she's not lying. She's relating what she feels has happened to her and what she knows has happened to her. That would be the better way to express it. She knows this happened to her, and so she's not lying. It's just that I have to deal with it in my way, and my way of dealing with it is I feel that this has happened to her, but these are cascade memories. And these cascade memories are very intensive. And oh my goodness, she responded. Oh, okay.
So from what I grasped, the issue is that I am not at the level of coolness and maturity yet to be able to handle the information, and that I can accept.
Thank you. It's kind of like that. We'll get there.
I had to kind of channel it from L himself.
There'll be a time for it.
There we are. It's our man Daniel has joined us. Thank goodness. And so
Daniel needs some pussy, man.
Yeah, that's right. We need to get you laid first. How about
man?
I probably shouldn't say this publicly, but there is someone I have my eyes on. Unfortunately, I don't want it to be a kind of conflict of interest thing, because it's I'm the doofus who always winds up. Oh my gosh, how do I say it? I always have a tendency to be completely sexually turned on by women I know for a fact would be a conflict of interest of me dealing with, because
we're all that way.
Yeah, we're all like
Okay,
that.
so that's a guy thing.
We're all that way. Oh yeah, it's definitely typical guy.
Okay.
We all go through that shit.
But by the way, Diane Hillis-Buchberger has shared something with me about our lady Penny Winkle Bradley. She tells me that she is not the way I'm perceiving her. She tells me my perception is my perception. She says that Penny is multidimensional. Okay, I like that. Okay, that's fine. See, I like that. That we can work with that. Penny's multidimensional, but you know, many women are. Yeah.
And Penny does admit to that much from the conversations I've had with her, and yeah, I've been able to share and work with to speak to her about things that I think even you would find kind of crazy, but you know that I am convinced are sort of is sort of the case, which is the fact that what everyone calls God is a sort of simulation designed by something else plural, that we are all stuck in this simulation, and that's just, well, I'll leave it at that.
I hope you derive comfort from that. This reminds me of kind of like, you know, there was the individuals who, remember when I was on Revolution Radio and they kept pushing the Jesus conspiracy book? There was something called, Caesar's Christ or Caesar's Jesus.
Messiah. Caesar's Messiah.
Caesar's Messiah. Thank you. I never could have gotten that out without you. I keep thinking of it as Caesar's Jesus, which sounds really fucking stupid.
I just forgot who the author is.
Right.
But I've listened to him before.
Oh my God, no point in remembering it. But you know, anyhow, there was this book called Caesar's Messiah that they kept pushing, and which is basically the thesis is, and our man Daniel can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but basically the thesis is derivative, essentially plagiarizes to a great degree the Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and the what was it called? The Passover plot. The Passover plot. So this is the kind of shit that is also pushed by the people that we've learned to hate, that we once trusted in to a degree, because they employed so many attractive young black girls. What was the coordinate?
Oh, yes, the Far Sight Institute. Those assholes.
Which is ultimately run by this old white guy who had a fetish for young black girls.
Yeah, I really started to hate him because I really started to hate him because I wanted to bang some of those broads, but I know that I wouldn't be able to, because I know that those are the type, because there are types of black women who are only desiring to fuck white guys. It's just sort of a slave thing. But then again, I was told by Miguel Andujar that there are white women who only want to fuck black guys.
Yeah, of course. But
they wear this thing called a spade, Queen of Spades tattoo. So I'm going to look for that in Manhattan.
Cool. Daniel, to join in the conversation. Let Daniel talk.
J-Mo,
yeah.
Here's a fact that I must share with you about women. Yeah. The presence of a beautiful woman, it never fails. It ignites stupid behavior in men. So as long as you know that, you can make sure to be less stupid, and at least make it memorable.
Yes. I mean, and by the way, there's nothing wrong with being stupid. It's okay to be stupid. I mean,
it'll help you grow.
Yes.
Well, the problem is that the stupid guys seem to get all the nookie.
Those aren't just what you're trying to. Yeah, I'm sorry. Take it from there, Daniel.
And these are usually the fat slobs who look like shit, and these are usually the guys I want to beat up every time.
Because they're supposed to be that's
stupid assholes.
Yeah. Yes.
And
I mean, all of us go through it. We even if we try to be calm, it gets worse. It just when you're in the presence of a woman that you like, that you want so bad, your logical grounding, it's not going to be watching your back. It doesn't have your six, so you already better be grounded.
But that doesn't happen to me. That's why I'm broken, man. I don't have the man dumb gene.
I'm just saying that. And
this is screwing up my chances for getting women, because women look at me and they're like, "Oh, he's gay."
No. They look at you and then they see you try and kind of curl up into yourself like a cockroach when it's dying and grasping at the air. And they say, "Oh, this guy's just closed. He's closed off." Right, Daniel? Come on, help me out here, Daniel.
Right? even with all the experience that I have, I still get stupid nervous around a beautiful woman if I want her. You know, it just takes some it just takes a good dose of cool, you know, to have to keep you grounded so that you don't get too stupid. And if you do get stupid, it better be memorable that she likes too.
Yes, yes.
Okay, here's when I have to ask questions. All right, say I am attracted to a woman, right? And you know, she's attracted to me. How do I reciprocate that attraction without coming across like, hey, what the fuck?
By the way, Daniel, do me a favor when you answer. Get your mouth really close to your microphone because your voice is really far off and soft, okay? So get in real close and shout. Thank you.
All right, JMO, just smile at her. She will listen to your eyes. She will listen to the way you look at her. It does. You don't even have to say a damn thing. But if she knows that you can listen to her, that turns her on even more.
Okay, I'm going to write this on my hand. Because of tomorrow I have to go to therapy and I will wind up seeing that woman because she works there. And
well, the less you say, the better. Which means which shows that you can listen to her.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna write down. Listen.
Women like being listened to. I mean, it's like they'll tell you all kinds of shit, and the thing is, us guys want to fix the problem, but she doesn't want that. She just wants you to listen.
Okay, listen, smile with eyes. I at least was able to make the woman laugh. But I do see how that would be a conflict of interest because of the, you know, although it does happen, you know, professionally.
And women are very feeling creatures, and see they absorb the feeling that you emanate when you look at her, when you're present there. You know, they'll look for that confidence in you, and they'll reach for it if it's there.
Okay, so the confidence thing, that is going to be, damn, how am I going to be able to do the confidence thing without alcohol?
Start listening. They just want you to shut up and listen when they talk, and try not to fix anything, or try not to offer to fix anything, because you will get tempted to.
Okay, so how do I ask questions without sounding like I'm interrogating? That's another thing.
Ask her what's challenging about what she does for a living, something like that. You know, when she talks about her challenges or something she loves or hates, she's going to tell you who she is. You know, and it's not going to be through her words, but through her expression and her interpretation, according to the question you ask her. That's the kind of conversation you can have with a woman when you can listen to her. You know, you're really getting to know her.
Yeah, that I would like to do. I mean, maybe I'll ask her what made her choose that profession, and you know, just keep listening from there, and just that's a good idea. Why the hell didn't I? Fuck! Oh man, I blew it. Oh my gosh!
And the thing is, you never have to be in a hurry. You just listen patiently.
Oh God, the problem is I fucking ramble and I get on this intellectual trip and it just fucks everything up. This is why smart guys never get laid. It really is. And I take your laughter to mean that pretty much acknowledges what I'm saying. It's true.
Well, I mean, I've done it too. You know, when you start to feel comfortable enough to start gabbing, then you're likely to end up in the friend zone, and I've been there too.
Well, I mean, as long as the friend zone still comes with benefits. I mean, that's a good place to be. I should certainly hope we're not turning the listeners off to any of this. I'm just trying to learn how to become a normal human male, because I was somehow born, I would say, sexually retarded. for lack of a better word.
There's a certain type of badness that draws a woman when she knows the man that can actually listen to whatever the fuck she's saying, even if it's the most annoying, irritating shit, and you just nod at her, and you just keep looking at her. I mean, it's a very, very, very challenging task, because your ego is like chomping at the bits to want to, to want to jump out of the cage and do something about it. But you gotta keep that in the corner.
I see. This is very interesting. So, okay, let me throw out a scenario. So, say I'm walking down the city. I'm like walking down the area, like a park and whatnot. Got my headphones on, book bag. I'm gonna do some artsy shit, And I see some hot, white chick who probably has a cuckold husband or something, or probably is into seeing her do things with other guys or whatnot. Anyway, let's say she gives me a smile or something. What do I do from there? Do I smile back?
When you smile back, you smile, letting her know that you're satisfied with yourself, because she can sense that.
Okay, self-satisfied smile. I'm writing this shit down. Self-satisfied smile. So
because that's a sign of confidence that will trigger a woman's attention.
So confidence then would be the satisfaction with oneself.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like a sign of saying, hey, you're content, you love yourself, you're comfortable, with yourself and about yourself, things like that. You have the smile of satisfaction that she can feel when she sees it. At the same time, you look at her.
That's going to require me to be the complete opposite of what I really am. Interesting. That's going to be
this will help you grow exponentially.
Yes. Who knows? After this, I might be able to get a job as an actor, because that's exactly what this entails.
Well, you got to look for it. So yeah, I can see the potential.
Okay, so just for a second here, so that people are emailing myself wondering what the hell I'm doing. They're asking me if I'm jacking off to what obviously has to be the worst phone sex I've ever heard in my fucking life. But I do want people to understand, no, that's not what's happening. I am actually finishing my meals, my home-delivered meal, delivered by Meals on Wheels, which is run by the Institute on Aging, which happens to own the fucking library that I used to work at in the Presidio. Very bizarre. The world is just, the synchronicities in my life are bizarre, and in everybody's life. By the way,
this is the reason why I say Nyar Lepetet has to have had a hand in the creation of the physical world. I mean, to some degree, the creator God had to have worked with the anti-gods at some point.
You would almost think that there is a perversity in the universe and the way it works. Honestly, I'm we can go into that philosophically another time, but Diane Hillis-Buchberger says that all of this is reassuring. She says there's nothing wrong with being stupid, LOL, laugh out loud, and understand that, yes, it's, if you're a man, the one thing that men have got to get over is the fear and that horrible violent reaction they have when women laugh at them. So there was a comic strip that said it all once. It was just 3 simple squares in the comic strip, and it was one woman saying, no, it was the man speaking first, and no, it was a woman speaking first. She said, I'm afraid men will kill me. And then the man was speaking next in the next square and said, I'm afraid women will laugh at me. And the next square, maybe it was 4 squares now that I remember, in 4 panels is what you call it in the storyboard, 4 panels in the comic. And the next panel, the woman said, they're suddenly in the same frame together. The woman said, laughing, that's so fucking stupid. And then the man turned around with a big butcher knife and said, die, bitch! I mean, that's exactly how men respond to this sort of laughter that women have at them. But understand, that, I made a fool of myself any number of times publicly and openly in front of women on my program. And look, it's like, so what? I mean, that's what happens. It's no big deal. And men have to learn to really laugh at themselves, and that, you're not really here for everyone to take you seriously. I mean, after all, to put this in a rather morbidly humorous light, I mean, if you listen to what JoJo just said when she saw me at the Presidio and basically saw Hitler in me, except it was like love bomb Hitler or something. I mean, I certainly appreciate where she's coming from, but there's obviously a humor to be had in that.
Honestly, Hitler was an artist, though, so that's pretty apropos.
Thank you.
Yeah, he has some decent work.
Yes,
I mean, I don't understand where the public gets this conception that he's this evil, hateful man, because that's not what he was.
No. Thank you.
If anything, that's what Churchill and FDR personified.
No, I appreciate what you're saying. I mean, believe me, I'm with you 100% on that, and I do want people to understand that I will try my best to express that in later transmissions. No need to overdwell on it tonight, but I think people know. Well, maybe it's impossible for some people to know where we're coming from with that, but I think enough people do to make it count. And the important thing to understand is the one thing I will never do is deny, of course, the amount of violence and destruction that was affiliated with my biological father's conquests, but at the same time, I do my best to contextualize them. And in terms of what we're in need of now, we're in need of that kind of energy to deal with the challenges we're dealing with now. Now, if the awful people that had run the Allied world had not been there at that time, with all of the power that they had at their disposal, which was entire colonies of literally billions of people in the British Raj of India, Americas, working with communist China, etc., then the response of the Axis in turn would never have had to have been so incredibly violent. This is not a rationalization. This is simply a fact. I will be the first to say that actually, if my biological father had stayed upon the surface world and had extended his conquests in a manner that the stupid allies would have perceived that he had quote-unquote won, then, in other words, if he had conquered vast tracts of territory on the surface world and imposed himself, I would be the first to say, yes, millions more would have died at his hand than had died historically. And still, it would have come nowhere near what the Allies have done in terms of the millions and millions of people that they have killed, particularly through the communist states. What the communist states have done is incredible in terms of body count. So and in the end, people will start splitting hairs and say, well, in the end, does it matter the number of deaths as opposed to the quality of the deaths? In other words, they'll say that somehow that the Holocaust as perpetrated by the National Socialists was qualitatively worse, quote unquote, than what ultimately happened with mass death through labor camps and gulags and collectivization and all the horrors of communism. At that point, you're simply unreal. At that point, you're simply out of your fucking mind. In the end, it's going to be you come down to a body count, which is going to be the person who kills less. And yes, ultimately, it is fascism that kills less than communism. But the Allies chose communism. And the fascism, for no one can deny this historically, was a response to communism. So there we have that. That being said, gotten out of the way for now as just kind of like a basic platform for future contextualization and edification. The one thing that was brought to my attention before I turn it back to these two gentlemen who are helping me buy time to finish getting enough calories in me to last through the rest of the night. Somebody had asked, oh my God, what was it? Oh yes, Chris Collins was bringing up Caesar's Messiah that came after, and people might remember this on Revolution Radio. extra big ass fries. He says this was the worst
Yeah.
promo ever. Was Caesar's Messiah came right after extra big ass fries that they would promote. I don't know if you remember that, don't you? Both of you gentlemen, or
Yeah, I do.
you do.
Yeah, it was fucking stupid.
Thank you. And then, but my point about Caesar's Messiah that I was making was that, and I will credit one of the most annoying individuals on earth, but what was his name? Help me out here, gentlemen. You guys can help me out. On Coast to Coast AM, on Sundays, they brought in this poor son of a bitch who ultimately had to quit. He was a priest, basically. Not a priest, but a preacher, a deacon, like, a Protestant minister or something. So, and he, like, did Sundays or Saturdays. Sundays or Saturdays. I think he did Sundays, of all things. Sundays, and that was
are you serious?
yeah, and he was the guy who, like, he was nobody liked him, unfortunately, because he was like he just didn't get it. He read all the books that he would bring the guys on to interview. He would read their books, which of course you're never supposed to do. The point is that you're supposed to interview people ignorant of what the book is, but I can't remember the guy's name for the life of me. But he was he would take my calls a lot. He was very accommodating for a long while until Halloween. Till basically there was a Halloween night when I called in and talked to this one woman who had been a minor actress on the original Halloween. I can't remember which role she played even. Fuck. It was like it wasn't the Curtis chick. Wasn't Jamie Lee Curtis. It was some like minor babysitter who got killed in the original Halloween or something. And but she was brought on and interviewed by this guy, and I brought up Mustafa Akkad, which, for those of you who don't know, by the way, Mustafa Akkad was basically he was Levantine, meaning he was probably Lebanese or Palestinian, and he directed the Wind and the Lion, which starred Sean Connery, and he was the man who wrote Halloween. He's the guy who wrote the plot. And so our man Daniel Roll is very familiar with this, and as is John Warrington in particular. Shout out to John Warrington. And so Mustafa Akkad really wrote the plot for a movie about a young Muslim who was committing an honor murder. In other words, it was a young Muslim who sees his sister just enter a room with a man before marriage and assumes the worst, that she's a slut, and she doesn't even spend enough time in that room with the man for anything to happen, but he winds up killing her simply because he's driven by this asinine interpretation of Islam. And so when he tried to sell that, he couldn't sell it in the Muslim world. Everybody said, if we put this into a film, the fundamentalists will bomb the theaters and they'll target us for fatwa or religious murder. Ian Punnett. Thank you. That was the name of the guy. Ian Punnett. Chris Collins gave it to me. I could never have gotten that out without you, Chris Collins. Thank you. He said, Ian Punnett. That's it. He's got it. That was the guy's name, Ian Punnett. And so Ian Punnett was interviewing this half-baked, minor actress. When I brought that up about Mustafa Akkad, and I said, so what he did was he took the script in America and he just Americanized it. And he did it to the point where he had the kid, instead of putting on a Muslim, wrap around the head, basically a shema, or various other, facial coverings that, or even a baklava, like a ski mask. Basically, instead of doing something like that, I made a joke like that once where this one white guy knew, named Floyd Buckland. He had gone to North Africa and he was talking about, I tried to sneak into Mecca like the original white explorers, where, you kind of disguise yourself as a Muslim and go in among the Muslims and see sacred Mecca, and he said, so I was trying to get adapted to wearing the local traditional garb. And I said, yeah, what was that? A ski mask and a Kalishnikov? But, even I'm capable of racist jokes, okay? And I do apologize for that. I still feel guilty over that. I'm so sorry. Apologies to Salman Sheikh, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. But at any rate, instead of that, Mustafa Akkad had the white kid put on a William Shatner mask turned inside out, and thus Michael Myers was born. Yeah,
Remember that story?
right. Yeah, and so here you got this character that Mustafa Akkad created, and then unfortunately, what had happened to Mustafa Akkad was he was later targeted for religious assassination for just this reason, and he was with his daughter at a wedding when a husband and wife suicide bomber team came in. The wife pulled the cord on her vest and it didn't blow up. And the husband pushed her down to the ground, stepped over her, pulled the cord on his vest, and he blew up. And Mustafa Akkad and his daughter at the wedding died, as well as many other people. So that happened to the man who created Michael Myers, because the Muslims knew that this was a play on Muslim honor killings. Your first sexualized, sexually repressed, projecting serial killer. And so for all of those of you who don't know, Michael Myers was the first of all the slashers, and Michael Myers was based on Muslim honor killing. So this is an Americanized Islamo-fundamentalist phenomena in all your slasher films of the horny teenagers getting killed by repressive sexual repressive fundamentalist religion, essentially, appearing as a demon come for retribution or whatever. So,
hey Douglas,
yeah.
Speaking of movies, do you think the Hunger Games was kind of like a soft sell on communism?
No. I've done several transmissions on that in the past. I'll go into that soon. Since you brought it up, I'll go into that again in a bit. But just to finish off this thought, the reason I brought up what I did about Michael Myers and Mustafa Akkad and all that, and Ian Punnett and the Caesar's Messiah was basically Ian Punnett was confronted at one point with a man calling up promoting Caesar's Messiah. And when Caesar's, this, what would you call them? The Caesar's Messiah cultist? It's a cult all its own, but their belief.
Jesus historian.
Yeah, it's you couldn't call him that. It's just a creep.
Because there's a string of those guys that have been striving to debunk New Testament stories and shit. And the Caesar's Messiah guy being one of them.
Thank you. And that's what that Farsight Institute was doing, was promoting this kind of crap. And so basically...
Oh, yeah. I've listened to that video, that crucifixion story.
Thank you.
Yeah, I actually listened to it years ago before I met you. And it was, I was listening to his shit. Then it's like, okay, this shit is either real or he has like a well-studied script.
Yeah. That's pretty much it. I mean, that guy, what he was doing was simply plagiarizing the two books, Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and the Passover Plot. I mean, those are the foundation for the entire, what is that, Da Vinci Code shit. That's the Da Vinci Code shit is such a plagiarism. It's simply a fictionalization of a fiction, because Passover Plot and the Holy Blood, Holy Grail are both claiming to be nonfiction. But basically what they're saying is that, you see, Jesus Christ had a twin brother, and then what happened was they faked his crucifixion so that they could say Christ died and then got up again. But then it's like, so did one of them have to die so that the other guy could fake, come back and say, hey, I'm alive, and that one of the brothers volunteered to die just to carry out a hoax? I mean, this is so fucking stupid.
they even kind of made Judas into a hero.
Yes. Which, by the way, is not too... I mean, somebody had to do it, or there wouldn't be a crucifixion, and then there wouldn't be a religion, right? I mean, so in a sense, you can see a kind of logic there. I mean, that's not so bad. It's almost as if, to tell you the truth, I've often suggested that Jesus essentially gave Judas the go-ahead to betray him, so that in that sense, Judas made the greatest sacrifice of all, so that he volunteered to be hated throughout history. That would be the most Christian thing of all, the most Christian kind of sacrifice. So that something could be carried out to prove the divinity of his master. But go on.
I also remember listening to Andrew Basiago several years ago talking about having either remote viewed or time traveled back to the crucifixion
Well,
of
everybody
Christ.
does. Oh fuck! I'm not. I'm not surprised he said that, but I didn't know that. I didn't know that. But when I hear that, I'm not surprised. I'm also instead disappointed because it's so predictable. But thank you for sharing that. That's another point I want to bring up before I go back to eating, and leaving these two guys on stage. Then I'll come back.
That is such a new age trope.
It's
oh man.
Oh, it's I don't know if that's I don't know if it's new age, but it's sleazy. It's sleazy as fuck. It's just But in terms of like that's a point I want to make about Passaggio. But to close the point with Caesar's Messiah and Ian Punnett, so this creep called Ian Punnett and gave him the whole Caesar's Messiah bullshit trip. Christ was created by Caesar, so Caesar could create a religion to gain control of his people. His diverse and multi-religious community would be homogenized into a single Christian cult. And that nothing could have been further from true.
He sells himself off as a historian by talking about it.
There you go. There you go. That kind of crap. Yeah. But this creep who called Ian Punnett, this was just a caller, a convert to that belief system. And when he articulated that, Ian Punnett said the one thing that basically summed it all up. He just basically responded. You're talking about Ian Punnett graduated from seminary, for Christ's sakes. You're talking about a man, for what it's worth. For those of you who don't know, seminary is all about theological questioning. You're not there.
Yes.
If you're in a real seminary, people, you're not there to join in fellowship. You're not there to all get together in kumbaya and we love Christ. That's not what a seminary is. It's all about really tearing your faith apart. Seminaries are people who retain faith after having it dissected to death. So it's like being a psychiatrist or a psychologist. You will be hyperanalyzed and vivisected mentally before you get through it. And just for that, you deserve some level of respect. Now, you may be an evil son of a bitch who manipulates people because it is, that's the experience might be so traumatic and damaging that you wind up doing more harm than good. So I'm not saying all the people who come out of that are saints at all. Many of them may be pedophiles who come out of these places, psychiatry, psychology. Yeah, go on.
Back in the Philippines, the high schools for boys that are studying to become priests, that's what they call it there, the seminaries.
Yeah. Thank you. And what do you feel about them? Do you feel that the product is worthwhile?
Well, I knew a few guys that did go there that they sincerely enrolled to want to become a priest, and years later when I find them on Facebook, none of them ended up as priests. They just ended up with families.
That's funny.
And so I asked him, so what? I thought you guys were like becoming priests. He goes, well, I realized I love pussy too much.
There we are. It's the dick. They followed their dick.
Now the thing is, some of them they've told me in confidence that when they went to study at the seminary, a lot of it was kind of like what you described. They were just kind of torn apart from the inside, as if something else was replaced in their body.
There we are. Thank you.
Like they were raped.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. By the way, it's not a fun experience. I mean, you go through these things. You're truly tested to the limit. There's a reason for that, and only if you're truly dedicated are you going to make it through. And so with all due respect, Ian Punnett made it through that, and so. When he was confronted with his creep, you're talking about somebody who just reads a book and then becomes a true believer, this kind of casual cultist sort of thing, and yet their conviction is so strong they're willing to preach it and potentially kill or die for it. But so when this guy called him up and told him the Caesar's Messiah bullshit spiel, what Ian Punnett said was, I hope that gives you comfort. That was what he said. I hope that gives you comfort. So in other words, what that shows the guy up for is when he calls up and says, with this conviction and with this passion and with this need to convert others to this concept that Christ didn't die on the cross and that he and his twin brother scammed the world and that all of this was based on Caesar trying to gain control over the Roman population and it's been controlling you ever since. I mean, you know, how does that, you know, what does that do for you? So,
do you think?
Yeah,
do you think Sean Stone feels the same way when he converted to Islam?
Sean Stone was just fuck. There was all kinds of factors of that. Oh fuck. He was like I said, he had this chick who was like, what was her name again? Fucking what was that chick's name? Who was sicked on him and the guy who was running.
Yeah, her and Ventura, him and Ventura.
Yeah, Jesse Ventura. Yeah, and
I can't remember her name.
Yeah, and she was the one who claimed that Max Spears had beaten her and shit, and it was like, but anyhow, so we'll remember it later. It's no big deal, but you know, we don't need to remember it at all. But it's just fun to remember these things are important in a sense, only so that people understand we're not just rambling completely. But when it came to Sean Stone, basically he had been so traumatized by her. And he'd been so you know, traumatized by everything falling apart with conspiracy theory and his life that he was I shouldn't even say it. I knew him enough where his biggest problem was he couldn't get laid. Everybody thought he was gay. Okay, that was his biggest problem, is that everybody thought he was gay. He couldn't get laid. So he joined that Islamic sex cult, and the person to explain all that to you would be Salman Sheikh, because Salman Sheikh could describe that guy. That it was this Turkish sex cult where the guy was claiming to be a Muslim kind of guru and shit.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
There we are. Yeah, and that's Sean Stone was joining that cult because that's the only way he could get laid.
That explains it. So he used the faith so that he could just get some nookie.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I thought Sean Stone had a decent voice for broadcasting. Now, if only he was actually cool as his voice sounded, then you know, then there might have been some integrity where he could, you know, be a pussy magnet.
It was he could have been if he just weren't so you know he just. Anyhow, he was pathetic.
He seems like a dumb dope. Though.
That's it. That's the problem. That's the problem.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't want to say that. Yeah. It's just.
Yeah.
I think what happened was that Ollie Stone was doing major drugs and through his sperm, you know, it's kind of like what happened with, it was Sylvester Stallone was all fucked up because he married several different women and every single one of them produced autistic children and shit. So, it's not all the different women that did that. 3 different women can't be autistic gene, material. It was all Sylvester, that.
Or maybe he did a movie in front of a nuclear reactor.
Yeah, it was something like that. And with most of these guys, yeah, go on. What was that?
I was gonna say it's probably because they keep calling them by the wrong name.
Yeah. Yeah. And with Ollie Stone, what happened was Oliver Stone was probably doing major drugs, and I think his sperm was impacted, and that Sean got the tail end of that. It was just awful. Sean came out damaged because his daddy did too much dope. That's what I think fucking happened. I mean, that's a fact because you look at his dad now, running around with Putin and shit. Though I gave people all the background behind that before. That did involve Aquino. But anyhow, Chris Collins.
Serious compromise.
Yeah, his dad's compromised. But beyond that, his dad's, brain damaged. And I'm sure he passed that on to Sean just through all with his dad, he's brain damaged because of drug abuse. With Sean, it's just his daddy's sperm was all fucked. It was all 2-tailed and 2-headed and shit, and it was all wriggling around in circles, and whichever one made it to the egg, it just, and the funny thing was, from his mother, Sean came out looking good. I mean, he looked like a 1960s or 70s, like one of the fucking Bee Gees and shit. You would have thought he was like one of the Hardy Boys from the old 70s series or something like that. Yeah. All feathered, feathered hair like they had back in the early 80s and shit, where all the men had feathered hair. Yes, that was Sean Stone. Yeah, he could have gone back in a time machine. It would have been a big hit. Yeah, like Chris Collins said, Sean seemed like a handsome enough guy. Yeah, but yeah, all the girls thought he was gay. I mean, that's what he kept saying. And so he had to join a cult to get laid. Pathetic. Anyhow, Chris Collins says, I never got the impression that Ian was involved with the whole alien cult phenomena infesting the majority of Coast to Coast. No, he was not. And that was pretty much why they got rid of him. That nobody really liked him because, you know, the problem was you're not supposed to read the fucking book. Nobody cares that you know what's in the book, Ian. But Ian would go on and tell everybody, yeah, I read the book. And here's what's in the book. Here's what's in the book. And then, you know, the guys interviewing would sit there and say, well, what have you got me on for, right? Obviously, you don't need me. I mean, shit.
I think I remember that episode.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, that sounds so familiar. I was laughing my ass off when that happened.
Thank you.
The guy was like, "What do you need me for then?"
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's pretty much it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but it was that and what ruined my relationship with him because I would call in all the time. He'd take the calls and he'd be very gracious. What ruined it was that Halloween chick. So when I called in and talked about Mustafa Akkad, she just said, oh, you live in your own little world. I don't know what world you're living in, but it's not reality. And I'm like thinking, you know, here's what happened. When Mustafa Akkad got killed, then that creep, John Carpenter, that was John Carpenter, right? Correct me if I'm wrong on this. Carpenter wrote the musical score, right? For Halloween and shit?
I'm not sure.
It's John Carpenter, okay. So what happened was John Carpenter effectively stole everything. He basically, since Mustafa Akkad was dead and couldn't do anything, John Carpenter took over and basically claimed he pretty much made Halloween, for those of you who don't know. Let me look that up and just make sure, because I don't want to be defaming the wrong guy, even though John Carpenter is pretty much a piece of shit. I'm sure that I got it right, but let me see. I just heard of ding, so that might be a message coming in from the, where is that coming from? But anyhow, so let's look up John Carpenter Halloween. And yeah, he pretty much took the credit for everything. He had written the musical score, but he claimed that he pretty much wrote the script too and everything else. And so people who follow up on this, they can prove everything I'm saying is true. So let's see, John Carpenter Halloween. Yeah, there we are. See, it was... so basically what happened was when it came out in 1978, they say directed and scored by John Carpenter, but the producer and the man who wrote the script was Mustafa Akkad. And if you look this up, you know, John Carpenter Halloween, or you look up, you're never going to find Mustafa Akkad unless you really look. That's the horror. So that's the horror story. So it's John Carpenter basically stole it all. So when I called in to Ian Punnett and this woman, whose name I don't even remember, because, again, she was a minor actress in the first film, and I thought you would understand because, you know, I'll tell you something about this woman. I remember her background, and I don't remember her name. I knew that her parents raised her in North Africa, and so I knew she spoke Arabic. And so when I brought this up, I thought you would relate and appreciate it, but no, she got totally offended and assumed this error, and I realized this cunt must have been sleeping with John Carpenter, and he's probably promising her a few extra roles in future films or something, but she probably slept with him to get that role she had in the first film back in 1978, and she was probably hoping for a few more roles in future films, so she was going to play the John Carpenter did it all. So she was just saying I was defaming John Carpenter, which, by the way, anyone who does the background research on what I'm saying, they'll find out everything I'm saying is true. But there you have that. And that all being said, that at least is done with. We did with the Ian Punnett and the Halloween stuff, so people could at least get my point. The point was, I hope that gives you comfort, was basically what Ian Punnett said to the creep who called in with the Caesar's Messiah conspiracy cult theory. And that is the point to be made here. When you have some conspiracy theory like that, and that essentially becomes your faith, you're replacing your faith with that, basically. It's an anti-faith. You know, that's why Ian Punnett said what he said. How is that serving you? Is that giving you comfort? The people who serve the anti-gods get the comfort that they think they're going to rule the world with these anti-gods backing them up. But, you know, what do you get out of that conspiracy theory?
That's honestly what I never understood about that's what I can't grasp about them. I tend to have thought that the entire point of working with those sort of forces is to try to erase your existence entirely, but it doesn't sound like these people want to leave existence.
No, they
So
don't.
so them working with the anti-gods is completely antithetical to their megalomania.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. You see, hopefully people understand that Jameson sees through that, which is why I tolerate his outbursts, which at the
Well, yeah,
time,
I'm not trying to rule the world from some megalomaniac place. I just want my existence to be known.
and
That's all.
yeah, even that is discomforting. But moving right along, let's try and get him laid before he disappears. That's fine. And you know, even though I don't consider that my responsibility, and I certainly don't lose sleep over that at night. Fortunately, we
Well,
have Daniel Arola and many others like Sammy Romero who help Jameson. They're the best of the
well, my question is if we can philosophically analyze, like, would you want continuity of consciousness after death?
I'm not going to go there. we have there's I'm going to finish eating. Both of you guys keep talking. Talk about something beside what you just brought up. That wouldn't recommend that. That's not going to hold people's attention. I mean that's
Okay.
yeah.
Well, there is this very strange ass case going on in New York where this dude shot up like 16 people in a subway in Brooklyn.
Oh yeah.
After dropping a smoke canister. And so they originally said they were looking for a guy who was, okay, quote me, and I quote them on this, 5'5" and 170 pounds. The big fat ass black dude they got. he is not no 5'5" if you see him. He's towering above the other cops, and cops are pretty tall, beefy guys anyway, because that's why they're cops. You couldn't see them doing anything like precision welding or shit because they like break the fucking tools.
Is that conceivable that was a misprint? Like misprints happen.
No. This is interesting because when they first reported it, this is what they were saying: 5'5", 170 pounds. I was watching New York 1 when it happened yesterday. I was like, what the fuck? I was like telling myself, I ain't going to the city today then, because that motherfucker's still in the loose. And sure enough, where did they find him? In Manhattan, of course, of all places. Now, tell me if this makes any sense. This dude is from Philadelphia. He goes all the way from Philadelphia, goes to Ohio to buy a fucking firearm, comes all the way to New York to fire rounds in people, and then spew some shit about racism and injustice. What the this makes about as much sense as that guy who plowed down the Democratic parade.
I think he's been hanging out with too many white people.
Well, I would go as far to say that this guy is a patsy or he's a controlled asset.
I would say he's a controlled asset, but nevertheless, what Daniel Arola says is right. It could be simply his hanging out with too many white people, or it's both.
Well, here's the thing.
He's probably a control asset who's hung out with too many white people. But go on.
Well, here's the thing. Much like the black guy who plowed into those people in that crowd, in the appropriately colored red truck, who hit all those dancing grannies and stuff.
Yeah.
He claims he was angry about racism against black people. Yeah. So this is the same trope. This basically, I'm seeing a pattern. Okay, whenever Republican presidents are in office, cops can kill anyone without any fucking kill blacks like it's nothing. It's hunting season on blacks. Right. Whenever white folks, I'm sorry, when aren't white folks in office? What the fuck was I saying?
I said Republicans and Democrats is what I mean.
Yeah. Whenever Democrats are in office, though, we get these sort of controlled
black guys, controlled black guys.
Yeah, we get these controlled black assets who are doing all this violent stuff as to justify some kind of white supremacy.
In other words, when the Democrats are in office, then the black assets are cut loose so that people will vote for the Republicans back in so they can start killing blacks again.
Yeah.
And so go on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Muslims too.
Yeah. Yeah, and often the blacks are said to be Muslims. It's like our man, both Salman Sheikh and Derek Talley made some pointed observations about that guy who was supposed to be a Muslim, who was black, who was killing people in that Navy base, right? You remember that? He was this black guy who was supposed to be a Muslim.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there we are. And so that happened at the same time that I think the black woman was killed in Washington, D.C., who they claimed tried to run a cop over, but then they found out later on she didn't try to do anything. She just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and the cop shot her, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so they're always so they're always going to use like a black man patsy to we're going to see a lot of we're going to see a lot of this, and I've been wondering, there's even some weird cases of like guys who did like black dudes who did some fucked up shit or were just like let out for some reason on bail, and it's like, what the fuck are the judges doing? What are the judges thinking? Like some dude kills a woman, but he gets out on bail and kills someone else. Oh yeah. There was this case. Okay, there was this case in Chinatown. All right, because I was watching this video called "When New York Goes Wrong" Part 2, and I'm like thinking to myself,
just Part 2.
Yeah, I'm thinking, and I'm thinking to myself, when the fuck doesn't New York go wrong?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Anyway, this dude he follows this Chinese woman home in Chinatown. This crazy ass looking black dude. Looks like, oh my God, he looks like something from like a fucking. He looks like every stereotype you could put together to every negative black dude stereotype just pulled into one. And he stabs this woman 66 times.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And the cops aren't able to get into and it takes the cops like an hour to get into the apartment.
Jesus.
And somehow they didn't shoot him.
Jesus.
Because and supposedly this guy was out on bail when he should have been serving time because he had a history of assault.
Yeah, so this is where the judges are obviously receiving orders. It's like somebody conducts a telephone call, and this reminds me of, there's a comedy. I can't remember which movie it was. It might have been that Mexploitation movie. It was probably that Mexploitation movie. I forget the title of it, but which is the one? Who's that big ugly Latin American guy they use is always playing the gangster all the time? Daniel, you should know. You seem to be familiar with this kind of.
Danny Trejo.
Yeah, probably. That's probably him. So if we look that up, then we'd probably find the movie. Danny.
It's the guy with the pockmarked face, right?
Yeah, well, fuck.
Yeah,
that would be like Raul Julia, yeah, as well. But Danny Trejo and Raul Julia are kind of like brothers, twin separated at birth and shit. So it's Machete. So yeah, there's that scene in the film Machete where. I think it's in Machete, where it's definitely Danny Trejo. They're about to hang him.
Yeah.
Only it's stupid. It's a comedy, right? I mean, they're like hanging him without even. It's like they put him up on a stool and they're gonna hang him. It's not like they got a gallows.
I've never seen it.
Oh, okay.
I've wanted to, but I've never seen it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, it's either in that film or another one that he's in, but it's definitely him. They're gonna hang him, a sheriff and his, some assistant, some official. Only there's, it's stupid as fuck. They're gonna. Yeah, obviously he could, probably in real life just knock these guys aside and just run out of the room. But, it's like he steps up on the ladder, so they can hang him. And that's when a phone call comes in from the president saying, oh, you got to release him. We need him to kill somebody. And so they, and they just let him go. I mean, as obviously it doesn't happen like that, but there's something along those lines.
They cut these motherfuckers loose.
Yeah.
Because
he killed Steven Seagal in the movie.
If only he killed him in real life. Yeah.
Well, the thing about it is, like, I noticed that, like, when oh my gosh, when Trump was in office and they were doing that was when all those Asian hate crimes were going on. It was like these guys were always, every one of these black guys who were beating up these Chinese people, every one of them were already wanted for something or already should have been in jail for a long
multiple
time.
Shit. It was always multiple shit. They all had
things, multiple assaults, fucking murders, etc., etc. And it's like they cut these guys loose just for some political bullshit.
It's true.
And you know, my mother and father are probably not wrong about this, but they think that the reason why they sick this guy loose is because we now have a black mayor, and this is exactly what they did to David Dinkins. This is how they got rid of David Dinkins, because there was something that the police were supposed to intervene in that got somebody killed, and the police were just like, okay, we don't care, and it made him look bad, so they got rid of him. New York. New York is racist as fuck. For those of you listening who don't know, Manhattan might be the most integrated place you can go visit because people from all nationalities go there. But when it comes to the politics, it is disgusting.
Wasn't that guy Kumo and his brother, weren't they using the word WAP in public and shit? It was on record. They were caught. And by the way, for those... They were caught using racist terms about Italians. It would be like, and they were trying to say, well, you know, it's like blacks calling each other nigga, you know, that kind of shit.
Oh no, I remember that video. No, it was two guys. They actually approached Chris Cuomo and called him Alfredo, which which pissed Chris Cuomo off, and you know that he was about to that the guy's about to get his ass whooped if he said it again.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you putting that in context. So that was something I conflated with something else and confused. So.
Oh man, he had that New York fire. I mean, I wanted to see him beat some ass.
There we are.
It was cool.
Cool. Yeah,
you got to send me that video, Daniel. Oh wait, you got Facebook. What the hell?
No.
How do I forget? How do I forget your presence, man? It's almost empty in here without you.
What are we talking about? It was like it's anyhow. So what I'm going to do is let you two gentlemen hold the stream. I'm going to finish eating. When I come back, I'll talk a bit about the Hunger Games, put that into some perspective, and with that, I will, go mute. Okay, you two got this, right? You've got okay. Good.
Yeah, I'm gonna also see if I could drag Sammy on here.
Yes.
See if he's available.
Oh, by all means.
So there's an old 1980s Jackie Chan movie called Meals on Wheels. And, that was their. Yeah, that was his job in that movie. It was actually pretty funny.
Yeah,
it's a pretty funny movie.
It's a pity he turned into a fucking communist. Yes, that idiot. Then he began saying, "The Communist Party's great." Trying to maintain his career. Sammy is on with us, so Sammy Romero, thank you. Yes. Are you? Let's see you practice a little bit more with your audio here. Let's try and get close to the mic and see if we can hear you clearly. Sammy?
Let me get off Bluetooth. Hold on.
Yeah. There we are. Thank you.
I'm on my Bluetooth.
He's on his Bluetooth. Okay. There we are. And okay, so I'm glad that I know the three of you can handle this. I'll certainly transition it for you. I'll make certain that Sammy gets a warm welcome and then retreat into what's remaining of my meal here. There we are, Sammy. So how was your day today? Before I go back to eating my meal, finishing my little home delivered meal here, tell us how your day went.
Oh, it's I'm busy with what I'm doing right now, but other than that, it's been good. It's just it's this weather here in Southern California is we're feeling the effects of global warming. Last week we're burning up, and this week it's cold.
Oh God, sorry to hear that.
Then again, here in SoCal, we're usually in the 80s, but so we call 60 degrees here, cold. So I kind of have to look at it that way, but it's just, the weather's been very inconsistent.
Do you have sufficient... I'm sorry, go on, Dan.
Did you at least see some pretty women today?
No, I didn't. No, fortunately.
The Mexicans, they'll see a pretty woman, they'll scope them.
Yes.
Oh, of course. Then again, everybody got their type. I got mine, and it is what it is. But not today. I was busy today. Yeah.
But not only that, Daniel, he just said it was cold, okay? Like, you know, 'cause you don't usually see pretty women, you know, hanging out when it's cold, right? I mean,
Wait a minute. Well, hold up. 60 degrees is cold?
for
Yes.
California, yeah. Yeah.
Southern California, that is Arctic weather.
Yeah.
So, so does that mean you guys are like in hoodies and shit, and bubble jackets?
Pretty much. It's just we're not accustomed to, like, for example, rain. People panic when it rains here. People don't know how to drive in the rain. There's more accidents when there's rain. There's probably more deaths too. We're not accustomed to having normal weather. Really, there's been Christmases where we're in the 90s or in the 80s, and it's Christmas. So, you know, it's one of the things about Southern California is we're usually it's usually just sunny, and sometimes sunny is not that pleasant because it's just you get spoiled too much with this weather that, you know, we don't really have weathers here as far as weather change.
Yeah, and believe me, I infinitely prefer that. I know it sounds crazy, but I'd rather live in Los Angeles. I mean, there are a lot more attractive women there. I mean, San Francisco's full of them, but, you know, Los Angeles, it's Hollywood, for God's sake.
Well, and you're right. I mean,
yeah, but is it that fake beauty or is it the real beauty?
Dude, what the fuck are you on? I mean, fake beauty is great by me. I like artificial tit, okay? Well, I don't fucking mind.
Oh, okay. Artificial tits are good, but like the artificial hips that are like all
No, I don't like that. No.
Artificial booty.
They got a pussy.
Yeah, at some point. Oh yeah. Well, I don't want to. I don't want to screw something that looks like it just went through fearful symmetry.
You know, I have a little story regarding to that. Okay.
Yeah.
I had a sister that used to work at 20th Century Fox here in Century City.
Yeah.
And every time I used to drop her off, because, you know, we would carpool sometimes, my job and her job. There's a corporate building, you know, in that lot, and I always notice very attractive women going into, I believe it was a legal department. It was a legal building where they do all the contracts and all the legal work. And these were very attractive women. Like, I'm talking models.
Yeah.
Well, one day I told my sister, like, where the hell are these attractive women going? Here's what she told me. Those are escorts. I'm like, what? I'm like, they're escorts. Well, apparently the escorts were for whoever, I guess, celebrities. Various celebrities, they would supply escorts. So, I mean, it's, you know, this is me as a kid. I mean, I couldn't believe it, but now that, you know, I'm more of an adult, it makes perfect sense. It's just part of the entertainment business. And even when it comes to just, you know, normal Hollywood, that's just the norm, you know. Yeah. It's one of those things where, you know, you live in Hollywood, it's not really a secret. But, you know, me coming from a kind of a very sheltered life, it was just very it was just mind-boggling. But, you know,
I hear
Usually when you see a hot chick working at a law office, it's either the attorney is already fucking her or is about to.
Right, and that it makes perfect sense. I mean, you think about it, this is lunch hour. This is like the lunchtime, you know. And these attractive women are going into the office, and there's about maybe 6 or 8 of them, you know. Yeah. So I'm like, I know they don't have a pageant here, but, you know, it is what it is, you know.
It is. Yeah, no, thank you. So what I'm going to do, Sammy, I'm so glad you came. I'm sure the three of you can handle this. Beyond that, of course, I'm simply glad that Sammy's here for the sake of your company, and honestly look forward to talking to all of you privately at some point this week. I need to send our man, while I remember, Daniel Arola. I couldn't send this to him because I don't believe he has an account on Facebook anymore, so I'll send it to him here in the text on our Skype. And it was the same thing I was sending to everyone else. I didn't have a chance to send it to him earlier because
By the way,
yeah, go on.
Excuse me. I I might get off for a second, and
Sure.
then I'll jump on. Okay,
Oh,
just let you
okay.
guys know. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
go ahead.
And if you come
Yeah.
back and I'm gone, it just simply means I'm eating my meal and finishing it up. Okay, and then
Okay, no problem.
I'll be back soon enough. So our man is doing that right now. I'll give this. Daniel doesn't need to read it out because we don't need to bring this guy's name up right now, and I will give him the link that was provided by our man John Warrington, who gave me the original link. And so this idiot is basically, attacking me. And I appreciate, I had to cross-reference with a number of people because I did not want to watch this. I did not want to review this. And
I honestly, when you gave it to me, I couldn't. What I had in mind was, he talks a lot, but he wasn't saying anything.
yeah, like my dad used to say, the man who raised and guided me, not my biological father, but George Joseph Dietrich, the chief petty officer from the U.S. Navy, used to use that term to describe some people. He'd say, he talks a lot, but he don't say nothing. Yeah, and
Usually when it's people like that, when they talk, it's what they're not telling you is what they're really saying behind those words.
yeah.
Well, in this guy's case, he's literally not saying anything. You couldn't even read behind what he's saying. That's how little he's saying.
And that's what Peter Moon said about Alexander Dugin. He said Alexander Dugin, when he was on that guy's show, he was just crap. He said the guy was just saying, I studied this, Alexander Dugin, mind you, I studied this, I studied that, and it was like, he said other than that, it was just meaningless. But in terms of, let's take a look here. I might be getting some extra messages. And, good. It was Diane sending a few more things, but let me just get this out of, here we are. The Pac-Man of the Pac-1 Morales linked our book because this idiot was referencing our book, but wouldn't link it. And and by the way, what he said was completely, it doesn't make any sense. This is why he's attacking me. This has nothing to do with sensitivity on my part. Basically, I cross-reference between different people. And the first person who watched this idiot, and we'll probably call him out Sunday. Probably call him out Sunday. And
well, I definitely gave him a nasty message, which I hope is still there in the YouTube
these fuckers,
comment section.
If he hasn't seen it yet. These guys, when they see a nasty message, first thing they do is they erase it and shit. So Daniel, you can kind of work with that and give me your impression later if you wish. Just morbid entertainment more than anything else. But here's what Pac-1 Morales said, and it shows you Pac-1's naivete. He's definitely a person who wants to see the best in everybody. He's not that naive. I mean, come on, he's streetwise. He knows. But he said basically, this is unbelievable. Pac-1 Morales said about this guy, he didn't say anything negative. He just referenced your book as being proof that Germany and Japan had technology that was believed to not exist. I read in comments, someone asked him names of the books and the authors, in which he replied, subscribe to my Patreon. Shaking my head, he can't even credit you. I'm about to comment with the link to your book. So I gave the shot to Daniel Arola and others already, where he had left the link to our book, and that was Pac-1 Morales. Now, aside from that naivete, the Pac-Man was counterbalanced by Chris Collins, who was a bit more sophisticated in this regard. And what Chris Collins said was basically, let's put it this way. Let's read what Chris Collins said. He kind of promoted your book barely, but also accused you of, quote unquote, radically flawed scholarship without mentioning a single example. Well, then why would you quote the book? It's obviously an attack. What would you quote?
He's doing a Richard Dolan.
This is flawed scholarship. He doesn't have footnotes. He didn't put a period here.
It's like, who fucking cares?
Nobody, but it's kind of, beyond that. I mean, with Richard Dolan, he would be like, all these people, they're all chicken shit. They all dance around the subject. Richard Dolan would not even bring the book up publicly. He only attacked me publicly because we were in a venue where he basically had been given the orders to do that. I'm not defending him. I'm not saying this guy that anything he did was defensible. I'm just saying that he would not bring up my book at all, is except to attack. Whereas this guy, it's like he's trying to get he's trying to prove a point because he's trying to sound pro-Asian. So he's trying to say, oh yeah, this book is like saying that Japan had technology nobody knew existed. But yeah, but this guy is a piece of shit and he's all, a bad scholar. So, then why would you cite the book? You get what I'm saying? It's like he defeats himself. So it's nothing but an attack, right?
What I decided to do was attack his title because I noticed he said professor of something and he had a copyright after his title.
Yeah.
And I was like,
yeah.
And so what I said was like, if you were really a professor of anything, you wouldn't have copyright. You wouldn't have to copyright it.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean,
now, I've heard of Richard Dolan before, and I've listened to him talk, and he wouldn't shut up about disclosure this, disclosure that, and I've heard that word for years. Being used as kind of like to attract other people, thinking that there might be some special information that you could know that no one else knows, some bullshit ego trap or another, and that's all what it kept smelling like.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then when I saw that UFOcon video where you called him out on his bullshit, then that was all she wrote.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And so then what happens is Chris Collins writes that this idiot that we're talking about now, not Richard Dolan, but another idiot, said you interrupted worse than Alex Jones. Clearly, he's still salty over your previous interactions. So in other words, this guy's still tripping off the interview he had with me where I basically deconstructed him because he was trying a number of things. He was trying to push Michael Savage. He was trying to push, who's the Holocaust denier again? David Irving. I
remember that shit.
Thank you. And I totally...
And he kept calling himself a patriot. And I'm thinking, oh, yep. It's like he was waving that pirate red flag.
Thank you. No, but he literally, by the way, it went beyond that. At that point, he kept saying, make America great again. He kept saying the MAGA quote. Yep. So, by the way, in terms of this freak that we're talking about, again, I'll probably call him out on Sunday, but right now, just so people know, he's just creep, and he's obviously attacking me because what he's bringing up, there's no point in his bringing it up. He's just bringing it up so he can attack my person, saying basically attack myself, saying that I interrupted him and weird shit like that. I mean, I let this guy drone on forever. People could hear the episode. I mean, the episode is up either.
Is he blacklisted from teaching at universities?
He's not allowed on campus because he basically raped young girls on campus. He raped the students.
Yeah.
So since
I remember that.
Yeah. So if he's ever anywhere near a campus police are given instructions to be on the lookout for him and to escort him off campus.
Ooh, nice. There's something else we can add to his YouTube to the YouTube comment I left. He's a fucking rapist.
Thank you. Yes.
This is gonna be fun. I mean, I want to stick more than just my claws into him.
Yeah,
because it's fun target practice, and I take pride in my work, folks.
Oh, bless you. I mean, certainly this guy would deserve it. I mean, some hounding because this is a fucking creep, and he didn't need to do this. If you people feel this way about me, creeps like him, why do you do this? You could just leave it alone, right? Go on with your lives. No, you gotta do stupid shit like this. You don't need to do this. He could go on in his life without this, but no, he's got to do this. You might say, well, why do you respond or something like that? Well, why not? It's like, but with this creep, what was the other thing about him that was it was just points out everything, the insanity of all of this is his aside from everything we've already articulated. I'm sure I'll remember it later, but
yeah. I think Daryl liked being on your show in those years past because you call him Professor. See, it's titles that people like him, they depend on, as to make up for the size of their dick or whatever.
It's true, and he had all kinds of sexual hang-ups. Yes, by the way, just so people understand, people who wrote about him in they have reviews for professors that you can look up. You can look up universities and there are student reviews. It's kind of like what do they call that? Kind of like what do they call that? Shout out? Yelp. It's like Yelp for professors. And for those of you who don't know, Yelp is an app where you grade services and shit. But what people said about him was all he talked about was conspiracies against him, and so here's this idiot who's always talking about, as a professor, conspiracies against him while he's raping his female students, and then and basically is claiming that, he didn't like the way that you had all this beef with other people, that you had all of these beefs going on with other people and shit. Like, like he should talk, hot kettle black. He's convinced he was signaled out by the rest of the staff. They signaled me out and they accused me of rape. He's what he was saying.
Because he's a rapist. They didn't accuse him of rape because he wasn't a rapist.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Obviously, there was an enormous amount of evidence against him for him to be banned from campuses. I mean, by the way, that's almost impossible. That's almost impossible to get banned from a campus.
Shit, they haven't even done that to that asshole who does the oh my gosh. That black guy who's the physicist guy.
Oh, right. The astronomer rapist.
Yeah, they haven't even done that to him, so that shows how many cases this guy has to have behind him.
Thank you. Yeah, and it was like, what was all that other shit? I forgot. By the way, the guy's in my own state of California, and he was in the California system, so I know something about this. And so it's not like I'm unfamiliar with it. Of course, then if I get people starting to ask me, well, why was he on your show? Why was he on your show? It's kind of like asking me, well, why was, Pavel Edward on my show when he was in fucking jail as a pedophile and shit? It's like, it's not like I had a choice to really turn these people away. It's not like, there's many people willing to come on the show, and it's not like, it's not like
They were from the Aquino grab bag. They were sicked on you.
Pretty much.
Yeah, they may as well regress back in time and say, well, why'd you work for Aquino?
Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, that too. Which of course, that was under orders, just in case people don't
because
know.
You would have wound up in federal prison, being butt raped by guys who look like Derek Talley.
Yeah, there you go. Well, Derek Talley would have been no threat. I mean, that guy could barely move, right? I mean, that son of a bitch. He has to get in water to maintain balance.
Sorry, but I wouldn't call a guy who eats white women for fun not a threat.
Yeah.
Well, at least he could swim.
Yeah, there we are. Well, he wasn't really swimming, remember? He was just, he himself said, he was just doing shit in the water. He wasn't swimming. He was just...
Are you sure? Yeah, he wasn't swimming because the water was afraid of him.
Yeah, he was just hippoing. He was hippoing. It was like he was shitting, like hippos. They just shit. And then this whole ecosystem centers around them. He's shitting in the pool. I'm sorry, that fucker just deserves every slam he can get. He's so disgusting. Anyhow, I am going to go back to eating. I know it's hard to believe. People can hardly believe I can eat after that. I'll come back, speak a bit about the Hunger Games. These gentlemen will be bolstered by Sammy Romero in a matter of minutes, but till then they can hold it. Honestly, you can go back to talking about sex and females and all the rest of that. I don't mind it at all. I'm certain there's plenty of our men out there who need some advice. Aside from JMO, they are both living vicariously through JMO, and they are getting advice through Daniel via VJMO. Yeah.
I mean, look, I considered once getting one of those like $1,000 what do you call it, artificial silicone women.
dolls yeah
and I would have been okay with that, but then I can't have that in a place where I still live with my family, so that's impossible.
I have a few black male stripper friends that actually have some of those at home. Even no matter how much pussy they get on the road, at home, they still go to town on these fucking dolls. They're like, man, this shit's good, man. You want to try it? Go, oh, hell no, man. You keep that shit to yourself.
That is, oh my God. Just the fact that they would want to share their intimate, inanimate object with you that's I'm sorry. That's wait.
I know shit.
What's with, also there was one of these black stripper friends of yours who's putting on this white face on his Facebook icon. He shows this. Maybe have you noticed that?
I have not been on Facebook since November.
Oh my god!
I think he started this before November, and I don't know which one it is, but Doug is not. Is it Doug? Let me see that Doug guy. Doug Barefoot Trainer Spell. Doug Barefoot.
Could you screen share this?
Okay, so let me screen share this. And
We'll call him Black Doug.
All right. So okay, get this up here. Press the. Where's the fucking screen share button again? Somebody help me here. Where the fuck is? I know this sounds incredibly stupid, but where did we have that? First thing I gotta do is press.
Oh, okay. It's next to the chat button.
Chat button. There's this chat button, and then there's add files. What is that? Send contacts. The mic, and then the 3 dots. Okay, it somehow disappeared. Oh, wait. Oh, I know. Go back into call. That's what I need to do.
Yeah.
Okay, there we are. Screen share. Start sharing. Okay, so you can both see each other, so to speak. And then we go down here. This is my conversation with JoJo, and then Diane. Oh, yes, Diane was like, okay. Oh, yeah, cool. And
no. Okay, this profile is hacked.
Oh, his profile's hacked?
Yeah. Okay. This profile is hacked. That's why I did the white guy's photo on there. Okay. Whoever hacked it changed the photo.
Oh god.
And it just hadn't been taken down.
Yeah, this is what Diane sent me was Shaq O'Neal says Toronto has the most attractive woman out of any city. That's a
who the hell is gonna want to fuck him?
Thank you. He reminds me kind of like Derek Talley, you know.
Ladies, if you have gone that low to the point where you need to consider screwing guys who look like Shaquille O'Neal, then I can understand why there are guys who are incels. I get it now.
Well, if it's Shaquille O'Neal himself, or if he's loaded with money or has a lot of cocaine, then it's on.
Yeah, there we are. It's true. So this is what you're telling me is that somebody hacked his timeline. What's he going to do about it? Why hasn't he ever done anything about it? He can't get it back.
He probably doesn't use it.
He's had it reported.
Okay,
but it's never been taken down.
Oh, okay.
But this profile in particular is hacked. But he has another alternate profile. I forget what name it is.
Okay, that is so fucking weird. I am so glad that. Yeah. That's and oh Jesus.
Yeah, they really got the whitest guy they could find as the icon.
I think he's using his Richard Spell profile.
Okay. Richard Spell. Is he friends with me on that? Or
I believe so.
Okay. That's that's funny at least. Let's see now. Richard Spell. Sire. Let me see now. See if this guy's a friend or not.
That name is kind of an inside joke take.
Okay. Is it a joke? Look at this. The friends. He's friended by his hijacked timeline.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Oh my god!
I think it's like a personality profile or something. I'm not sure.
And here's what he's learning from Daniel Arola. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Daniel Arola is teaching him this, and he's a long way from Daniel. Okay, let's just put it that way. He's doing his best, though. I mean, yeah. It's admirable, and certainly he looks thuggish enough, I mean.
Oh, he has the physique of the kind of guys who I always seem to get into fights with.
There you go.
They're always taller than me.
Yeah, in other words, they look like they've had plenty of time in prison to bulk up.
Yes. These are the guys who I'm always at odds with for some reason.
Yeah. I hate to say it. If I saw him behind bars, I would just assume it was like his natural element. I would just think, oh, he looks right at home there.
Actually, previous to his life as a dancer, he was actually a school teacher for many years.
You are fucking kidding me.
No, I mean he is educated, graduated college. He's from a family of teachers. His father was the principal in the school district of the small town in East Texas where he comes from. Mm-hmm. And in East Texas, oh man, there's a lot of prejudiced white boys out there.
Oh, I can
imagine. they tolerate each other enough as long as they stayed on each other's side. But that's kind of from where he was from before he moved to Houston. Jeez. So before he moved to Houston, he lived a pretty clean leave it to beaver type of life. I mean, and now, although a lot of that life is still with him, because when he became a dancer and when he runs into these women, attractive women that used to be his students, then he's like, oh no, this is my kid. I can't do shit to her. He still feels guilty enough.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. It was like it's like the strippers I used to know that I worked with in San Francisco at the adult entertainment centers, and they'd be dancing behind the mirrors, and then their ex-teacher would come in, put the coin in so he could jack off over who's behind the window and see his student. And the teacher would usually freak out. The student would just laugh and, basically flash him. And the teachers would usually run out. Now, look at my new friend requests. I mean, if only Salman Sheikh were here to see this. This is his fellow countryman here. This guy is obviously, it looks like he's in bed in a criminal institution.
That guy looks like that guy looks like he's straight out of Funky Town, Brazil, where they fucking skin people alive and shit.
Yeah, this is one of those guys that didn't listen to Salman.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, he didn't listen. Well, none of them do. I mean, you can take a look at. I mean, even their names, right? Abdurrahim El Golami and shit. 166 friend requests are all like this. Farig Insan. Yeah, Farig is insane, all right. Farig insane, yeah. Heidi Shabane, a brain in a jar. Yeah, that's his. Some of them are just out and out Urdu and very Sanskrit. What? I'm sorry. What's that?
I guess you could give them some credit since they came a long way from just saying ASL.
Oh fuck! All I get is SLM for shalom. I keep getting SLM for shalom and shit inside of the the chat boxes and shit. Hamid Edrawi, I mean, it's all of these people, they're just obviously on terrorist watch lists of some sort or another. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. This is horrible. I am so bad. Gotta stop saying that. But
oh man, we are so the ravens of death from Arab Zarak.
Yes.
Of the tree of death.
Yes. Oh my god. So
just poking fun at whoever we can.
Oh yes. So I will let you two hold the stage. I'll be back soon enough. I mean, I'm here. I'm gonna be on mute. Chewing. I may go in and out of the room a few times, but in general, if the place catches fire, I should be here with a hose. You both will not do that, I'm sure. You're both fine. I'm gonna go mute, and by all means, the stage is yours.
All right.
All right. So what's swinging down in the big old Houston?
Oh, I stir fried this killer ass kung pao beef dish with cilantro rice, and I had cannabis infused cooking oil that I cooked it with. So,
oh man, dude,
I'm feeling all right throughout the night.
Dude, do you eat anything that you can't get high off of?
Oh yeah, I mean, I do cook clean for the most part because I don't cook for myself all the time, But yeah. I mean, oh man, this was a badass dish. I mean, it had all the vegetables right and everything, so it was nice and balanced.
Yeah, it sounds like you guys. Well, I mean, you're from the Philippines, so it sounds like the food down there sounds really good.
Well, a lot of things have changed since then. But when I last lived in the Philippines, I was in the province where there was no electrical power installed just yet. They were just now getting the engines ready and all the electric power stations going, and digging in for the power line poles. And I was seeing this building up, and then they finally started to each house in the province, one by one, finally gradually started getting electricity. Beginning with those long fluorescent light bulbs.
Oh
just to illuminate the whole place. And but before that, it was usually at dinner time. A Coleman lantern would be lit. One of those pump lanterns with that you put kerosene in, that you light up, and you just hang up on a hook from one of the rafters in the ceiling, and that was our light during dinner. And and at night we either have we have flashlights when we go outside. Because there was no street lights, everything was all dark. So we traveled either by sound or by ground, if we didn't have any light.
Okay, so I've been wanting to ask you this for the longest time.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen anything that was ever strange or paranormal in your ventures out there? You had to have seen something, man.
Shit, yeah. There was one time. Now I believe that I was victimized by this fucking tikbalang. Do you remember that monster, the half horse, the half horse, half man, monster?
Oh, what's it called?
It's called the tikbalang.
All right, let me see if I can find it.
It's like a fabled forest demon.
Oh yeah. I see it now.
Yeah, it kind of guards the forest. It's not inherently evil, but it'll troll the fuck out of anybody that travels on its grounds if they don't respect this territory or they don't respect his presence. By saying "Tabipo, tabipo, tabipo." It's kind of like saying, "May I please pass, sir?" Have a good night, have a good evening. Or just acknowledgement of their presence. And usually the tikbalang is like, okay, cool, you give me some respect, okay, you get a pass. But now anybody that passes through the tikbalang's place during the night, even during the day, they'll make them lose their sense of direction and mislead them from where they intended to go. And that shit happened to me, and I ended up getting lost for 2 nights and 3 days.
Holy shit!
Yep, way up in the hills. And this happened after a funeral where I helped assisted carrying some stuff to, and the funeral was for a father of a classmate of mine that I knew. And then after the service was over at the cemetery, see, this was like way up in the hills out in the province, and me and the other boys meant to race back down to the store, for refreshments. Well, anyway, I went ahead and ran ahead first, and I ran so fast that I forgot to say tabi full because it was a territory that I'd never been through before, and I thought I was way ahead of these kids. That I looked behind me and go, hey, where'd they go? And I'm thinking, oh shit, I think I'm lost, And then I turned back around, looked around, yelled for my friends, and I was like, holy shit, where the hell am I going? So I just kept walking. I kept walking, and I was looking for any sign of life, people around, and this is all woods. There were animals around. There were some primates, some real small monkeys. I've seen a few snakes, but they were kind of harmless. And I mean, I had a bolo on me, the one of those long farmer blades.
Yeah.
And
how'd you survive the nights, though? I mean,
well,
that sounds really rough.
Now that's not hard. What's hard? What would be hard when I'm lost is if there's nothing to eat around there. Now I'm in a tropical setting in the province. If I wanted something to drink, there were coconut trees all over the place. I could climb up, a coconut, use my bolo to cut it open and drink from there. There were also those beets that you could dig up, the jicama.
Yeah.
And those are very water based, and when you eat them, it feels like you've eaten and drank, which is also good for energy when you travel. So, and there were also little sweet potatoes that you could dig around. So yeah, it wasn't hard to look for food out there. What was hard was finding a place way up above the ground, like up in a big tree to sleep at. You know.
Yeah, because
Because
I don't think you would want to sleep on ground level. That's
oh no,
for sure.
no, hell no, because those fucking reptiles would be coming around, and I was scared of those. So I found higher higher parts of a tree where I secured myself so I knew I wouldn't fall. You know, I mean, I kind of like rigged the like little makeshift hammock, sort of, you know, or like a little platform, whatever, you know, to keep me secure when I'm up in a tree. And then I just continued traveling. And now the third day, I finally found a village, and I recognized some kids that were playing out there. I mean, but I've never talked to them before, but I've seen them around. But I didn't see them often. But I guess I figured this is where they lived. And some of the other kids recognized me, and none of them spoke any English, but they could tell I was lost. You know, I mean, I spoke to them in English. They understood what I was saying. They could nod and point, but they could tell I needed help going back home. So they went ahead and walked me home, and boy, it was a long way home.
Damn,
So,
man, that's
I mean,
crazy.
yeah. So yeah, fortunately they recognized me, so it was cool.
And did you see the actual entity? Like,
Okay, now throughout the night, no, I did not see it, but I didn't. It didn't hit me until I was finally at home. And I went, son of a bitch, the motherfucker got me. You know, it was like that. It was kind of like I could hear somebody laughing at me. You know, once I go, what? God damn it! You know, it's like one of those things. You know, and I could hear myself being laughed at by the fucking tikbalang. Thinking, God damn, you know, it's like, okay, good one, you know, that kind of thing. But it didn't frighten me. I was just frightened just for being homesick, if anything, because I was 11 years old, 10, 11 years old around that time when it happened. You know,
that is an interesting as hell experience. I mean, the tikbalang, the description of it reminds me of sort of like some of the ifrit from the oh my gosh, the ifrit, of course, are from this lost clavicle of Solomon. It's kept somewhere in Spain and whatnot, but it details all the 72 ifrits of Iblis. And I've been, for the likes of me, trying to find that actual manuscript itself, but I cannot find it. But it's very reminiscent of the tikbalang. It makes me wonder if these if there aren't, you know, more of these, you know, spirits wandering around all over the place.
well, I mean, the Philippines, it's a pretty ancient part of the Pacific Ring, and there are still some very strong indigenous spirits that exist throughout that land. No matter how much they stack the Catholic Church over it, there's still a lot of respect going on towards the indigenous spirits of each territory. They have different names for them, but yeah, they still happen. I mean, and as long as they exist, they can still keep the country together in some way, at least the people.
Well, that's a good thing, because I think, you know, once a culture loses touch with those spirits, or once a region loses touch with those spirits, you pretty much have a sort of, things just go downhill, man.
And that's what happened with the Native Americans when they were drinking the spirits from the white man's bottle, the spirits that they knew were drunk away.
And the same thing happened to Africa in some places,
Yeah.
Where they just became, where now they're just warring against each other because they're based on who's Muslim, who's Christian, and all this other bullshit. And they're burning people who practice the old ways as witches.
Yep.
It's literally What I will say is this: if I had to find a way to define races, if I had to define the white race, I would say the white race is the race that takes but does not return anything but grief and death. Because historically, it seems like that's what has happened through at least the colored world, you know. And then they'll say, "Oh, at least we got you civility." It's like, dude, who the hell wants your fucking civility, man? People were better off when they were just in tribes, just fucking and doing whatever the hell they were doing.
It's okay. At least they got white women.
Well, I mean, if you consider that I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've got nothing against white women. It's just like, it's just that, you know, when that image of supposed beauty has been shoved in your face so much, there's a sort of desensitization from it. Although I'd say that, you know, when it comes down to women, beauty is beauty, and I really don't care about race. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm open to women of all ethnicities. I've got to leave the sort of ethnic empowerment thing aside when it comes to that, because, you know, pleasure is pleasure, as we would say, and as you would put it, you know, well, you could say it better than I can.
I don't think it'll make any difference which hot girl's twerking on your stuff when the music is playing, as long as you know what you're looking forward to.
Word.
Yep.
And and I'm gonna see if I can add Sammy on, you know, for the moment, because it seems like he's available.
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Hello.
Yo, what's up, man?
Yo, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Chilling. Talking about.
Sorry, guys. I was talking about chicks, huh? Okay.
Well, we were taking breaks from talking about Satan and shit, so, you know, we had to talk about you know, women.
Well, we were talking about we were talking about the tikbalang, which is this half horse, half humanoid thing in the Philippines that if you don't say you're offering to it, it will trick you and have you lost in the woods.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And that shit happened to me.
That's crazy. Hey,
Yeah.
can I shoot you?
Huh?
What do you think about that mass shooter? What do you guys think about mass shooter? What do you guys think about that mass shooter in New York?
I think he was either a mind control. He had to have been under mind control or something. The entire story seems off. This guy's from Philadelphia, and he goes on this shooting rampage, and according to AP News, he claimed he was saying all this stuff about race and all this other shit. None of it makes any sense. He's definitely either a patsy, either he didn't do it and someone else did it, and he's just a poor schmuck who's taking the cover for it because he's mentally ill, or he did do it and he was like wired, but he was wired by the government. And we see these sort of false flag shooters every time Democrats are in office, whereas, you know, when the Republicans are in office, it's just open season for the cops to shoot black people for no reason whatsoever and get away with it. And so it's like, you know, it's like we're being set up now so that, you know, when Trump takes office, they can justify killing as many of us people of color as they can.
You know, I initially thought, okay, he's from Philly, and I think he was hanging out with too many right-wing white people, and he was watching Rocky way too many times. So, you know, he went on a rage from whatever other issues that he was pre-existent with.
Right. Honestly, I'm not. I mean, it surprised me personally, but then it doesn't. The whole smoke bomb things and all this stuff that he did, it makes me. He might be. It most likely is a mind control victim.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. It's more of a white boy type of thing where they want to do a smoke bomb. Do you remember back in 2000? During high school, 2002, Malibu, and that kid in that Caprice. Remember they were shooting people in gas stations. You guys remember that? Vaguely. Do you remember though in the East Coast? Do you remember that, Daniel?
No. When I think of smoke bombs, I think of ninja movies with Shokosugi in it.
There you go. Okay.
The problem is that sounds like something that sounds like something a veteran would have access to, or someone who's in the police.
Right.
It doesn't make sense for a civilian to have a smoke bomb.
Mm-hmm.
No, and that also came to mind too. Maybe he had some law enforcement or a military background, because it doesn't seem like it's accurate to a regular civilian. Well, I mean, and I don't really know the subway system, but I mean, I don't know. It's just, it doesn't add up to me.
You can't be a regular civilian to do that, though. That's the thing.
And the thing is, the thing is, like, he did critically injure people, but for some reason he didn't kill anyone. And it's like, okay, what kind of person, if you wanted to send a message, you would have, first of all, I'm just gonna come out with it. No brother in his right mind is gonna throw out a smoke grenade before shooting. If he's in the moment and he wants to shoot someone, he's just gonna shoot someone, and that's gonna be done. He's gonna be done with it, because that's how it's always. That's how it usually is. So there's something that's just not black about this.
Last week around in here in Southern California, there was a shooting on the 710 freeway. There's been shootings on the 710 freeway. So we've had freeway shootings here the last couple of weeks. There wasn't a fatality, but a child got grazed, and then the driver got injured with the glass. The glass shattered. So we've been having shootings here, but nothing like, kind of like, and I hate to use this pun, but smoke and mirrors like this one with the subway shooting. It seems very like this guy had maybe some type of paramilitary training. Maybe he was like I said, he has to be ex-military.
Yeah, something's just off about this entire thing. They're not talking about his history. No one's saying anything about his freaking history, and that's the problem. Right. You know, they're saying, oh, he has mental illness. He purchased the gun in Ohio in 2011. The U-Haul van was rented. Let's see. They say he left the van by Tuesday morning. According to a complaint, law enforcement, his Philadelphia apartment said that he rented for 15 days, March 28th, and found an empty Glock handgun, empty magazine for a Glock handgun, a taser, and a high-capacity rifle magazine in a blue smoke canister. That just seems odd. Why does he have a smoke canister? They tracked the purchase of a gas mask from an eBay account. So he obviously had plans to this. The motive has yet to be determined, but it's been linked to multiple rambling videos posted on YouTube channel that included racist and misogynistic language.
What did I miss? I just got back.
So the question is, what is he racist against? Is he racist against black people, white people?
The subway shooter, Doug.
Oh,
yeah. Holy self-hate.
Okay. So
it
now
sounds like self-hate.
Now they're saying he was known to authorities. He was known to New York City authorities before Tuesday's attacks. He has 9 prior arrests in the city dating from 92 to 98 for offenses including possession of burglary tools, a criminal sex act, and theft of service.
I like the way criminal sex act is left vague.
In other words, they should just call it rape.
Well, is it rape or is it worse? What is it?
He was arrested.
Yeah,
he was arrested 3 times in New Jersey for trespass, larceny, and disorderly conduct. Oh my gosh. Videos include sexist and misogynistic language.
Yes. He has some type of military training.
Yeah.
He sounds like a guy who exists to take revenge just for being born.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he said I've been through a lot of shit where I could say I want to kill people. I wanted to watch people die right in front of my fucking face immediately. But I thought about the fact that, hey man, I don't want to go to no fucking prison. Well, he obviously didn't. That obviously didn't cross his mind. And he said that the new effort was okay. This is what they're saying about race. In that racist rambling recording, James said that the new effort was doomed to fail. What effort? Effort of what? They're not specifying. In his video last week, James, who is black, rants about abuse in churches and racism in the workplace, using misogynistic and racist language. We need to see. Okay, all right. This is what they're saying. We need to see more mass shootings. Yeah, we need to see more. There has to be more mass shootings to make a nigger understand. It's nothing. Whoa. Okay, so he used the N word with an ER. That's odd. Wow, he is a self-loathing black guy. So this guy obviously has the fucking oh shit.
He's been white breaded.
Yeah. He's definitely mind control. Yep. This is the Republican Party. This is Donald Trump's fucking work, man. This is the Trump cult work. This is the Trump cult work. I got to the bottom of it.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. But more, I would qualify it by saying it's the military-industrial complex produced asset that is being exploited by the party which the military feels it can exploit the most, which is the Republicans, because the military is predominantly Republican and gets its best budget from the Republicans. So historically, this
they have all those we want to assholes.
Yes,
that they could just suck the money and suck the sympathy out of.
Yes. Oh my God.
Never forget.
Yeah.
World War II. We're the greatest generation.
I saw
their profession is taking orders. So.
Yeah. I saw a horrible video on YouTube, which was an ad for like love your veterans. Just basically that was the point of the ad, and it was just all these veterans from different wars, like up to and including supposedly World War II, but it was more likely tail end of Korea or something like that, because the guy was really, really old, like just the side of hospice. Or
you do realize that I reported that ad as offensive.
I hope so. Thank you. You know which one I'm talking about? That was the one that they were saying I fought for you. That was the one which they were saying I fought for you. Was the one? Is that what the one you're?
Yeah. I saw it for 1 second, and then I just said, "Oh fuck this bullshit." I reported that shit.
Thank you. No, it was just awful. And so when it came to that, obviously we are. They're programming you to think that these veterans fought for you. They did not fight for you. This whole idea that they fought for you, this is just preposterous.
It's absurd. They fought for a paycheck because they were getting paid. I mean, that's why I joined the fucking military. Shit.
Yes.
I wanted a paycheck.
Yes.
And a place to sleep and room and board provided. Yes. So it's like shit. Yes. It's like it's like being in a college dorm except with guns and killing people and shit. You don't really have to be responsible for yourself.
Yes, that's the whole point. I mean, I could go on for hours about this, but just so people understand that what Jameson says is not a lie, just so people understand this, the difference between a commissioned and a non-commissioned officer is that if you're non-commissioned, which means anyone from the rank of private or beneath a private, like a poolee, someone who's being scoped for recruitment, all the way up to a recruit, then to the point of an actual private, meaning you've graduated from boot camp, up to a sergeant, a master sergeant, or a NCO, quote unquote, a non-commissioned officer, NCO. Then you also have warrant officers, which are in between the non-commissioned officers and the officers. And that's a gray area where they're like technicians. They're like technicians who have a kind of special status, and it's like something that you shouldn't even bother yourself with. But as a civilian, because it's a difficult enough area where even I have difficulty articulating what a warrant officer is. But that being said, they're very rare, comparatively speaking. But for the non-commissioned officers, but just to show you why that's important, that there are warrant officers, is because it shows you that it renders it effectively impossible that anyone goes from a non-commissioned status into a commissioned officer status. See, this is why when we were presented with Derek Talley's father being not just black, but someone who went from a private all the way up to the rank of a commissioned officer, like a colonel or something before he retired, that's like literally impossible for a white guy, let alone a black guy, for that to happen.
Oh, you just reminded me of something very bizarre.
Yeah.
Because when I was in the military, like I was in this program where it was like something for mental health after I had gotten out of the psych facility, where, as I had to do like daily details, and I also had to go to this thing where I would speak to like other people who had mental illness problems and whatnot.
Wow.
And amongst them, there was like this woman who I think she was like a sergeant, or she made it to sergeant, and somehow she was able to transfer over and become a lieutenant. Of course, that's the Air Force, so that's a different branch of service. But that is, I didn't even know that was rare. So now that I know that's rare, there might have been some really strange circumstance behind that. She might have known someone, or someone pulled strings on her behalf.
Dude, she's involved with programming people who are mentally disturbed. That's how you saw her. You were basically like a potential subject to be scoped out. Jesus Christ. You had a mental disturbance issue as they registered it.
No, but what I'm saying is this woman was also mentally disturbed. She was one of the people. Yeah, she was one of the people.
You know why she was mentally disturbed?
Program.
Yeah, she basically they put her through the psychological ringer, like the Montauk chair and shit. You get what I'm saying?
She did. Yeah, but she did say that she suffered from things like sexual abuse and shit like that.
Of course she did. She's fucking female. Yeah, and unless she was like super fucking gross. I mean, most females in the military are raped. Yeah.
That was because she jumped up in rank.
Yeah. And okay, all that being said, in terms of now Sammy joined us, right? Didn't he?
Yeah. Yes.
Now Sammy and Daniel, do you remember this? Both of you gentlemen, do you remember Derek Talley when he said, "Oh, I can make an all-white dish of it's white meat using poultry to make white meatballs," and he used white noodles. And it was like all white. He said the white thing. Did you either of you gentlemen remember Derek?
Yes.
Well, I know you do.
I don't.
I do remember.
Yeah.
It was a little weird. I mean, no, I didn't know he was that overweight, but explains why his obsession with food. I like food too, but I remember one of his posts says, "How do you guys eat your spaghetti?" Which is, I mean, whatever, to each their own, but it just seemed a little gross in a sense that just everybody got their stage. So I'm not saying I'm perfect, but because I'm honestly on social media, I'm not really social. The only reason why I look at social media is, usually the chicks, but I just look at them as like I'm looking at a Playboy magazine.
Right.
That's all it is. I mean, that's really what it is. But other than that, maybe the cars that I like, but I'm not really that social. Like a lot of my Facebook photos are really old. Really old. In fact, I should probably update them. But even then, I don't really give social media importance. So, it's just, in other words, my Facebook friends are not really my Facebook friends because to me, they're not people. It's their Facebook or their Instagram. I don't really take their social media serious. I mean, other than Doug, which Doug uses that as promotional. Doug is,
Yeah.
He may not be getting paid, but really, Doug it's a brand. You're a brand, Doug, as far as who you are. You're very unique in the sense that this is why the gentleman that you sent me this morning, it seemed to me like he was trying to copy your swag or just, trying to be. I don't even want to call him a fake because it's not even fake. It's not even close.
Right.
Because, I mean, even his profession, you could probably teach us more about sex than he could,
Yes, thank you.
Oh, he's like a rejected attempt at Michio Kaku.
Well, even worse. I mean, Doug has had probably better sexual escapades than he has. It is what it is.
Well, he's a rapist. I mean, of course,
obviously, but I mean,
he forced everything. Yeah,
what I'm trying to say is Doug. It is what it is. Doug is Doug, but he's not even close. And here's my thing with me being a person of, me being Chicano, and even I'm sure Daniel can attest to this. The people that I hate the most are people that look like me. And when a sense of that is when they just lame. When someone, and I'm not saying, he looks like Doug. Yeah, he's Pacific Islander, but it's not even, it's almost grotesque in the sense of him. Maybe he doesn't identify as that, but it's like, you're never going to be white. They're always going to look at you as a Pacific Islander or Asian.
Yeah.
So why even fake it? But it's just pathetic, disgusting. But anyways, what was the question again? I'm sorry, I lost.
It was just that I was just making sure that both of you remembered that because it stood out so distinctively when basically that was when we began to really question what Derek Talley was doing. In other words, his wife hated him so much. And he brought that up several times that, quote unquote, my wife is evil and she hates me, and all this stuff. And she's ostracized myself. And of course, the question always was, why? And there were several aspects to his behavior that didn't make sense. He had, despite the fact that he was making good money, he had moved into a ghetto and they were like basically in a area which was extraordinarily dangerous to the point where she had to sleep next to an open window with a loaded firearm so she could open fire on people who attempted to steal their car in the street. And it was like, and of course her mother hated him, asking him why he was bringing her there. And then of course he refused to report Richard K. Cole Jr. when my gang stalker, Richard K. Cole Jr., was continually putting up pictures of their grandchildren and their nieces and nephews on the internet. Basically exploiting their children, and he refused to report him. So the wife obviously hated him for that reason, amongst so many others. So when that came about, and then there was the compounding of just his behavior being strange enough where he started talking about these strange dishes, where he was like saying, I can make these all white dishes, where it was the white noodles using a very special kind of pasta that was very white, so it wouldn't like...
And pasta white as it is, I mean, that's like fettuccine Alfredo. Like, what the hell are you talking? Like, I'm talking about him. Like, isn't that what it is? Alfredo sauce? Like,
Yeah, yeah, go on, Dave.
But that fat motherfucker can talk about how he can cook whatever. I always remember him constantly mentioning pizza every other episode.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe you. I mean, it's just some of these things just went right by me. I was like, just not paying attention. But the interesting, go on. Yeah,
he ain't got that straight a diet. He black man loves him some food, so
no, he definitely was he definitely had a horrible diet. His diet was horrible, and ultimately, then he made all go on.
I think the time when things started to get really weird for him was right after funds were raised for him.
Yes.
Remember?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's when I think that's when it kind of got to his head a little bit, thinking, okay, if he could get it once, maybe he could get some more attention that way.
Thank you.
Right. That was You're right. That is true, Daniel.
Yeah. It was that. But then there was also what had happened was that.
How does she taste?
Thank you. That the reason
that was what nailed the fucking coffin shut for me. It was like, what?
Yeah, it started
did you
around that
say?
point. What happened was that it was Derek Talley and Jameson Reese and myself were on the same Skype call, and I did a screen share, and I showed them the escort my son had arranged for me over Halloween that year, who was an albino. And when it was just as bad, one of those real jerk your head moments, like when I was showing this other girl who had her ass up in the air, who was an escort of mine, and I says, oh yeah, she was great, but I was just kind of worried about, she had just a few pimples near her vaginal area, do you see that? And then while I was pointing that out to Brendan, then he burps out, is she a vegetarian? Like, and that's when I said, there's something wrong with this guy. There's this girl with her ass up in the air and her genitalia proffered and this guy's thinking, is she a vegetarian? It was like, but then when I brought that up on bandwidth, that's when Derek Talley said, well, that's because, no, it was a group call. It was a Skype group call that Selena Khan was on. Selena Khan was on this Skype group call with us. And when I brought that up, Derek Talley said in front of her, she's on the same call, he said, that's because he's vegetarian. He won't eat her pussy out if it smells of meat. And he said that. And then later on, when I brought that up to him, just tacitly, it was on a different call in which I was on with Selena Khan and himself. When I brought that up, that he had said that, he denied it, and that's when Selena Khan rammed it down his throat. When I said, you said this one time that Brendan wasn't going to eat this girl up because she was eating meat, and therefore, the smell of that would go through her. And he said, I would never say that. And that's when Selena Khan said, I was there. You said that, you fucking idiot. She really let him have it. And that was, it made me cognizant that this person was unaware of what he was saying, to at least a degree. And so then when that's what brought it to the picture, that when Jameson Reese and he were on the same call with myself, and I'm showing them this albino young lady, and that's when Derek Talley blurts out, and of course Jameson will testify to this, he said, what did he say exactly? What did she taste like, right?
How does she taste?
How does she taste? That's what he said, was, how does she taste? And I was like, how do I respond to that? And of course, as James said, no, I didn't respond. I just moved on. Yeah, go on.
So the thing is, everybody forgets about Selena until you hear, hey, Douglas. It's like, oh shit, she's here.
Right. Yeah, that's right. In other words, she has a very passive and quiet personality until then when she presents herself, then everybody gets kind of slammed. Like, oh shit, was she here?
Listen.
Yeah. Thank
listen.
you. Yeah, thank you.
We should have her on in the future, though, because she is amusing sometimes.
The problem is she's done something to lock herself out of her Skype account. I've talked to her about that, and in terms of so Derek, then that's when it was after that he brought up this all white spaghetti and meatball dish. And that's the weirdest part, was then he talked about the white sauce. That's when he said the white sauce. And all I could think of was him pulling out his dick and just ejaculating over the dish and then serving it to somebody unknowingly, like saying, see, it's all white with this, the white meatballs, white spaghetti, and the white sauce. Yeah, that's...
It's a metaphorical reference to the albino.
That's what
right.
I was thinking. I was thinking the white meatballs. Wait a minute, he's eating white women, isn't he?
Yeah. It's there is something to be said of that. There was something bizarre in terms of his behavior. There was several things that he did that were indicative of this. Claiming he was driving a truck. And claiming they kept holding the job for him when he never showed up for work for months. I mean, it's like, obviously just none of this connected. It's kind of like, you know, the serial killer who tells his parents that he's got a job as a police diver, you know, like a police scuba diver.
Remember that one time? Oh gosh, I remember, because you were deconstructing Jordan Peterson that night, and he was driving his truck and he was talking to us, and it's raining outside.
Yeah.
And not only is this motherfucker driving a truck in the rain, but he can't see.
That's right. He
what the fuck? And he's driving hydrogen.
Yeah,
of all things.
Thank you.
One of the most explosive gases you can possibly drive around.
Yes, he himself insisted that he could not see the eye chart, and he memorized the eye chart, which I could not memorize an eye chart, but he was insisting he had memorized the eye chart because he never wanted to wear glasses or contacts. So he really could not see to drive, you know, and yet he was driving toxic materials. He had the highest level of essentially security clearance for truck drivers, the ability to transport toxic materials. So he's basically a domestic terrorist. In other words, he's somebody who's blindly driving on our highways in an 18-wheeler loaded with explosives. So the guy never should have been driving in the first place. Anyhow, I was just bringing all that up, and yes, the fact that I thought of him as eating white women as well as Jameson. We all kind of concluded this about him, and the fact that he kept claiming he had cancer and that he was on dialysis, and yet we clearly got, thanks to Brendan Zoget taking the screenshots off of his timeline, we found out that Derek Dowley was, you know, line dancing with his daddy in this weird ass, you know, black Masonic cult gathering or something. It was just,
yeah, I don't know. It's probably a cult for black guys who like to eat white women. Like literally eat white women. Yes. I'm not even talking about like,
yes, got it.
Yeah,
got it. Yes, no, cannibals. Yes, that's right. No, it's disgusting, which would go a lot towards explaining his fucking health problems. I mean, you know, it's how do I say this? It would be like different if it were the Amazon rainforest and everybody you were eating were not injected full of fucking steroids and you know, various shots for various diseases. Then you'd basically be getting more natural human meat that you'd be eating. I'm not recommending that to anyone to relocate to the Amazon forest and start eating natives, mind you, but if they're eating each other out there, you know, there's less of a chance of all the evil shit you get with all the crap you'd find in the human body in a city, like tattoo ink.
Well, naked hot albinos ignited stupid behavior from Derek Talley.
Yeah, there we are. And so such being said, so all of you were basically talking about this black guy who's obviously an asset and was sent out to just basically make everybody vote Republican so they can start law and order again against all these crazy mass shooters.
Yeah. Basically, this is so that the media can continue to spur on World War II on behalf of the military Mimo nanny sec, which, you know, just all this predictable bullshit. And, you know, people ask, love it or leave it. Yeah, okay, what the fuck is to love?
Yes. What is
and also, I'm of the most villainized race on the planet, so where the fuck would I go?
Well, let's just put it this way. Anyone who says that, love it or leave it, obviously we're doing our best to try and improve it. Let's put it that way. So,
yes.
By the way,
if you love it, if I say hate it and improve it.
There we are. Thank you. We've had several things. Chris Collins brought up earlier in the chat room that that in terms of Daryl Hamamoto, who was the Jap trash piece of shit we were talking about, he said, I forgot to mention he did compliment Peter Moon. Oh, well, he's white, right? And then he says, which immediately became irrelevant after his flawed scholarship statement. I suppose he was probably trying to say the flawed scholarship was on my part, but then why would he compliment Peter Moon for right? You know, it's just this guy's obviously just.
Why compliment Peter Moon? He's just saying, "He's a great dick." That's what he's saying.
Yes.
So we know what he's about. You know, I still want to lay some more comments on him, and just slam this motherfucker into the bottom of the barrel, just for fun.
By all means.
He's like fungal bacteria on the plant's roots.
Yes. And then, of course, I'm sorry, Sammy?
You're quarter Japanese, right?
Yes.
Your quarter outweighs his somewhat full, I guess.
Yeah, he's just basically full. He's just basically, yeah.
Yours outweighs his. You're more Japanese than he'll ever be.
Thank you.
He's might as well he might as well be an ass white vicar. I mean, it's pathetic, you know. And anyways, it's just what I don't understand is because you present all this rich history, okay, through your heritage, you know, through your mother. If I'm Japanese American, I would be proud to call myself that. And why would I want to lick boots and suck kneecaps of whitey? I don't understand. Anything but that. And you know, it just boggles my mind. But I mean, it makes sense. You know, when you're a Adamite asset, you have no soul. You know.
It's true. No, you're absolutely right. And think about the true insanity of it. The true insanity is because he's Japanese, of all people, he has the heritage of his family must have been interned during World War II. And yet he was going the whole MAGA, you know, make America great again trip, which is like, how crazy.
It's like a black person wearing a shirt that says, make slavery a thing again.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you. It would be like, thank you. It would be like a black person wearing a Confederate flag.
You know what? Believe it or not, there is a YouTuber. I'm not even going to name his name.
Yeah.
Please do. We want to rip him apart. Please.
Don't ask me why. No, but his intro is, black people have never accomplished anything if it wasn't under slavery. Everything they accomplished was under slavery. You know, with building the White House to, inventions. With I don't know, just dumb.
That is so out there. It's not funny.
Well, here's the thing is, Doug is right when it comes to people with this mindset. They're like the inversion of, it's like they're inverted, and it's disgusting. It's like they're not even human. It's like you what I don't understand is how does it not register in your mind what you're thinking? Like, this doesn't even make sense, you know? Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's one of those things where the point is we've all had to make the point that we are stranded here. And therefore we're going to try and make this work. But we do know there are people who want it so that it does not work. There are, of course, when you go into the Deep South, there are people who are simply been so acculturated all their lives that might be black, and they feel perhaps that they've never been persecuted, and you do get that black with the Confederate flag phenomenon. It does exist.
Those people, those are the ones that I like to see exterminated first. Before even the freaking white supremacists.
Enrique Tarrio from the Proud Boys is one of them.
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's
syndrome. Is there like a Stockholm syndrome, Doug, where they want to protect the oppressor? Yes. Is it like that?
It's worse. They don't deserve existence syndrome.
It's an identity cult.
Wipe them out.
Yeah, it's like an identity cult, It's just like attracts like a bunch of frustrated dudes that couldn't get laid for free, so they have to have guns to make up for it.
Well, and it's true because the Proud Boys quote unquote founder is Hispanic, and it's like, why am I not surprised?
Yeah. Well, actually, the founder is a white guy named Gavin McInnes. Now, Enrique Tarrio is one of the leaders of the Proud Boys, so they're all in sectors.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Now they only front Enrique Tarrio out as their color. Yes. As their color guy.
Yes.
The token.
In other words, they ride him on the hood of the car so that they basically have him literally as a trophy. And
Yeah,
he's
are you racist? You know.
Yeah, right. See, we're not racist,
Yep.
but this is the whole point. You get a few blacks and Hispanics like this, and the point is that these are exploited profoundly. They allow themselves to be exploited, and this is the phenomenon of multiracial whiteness. So what happens is they're defending what they feel is a culture that has accepted them, and simply because they're treated with some level of, I would say, given a kind of coddling, then they've
Privilege.
probably never been so coddled by their own, since they've never been so coddled by their own because they're basically failures as human beings, then they become very much identified with these people who quote unquote accept them, are basically exploiting them. And so they then identify with the culture, defend it, and then this is the multiracial whiteness. It works for both parties because the whites get to say they're not racist, whereas these colored people who are rejected by their own society because they're like Derek Talley or something like that. I'm saying that again, not to just have another opportunity to kick him, but I think people should understand at this point, there was nobody who really liked him in his own community. So you get this situation where if they're accepted by the other community, then they'll take it. They'll take anything they can get because human beings need acceptance. We're social animals, and and because of that, they wind up doing what they're doing, and so we get this phenomenon of multiracial whiteness. But we've really got to. This is our biggest challenge: is the fact that these individuals are the facade, behind which white supremacy hides. And so, as you know, Jameson says, they have to die first. I can understand that, and I'm certainly not going to argue.
Exterminate them.
You know, I read that book Disloyal by Trump's ex-lawyer Michael Cohen, and in that book he talked about how they had went ahead and planned on planting black people standing behind Trump, just so that it didn't look like a Klan rally.
Yeah. And what did he say about that? He had to go deeper than that. What else did he say?
Oh, okay. Well, before he said all that, when Michael Cohen, he says, he said the first impression he got out of the whole crowd was that everyone was all lily white. Yeah. I mean, it looked like a Klan rally without the hoods. Their behavior and mannerisms and everything, and these are the very people that Trump hates the most, you know. But he knows that they're stupid enough to play up to, so that they could, do as he commands.
Yeah, when he says that these are the people that Trump hates the most, I would say that these are the people who Trump feels utter contempt for, would be the better way to articulate it. But while he feels contempt for them, that's his entire base. And yet, but how did he describe how he located the black people? Did they hire them, or did they find really believers? What?
He just pretty much just appointed people, or he found people in the crowd that were black or dark enough, just to make the background look diverse. But the rest of the whole crowd, they were all white. I mean, they were all blatantly racist.
Right, blatantly racist, white,
and blue collar, dumb fuck poor people.
Yes.
These were probably black people who were down on their luck and needed money for something or another, and they just offered them like, "See, man, you want $20?" You're like, yeah,
no. You're dignifying it. You're actually dignifying it. The way that.
Well, I wish it was that. Well, I wish it was like that. Unfortunately, these are probably black people who look in the mirror and they see whiteness.
They loathe themselves or hate themselves, and they want to see a white world. I mean, there was the guy who, give me a break, he was a Chippendales dancer. What was the name of the guy with the pipe bombs, Daniel?
Caesar Sayok.
Yeah, Caesar Sayok. This was a Latinx man, and he was like, his own relations would tell him, aren't you colored? Aren't you non-white? And he
wanted to be, Caesar Sayok, he wanted to be white so bad at one time, but before that, at one time, he claimed to be Seminole, and the Seminole tribe immediately said, "Oh hell no, we don't recognize him."
Right.
But he claimed to be some other races, I forgot. But what we found out was he was half Italian and half Filipino.
Right. And so this half Italian, half Filipino guy, he finally settled on being white, is what and then he found enough feedback there from people who like took him in because he was willing to do dirty work for them, like plant pipe bombs and mail them and take those risks. And since he was
yeah. I'm very familiar with the lifestyle that this guy lived, because it hits home with me because we worked for the same guy at one time or another, although he had more contact with him than I had. Now, I am familiar with the way that this guy's attitude is, from the outlook of a guy who was on tour back when he was in shape. But this guy, he still went to the gym, although he always went to the gym at a time when Fox News was on, so he could do his cardio rounds on the bicycle, and watch it before he hits the weights.
Disgusting.
He takes showers at the public shower at the beach, and is a DJ at night.
I mean, what kind of a DJ was he? I mean, that's like I can't even imagine.
Strip club.
What's that?
Strip club. Yeah, at the time I think he was a strip club DJ.
Okay, so in other words, it was the lowest possible talent. It wasn't like there was any real talent required. It's like that's like at the bottom of the barrel for DJ, right?
Well, I think maybe at this particular club, it's because he was the one that showed up to work.
There we are. There we are. That makes sense. I mean, maybe I'm being unfair to other DJs in strip clubs, but you got to admit, I mean, people are not there for the music per se. I mean, you are of course providing music for the dancers, and the ladies do want something that they can strip to that at least has some vibe to it, some rhythm. But
well. The ladies weave their own sense of black magic just so they can keep making the guys spend more and more while they're there.
Yeah. Oh my God. But in terms of that, this is an example of what we're talking about. So aside from that, our man Jameson is gone for a moment. He'll be back. But I'm psyching myself up to start doing the monologue for tonight. I will talk about the Hunger Games, since Daniel Arola brought that up. I'll use that to segue in. I'll do the solicitation first, but I'm going to wait for a few more minutes, kind of like, obviously we've got more time than usual tonight because we started basically an hour late. Now, I know Daniel caught all that, and but Sammy, were you kind of aware that we were having problems in the opening hour? I'm just curious.
Yes, I did. I tuned into your transmission in the beginning, and I heard you saying you have technical difficulties. I don't know if you know this, but YouTube did an update yesterday.
Okay.
A lot of content creators couldn't log on yesterday.
Wow. Okay.
But then again, your case is kind of special because you're you. So
yeah.
I'm not. It's a little different with you because when you said you're not monetized, and I mean you get views, Doug. That's the crazy thing. That's how much they suppress you is. People do watch your transmissions, especially people in government.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's always.
Yeah.
Yeah, and which is, I mean, it makes perfect sense who you are. It is what it is. But yeah, I knew you were having technical difficulties.
Okay. Yeah, and just so everybody understands, when our man Sammy brings that up, that in no way, shape, or form was the cause of our technical difficulties. It wasn't any goddamn YouTube upgrade. I can tell you that. Okay. But I'm glad you brought that up. I appreciate your bringing that up. But no, it was, of all things, it was like the other day when I was talking about I had my appointment to get that second half of the shingles shot, and I'm trying to call a cab, and my cell phone is just glitching. In this case, it was the computer was not recognizing or interfacing with either the external hard drive or my what would you call it, the keyboard. It wasn't, I got a Logitech keyboard, which is not directly connected to the computer. So the computer has to recognize it via the wireless. And it wasn't recognizing the keyboard, and it wasn't recognizing the external hard drive, which is directly jacked in. So it's just, the computer effectively was not working. So it was just bizarre. And so it wasn't even the internet or anything to do with that. So the whole thing was extraordinarily wearisome. It was just awful. It took a lot out of me. But it's one of those things that, thank God, when we got back on, I do want to share these difficulties with people, because I do want people to know that I of course appreciate whatever support anyone gives. As a matter of fact, I want to take advantage of this moment to thank Dennis Marshall. I dedicated the last episode, the latest episode before tonight, to Dennis Marshall, because he sent me this care package that was just incredible in terms of many Asian foods. It was remarkable to me that he was familiar enough with the Asian palette to send a number of specifically Asian taste-oriented items. None of this was perishable, a lot of canned goods. And so it was just incredible that he had that level of sensitivity, and I was impressed. So aside from that, hopefully I'll be able to thank him more profusely in the future. Something like that, a care package like that, can literally last for many, many months. But our man Sammy, of course, sent these care packages of these warmers just as my other electric blanket, so to speak. It was really just ad hoc. I was using an electric heating pad, broke, and then as it broke down, because I use these constantly enough, when I'm home, I'm basically in bed covered in an electric blanket for the most part when I'm home. So these things get used a lot, and then when they, so they die quickly, comparatively quickly. And so, Sammy Romero saved my ass in time. But tonight's episode is dedicated to Jojo Mikołajczyk, and Sunday we're going to dedicate it to Sammy Romero and Jameson Reese, because both of them did so much. The other night, Jameson Reese was handling what went down in the chat room, which was obviously a Russian attack. The remnants of it are available in chat for people to review, and they can see at least one example of what was hit after hit after hit by what you'll see in the chat room on the last episode, the latest episode before tonight's. So Jameson is back. And so what I've been trying to find in my files while talking to all of you, and of course I didn't put it on screen share for the same reason that I turned it off screen share when Sarah Thomas Lyons was with us, is I don't want everybody to see all the porn that's in here. Hardly any sense of shame, but it's just, I think anybody would get a bit overwhelmed after a while. And besides, it's too fucking distracting. People would be asking me to pause. That's what they would start doing. So, I don't want to go through that. But what I did find was the photograph that I had shown to Brendan. So I'll be sharing that with the lads here in a matter of minutes. I should be able to find, probably in this file, the albino escort. It's just the problem is that I've got to start organizing this. There should be a file with pictures taken by my son. Should be a file, with illustrations that I make. Should be a file for my porn. Should be a file strictly my escorts. But, it never works like that. Honestly.
Douglas, no computer user has things strictly put in files where they belong.
No, they don't. They don't.
It's called being human.
Thank you.
I casually dated an albino stripper at a time, and oh man, she is a sweet memory.
Yes. Now tell me, was she high maintenance?
Actually, no. She was actually raised well, like middle class. She just wanted to be a stripper just because she was bored with her life. Okay, cool. She didn't even have to be, but she was attributed to be.
Right. And so when, but what I mean is, obviously, albinos are very hypersensitive to light, and so did she have, like, by that I mean high maintenance in that sense, or also because she was so special, I would think that there would be a lot of people who would be using her services. You would think she'd be kind of addicted to.
She got a lot of work just at the club alone. So much that she didn't even have to sell ass on the side.
Yeah.
I mean, she was exotically attractive.
Yeah. And so, so because of that, I was just wondering, was she addicted to like fancy jewelry, expensive cars, something?
She was from a well-to-do family. She had money. She didn't have to have that job. She was just suited for it. She was just perfect for it.
Yeah, it basically.
But no, she wasn't one of those whores though. She didn't sell ass on the side. So no, she wasn't one of those. She wasn't one of those that had a sugar daddy that bought shit for her.
Okay, it's just but that being said, again, what you're telling us is basically she was addicted to thrills. She had to have some kind of adrenaline rush out of this.
Yeah.
And that so that's interesting. And obviously, no judgment there. She's basically an adrenaline junkie. But for someone to, how would I say it? I'm just surprised she wasn't like addicted to a certain kind of like. Did she like cocaine? I mean, not she wasn't like.
Shit, yeah.
Okay,
yeah, she loved the party.
Okay, so she was in that sense. She maintained a certain type of lifestyle that it would probably take someone with a lot of money to maintain, right?
Yeah, but I mean, she always had it, yeah. So
okay. Yeah. Okay, just clarifying that, and that makes sense. Anyhow, I'll have to find.
Party girl.
Yeah. I'll have to find the albino later, but I'll turn on the screen share just for a minute here, just so we can at least throw this part up. And so the this was basically
this woman's eyes. Oh man, sometimes at a good angle, they look freaky red.
Yeah, that's right. The albino escort was like that, of course. So this is what I was showing Brendan Zogit, and I was saying, I said, geez, I was just worried because, aside from the fact that she had very rough feet and I had to use a smoothing stone on them, which was understandable. I mean, she's young and really wasn't. I said I was just a little bit worried about these pimples near her anus, is what I was telling Brendan Zogit. And this is what he's looking at when the idiot pipes up, "Is she a vegetarian?" I mean, this is where I knew there is something seriously wrong with him.
All he needs to do is smell her ass, and you can tell.
There you go. This is like, what an idiot. I mean, this is like, if that's what you're worried about, there is something just seriously wrong. He definitely had issues, and
it's like, who's gonna care in that moment, right?
I mean, she's a sex professional, not a relationship potential.
Thank you. And it's just amazing to me how people are hung up on their trips. They've got some kind of trip or something that they're always on. Now, by the way, we have Troy Bellamy in the chat room who says everyone thought Malview was white, just like the New York subway shooter. I thought he was white too. Stereotypes. Malview, is this the black man they just caught? The tall guy who everybody thought was 5'5"? Is this the guy?
Yeah. No, that's his name is Frank James.
Okay. So sorry, go on.
Malview's a DC shooter back in 2002.
Okay.
You remember?
Okay.
They hit in that Caprice.
Okay.
And they were shooting people. I don't know if that's familiar to you.
Okay, Malview, you're talking about the guy who he had the black kid with him. And yes. Yeah, and they were shooting out of the car, and you know what? They got that from Iraq. The Iraqis were using that. They were using cars that they would put their snipers in, so they could relocate the sniper, and that way they could shoot at. So they were emulating the Iraqi insurgents, is what they called them. They're actually the Iraqi natives, right? The Iraqi natives, the Americans are the conquerors. And and as Douglas Marks says, MK Ultra shooter concerning the man in the subway, Sarah Thomas says, fuck, woke up from back pain, good times. background, and Douglas Mark says, "God bless America." He's being facetious, I assure you. DJ was giving the clap of the hands to Sammy and JMO. He says, with hearts. And DJ is a her. Hey, honey, so glad you're with us. And of course, our brother in battle, Daniel, deserves that too. But, he's got all kinds of female fans anyway. I mean, God, the guy was shaking his ass for money in front of them for forever. And, his life is
happily
fine.
Retired now.
Yes.
Do you know this guy who was a sniper was married while serving life in prison? How the fuck does a piece of shit like that get pussy? Oh my God! You know what? Fuck this world.
Which?
I'm gonna rip this realm apart.
Which sniper? The black guy who was with the kid who was shooting out of the cars?
Yeah. This was the guy who shot like he was part of the 2-person sniping crew that killed 10 people and wounded 3 around Washington D.C. in 2002.
That's right. Okay. Yeah. And
he was married. He was married while serving life in prison.
Okay. Well, I mean,
you know what? Fuck this world.
Yeah, but these women marry these guys because they know they're safe in a cage and they're theoretically not going to get out to.
But what's the point of marrying them to begin with?
Yeah, because the women.
Security.
Yeah, the women are disturbed. They're disturbed. They don't want a relationship with a guy that they have to live with because here I'll give you an example. What was the name of that woman who was married to? The guy's name was, he was the Pendragon murderer. So if we look up Pendragon murderer, Mark Richards. He was Mark Richards. Dr. Mark Richards. He was a professor. He was right here in the San Francisco State University system, or rather UCSF, the University of California system. So it wasn't San Francisco, but it was all around the Bay Area that this guy was somewhere in the Bay Area. He was a professor. And he basically got some kids ensnared into a Dungeons and Dragons game. For those of you who don't know, Pendragon was the title of King Arthur. So Mark Richards was ensnaring these kids into a Dungeons and Dragons game and told them that if they killed some people for him, that he would help them take over a kingdom, and that basically they were going to conquer the world because he had military connections, and that he had access to the blueprints and the materials to construct a laser on top of Mount Tamalpais so they could graze the skies clean of any incoming planes, graze the seas clean of any incoming ships, and graze the ground clean of any incoming land, mechanized, or infantry forces, and they were just going to use that to protect their kingdom. And then when he got these kids to commit some murders for him, ultimately he was held responsible, which is like kind of expected, right? And
but weren't they held responsible too?
Not that I know of. I think that they got it all placed on him. So he's.
Are you fucking kidding me? So they killed people and got away with it? You know
I
what?
wonder which neighborhood gangs they're associated with, because they'd be training them too.
You know what? The human race has to go. I'm done.
let me check that up. Did kids go free? Did his students go free? We probably won't find on it. I mean, he's pretty much gone free on the internet. But by the way, the person who had convinced him to do all this was Michael Aquino. He was convinced he was going to get this big laser set up from Michael Aquino. So here we are. Marin DA. Overturn of Pendragon murder conviction is absurd and so here he is. And offensive. Absurd and offensive. So basically a federal magistrate overturned the murder conviction of a man who killed a San Rafael business owner 25 years ago in a bizarre plot to take over Marin County and turn it into a modern-day Camelot. They were all in the matrix of this D&D game. The ruling entitles Novato native Croissant Hoover, who has been serving 26 years to life in prison, to a new trial. Okay, so apparently he was put in jail, but it was like they were going out of their way to make him, get him free. Richards was convicted of murder in a separate trial and sentenced to life without parole. Now, here we are. He's a murderer with an intergalactic alibi, and she's in love with him. This is the woman I'm going to tell you about, who I met personally several times. I met her so often that I got to know her fairly well. Joanne Richards. So Joanne Richards was this little bookkeeper with glasses, like this mousy kind of, well, big and mousy. I mean, kind of like Laura Lee Solomon, well, not like Laura Lee Solomon, not necessarily that chunky, but just kind of like, kind of a big but small. It's hard to describe. She was like a small woman in a bigger body. I'm sorry?
Like Bernadette in The Big Bang Theory?
Yeah, it's kind of like that. And she was like glasses and really shy. And she had a first husband who was a monster. And this man, like, beat her up all the time. It's kind of like what Penny Winkle Bradley tells us her first husband did. Her first husband, how Penny Winkle Bradley always says, my back, it was my first husband. Then he tried to poison her with, the ant poison. He put the ant poison in her coffee and shit. For those, even something like that Joanne Richards went through. So the next time she married a guy, she wanted to make sure he was in a cage and that he was never coming home. But she wanted
Okay, well, it makes sense in that context, but why marry at all?
That's now you.
Why,
are you trying to talk sense? I mean, why do you? Why?
No. I'm trying to figure out why she can't just pay male escorts.
I don't think it's the sex. I mean, I don't know if she gets conjugal visits with Mark Richards. I mean, they do meet, and I don't know if they get conjugal time together. I don't know. I didn't get the impression they did. It was like the guy's like just this side of death row. It's like Mark Richards is a professor, so the trip is that he is privileged in the sense that he knows how to con people, and he's got everybody charmed in the prison so that the staff uses him to like clean, like a custodian. So he's allowed kind of like run of the prison where he can go in the office and mop. You get what I'm saying? So he like does.
So of course they let him fuck women when he wants to, because that's just
I'd like to add something.
Into it.
Yeah.
You know what?
Wait a second.
I'd like to add something from experience. When I was living in North Carolina near Fort Bragg, when I was a bouncer at Secrets Cabaret. Now, there's a number of the girls that I've known that are married to some of the military guys on the post. And these guys are dog ugly, but obviously they were married for as like a contract marriage. Yeah. Like for security, for insurance and all these benefits while he's out on deployment, and she's getting banged still. Yeah. Regardless.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Contract marriage. So that was kind of like a common thing that I keep hearing about. And of course, I'd also personally meet other girls that go to the club that tell me that, they're in a contract marriage. Their husband's out in the desert and they want some dick that night, So of course, I'd get offers, and I'd direct them to somebody else that'll give it to them,
Yeah, I hear you. And beyond that, oh, here we are. Okay. Our man George Knight says, sorry to interrupt your show, Douglas. I'm free to come on if that's okay. Much love. Can you bring George Knight on and then give me a little extra...
I gotta get going.
Understood. We love you dearly, Daniel Arola. Right. God bless you.
All right, guys. Talk to you later.
Yes, thank you so much. Hugs.
All right.
And
at some point, good sir, yes. I take it I will be in good faith. I take it in good faith. I will see how to. Well. Let me rephrase that. That doesn't sound good at all. I take it my curiosities will be met with the appropriate. Oh my gosh.
Oh, dude, son, like I said, it would take a 3D model. I would need to show you almost like a hypercube, okay? And it's going to be impossible to portray that in 2 dimensions.
No. I know, but you can flatten it in a two-dimensional sense. I
don't know if I'll do that. What I can do tonight is just kind of give people an outline maybe of what Peter Moon was really trying to say. But I'll consider it and just digest it and work and just into the future.
Look, it's not the diagram that matters. It's only the names. Whoa, back up. I wasn't saying that like that. No. What I'm saying is, I think it would be educational for everyone who's interested in the weird world.
This is they call it a cult for a reason, Jameson. It's not to share with others, but maybe we'll see what you find out. We'll see what you'll dredge out of me as time progresses. Okay. In the meantime, are you with us, George?
Yeah. Okay. Good day, Douglas.
Yes.
Hello,
good.
Yes. Hello, JMO.
Hey, George.
Yes, and Sammy Romero, I don't believe, has met you formally. So, Sammy, this is George Knight. George Knight, this is Sammy Romero.
Nice to meet you, Sammy. Hello, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yes, can the three of you gentlemen do me a favor? I just finished this Coke, so I'm going to rinse my mouth out so I can get the taste of that malted battery acid out of my mouth, and my teeth don't feel so furry. I'll be back in just a moment, and so share with us, George Knight. While we're here, there was, of course, if you'll give us kind of a breakdown analysis of why this is a new level of insanity. Basically, Putin and Sergei Lavrov, basically his state minister, his basically his foreign affairs front. They both claim that the massacre in Bucha was committed by the British. They say the British killed everyone in Bucha and are blaming it on the Russians. Oh my God! So if this is
level insanity.
Yes. If you could break that down for our listeners, kind of describe some of this and what's been going on lately, I think it would help. And I'll be right back, and I'll join you in that in a matter of moments. Okay, but I'm going to go mute for a few minutes and get started on that, and I think that's a good opening. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. Wonderful. Just a quick question, gentlemen. Can you hear the humming of my van in the background?
Nope.
Can you hear any background noise on my end? Oh. Is it all clear?
It's clear. We're clear.
Oh, fantastic! It's just because I'm keeping my my iPad charged up whilst I'm on the show, so I don't drop out. Thank you very much. And yeah, exactly. And well, exactly what Douglas just outlined. To the best of my knowledge, what I've gathered personally myself is that the Russians, the statesman, Putin's personal statesman and spokesman, Dmitry also. I listened to him on air the other morning, and they are blaming everything either on the Ukrainians or foreign affairs on foreign nations such as the British. And satellite imagery has confirmed that bodies have been in the street of Bucha for weeks, and they've timestamped the whole scenario, the whole episode that happened after the Russians retreated out of the occupation of Bucha. And this convoy of Ukrainian troops went in with a camera, and they've captured the exact location of all the bodies that were still on the streets of Bucha after the Russians have retreated. So obviously, during the occupation, satellite imagery has confirmed that bodies were left on the street. This is obviously a war crime against the Ukrainians by the Russian Federation against the troops of Russian forces. And satellite imagery has confirmed this, and including they have captured on camera actual Russian tanks killing an innocent civilian woman on a bicycle. She was just riding along the street, and a Russian tank just shot her cold dead in the street. And this was captured all on live camera. And Dmitry, the spokesperson for Putin, his mouthpiece has turned around and said, "How do you know that's Russian tanks?" And it's been confirmed it was Russian tanks just through footage that was captured of them. So these are some of the war crimes that's been committed on the Ukrainians, on the civilian population, and the insanity of the Russians themselves. All of Putin's personal spokespeople, especially Dmitry, he's his mouthpiece and personal liar to the rest of the world because he speaks English. And he tells the Western world that, this is all fabricated. This is all lies, and it's all conspiracy. And so, yeah, it's all, yeah, they're saying, oh, this is anti-Russian propaganda, and it's not true at all. It's all authenticated. It's all been proven objectively that all through surveillance cameras and through satellite imagery. It's all been captured. So yeah, the international war crimes, such as the Amnesty International, I know are preparing, to prosecute the Russian Federation and all of Putin's own personal, all of Putin's personal secretaries. Everyone is accountable, including the Russian forces, of these war crimes against the Ukrainians. It's a war crime against humanity, and so yeah, this is what we're going through. Just like Douglas just stated, it's insanity. It's a new level of insanity, and it's just something that they've just keep propagandizing, that they're blaming everyone else apart from themselves.
I'm going to guess that the only news agency that will show their shit is probably going to be Fox.
Right. Yeah.
Fox is like they own Fox, which of course is owned by Disney. For those who don't know, so basically Disney is peddling Russia's shit.
It's to be specific, Fox is of course ultimately owned. Now Disney is involved. Yes, Disney is involved somehow, some way.
Well, they bought out Fox. They at least bought out Fox Studios.
So let me. No, I don't disbelieve you. Let's check into this. The point is, for all intents and purposes, Fox serves Russia's purposes. So yeah, the Fox acts as an extension of the Russian state media machine, which is proven by the very fact that Russian state media often shows Fox News or elements of anything Fox projects. So, but does Rupert Murdoch still own Fox? I know they were doing something with it. Now, does Rupert Murdoch own Fox News? So here's the question. And okay, so Murdoch's media empire includes Fox News, Fox Sports, the Fox Network, the Wall Street Journal, and HarperCollins. Now, Rupert Murdoch is, of course, a media mogul, and he's in Australia. So basically, here's an example of what they say. What does Rupert Murdoch own? A little bit of everything. So it just goes on and on. So he obviously still has a great share in Fox News. In fact, what it says here, the guiltiest party is the Murdoch family, which owns both outlets, Fox and the Post, the Washington Post. The WAPO are key parts of a media empire assembled over the decades. I'm assuming, or maybe they're talking the New York Post.
So I'm wondering if they own also Hulu and Disney. I wonder if Murdoch has shares in Hulu and Disney as well. Then
they have a net worth of 17.9 million. So let me see, does River or Disney, let's add that in. But in the meantime, with our man George Knight with us, in terms of what else has been going on with you today, George? You're out at work, so to speak. Oh, by the way, Sammy Romero says I have to go. Doug and JMO, good night. Can you say good night to everyone listening, Sammy?
Yes, good night. Good night, JMO, good night, George. Doug, please everybody support Doug with this book and his PayPal account. I think he needs a new laptop, and I'm going to support for a new laptop because that's his livelihood, and someone that has given a lot to us deserves that his livelihood be kept, and it's part of his survival too. So good night, God bless everybody, and I'll catch up the rest tomorrow morning.
Yes, God bless you. I'll try and give you a call maybe Friday or Saturday. Okay?
Yes.
No problem. Right. Okay. Yes. Bye for now.
Okay, so he does have shares in Disney.
Yes. So it says Murdoch.
Based on Forbes, based on what I'm reading at Forbes, he now has shares in Disney as well.
Yeah. So in terms of this, I'm going to do a screen share just so that we can make certain that we're all on the same page. So here we have this. It's
he's got 10.5 billion in Disney stock.
There we are. So Rupert Murdoch, Investopedia, they say Murdoch's media empire includes the Wall Street Journal, HarperCollins, and in March of 2019, Murdoch sold the majority of 21st Century Fox's entertainment assets to the Walt Disney Company. So that's not Fox News. Okay, what he sold was the 21st Century Fox's. That was a merger between 21st Century and Fox, and it's just entertainment shit. So it's just like it would be like the Cartoon Network, so to speak, and other elements like that were sold to Walt Disney for 71.
Okay, I sent you something via the what do you call it, Facebook.
Okay. And which I'll open, and here we have that, and there we are, what the Disney Fox deal means for Rupert Murdoch's fortune. So, but just so people understand that what he sold to Disney was not the news element, which is all fake anyway.
Right. even though he didn't sell the news element, he has $14 billion in
Disney stock
in Disney stocks anyway. Yeah. So I mean, he essentially owns a part of Disney anyhow,
and they own a part of him. So what we're basically talking is they're merged. They're merged,
basically they're all his.
Well,
we might as well just say it.
Well, they're not really. They're part of each other. It's more like, you know, Siamese twins, right?
Yeah, I know that's the technicality, but but what I'm saying, they'll push the same agenda.
Yes. Okay. And so since it's just the three of us now, George Knight. So tell us, have you been at work? Is this your work day, or is it just starting? What time is it in London?
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, it's just gone 8 o'clock in the morning, so I've literally just started work. But my first appointment, it's too early in the morning to go around somebody's house, so I thought this is a good opportunity to, you know, ask if I could come on for an hour or so.
Absolutely.
So only if that's all right with you, of course, because of course you've got you know, your schedule.
Oh, no worries. No worries. I mean, it helps immensely, and we're happy to have you. So when it comes to, say, for instance, everything that's been going on lately, tell us a bit how things have been progressing with your family rehabilitating from COVID.
Oh, yes, Douglas. No, we're all over it at this point in time. Of course, people can contract it over and over again, so fingers crossed we don't get it in the future. But if it does, hopefully we have built up our own immunity and antibodies naturally. So fingers crossed the next time it won't be so severe.
Now,
especially if it's this variant, yeah.
Have you, when you say you're all over it, you've all recovered your sense of smell and your sense of taste?
Yes, precisely. That's what I mean. Beg your pardon, Douglas. Yeah, so everything. Just things like water and coffee was a bit more blander, but my taste buds have come back, sharply ripe as ever. So I can, Last night I had a curry. I had a chicken tikka masala, and it tasted amazing. So it was So thankfully, I got that back, and all my energy, which is good, because for a period of time, you felt the sense of fatigue and just lethargicness. So it's over now, which is fantastic. Little Everly, bless her, she was coughing throughout the night. I'm trying to think the term that Sarah called it. It's not colic, it's something else that babies get if they have a severe cough. So she's got that, but that's nothing to do with the COVID. Fingers crossed.
Okay.
Hopefully.
So now, what about Sarah? Has she gone back to work, or?
Yes, she's gone to work today, and thankfully it's Easter weekend, Easter break now. So after today, I'll be off for 4 days, and so will she. So I'm looking forward to that. So this is a great start to the Easter break, coming on the show with you, Douglas, talking to you. It's just amazing.
Thank you for reminding me of that. That's so important. Yes, this coming Friday is Good Friday. Then Sunday will be Easter. And what exactly now? Forgive me. Obviously, just answer with what you're comfortable with, and you can just tell us that we can discuss this privately or something. But who watches your daughter when both of you are at work? You take a daycare center? Or?
Oh yeah, we have basically on a Friday. Well, because it's bank holiday, it's a Good Friday tomorrow. So she doesn't have to go into a nursery, but she goes. Yeah, she pops into this little nursery called Enchanted Nurseries on a Friday, and on a Thursday, which is today, my mother-in-law, Sarah's mother, looks after her for the day, which is just fantastic. And today I'm going to finish work early, around about 3 o'clock. So I'm only going to do 7 hours today.
Oh, God.
It's probably about an hour's work in total.
Right. Now, when
7 hours, physical work, yeah.
Oh my God! And what about now, forgive me again. This is something. There's a lot of actors involved, and I always forget sometimes the stage card. The stage play kind of roster of the dramatis personae, the people involved in the drama. You've got this kind of sour wench who's involved with, I believe it's your dad and your brother, but that's not involved with the lady who's taking care of your daughter is Sarah's mother. So holy shit, this is a lot to keep track of.
Easy. Okay. Thank you, Douglas. And it is. It's just that's what it is. It's just drama, which I'm not going to. They want to manipulate me. They want me. It's basically like blackmail, so to speak. They want me to. They want me to back down to their demands, which is to have my father's partner come to the wedding. But in the 12 years that my dad has been with his partner, which I thanked her for, because she's made him happy, and she's provided him, a house of, and just with everything, he's got a life of his own now, which, for a period of time, my mum and him were off going, back and forth in their relationship. So yeah, I've said thank you to the woman, but the thing is, she's always stayed away from, she's never met my mother. So that's the reason why on our big day, mine and Sarah's big wedding day, which is one of the most important days of our lives, we don't want any drama, we don't want any conflict, we don't want any hostility amongst any of the guests, otherwise we won't forgive them. And so it's just to make our day a lot easier and to go more smoothly, and that's the reason for it. And it's not, and I'm supposed to apologize for this. I'm supposed to say sorry. It's me who's got to apologize, apparently, according to them, to the group. I've got to apologize to them for not inviting her. But it's my wedding day. It's mine and Sarah's wedding day. We don't have to invite anyone we don't want to.
Thank you.
I just want my family there. I want the people that mean most to me. And yes, unfortunately, I would want my dad's partner to come to the wedding. I think she has a right to be there because she's been with Dad for 12 years and she's made him happy. Of course, I want her to be there, but that's not the reality. That's not the circumstance that we're facing. Yeah. I don't want any problems on the day, because it's just the rhetoric that comes out of her mouth. It's animosity and it's spitefulness towards my mum. Yeah. And she doesn't have a clue what went on between my mum and dad when they were together. She hasn't got a clue, but she's only got half the story, not even half the story. She's blaming everything on mum, what went on between them two. And she's only got basically just a half fabricated story about what happened. So yeah, she has no idea what went down. And unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to one day tell her the truth. I'm going to have to tell her what went on. I never told her because I don't want any ripples between her and dad. So, but it's going to come to that, I think, especially if it's now. And it's just like, what I've been experiencing, Douglas, with my daughter, when you come into a family, when you are an outsider coming in, you're always going to have, some friction. There's going to be some things that you don't like. And it's just like, it's now, my dad's partner, has now got that with me, my dad's son. Yeah. So it's like, but I've done nothing wrong. I just didn't invite her to the wedding because I don't want any trouble. Right. It's as simple as that. So yeah, and like you said to me, Douglas, I'm bigger and better than all that. So not to let it worry me and just get on with it, because it'll hurt them more at the end of the day because they're not coming to the wedding. They've made that choice because I've invited them. It's down to them. The ball's in their court. And if they don't want to play ball, then that's down to them.
It's true, and whatever you do, don't allow them to emotionally blackmail you. Do not allow them to manipulate you so that you feel guilty. Honestly, you want as much enjoyment out of life as possible, so you don't need this to detract from that or lower the quality, to water down that enjoyment in life. And but I'm just curious. So when it comes to your mother, was it because of her experience with your dad that she never found another man to partner with, or was it just simply because she has the back pain and kind of is more overwhelmed with controlling that and just kind of working to help control that and kind of maintaining that lifestyle? Because we had Sarah Thomas Lyons come on earlier, and I don't know if you're aware of any of this, but tonight we started almost an hour late. It was an incredible nightmare. The computer was not responding. It was very similar to the other day, my cell phone not responding. And in both cases, I had to shut these machines down and reopen them to get them to do something. And they're both extraordinarily slow, impacted by different factors. But, you know, really, to tell you the truth, at the end of the day, I could only say that if somebody says this was a supernatural assault, I would not argue with it. It's just very bizarre for machines to behave like this. Yeah. So, and besides that, like what I showed you, we had that bizarre Daryl Hamamoto showing up suddenly and talking about me on his little video, which is like Jameson Reese takes that as a direct part of the occult assault, and it may well be. I mean, it seems to be very synchronized with it. It's very bizarre. So when it comes to this this whole situation, it was what it was. We got on at least, thank God, a quarter of an hour before bringing Peter Moon and Jojo Mikołajczyk on. And but when it comes to what we were dealing with, it was obviously stressful. And but during that time, Sarah Thomas Lyons in Canada came on to help us and to calm me down. And she was telling us about her back pain, which was just knocked her flat, knocked her on her ass. And so obviously this is what so many women have to deal with, and the fact that your mother can still work with it and the work helps her take her mind off of that back pain. It's obvious that her life may have become more or less that. Was that the case? Or I mean, it's probably a relief to you she didn't find another partner or something like that, because I understand that could be somewhat awkward. I mean, God knows I would, adjust. But I think it's awkward for any of us when, our biological mother is sleeping with some guy who's not our biological dad. I mean, it's got to be kind of odd, right? I mean, yeah, it's so why did she never hook up again? Any story behind that?
Very good question, Douglas. And you're pretty much you are pretty spot on as well. That is something that in the deep back of my mind, I always thought, why did Mum never move on? And she's explained to me, she's told me in black and white why. When I was a kid, they broke up when I was 11 years old, and she asked me, would you, how would you feel if I had moved on and had another partner? And when I was 11 years old, and I can vaguely remember this, but there's something that she brings up quite frequently, I told her, no, Mum, I don't want you to have anyone else. Oh. And of course, that's me as an 11-year-old child. Obviously, like just what you said, the thought of her being with another man who's not my biological father is quite daunting for a child. Because as a child, when you grow up, everything is innocent, and you just, your livelihood is Mum and Dad, and that's your stability. And you always want them to be together. You want them to love one another, because that's what family unit is. So that's when I was growing up. I never wanted them to split up. But unfortunately, there was so much. They were just, it was not chemistry. They just never gelled together.
Well,
you
do understand that you were speaking in innocence, and for her to bring that up with you as kind of like, now remember you said this, and it's almost, I hate to say this, but this is kind of selfish of her. That's kind of manipulative.
Thank you. Yeah.
You could.
And Douglas, I think she's always had a deep, a sense of I think deep down she's always loved Dad, because just what she keeps she keeps bringing up the past so often with me. I just think she cannot let go of what the trauma and the torment that she went through after they split, and then she never kind of forgave him when he moved on with another woman. I think like there has been, I think she's always said, I'm not jealous, but I think it's down to that. But
that almost adds to the puzzlement, because you would think,
Yeah.
Obviously she has every reason to be resentful, and I can understand the resentment. I can understand, but what I don't understand is then where's the vengeance? I mean, you would think that she would pair up with somebody, almost anybody, just for the sake of vengeance, just
Yeah,
to
exactly.
kind of get back at him. But
Yeah.
when she brings that up, this is part of what you say. It's almost like she may have felt that by doing that, she would have somehow killed that child that she always sees you as, the child who, obviously you're just being a child, and your selfishness is nothing to be condemned. You're every child is selfish in that regard. No, Mom, I don't want you to have someone else. That's of course any child would say that. But for her to bring that up on your part, that's like I said, that's a bit almost like almost putting it on you. That's
Me,
almost,
yeah.
That's a bit, how would I say, unfair, to say the least. That's unfair.
Yeah, thank you, Doug.
Yeah.
Because when I've gotten older, I would love to see her settle down with someone, because of course I've got my own family now, where she always had me and my brother. She had the two men in her life, and that's how, like, when I got a bit older, I saw it that way. Oh no, she's got me and my brother. She's got two men in her life that will look after her. And of course, what went down between my mum and dad, I was always there. I sworn to protect her, and especially when I got older, I could then defend myself. So that is the path that I always I always went down, was, you know, she's always got me and my brother. And then when I've gotten older, now I've moved on with my family, I would love to see her settle down, because I don't want to see her, you know, I want her to have company. I want her to, you know, have that relationship with someone that she can, you know, so she's not alone, and someone to look out for her. And that's all you want, is just that, you know, that security for herself. You just want her to be happy.
Now, I'm going to assume that, and she's not that old, so I mean the potential is still there conceivably. But do you get the feeling that this just not going to happen? That she's at this point?
Yeah, she's quite stubborn, and it's just like myself, Douglas, and little Evely's inherited that from my side, from my Jesus, stubbornness. Right. Once you stick to something, you stick to it, and I think she's always said she's not going to move on with anyone, so she's stuck with that, and she's stuck in her ways. Yeah, so she's gonna live the rest of her life like that.
Oh my god! I feel this is I feel bad about that. I'm concerned. I'm concerned as she gets older, and at some point she has to stop working. That could be a lonely set of later years. I know that your entire family and the grandchildren will help lighten that up, but still, it's you know, it's like who's going to watch her? There's not going to be someone with her 24 hours a day unless somehow a care provider gets involved. But I mean, hopefully one is never necessary. But you get what I'm saying. It's just these things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You do have to, you're precisely right. You have to consider these things. You have to think about the future like that. You have to. And it is a concern and worry. But yeah, I've always looked after her. I've always, you know, I make sure I take her out once a week. You know, we go shopping together. And people, you know, you look at, people have always had, I'm trying to think of the word for it, like, oh God, you do everything for your mum. You know, you do everything for her. And they always say, like, oh yeah, your mum forces you to do it, but I'm happy to do it. I'm just happy to do it.
Oh God, how can people say that? That's like, oh my God.
A lot of people don't have that kind of relationship with either, you know, their sons or daughters or their parents. They don't have that. They don't spend that bonding time with their parent, or, you know, vice versa, the children. You know, especially when you get older, they spend less and less time together. Sometimes they go months without seeing each other. But I see my mum every week.
Right.
You know, and it's nice.
I'm shocked. I mean, I realize everything you say is true, and I'll admit that when it comes to Britain, I've never really thought of it. But I mean, first off, this is my stereotype. I think of Britain, and I think of a lot of almost identical looking houses where you've got these people kind of like living literally next door to each other. I mean, literally the only thing separating them really is two walls. And,
that's right.
That's
right.
Yeah. And so I think a lot of England like that, or especially London and the suburbs, and a lot of the smaller cities. But when it comes to these people, a lot of them do have a backyard. A lot of them do have dogs. And a lot of them just kind of like the way I kind of always envision it. I never really thought of what happens to the families, but I guess Britain is really like atomized. It's like America, where the families have just not. It's just the family unit has just kind of. It's fractured. It's fragmented. Oh my God, is it like that? It's just all just. That's just people have just gone about their own ways. I mean, that's horrible.
Yeah, it is, Doug. Yeah, it is, Douglas. It's you're precisely right. You're not far off. It's it's hard to describe. I can go into I could go into detail about it all, and just like my experience with it all. It's really weird. I've grown, and if you knew me growing up, I always looked at other cultures. I never really followed the tradition in England at all. And we were very, on a Sunday, for instance, most people have a Sunday roast dinner. That's something that we always had, a Sunday roast dinner. It's one of Britain's favourite meals of the week. But when I was growing up, my bedroom was decorated in Japanese culture. I love the Japanese culture. I used to watch Japanese anime.
Right.
I used to always go with, and I love Godzilla growing up. I love dinosaurs.
Yes.
So when I was growing up,
and Alita Battle Angel, when he got a little bit more mature and could get an erection, it was Alita Battle Angel.
Yeah, the manga version. I had that on VHS. I had the manga version of Battle Angel Alita. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. It was such a And I actually, at one stage, growing up, you'd fall in love with these fictional characters, these animated characters. It's just it's amazing, isn't it?
Yes.
And my very first girlfriend, Douglas, was in a wheelchair. She was disabled. My very first girlfriend, as a child, I was only a few years old, probably about maybe 3 or 4. Yeah. My first girlfriend was a girl in a wheelchair, and I can remember that vaguely. Yeah.
Wow. Do you have any idea what happened to her?
No idea, Douglas. I don't remember her name or anything. But my mum brought up a few years ago. I was like, oh yeah, I remember her. And there's pictures of me in nursery with her. Yeah, just I was like beside her chair with her. But that was my first girlfriend. I loved any girl that was blonde hair. I just loved blondes with blue eyes.
Right.
So my girlfriends were always blonde hair and blue eyes.
Right.
And now my daughter's got blonde hair and blue eyes. It's just amazing. Yeah.
It is. It's incredible, and I'm very, very touched. I'm just very touched. I mean, obviously, even as a young boy, you were just a very caring person and a very gentle person. And obviously, you kind of, with this young lady in the wheelchair, in a sense, assumed the role of a care provider even then. Oh my God.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it? Yeah, it's really and I've always looked at the world like that, and it's like, I always looked at the world. There's so many children in this world without parents, so I've always said I'm quite happy to adopt a child, because there's so many kids out there that need a loving family, a loving parents, and so many children unfortunately don't have that. Yeah. And it's a tragedy. And I've always looked at the world like that.
Yeah.
If I could adopt 100 kids, I would do so. Right. If I had the capable means of doing so. Yeah, but I've always had an outlook on life like that.
No, I understand completely, and I'm proud of you. I mean, honestly, certainly your very name, George and Knight, I mean, these are the names of saints and roles of responsibility. Obviously, did you ever trace the genealogy of your name, Knight? Obviously, you must be descended from somebody in the knighthood. So did you ever find out more about that?
I haven't, Douglas, unfortunately, no. My dad's middle name is Frank Knight.
Okay.
So Lawrence Herbert Frank Knight, and so I've always wondered if he's got descendant from the Franks. I have no idea. I have no idea at all. But yeah, no, the genealogy and the ancestry of our name, I have no idea, unfortunately. There is a great website called Ancestry that you can subscribe to it and get a free trial of it. It's something I would like to do. I should do it in the future. Just out of curiosity.
Well, I understand that that's kind of like I would call it kind of like it's something you would do for fun to kind of get a vague idea of the outlines. Let's put it that way. Yeah. That's what that would be for.
I know it's not precise either. It won't be accurate.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, of course, for people, they would need to hire a professional genealogist.
Yes.
And I'm not talking about a geneticist, but a genealogist to find out more. Then ultimately, if you wanted to get wild with it, but whatever, just for our listeners, I know you already know this. I know you know this, but for our listeners, for God's sake, you know, somebody might give you a gift, like what happened with Abdul-Karim-Haq, where they gave him a gift of like a gene test shit, and then, you know, they take some blood and they send it over to the company and they send you back like, yo, you're part of these haplogroups and shit. Okay, haplogroup is like, you may as well say like, you know, you're part of the human race. Okay, it's like, it's just, don't even bother. It's like a joke. No. It's a, you know, fucking after that, Abdul-Karim-Haq said, oh, I have some English blood in me. I said, oh yeah, you and Cheddar Man, motherfucker. Yeah, that's, oh my fucking God. So it's like, just so everybody understand, the real genetics test that, and this may change with time, but for now we're still there where real genetics tests cost thousands of dollars. But such being said, and just so people are aware of it, I do know we've finally finished mapping the human genome. By the way, Jameson Reese says Abdul-Karim-Haq must have been related to Winston Churchill. I'll buy that. Yeah, that's right. Through his American mom. Yeah. Through Jenny. Yeah. Yeah. And we have finally finished mapping the human genome, and yes, this is important. And yeah, technically, we originally finished it back in 2014 or something like that. But basically, it was April 14th that was done like 20 years ago. But such being said, you know, back to that later. In the interim, when, of course, you already have explained to people the insanity of the Russian position, which is kind of like taking the position of the serial killer who says, this young girl obviously killed herself in a crude attempt to frame me. You know, that's kind of that stance that the Russians have taken. And but then by pushing it on the British because they resent them so much. This is what happened when Boris Johnson went to visit our man Ellīnikī. They got so resentful. They just had to say something stupid along those lines. And like I said, he at least has really matured. This was the best thing that ever fucking happened to him. He otherwise just would have been a clown. But he got to be a wartime leader, which is like, you know, basically the only, you know, if Boris Johnson wasn't a wartime leader, he'd be a piece of shit. He'd be like that. He's so lucky to be a wartime leader. So, but do go on. And what else is in terms of, we've talked about the British family. How did it get to this point? It's like at some point it was not like this. I mean, people used to be more like in the days of Charles Dickens. People were extended families. You would have British families would have like grandfather, grandmother, the kids, and this was like something where they would be more along the lines of other ethnicities where you had the extended family maintaining an identifiable connection. When did this stop? Was it World War II or the aftermath? What was it?
Possibly, Douglas. You know what? That's a very good point, actually. And yeah, I believe it must have been post World War II. It just the way Britain then behaved after the war, it all changed. It changed everything. It was just places started to develop. They had to respond to the aftermath, and especially losing its empire in 1945. It had to do some drastic changes.
While still deluding itself, it won the war. Go on.
Yeah. Still deluding itself, which is just, it's just laughable. Oh, it really does. It boils my blood. It really does. And it's just like my cousin Rob, who pretended he. I don't know. I remember Mum just telling me, because I explained to her what he keeps doing on Facebook. Keeps dressing up in World War II uniform in the Pacific. It was a Pacific Theatre uniform that they wore when they were doing the island hopping. And he has these American, what are they called? These American Jeeps. I'm trying to think of the proper term for it.
I'm trying to think of it. My father had a term for the uniform. He called the uniform jungle gyms. They used to call them jungle gyms. Was the the name for these?
Not camouflage, just one beige color.
Yes.
It's just what he does is he reenacts World War II, but they're not fighting anyone. They just take snapshots, pictures, and uploads it to Facebook in these groups. and they get together and they drive around town in uniform into
in
these
this
villages.
Jeep. In this Jeep.
Yeah, in American Jeep, in American World War II Jeep. I'm trying to think of the actual name. I can look it up and find it for you.
Oh, shit.
But he does this, and he's questioned, like, when I've
Willie's
posted
Jeep.
my
A
post in the
Willie's
past,
Jeep.
he goes,
Willie's Jeep. It's called Willie's Jeep.
oh, right, yeah, that's it, Douglas. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and it's just, it's an open top, and they just drive around, and they even go through, like, some woodland, marshy areas,
Right, just so people know, the Willie's Jeep is very small. You would think, in this day and age, most people would look at it like a toy. It's almost like a toy. It's just basically almost the size of a child's car that a child would drive around in the backyard. Go on, I'm so sorry. I had to say that.
No, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, thank you very much. And he drives around doing all these, enactments, and it's all just, for Facebook, I guess. I have no idea.
Well, it's obviously harmless, but who? I'm sorry. Who is this again? This is not your brother with the rat poison, is it?
No. It's my cousin. He is the same age as my mother. Because she was one of the youngest of her siblings. She's got like 9 siblings when she was growing up.
Oh God, you said this before, and I just totally went blank on that. Oh my fucking God! Did you ever get to know all of these other 8 women or 9 women?
And some of them passed away when I was really young. And one of them died very, very young. Obviously, I was born long after. But obviously, my uncle, who's I've explained before, he was at Spandau Prison, and he was one of the guards watching Rudolf Hess. He was and he had conversations with the Rudolf Hess.
Did you talk about this to Peter Moon? Did you talk about this?
No, I think just to yourself, Douglas. But I think this was in the 70s. I think he was stationed when he had to do his service for our country.
No, this is important. Did he?
Yes.
Was his? No. Did he speak with Hess directly, and was he ever under the impression, or it could be that he was neutral and just didn't go either way, but did he feel that was the real Rudolf Hess, or some dupe who had been put in his place, like many people concluded?
Douglas, I cannot confirm whether or not he believed that was the actual Rudolf Hess or not, but one thing he definitely, because unfortunately my uncle, his name is Henry Kempster, unfortunately, he fell out with my mother years ago. It's not just her, but the entire rest of the family. So he's like excluded himself. He's basically, what they call, disowned. Disowned.
Understood. So he's ostracized is the term.
He's ostracized. Yeah,
so
he's unfortunate. So it's a shame because I want to speak to him about this. I want to personally, but I remember growing up hearing him say that he was one of the guards for one of the top echelons. And that's how he called it, one of the top echelons of. He never called them the Nazi Party. He just said of Germany.
Germany. That makes sense.
When he was doing his service, they took it in turns. The British, the Americans, and the Soviet Union would take it in turns watching his cell. But the one thing I can confirm is that he always said the British killed him. Whoever that man was, whether it was Rudolf Hess or not, he always maintained that British killed him. It was the British agents that went in and killed him. That's the one thing he always said. Right. He goes, the British killed him.
Right.
That's a straight up, that's what he believed.
Now, in my opinion, based on what I know from what I was working with, and people who know what I said to Nexus Magazine know my general stance concerning Rudolf Hess, it would make sense that the British would kill him if he was a dupe who had been put in place many years before, and the British certainly would never have wanted that exposed, and the British have a history of doing this anyway to people like Napoleon Bonaparte, who they essentially poisoned to death on the island of St. Helena. And but in terms of with Rudolf Hess's dupe, it would make much more sense to kill the dupe than it would be the real Rudolf Hess. It would be, but at the same time, that makes sense to me. That makes perfect sense to me. Now, what I'm wondering is, obviously, time has an effect if you allow it to have. In other words, what I'm saying is, now, of your own free will, if you didn't tell your family about it, could you potentially sneak out and meet this guy and talk to him at some point in your life?
Oh, I would love to. Do you know what? It's one of those things, because of knowing what I know now, it's one of those things with someone who was there, who actually was guarding his cell, who had conversations with him. it would be, I would love, it's something I have to do. It's not something that, I could just, it's something I have to do.
Because obviously he's not going to be with us forever, so.
Yeah, he does not like me, but I know I can talk to his daughter, and I would like to know, I think the best way to go about it is, I'll say to his daughter, Kerry, can I please, you know, I really want to talk to Uncle Henry. And of course, I don't call him Uncle Henry anymore, but I'll say to, I want to talk to my uncle, and I just want to ask him about his experiences. I just want to, because now I'm older, now I understand more, because after hearing the stories from himself, and then, you know, and what I've, you know, conversations I've had with my mum.
What you've since acquired in terms of your understanding. Now, in terms of Uncle Henry, I mean, we can call him that. Just out of curiosity, and this is like, I'm presuming he just doesn't like you because you're affiliated with the family that ostracized him, right? I mean, he has no other reason not to like you, right?
Yeah, he did something very, very bad, Douglas. He did, my auntie, the youngest of all the siblings of my mum's family, he battered her physically. So she was bleeding. This is over, it's kind of like, oh God, it's kind of dark, and it's something I won't explain on you know, on air. Understood. It's basically, it was like a family dispute, and he took it way too far.
Yeah, but one thing that we can, without defending him or rationalizing what he did, we can take into account the fact that his military experience on the continent had doubtless left him mentally damaged. It left him emotionally unable to restrain himself and predisposed towards violence. He was predisposed towards violence as the response to everything, because this is what happens. So we can blame the British military for that. We can blame that, and there doubtless there were other factors. Doubtless, just out of curiosity, was he much into the alcohol, or was that not a factor?
He never drank, actually. I don't ever recall him drinking.
By the way, in all, I'm saying this without any sense of sarcasm. That may be part of the problem.
yeah, exactly, Douglas. Yeah.
I mean, now our man, Mr. George Knight here, knows as a bartender that just how damaging alcohol can be, and yet at the same time, when you run into people who are teetotalers, that can be a problem too. I mean, if you're unable to loosen up a bit, and you know, and it's not for everybody. Some people medically just cannot drink, but there are also people that are so uptight that without cutting loose with some alcohol every once in a while, that could be part of the problem in their lives. They're just they can't party, relax, let go. He sounds like he's really uptight.
Absolutely, Douglas. Yeah, he needs to loosen up. That's the perfect answer.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh God.
There's so much to talk about, Douglas. Like, you know, we could go on for hours. There's just so much to talk about.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah. Jason Reese says someone with no vice is scary. So, but I'm sure it's so you know, but we can go on for hours to talk about this. But your own family is something that I'm fascinated by. We don't need to concentrate on that, because obviously we don't need to wind up, you know, just collaterally prying into everything. So we'll happily change the subject somewhat. But again, this brings us back to a good change of pace would be your cousin, who is old enough to be essentially your mother's age, and his trip is basically, he calls it, now I'm sure this is the term they would use, reenactment. He's a World War II reenactor, is what these kinds of hobbyists call themselves. So as a World War II reenactor, this hobbyist, he's basically doing what these days everyone would call cosplay. He basically cosplays in jungle gyms, which are basically, just so people understand this, these are an all beige pair of basically a short sleeve shirt and shorts, and kind of like a web belt. He's got a web belt, short sleeve. Yeah, I'm right? I mean, this is basically in the Pacific, it'd be short pants and short sleeves, right? That's usually how he's parading around?
Yeah, that and the long sleeves. You see him frequently with the long sleeves and the long, you know, and the trousers, and then the helmet. He wears the helmet.
Right. Right. Oh my God.
Yeah.
And
he wears.
No, is he wearing the British or the American helmet?
It's the American. It's got the American star on it. The Jeep's got the American you know.
Okay, so they're all going around as Yankees. They're all dressed as Yanks.
Yeah. That's what they're doing. The GIs, yeah, they're just going around like that. Yeah, it's incredible. But after when COVID hit, I explained there was it was like sort of like presented like a meme, and I don't post memes or you know what they call share memes, you know, repost them. But during COVID a couple of years ago, it was statistics on the amount of the losses in the countries, the United States, how many deaths they had, the British, how many deaths they had. And basically when I'm trying to think of,
it's just basically amazing that both fucking countries survived. Both America and United Kingdom had killer, you know, death waves. Go on.
Yeah, sorry. The correlation, beg your pardon, the correlation of this is that if you can, people can recognize, these are all allies of World War II. The nations are allies. And it was a meme saying about the deaths. And I just, you know, at the top, I created my own title. It's not a meme like, you know, with Daniel Roller or anyone that would create their own memes and they'll do their own text. Right. It was literally, I posted, the same losers of World War II are losing this war on COVID.
Yeah.
And like that very cousin commented saying, I thought we won World War II. And he put that, you know, emoji looking up with his smirk, you know, looking up, and he's got his hand on his cheek, you know, that emoji with a few question marks. And obviously, when people ask these questions, and then I repost or regurgitate what the government believes, these facts, like Title 38 of the US Code, and, you know, this is for veterans, you know, benefits for veterans that are, you know, applying for benefits in wartime. When you regurgitate, you know, all these facts that the government believe, and including the presidential proclamation 2714 that states that ceasefire was declared December 31st of 1946, all these facts that you present to these people, they then shut down. And all he kept doing was, do not go there, George. And not only that, I mentioned about Winston Churchill. And we got into a dialogue. The post is not up on Facebook anymore. I've archived it, so I can still see it. It's not deleted, so it's still there. So if I ever shared it, people can see the conversation we had. And it was like, well, hang on a minute. Winston Churchill was voted out of office in a landslide victory to the opposition. He lost the election. He was voted out of office by all these veterans that were overseas. They all voted him out of office because he was then promising Britain that he was going to invade Japan.
Yeah, that's right.
More bloodshed. There's going to be more blood, sweat, and tears.
Yeah, and all the veterans said, fuck that.
Yeah, so they said, no, let's get this guy out of office. Yeah. They said no. Yeah. So then I said to him, he wasn't even prime minister when we supposedly won the war.
Thank you.
He wasn't even in office.
Thank you.
He wasn't there when the atomic bombs were dropped.
Thank you.
He wasn't even there.
Yeah.
So you presented facts like this, they can't argue against it. Yeah. And with the ceasefire, and it's like with my other cousin, who was a Marine, who was there on the invasion. He was served in Northern Ireland to begin with when he was 16 years old. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think he was about 16, 17 when he first joined the Marines. He served in Belfast in Northern Ireland. And then he moved straight over to Iraq in 2003 when the day they invaded. But even that cousin, who was a Marine, he was an amphibian Marine, so he was from sea to land. And he's brilliant at. I would love to. I'm seeing him in a month's time, so I'm going to get some more information from him, so I can come on air and then and tell you in detail, because it's been since 2012 since
you're welcome to bring him on with you if he's willing.
Oh yeah, that'd be wonderful. Yeah, just to give the viewers the perspective from somebody who was there. And I'll have to send you the photos of him in the newspaper that he was there the day of the invasion, and it's a picture of him. He's got blood all over him. It's God. Like I've got it's on his Facebook, so I have to send it over to you, Douglas. But yeah, he was saying to me about the Missouri ceremony when I presented that. He goes to me, yeah, but that flag that you're saying, which is upside down satanic, there's 31 stars on that flag, which are all upside down and satanic. He was questioning about the Satanism in it, but not only that, he was going, but this is Commodore Perry's flag. He was a descendant of Douglas MacArthur. Right. I was saying that was a claim that he made just to justify having this flag, but it's illegal on one side and it's white on the other.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Because, you know, when they come up with that, then anybody who's actually seen the flag and if they investigate it, they will find out it is white on the other side. It is just plain white.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then, actually, it blows everything, you know, apart. MacArthur was just saying that for the sake of, you know, all the idiots. And obviously, so when you explain that to him, how did he respond?
There was nothing he could say because, like I said, I presented him, the Presidential Proclamation 2714. I've got video footage which I've shared on Facebook of President Harry Truman. He's there on air saying, "This is the Proclamation 2714 that I'm trying to figure the exact words he used. He was saying, I declare now December 31st, 1946." Termination of hostilities of World War II. And that's how he presented it. And he says the date, it's December 31st of 1946. December 31st of 1946, he goes, yeah, this is termination of hostilities of World War II. And you present to him in the the actual proclamation, I've shared this many times on Facebook and I have it, the actual transcript of the whole proclamation, and it says December 31st, 1946, termination of hostilities. That's legal ceasefire. Yes. That's not end of World War II as a collective. This is something it was a ceasefire that was declared so the men can then sort of return home, but then stay out. So, with the so-called occupation, they brought men home, but it just meant that there's no more belligerent hostilities. There was no more proactive prosecution of hostilities. That's the term to you.
That's
Beg
right.
your pardon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's fine. And then, of course, people know for a fact that all of this is proven by the fact of the San Francisco Peace Treaty between Japan and all of the allies other than the Soviet Union. So in terms of the Soviet Union and Japan, of course, they're legally still at war, just so people understand that. Now, one of the things that I notice is that I get a lot of memories come up on my Facebook, what do they call that? The newsfeed. And the majority of the memories that come up on my Facebook newsfeed are usually Selina Khan's experiments. She did a lot of visual experiments with a lot of my photographs, which are cute. And then the other thing that comes up is usually posts by our man George Knight. And I wasn't really paying, too much attention to them. I try to share them. And the majority of them I cannot share because it'll say...
Oh, no.
Yeah, it'll say, what it'll say is error pursuing inquiry or something like that. I mean, literally, it'll say something bizarre like that, like error performing inquiry, something like that. And I think this is because many of your posts were at some point censored by Facebook, or at some point maybe because they're archived. It's very bizarre, but it's usually having to do with these historical matters. So the last one that came up, I actually took note enough where I basically cut and pasted it so I could have kind of like a private record of it, and it was Proclamation 2950. So what happened was this was termination of the state of war with Germany, October 24th, 1951.
That's it, yeah.
Yes. And by Harry Truman. And so here we have this, and basically it's then there was an editorial by George Knight. So I just cut and pasted that. There was obviously some comments left between myself and Peter Moon. But what's interesting about these is they come up on my newsfeed. I cannot share them. So it's nevertheless, they're like in the system somehow. So they're in this like limbo where they're in the system, they can't be shared, but they come up as memories. It's and the funny thing is very little that I publish, because I haven't been on the Sora AUI timeline all that long, but fucking long enough. But it doesn't really give me my own memories. It's usually Selina Khan's experiments with artsy, little software programs that make my pictures glitter, or it's our man George Knight's historical posts. And But in the case of his historical posts, it's almost impossible to share them because at some point or another, the majority of them were hit by Facebook for some reason because of the threat to the threat to their concept of delusion, the threat of the concept of unreality or something. So, oh my God, in terms of that, when it comes to, I don't know if you heard us earlier, we were talking about the Jojo and Peter and I going to Presidio, and when we were going around the Presidio, they had this weird display at the Officers Club, which has been turned into a museum, about the Japanese internment that they called exclusion. Which was, a funny name for the exhibit. I know that was a term used bureaucratically, but at the same time, it was not the primary term. So it's unusual that they chose that, but I guess it's a single word, easy to remember. And they had that there, even though the real executive order concerning Japanese internment came out in February of 1942. Instead, they had the museum displaying this Japanese internment shit for, several months into the year after February, and it was beyond synchronistic. It was almost like they had put that up there because, they had known that I was going up there with Peter and with Jojo. It was just bizarre. But, even though I don't suspect that to be the case, the synchronicity of it is bizarre. And so it's just bringing that up. But when it comes to these posts and all of the work that you've put into them and the incredible archives that you've amassed, and you've got much of that on Facebook, which you have in a super portfolio. Tell people about how they can access this, and also your channel. Let people know about your Bizarre HD channel and where people need to go to access some of this. Okay.
Oh yeah, thank you very much, Douglas. Yeah, much appreciated. So my YouTube channel is Bizarre HD, and it's spelled BIZARE HD, and it was an account that I created about 12 years ago. It was originally a gaming channel. That's why it's called Bizarre HD, and it's spelled incorrectly because I couldn't spell it correctly. It was already taken. And if I create that account nowadays, it would have been called Bizarre 4K, but obviously I don't really play games anymore, so I'll probably change it to just George Knight, and it's something that I may change in the future just to George Knight. But yeah, you can go on my YouTube channel, and what you'll see is videos of the Third Reich in exile, the 1,000-year Reich, the Third Reich government in exile. So there's so many terminologies that it's called, or the Das Dritte Macht, the third power. Yes. But you can see actual footage, amateur footage taken by normal people around the world of the Third Reich's discraft and what they do is they conduct reconnaissance or they conduct scouting runs, and this is just captured by everyday normal people on their cell phones or their camcorders. And you'll see historical footage of them. And it's just to present, basically, with a materialistic society that we live in, people demand physical evidence unless, they don't believe it. They see this information, they see it with their own eyes, and yet they still don't believe it. It's just, yeah, it's hard. It's hard. It's a slap in the face. It was like last night, Douglas. Sorry, I'm just going to go off a little tangent, but segue into I showed Sarah's mum last night because, like I said earlier, she looks after everybody on a Thursday, so she stays over on a Wednesday night. I showed her my video on the Third Reich in exile. I showed her it, and I was basically narrating over it, telling her what it is. And I told her the dates and where it is, where the footage was captured. And I said to her, this is the Third Reich in exile. This technology is man-made. And she was going, how does it work? And I was just explaining. I was going into the technology with the Schumann levitator. People conflate it with anti-gravitic. It's a levitational device that they use. And it was produced by this physician. He's I forgot his first name. It begins with an O, and it's Schumann. That's on the schematics of the Third Reich's documents. There's SS documents of their discraft. It displays what technology they're using, and it's the Schumann levitator and the tachyonator devices that's the drive system, the thrust drive system they use. It propels the craft so it goes exceedingly faster at Mach, beyond the speed of sound, at Mach level, beyond Mach level. I was explaining that to her, and it was very hard. You could see she was looking very uncomfortable she was looking very uncomfortable with it, and I was just telling her, this is why we're on daylight saving time, this is why we're still legally at war with the Third Reich, and this is why there's so much anti-Nazi propaganda out there.
And so
Sarah,
go on.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, when Sarah's
Sarah
mother was,
said, Sarah goes, do you know who they are, Mum? You know who the Third Reich are, don't you? And then she said, do you know where they are? And Sarah, just bless her, she goes, they're underground. You know, she presented like that, and of course I had to dive into a bit more just to explain, just so it makes sense, because most people, I don't know why, but some people, they just look at that and think it's crazy that there could be civilizations underneath the ground.
Oh, they shut down. They shut down immediately. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. But yeah, no, and so people can access these videos via my YouTube channel. It's Bizarre HD. If you go down the comment section of Douglas's Critical Emissions, you'll see my name, so you can click on that, and then if you want to subscribe, you can subscribe to it. And my Facebook my Facebook page is George, I think it's .e.night.7. I think that's what the URL the link is. Yeah, that's what my the Facebook name is, under George E.7. Yeah, George.e.night.7.
Yes.
And you can access it through Friend and Douglas, and then you can see us on mutual friends. You could probably find me via his friends list. Yeah.
And that would be one way. George.e.night.7 will get you there most certainly. And you'll know you're there because he's got his daughter as his banner, of course.
Yeah, I'll be change, I think. Yeah. Oh, yes. That was another. Oh, Sarah was like, you can't do that. Yeah. You can't do that.
Because she was just frightened. She was just frightened that it would just.
Oh, undermining Mini-Me. It was undermining Mini-Me. You can't upload one or not the other. Well, whenever I've got to take a picture of my door, I've got to get them both in at the same time. Is that how it works? I don't know.
Oh my God. That's so funny.
So that was just another.
Yes, no, that's adorable. And oh my God, by the way, he also has adorable photographs of himself with the Mini-Me and of course Sarah. Yes, who is blue-eyed but not blonde. And so it was like true love. And of course, though of course there was that period of time before our man George Knight matured, when he was before he finally settled. And yes, there we are. And so there we are. And so he was speaking about God bless you. You were talking about the coronavirus pandemic. Now, this was on December 7th, 2021. Oh my God, this should have been tagged to me. Oh my God. And of course, George Knight has got the post up here of the most evil man, Woodrow Wilson. And yes, this was March 22nd, 2020. Oh my God, these things have been around. You don't post that often. You're not posting that often. How is this? Dude, is a lot of your stuff was taken down or archived?
No. I think I'm so glad that when I view my my timeline, I can see all my posts. Do you know what? I can vaguely remember I've actually had to because basically this is the thing. What people need to understand. That's something I wanted to speak about. Is I've presented on the air before that there's a lot of people that are around me that don't like me for what I'm doing, that I'm presenting all this information. Like my former boss, like I said, she was Croatian, and she told me, do not listen to Douglas. And she made it very clear that people in the company are monitoring my Facebook timeline. And so this is the thing people need to understand, that nobody needs to intervene with what I do. The people around me are going to do it for them. They're going to do the work for them. And it's like with Sarah, she's tried to tell me, don't stop posting, stop doing what you're doing. And the thing is, I've got my own mind. I've got my own, there's a reason why I do what I do. And Douglas is the only person that seems to understand why I do what I do, because the same reason why he's doing it, this information needs to get out there. It's so important that the world knows about the true facts of history. And this is all, this is all history that's been taken from everyone. It's a dishonesty to humanity. It's a disservice. And that's what we're trying to genocide. It's a cultural genocide, Douglas. Exactly. Thank you. Yeah. And this is why I do what I do. And it's because, and what started me, because a lot of people, this is the thing. I think the majority of people, like when I was talking to my friend George Horner last Saturday, he was saying that he dives into the conspiracy peddling. He dives into, that sewer shit online where they go on Google and they type in, they look things up. and they think they're going to get all the facts that they need, all the information, but they don't get everything that they're looking for. And they become, the more they look, the more confused they become, because they're getting conflating information from all these charlatans and shills that conflate one another.
Right.
Or it's just you're diving into one segue and then you're going in. It's like if you look, Roswell was the perfect example, but so is 9/11. I remember it was in 2005, and what started me going into it was back in 2005. I watched this documentary. It was on Google Video of it was called I think it was, I'm trying to remember it. It was about 9/11. It was 9/11 Mysteries. And I remember that was like, it impacted me so much when you heard an explosion before the first tower collapsed. Yeah. You heard an explosion, and I was like, hang on a minute, I didn't know there were bombs in that building. I didn't know anything went off. And it's like, I thought the planes brought them down. That's what we were told. And this is in 2005, only 4 years later. And that's what got me into that, oh my God, we're being lied to so much. This is what happens, I think, to a majority of people. And I went through so many years trying to, trying to find the truth about everything. And then I discovered Douglas, miraculously, I think it was in 2017. And he had his videos of the Holocaust and 9/11. And because I studied for a good 12 years about 9/11, it led me to learning a lot about Israel, the Israeli involvement in 9/11, even though they weren't directly involved in a way. And this is something I've brought up with Douglas in the past. They were in the know. They were complicit in knowing that the Saudis were going to hit those buildings. That's why they pulled out their own people. Yes. They had notification in that morning saying, do not go to work at 8:45. They got that text message. And it was through a company called, I'm trying to think, I know the name of that company. It's an Israeli telecoms company that sent out, it was like a pager message to all the employees of the World Trade Center. They all got that warning not to go to work that morning. And so they were the intelligence in Israel, the Mossad knew the Saudis were going to hit. Yeah. So every nation on earth lost a person in those towers when they came down. There was not a single nation on earth that didn't lose someone, apart from two nations, and that was Saudi Arabia, and that was Israel. The second was Israel. That's right. And I think there was about 2 people, I think, from Israel. I think by Benjamin Netanyahu confirmed it was, I think it was scut worker, it was a janitor or something. They didn't get the message because they didn't have the pager on them that day. So two employees did go to work, but the majority of them didn't go to work that morning. And neither did the leaseholder of those towers, all the complexes, all 7 buildings. Larry Silverstein, he never showed up to work that morning either. This is all information that I learned before I discovered Douglas, and I've started to learn a lot about Israeli history. And when I watched that video of Douglas, I knew I could confirm everything he was saying was true. But I learned a hell of a lot more listening to that 2-hour video. It was a 2-part video of Douglas speaking. I learned so much, and I've been with Douglas ever since.
Oh, bless you.
And
thank you.
I've never turned away. When you listen, when you know as much as I know, you can decipher what's true and what's not true, and how you can pick up charlatans anywhere you go, because what they're saying, they're just regurgitating shit, and you can confirm what they're saying is conflating information. You can see it all the time. And they tell you nothing. That's the other point to work. When you're listening to someone, think about how much you're actually learning. If you're not learning anything, they're talking shit. Yes. You can listen to a podcast that goes on for 3 hours and learn absolutely nothing. Yes. But when you listen to Douglas, you learn a hell of a lot. But it takes a long time to retain that information, to actually digest it. And like I said, it took me several years to get my head around a lot of the stuff that I've learned. But this is all important. This is just my experience from it. And that is why I do what I do. It's so important that the information gets out there and archiving all this information. And one day, hopefully, I might be able to produce a book, or be able to do, what Douglas does, come on and do a show and speak about what, that we talk about today. And that's, that's the objective.
Yeah.
It's to keep it going, keep this information going, getting out there, making the awareness. getting it out there. That's the whole purpose of it.
Yes. Yeah, well, definitely both. You want to be able to kind of do presentations so that ultimately, as you said, kind of like honestly, as I'll tell everyone that George Knight is, in a very real sense, the heir apparent. He's someone who can very well carry on should something happen to me. Honestly, this is the man who's learned more than most and gone into further investigations himself, and truly, honestly, I'm just humbled. I am humbled by George Knight and all that he's done. So when it comes to what George, so here was your mother-in-law, and when when Sarah said underground, I was just curious, was that with kind of like an impish, like almost like a joke, or did she just say it flatly, just kind of like, underground, like
she was? Yeah, thank you. She was being genuine, because Sarah knows what I'm saying is true. She knows, because she presented to her very sincerely. She goes, "They're underground, Mum. That's where they are. They're underground." And I had to, come in and just explain. She goes, "Why are they? Why are they there?" And I said, "Well, if you actually spoke to them, you talk about their history, they'll tell you they escaped genocide. They escaped. The Red Army went into Berlin," and I said they would have exterminated them all. They would have killed every single one of them. Yeah. If they got their hands on them and their technology. But it doesn't matter if they get their hands on the technology, because we know they don't know how it works. Yes. It doesn't matter. It's true. That's the reason why. That's why they don't make contact. I said to them, they present it like they're extraterrestrials or they're xenosentiences from other star systems. They are somehow. They are traveling to our star system. They are coming visiting our planet, but yet they don't make contact. Why is that? Because if you take them out of their craft and you see the occupants of that craft, you'll know that they are German descent. And what kind of German descent? They are from the Third Reich in exile. Yes. And so they're not going to take them very lightly. They're going to exterminate them. They're going to kill them on the spot. Or they're going to take them and they're going to hang them. Or they're going to take them and execute them. Yes. They're going to get in trouble for war crimes, something they have not done. This is the third or fourth generation. Yes. It's like trying to prosecute me for the crimes that the British committed in the past century. Yes. In the past 200 years. And it's like, it's just insane. But that's the way propaganda and the way people have been indoctrinated. They hate them. And I said to them, that's why you all hate them, because you've been indoctrinated to hate them. Because you're still legally at war with them because of who they are. Well, heck, why is it after 7? Yeah. I was just going to say, you established a gaming channel. I mean, part of the indoctrination is through gaming. I mean, everybody games to kill Nazis. They indoctrinate you from a child to just shoot on sight. And people gamed this, and that was a part of Ian Punnett, that we were talking about him earlier as one of the hosts of Coast to Coast AM. Obviously, this would be indicative of almost any parent. It's just these people are trying to keep their kids occupied. They buy them games and shit. Yeah. So, but one of the things he said just casually, which is indicative of the social pathology, was, right now my son's really into killing Nazi zombies, and when he said that, and of course, you can reflect on our man George Knight's co-workers over there at the hotel, like the one kid who was just nothing but video games and shit, and believing that they won the war, but he's still pulling a trigger to kill phantom Nazis on his game screen, on his game board, and it's like, so why the hate? Why does it continue? This is the ongoing eternal war that people are raised in. We're dealing with the daylight saving time. We're dealing with the tax on our phones. We're dealing with these elements of it where we're still in wartime. And of course, you know the feeling. I mean, you can feel it. You can feel we're in wartime. And now it's finally just hitting home with Russia acting up on the surface world in its final gasp. And of course, what is it the Russians are claiming?
they're killing Nazis. They're claiming that, and then you get the American radicalized right echoing the Russian media position, regurgitating their talking points, parroting their, oh yeah, there's Nazis there in Ukraine. I mean, oh my God. When I had Penny Bradley on the other day and her partner, Lou Reist, you know, we brought him on for a few minutes, and he regurgitated, he parroted a bunch of Russian talking points. It was awful. Yeah, he was like, yeah, you know, there's Nazis there in Ukraine, and but you know, this is the challenge that we're dealing with. The good news is that the majority of Europe is not under Putin's sway, that this has to a degree united the West, but nowhere near enough. And we still have problems in Europe like Viktor Orban, the Hungarian, who's a Putin puppet. And yeah, so things will have to be dealt with. I mean, ultimately what will have to happen is that in the name of just liberal progressive social awareness and a true civilization in the terms of democracy, Germany will be forced to invade at some point Hungary. I'm certain of this. I mean, this is going to, fortunately, Germany is remilitarizing, the budget's increasing in that direction, and this will help immensely. So aside from all of that, when it comes to your other cousin, he was looking at all this. He was trying to protest in his own little way. You basically shut him down with a flood of facts, and your mother-in-law was. My concern, of course, would be that she would misinterpret all this and think that you've brainwashed Sarah. But you can bring up the point that you were sitting in a car with Sarah and you could see an unidentified flying object, and Sarah immediately made the statement, "It's because you keep talking about them. Stop talking about
Douglas,
them."
Thank you. You just reminded me. She actually told her, she goes to her mum, she goes, "I saw these, mum, when I was out with my friends." This is long before I even met Sarah, but she told her, "Yeah, I saw them. And they were doing all these maneuvers. There was 3 of them, and they were going, you know, left and right, and then, you know, they were going from side to side, up and down, and then they just shot off into the distance." And she told her, "I saw them and confirmed it with my other friends." And I never even knew that story. She never even told me that.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
That's just incredible.
Oh my God. So you see, the things we find out. That's beautiful. No, I'm really just proud of her that she came out with that. I mean, thank God. I'm glad that she's now being really honest to herself about it, and that really is touching. That's touching. And so are you maneuvering around some toolboxes or something like that, kind of getting prepared for the morning? Or
I just went to the loo quickly, Douglas. I just had to take a peek. Yeah, there's really no rush, and I'm not bothered today. I'm not being bothered by any of the management. You know, it's quite nice. My manager's off for like 11 days or so. So yeah,
cool.
There's really.
What the fuck, did they catch COVID or what?
Oh, he's on annual leave, so yeah, he's just got time off. So no, it's okay. There's really no rush for me to get going or anything like that. It's quite nice. Okay. It's quite a nice job, actually. You're not under any time restraint. You're not under any pressure, which is quite nice.
I'm just so happy for you, and thank God for that. I mean, really, it's one of these things. Tell people a little bit about what would you say is like when it comes to Britain's infrastructure and how different it is from a place like South Korea or Japan. Maybe you could explain to people just a little bit about why Britain is taking its time replacing the copper with the fiber, because really the copper is in its own way kind of advantageous, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. Yeah, that's a very important point. I was going to mention that earlier, actually, about the British infrastructure, as you just said. We are well behind, progressively compared to other cultures and other nations,
or at least certain developed cultures, and nations. Go on. Yes.
Yeah. Beg your pardon. Yes, exactly, Douglas. Sorry, beg your pardon. Yeah, other. If you go to Japan, must be about 95%. It's all fiber, whereas a few years ago, it's probably about 6 years ago, they did a survey and they showed you the statistics of Britain behind the rest of the world in the rollout of fiber optic cable, whereas the majority of our implant is all copper wiring, and the rest of the world, Japan is the leading nation on earth with the majority of it being fiber. So they got ultra fast broadband, ultra fast internet speed broadband. If I'm sure it's different terminology in Britain and the United States, but we call it broadband. Yeah, so
it'll suffice. People will understand what you're
yeah,
speaking
thank
of,
you, Douglas. Yeah.
I mean,
So
here I would just use the term bandwidth, but broadband is fine.
Yeah.
Believe me. Go on.
That's exactly what it is, Douglas.
Yeah.
It's just bandwidth. It's just so the more, it's just a high capacity. More people can log in. Can sync to the internet, the broadband, and then that's what it is basically. It's just there's a larger, wider bandwidth where more people can use the same connection. So yeah, we are well behind, and that's what they're desperate now. They have a scheme. Just before I joined, they announced that by 2024 they want to install 25 million homes with fiber, and so that's what I'm doing. I'm installing fiber, getting that rolled out, and they're really cracking on with it now because they're so behind. They need to invest in fiber because it's the future. They can't invest in copper wiring anymore. And just the other day, we had a security warning issued out to every engineer that over in Cranley, which is a few miles away, they had these thieves steal an entire eSI cable. It's about 800 pairs of copper wiring, and it goes for, what was it, a kilo? I forgot how much money they said it's worth per kilo. But it's a lot of money. It's valuable, copper is. So you get people coming along, digging out of the ground and stealing it and selling it on. Whereas fiber's not worth anything. Fiber is valueless.
That's incredible. I had no idea. I thought that was something that, basically what I remember, just to give you an example of this, it was like, for some reason, of course, obviously, just to try and put this into context for people, obviously I'm very familiar with drug culture, and and of course it has its own ethnic subcultures, and in America, obviously, the white community is infamous for certain kinds of drug abuses, just like the Chinese were infamous for the use of opium historically. The whites in America was originally, before the opiate, shall we say, plague or pandemic or endemic, before opiates became a problem in the United States, that was predominantly a white abuse problem. Before it was speed, meaning like methamphetamines and crack. But when you get these people who are on speed or crack, they would be compelled to do all kinds of things, and they would. This would include compulsive theft. They would be stealing things compulsively. It wasn't necessarily always for profit. But I remember one time, this one girl that I was dating, and she had a relation who was like an aunt or something, who was on the crack, on the meth, and speed freak is what they call it. So when she was speeded up, when she was sped out on, crank or whatever she was on, one time we came to her home and she was stripping the wires of their elephant skins so she could take the copper. And it was like, hey, this is valuable. This is valuable. This is what was on her mind. This is what they get into, is whatever they can sell for dope. And this is obviously what these people were doing was truly entrepreneurial. I mean, these people were doing something that really means money. I mean, they're taking entire rolls of copper. Do you have any idea where they would try to hawk that? Where would they try to hawk that to? Would they have to take that to another country? I would almost assume or would they take that to almost like some kind of scrapyard distributor who would like...
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I'd assume so. I'd assume they'll sell it on, onto a different market, or so to speak. They'll sell it on to someone. Yeah, scrap or they take it to a scrapyard, or they sell it onto the black market, so to speak. Yeah, I have no idea what who they'll sell it onto. but unfortunately, it's a phenomena that is happening. That it's going on.
And is that considered like Is that considered almost like stealing state property? Like is that considered the property of the crown, or is that more like because
sure.
it's like federal property, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Douglas. I've got the message here. Cranley Exchange. 800 pair Eastside cable theft on the 11th of April 2022 at Elbridge Road, Cranley, Waverley, Surrey, and look like PCP 27. These are they're primary cross connection points. That's what PCP stands for. May be affected. Fault number, and it just says that it's a theft. That people they send out these warnings. It's open reach security and open reach crime. That's the That's who who send out the messages. Yeah, it's just to tell us that, just to be aware of this is going on, and we have to, all the exchanges, that's where I'm at now, they're highly secure buildings, and they have gates that we have to lock at all times. Yeah, they have to be locked and unlocked.
But you have all these keys. You have all these keys that enable...
Yeah, I have access. Yeah, OBAS cards and everything. Yeah, it's an electronic OBAS card. It's like a security card. That's how I describe it. It's so I can access these buildings. Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's got a holographic... Yeah, it's got holographic, not like a what they called it. It's just a holographic sticker that's on my card. Yeah, so it's just allows me to access it. Yeah,
still, that's pretty fucking impressive. I mean,
like a Q card. That's it, like a Q code. Yeah, so it just reads it and then I get in. Yeah.
Oh my god.
But unfortunately, copper is worth some money, and in these exchanges, that's where all the copper starts from. So there's so much here. There's so much at the exchanges. So if anyone breaks in, the only thing valuable is the copper. So they'll just rip it out of the ground, literally, because you can just pull it out.
God.
Yeah, if you've got enough strength, you can pull it out. Just a few men, and just chuck it in the back of your van and drive off.
Holy shit! I mean, that's incredible. So this is another reason to, of course, move on to fiberglass, but at the same time, the advantages of copper are its resilience, right?
That was it. Yeah, it's just more exactly. It's its resilience and its durability. Unfortunately, with copper, they got so many faults on it, which is my job. Also, when I'm doing a copper job, which would mean if there's someone experiencing like a intermittent broadband issue where they're having dropouts, there's obviously something wrong with their copper wiring somewhere in the network. So that's what my job is, to maintain that network, to make sure it's fully functional and they're getting the right right speeds that their provider is quoting them. We measure that in megabits per second. But when you get up to fiber, it can go up to gigabits, which is over 1,000. Sorry, beg your pardon. Yeah, which is over 1,000 megabits. Right. It's 1,000 megabits. Yeah.
So when it comes to these are like private companies who are like contracting with the clients for a particular speed, but it's not the private companies who are really providing the service when it comes to maintenance. It's basically the state. It's the state that's coming in to maintain what the private companies are running their service on. So
exactly, because it belongs to us. BT, British Telecom, is the top of the umbrella, and all the CPs, the communication providers, are all underneath them. OpenReach is owned by BT, but we sort of like it's a subsidiary group to BT, so we're not technically owned by them, so to speak, but we are in a way. So we are funded by them and the government to maintain the network, because the network, the plant, is all belongs to BT, a government. It's a British Telecoms is a government-funded organisation that owns all the plant in the UK and in Northern Ireland and in Wales and Scotland. So it belongs to us. So all these private companies have to hire us or pay us money to work on their behalf. So that's what I'm being paid by the provider to do the work on their behalf. So because we're the only ones that are allowed to touch the plant. We're the only ones that are allowed to touch the network.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so that's it.
Oh my God, such a position of responsibility. I mean, truly, you're definitely part of the vanguard of what keeps British society fucking functioning. I mean, oh my God, that's frightening.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. It's a utility. It's it's necessary. Every home has to have it. A communication provider. They have to have this means of being able to communicate. Just as it's a necessary, it's a necessity to have water. Yeah. A access to water, electricity, and gas. It's all classed as a utility. So now, when I was with the bar trade, when I was in the hospitality trade, I was on furlough. I didn't have to go to work because it wasn't a it was not, I was not what they call a key worker. I was not, it's not necessary for me to go to work. So they shut down, all these establishments, right. And I was on furlough. Whereas if I was with OpenReach, I'll be having to work. I'll be a key worker, just like nurses and doctors will have to go to work.
Right.
It will have to still carry on. Yeah.
Right. That's just incredible. And with the now, have you been equipped with any means to defend yourself, like some kind of spray against dog attacks? That's got to become an issue at times. So it has, mailmen obviously deal with this all the time. Mailmen deal with hostile dogs, and they're provided usually with a spray can to attempt, I don't know if it fucking works at all, but theoretically, this is in the United States, at least they're provided with like a dog spray, cayenne for the canines or something. So is there something similar that is provided yourself, or how do you deal with this when confronted with a vicious, hostile dog?
Yes. What we're trained with, whereas of course the mailman, for instance, in the United States, they don't have a mobile or cell phone to contact when they're going to deliver the mail. They don't have a means of contacting the customer that they're delivering to. Whereas with me, we do a thing called ring ahead. We talk to the customer before we arrive on site, before we arrive to the property. And we have a process, we have a protocol. We have to ask them, do you have any animals on sites? Do you have dogs? And if you do, can you lock them away from any of the areas that I'll be working in? So wherever the master socket, the NTE is, I have to ask them, could you keep them away from the site? And to make sure you don't offend them, because a lot of dog owners will get offended by this. Oh, you're shutting away my beloved, my dog is lovely, it's friendly, it's very, it's bubbly.
Of course,
to
you, yes.
It's not going to hurt you, but of course, when I'm coming in and I'm dressed up in a fluorescent jacket, or if I've got my, my high vis on, dogs always bark at it. Yeah. It's not something they come across every day. So they're going to think of me as an intruder. So, of course, the owners know him as a nice, friendly, placid dog. But I'm an outsider coming in, invading their territory.
Yeah, yes,
so, no, they don't understand it. So what I have to present to the customer is, oh, no, because I'll be using, my equipment, if I have to draw a hole, it can it can traumatize the animal. So to keep their best interest at heart, can we shut them away so they're not, so I don't cause them any disarm? Excellent. That's the way you got to present it. Make sure you have to present it like you're doing them a favor. And that's the best way to do it. And they think, oh, yeah, of course. No, that's about right. They find that plausible. They find that, they understand. Okay. That sounds
incredible.
No.
That's incredible. Oh my God.
Yeah.
And and of course, when we've gone over this before, you have the protocols, of course, for the children and for also hostile clients. And like you said, there was one case where the one client was threatened with, he basically abducted one of the employees, kept him in place.
Yeah, my God. Oh yeah, Douglas. Yeah. Oh. Poor old Jack. Yeah, he was told not to leave until he got everything up and running for the customer. Yeah. Oh, awful. Yeah, it was awful.
Yes. Yeah. So, but the impression that I get is you're not really congregating at some place to start work off. You're basically, it's kind of like you park the truck at home, you take off from home. So unless there's some kind of specific time you're called in for like a meeting or something like that, it's almost like you're not seeing anyone else at work. It's just that's incredible.
Yeah, it's a singleton job. Yeah, you work singly, and you can call an assist for like a safety assist, or if you need a second man, you can request an assist. You have to do that via control. You have to ring up this the people that are sitting, at the desk. You ring them up. They're called control, or you ask them for assistance. Oh, can you assign this task, this job to this engineer, and you have to get the engineer's ID, identification number, so you can appoint them the task. So, and then they'll come out with you, and that's how it works. Yeah. it's incredible how it functions.
Well,
But it
I'm
seems
glad that they have so much faith in their agents to be able to carry out their job and their task. It's it shows that they're confident. They have a lot of confidence in you and all of the other agents working for them. That's incredible. And of course, you deserve such confidence. By the way, Sarah Thomas Lyons was talking about what Jameson Reese was discussing earlier, who, by the way, just in case people are curious, Jameson Reese is taking a power nap. And he may wake up, or he may not. I don't suspect he'll die in his sleep, but he, let's just put it this way: in the past, sometimes he's kind of collapsed from exhaustion. So if he's taking a power nap, we'll see if he gets up, or if he wakes up in time before the show ends. Either way, it should be fine. But she was saying, I thought Disney got 20th Century Fox, not the news media. That is quite correct, Sarah. You're very ahead of the game. Douglas Marks was saying Fox 666. Now, when our man George Knight was talking about his young daughter having the cough, Sarah Thomas was saying whooping cough. No, God, no, honey. No.
Yeah. No, thank you. Douglas, I do apologize. I do have to make a move on now. I do apologize. Thank you so much for having me on.
All our love, and take care. We'll speak again soon.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry I got to make a abrupt leave, but yeah, I'll be on with you shortly. Thank you so much.
I understand. Oh God,
I
get
it.
You're
so much. I do have to make a move on now. Yeah, you take care of yourself. Thank you so much.
Love you dearly.
And all my love to everyone. Thank
you.
Bye-bye.
Share our love with everyone. Bye. And that was George Knight. And of course, he is Bizarre HD channel. Check it out. Hopefully, he someday changes it sooner than later to his name. Veronica Barrera is with us in the chat room, or at least was earlier, and says, Buenos noches, Douglas. So, buenos noches a todos, Senora Veronica Barrera. Mwah. Love you dearly. She's given me 3 peacocks. God bless you, honey. Love you more than I can say. And so with all of that in the time we have remaining, I'd best get started. Honestly, have to earn my living, right? As our man Sammy Romero says. So with that in mind, let me see if I can get into solicitation. After all, everybody is gone now. Effectively, I have no one to basically, help me avoid work, which is what our man George Knight was essentially helping me do. Okay, let me take a deep breath, center myself, get ready to do this solicitation. This is like pulling teeth for me, but it helps divide one part of the show from another. Now, that didn't even start off well. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson, relive these events, and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, where you can review the excerpts from his yet-to-be-published work of that very title, The Unfinished Man, or review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. That's spelled like it was Tucson, Tucson, put the word the in front of it, thetucsonmurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Don't forget to visit his Man of the Soil YouTube channel, where, well, you can watch all kinds of wonders. I mean, oh God, ever wonder what it was like installing AfroTurf? Did I just say that? AstroTurf. I mean, AfroTurf is what you get when you bury a bunch of poor black guys up to their necks or something like that at the beach or something. An entire basketball team altogether or something. I'm sorry, this is horrible. I mean, earlier it was like the jokes I made about... I'm just... Mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. My apologies to good taste. It's just... All right. Now, as I brought up earlier, and by the way, it is no longer April 14th, it is now April 15th. Understand that both days are profoundly important to history. Yesterday was, of course, the date of the surrender of Fort Sumter after the attack on, well, Charleston Harbor, the Pearl Harbor of the American Civil War. I'm going to put that into some perspective for you. But first, I'm going to check into Elizabeth Beam here. Lizzie Beam in the chat room. She says, is there another way to donate? She says, I see other people making money on DDD's work, but him, and it's not fair. We should all donate to DDD. Yes, I will second that. I will third that. Yes, of course. I'm going to say that Elizabeth Beam is completely in the right. Yes. And so understand that obviously the most convenient way for everyone involved, if they have the capability of doing this, is through PayPal. It's right up there on screen, and it is paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, which, if any of it's covered up by, anything you got on screen, honestly, if you make the screen full size, you will be able to read my name. That's and the PayPal address. She says, DDD shares his wisdom and speaks truth. Let's all get together and donate. Most certainly. Yes. Yes, Elizabeth Beam. Where have you been all my life? Yes. Mwah. Love you dearly, honey. Hugs and kisses. So when it comes to other ways to donate, the only other way that I can think of would be basically check or money order. And that it would be at my physical mailing address, which is my residential address. And the reason that I give that out fairly easily, well, just openly, is because I live in San Francisco in an area on Russian Hill where it's very hard to take somebody out. It's just an area, not that it's a gated community or anything like that, quite the opposite. Its very openness makes it very difficult for anyone to get away with anything in this neighborhood. It's what it is. So let's just put it this way. Oh, by the way, I now remember the name of the girl who drove Sean Stone to insanity. Anya Briggs. Anya Briggs, for those of you who don't know, was the asset who was targeted on Jesse Ventura and Sean Stone when they were both involved with conspiracy theory. She was made the resident psychic on conspiracy theory, and of course basically drove these guys into fighting each other over her. So Anya Briggs took down conspiracy theory. I've gone into the saga of that before, and left, she and her Russian affiliate the Russian photographer and cameraman, basically were doing shit like taking Sean Stone to abandoned insane asylums and military bases and other occult shitholes that were infested with negative vibes and just malevolent vortices of evil and stirring up shit, just basically holding seances and calling up demons and shit. By the time they were done with him, Sean Stone was converted to Islam. And of course, no Cat Stevens style discipline for Sean Stone. No Taliban turban and growing a beard. No, he had to join the Turkish sex cult so he could get laid. And yeah, Elizabeth Beam says, I just emailed Anya. Oh my god. Ha ha. Sounds like Anya. Oh yeah. Yeah. Anya Briggs was like, she was the one who claimed that, she says, I emailed her this afternoon. Cool. That's so funny. And honestly, if you two are in contact, go ahead and say hello to her for me. And you can tell her I tell the story about her all the time. And I'm sure she would have a different perspective on it, but not really. It's basically, she was targeted like a torpedo on conspiracy theory, and conspiracy theory was like Top Gun. It was like going full gangbusters, top of the ratings. Our man Jesse Ventura was making his comeback. Sean Stone was getting exposure. Yeah, Elizabeth Beam says Max was scared of her. Bah, it's true. It is true. Max Spears would call Anya Briggs the devil. He would just call her Satan. Whenever he referred to her, it would be like Satan says. And so yeah. And now, of course, we don't know. I just, how do I express this? Anya claims that, or she claimed at the time, that Max Spears had tried to hit her at some point, may have gotten physical, may have gotten abusive. That really doesn't strike me as Max. But you know where I could see that happening? Where something happened where she took his drugs away. Like if she took his pills, took his, whatever he was killing himself with in terms of painkiller dope. If she took the bottle or, his stash, if something like that happened, yeah, I could imagine him getting violent. That's the violence of the addict. And, but he claims he didn't hit her. He was waving his arms around, raising his hands, but not striking. But she claims she kicked him out of the home because he hit her at some point. Well, he's dead now, beaten to death himself, so we're never going to know. But if he did do that, that's awful. But he paid the price. Hey, he got beaten to death. As for Anya, now she was someone people were warning me about, telling me that she was targeted onto myself, and she did call me out of nowhere and had brought me up on shows and started speaking of me, then called me and was basically, she was like the first person I ever had a Skype call with, and it was hours long. So definitely she seemed interested. And then it was what it was, and I could go into some of this later, but she basically is someone who I would say is an asset that gets activated and targeted onto victims. And she takes them down in different ways. Max would say that she's left a trail of bodies all over North America and doesn't remember any of it. And she used to produce videos on YouTube where she would be going into different, you'd think she was acting like different people just having fun. But I knew people who watched those videos and would get freaked out and trip off it. They'd say, she's not having fun, she's basically activating different alter states or personalities. So they would feel that was very scary to look at. Whatever the case may be, it was certainly entertaining to watch. And Anya Briggs was certainly very attractive in her day, and I don't know if she's still like that or has kind of, decided to relax a little bit and let things round out at the edges. I'm not quite sure how things have gone, but hey, I got nothing personally against her. I think it's funny as hell she took down conspiracy theory myself. So when I relay that fact, it's not like I'm condemning her and saying, oh, look at this evil thing she did. I mean, men are ultimately responsible for this sort of thing, being swayed by their dicks and not thinking with their heads. And I've been there myself, and I've been, I'm responsible for my own victimization when that shit's gone down. Yeah, Anya Briggs is special. Moving on from that. All right. I did promise to, your Elizabeth Beam is, there we are. She says, Elizabeth Beam says, Anya Briggs can crush a man's head between her legs. True hardcore New York City chick. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. She was in New York City when I was speaking to her on Skype, and somehow got a flight over to San Francisco. I brought that up with the toxic cosmetologist the other day, and she still remembers her. Yeah. So there you go. People were worried. Well, she might be hanging out in front of your door, and nobody could hang out in front of my door for very long. It's just, for one thing, it's too fucking cold. And yes, Elizabeth Beam is saying Anya Briggs can crush a man's head between her legs like a watermelon. Ha! Oh, that's so funny. That's delightful. So there we have that. And I'm sure a lot of men would volunteer to die like that. Better than a guillotine, eh? And all right, let me drink some of this tea. You're probably going to hear me start choking or something like that. The particulate matter at the bottom of the tea barrel. Always like, I'm so stupid. I do this and then I lose my breath, literally. It tastes good enough where you do it. You do it. Anyhow, Elizabeth Beam says she's a great psychic. I wouldn't know. I don't know. She seems like she's, probably very intuitive. I would bet that. Yes. I would bet that she's something else. I'll probably get myself into trouble if I keep talking, so I'll force myself to change topic. Otherwise, I'll wind up between her legs with her crushing my head like a watermelon. And there we go with that. At any rate, so it was on this day, in April 14th, that I'll start historically and just kind of like go into the China syndrome, so to speak, and we will hopefully, educate people a little bit as to what's going on. So a lot of things happened on April 14th, and a lot of things happened on April 15th. So just to go over this just as, briefly as possible, in 2003, which was like how many fucking years ago by now? I'd swear it was like, far too long ago. That's when they said that they had completed the Human Genome Project. So it being 2022, minus 2003, I can't believe just how long it's been. 19 years ago. Yeah, about 20 years ago. The project, of course, was dedicated to mapping the genes of the human genome. And that was started in October of 1990. And it was completed, quote unquote, in April of 2003, on the 14th, yesterday, some 19 years ago. And the Human Genome Project gave us the ability to read nature's complete genetic blueprint for a human. Now, in the last days of last month, scientists claim to have finally finished decoding the entire human genome, meaning that scientists say they have finally assembled the full genetic blueprint for human life, adding the missing pieces to a puzzle nearly completed 2 decades ago. So an international team described the first ever sequencing of a complete human genome, the set of instructions to build and sustain a human being, in research published on Thursday of the last week of last month in the Journal of Science. The previous effort, celebrated across the world when it was announced, was incomplete because DNA, or deoxyribonucleic acid, the two-stranded basic building block of life itself, sequencing technologies of the day were not able to read certain parts of it. Even after updates, it was missing about 8% of the genome. So there we have that. What was declared complete was only complete in a sense. So this full picture of the genome will give humanity a greater understanding of our evolution and biology, while also opening the door to medical discoveries in areas like aging, neurodegenerative conditions, cancer, and heart disease. And the research caps off decades of work. The first draft of the human genome was announced in a White House ceremony in the year 2000, the first year of the third millennium of the Christian chronometry, by leaders of 2 competing entities, an international publicly funded project led by an agency of the U.S., the United States National Institutes of Health, and a private company, Maryland-based Celera Genomics. The human genome itself is made up of about 3.1 billion DNA subunits, pairs of chemical bases, known by the letters A, C, G, and T. Genes are strings of these lettered pairs that certain instructions, well, they contain instructions for making proteins, which are, of course, the building blocks of life itself. Humans have about 30,000 genes, organized in 23 groups called chromosomes that are found in the nucleus of every cell. Before now, there were large and persistent gaps that have been in our map of the human genome, and these gaps fall in pretty important regions. Now, it's Miga, M-I-G-A, a genomics researcher at the University of California, Santa Cruz, right here in my own Golden State, who was part of this project, Karen Miga. And Karen Miga worked with Adam Filippi of the National Human Genome Research Institute to organize the team of scientists to start from scratch with a new genome, with the aim of sequencing all of it, including the previously missing pieces. So this group was named after the sections at the very end of chromosomes, called telomeres, which are kind of like those plastic wraps at the end of your shoelaces. And what happens is that the telomeres, as you get older and more stressed out, the more stressed out you are, the more frayed that plastic gets, until you can't tie the shoelaces anymore. And that's when you begin to die. Now, God knows, by all logic, I must not have any telomeres left to thread my double DNA strands together at all. And yet I'm still here and still looking very young. Most people think I look a lot younger than I am. Now, so the group that Karen Miga led is known as Telomere to Telomere, or T2T Consortium. That, of course, makes it sound like a horrible Terminator franchise component. And their work adds new genetic information to the human genome, correcting previous errors and revealing long stretches of DNA known to play important roles in both evolution and disease. And a version of this research was published yesteryear before being reviewed by scientific peers. So, some scientists used to think the unknown areas contained junk DNA. But it turns out there was always gold in them there hills. So it turns out that gold includes many important genes, such as ones integral to making a person's brain bigger than that of a chimp's, with more neurons and connections. To find such genes, the scientists needed new ways to read life's cryptic genetic language. Reading genes requires cutting the strands of DNA into pieces hundreds to thousands of letters long. And sequencing machines read the letters in each piece, and scientists try to put the pieces in the right order. That's especially tough in areas where letters repeat. Scientists said some areas were illegible before improvements in gene sequencing machines that now allow them to, for example, accurately read 1 million letters of DNA at a time. That allows scientists to see genes with repeated areas as longer strings instead of snippets that they had to later piece together. And researchers also had to overcome another challenge. Most cells contain genomes from both mother and father, confusing attempts to assemble the pieces correctly. T2T researchers got around this by using a cell line from one complete hydatidiform mole. That was the term they used, hydatidiform. This hydatidiform mole is an abnormal fertilized egg containing no fetal tissue that has 2 copies of the father's DNA and none of the mother's. The next step, mapping more genomes, including ones that include collections of genes from both parents. This effort did not map one of the 23 genomes that is found in males, called the Y chromosome, because the mole contained only an X. So, oh God. Basically, the T2T group on the Human Pangenome Reference Consortium, which is trying to generate reference or template genomes for 350 people, representing the breadth of human diversity. Well, they've brought us to the brink of a new age. Now we've gotten one genome right, and we have to do many, many more. This is the beginning of something really fantastic for the field of human genetics. You know, the human genome is a tale of family, famine, disease, and sex. No wonder it's so gripping. Reading our genome indulges our solipsism and craving for simple answers. But human variation is infinite. So always remember that our DNA is not the whole story of ourselves. The virulently racist Allied propagandist Dr. Seuss said, "There is no one alive who is youer than you." He could have added, "And there never has, nor ever will be, too." You see, your genome, the total collection of DNA that resides in your cells, is yours alone for all of human history. That precise remix of your parents' DNA will never be repeated, even if you are an identical twin. We are in the era of the genome now, where reading this unique coded script is easier than ever. In fact, we were just talking to our English gentleman, George Knight, about the potential for tracing his ancestry. For £100 sterling, you can exchange your spit in a tube for an analysis of your ancestry, or your risk factor for various diseases or traits, or even your likelihood of sporting success. Meaning, like, how good you can be at touch football, like our man, Mr. Peter Moon, who, of course, if you apply yourself, hell, you can become certainly better at it, almost anything. You have to ask yourself, is it worth it to invest all that time and effort that Peter Moon does so that you can do what he does? I mean, personally, I'd rather spend all my time, having sex instead, which is kind of what I do. But that's, to each his own. All such being said, in my opinion, everything that I've so far articulated are at best trivial and at worst a form of astrology. But they're alluring enough to indulge our solipsism and predisposition to crave simple answers to complex questions. Genetics is really only the formal scientific study of families and sex. But everyone has a family, and most everyone is interested in sex. We've been observing and codifying patterns of inheritance throughout human history. The first piece of medical advice based on inheritance is probably in the Talmud, with the special dispensation being given to a small proportion of Jewish boys who are permitted to avoid circumcision on the grounds of their being at risk from what we now call hemophilia. The bleeding starts and it never stops. We learned these patterns of inheritance at school, but we now know that they are actually not nearly as clear as we once thought. Eye color is a the classic example. There is a gene which determines blues or browns, and browns are dominant over blues. But there's another gene for green, and so far, 13 other genes have been shown to have a significant effect on eye color. It is effectively impossible to predict the color of a child's eyes based on their parents', and every combination of parent and child is possible, including blue-eyed parents making brown-eyed kids. And so it is for all genes and all human characteristics. We long for narrative simplicity, for a simple line of cause and effect as elegantly easy to understand as a family tree or a will. In that sense, we are culturally programmed to misunderstand genetics. We now know that as the insufferable bigot Dr. Seuss points out, genomes are uniquely complex. And with everyone's experience being unique as well, human variation is infinite. We know that most diseases and traits are governed by many, dozens, sometimes hundreds of genes, in concert with every unique life ever lived. So DNA is not a blueprint or an instruction manual, as it is sometimes described. Your genome alone will not reveal your personality or explain your behavior. It won't tell you how intelligent, how tall, how violent, how beautiful you will be, nor what gender or sexuality or sport you will prefer. We are more brilliantly, frustratingly complicated than that. Now, I myself learned recently that people bearing the name Rutherford have a motto: Nec fato nec sorte, by neither fate nor chance, which is oddly fitting. The human genome is an epic sprawling saga that culminates in you. In it there are tales of your ancestors, of the history of our species, of disease, famine, culture, and a lot of sex. Now we put this new science together with some older intellectual pursuits: history, archaeology, paleoanthropology, psychology, medicine, and begin to paint a more complete, but never finished picture of how we came to be what we are. The genome is a history book, now open to interpretation, and as long as there are people, our exploring will never be at any end. So, that was April 14th of 2003, as dated yesterday, going back 2 decades. In 1986, and I bring this up in honor of my manageress, Selena Khan, April 14th, yesterday's date, but, oh my God, 2022 minus 1986, 36 years ago, the heaviest hailstones ever recorded hit Bangladesh, the nation in which my manageress Selena Khan was born. Those lumps of ice weighed about a kilogram. That means 2.2 pounds. All you Americans and eventually all you Brits who are going back to the imperial system. A total of at least 92 people were officially acknowledged to have died as a result. You can imagine 2.2 bowling ball weighted, well, 2.2 pound bowling ball weighted fucking hailstones hitting you on the head would be a crack in the skull you're not escaping alive. Now, only but a few years later, 34 years ago, in 1988, yesterday's date, April 14th, the Soviet Union agreed to withdraw from Afghanistan. Soviet troops had invaded the country in 1979 to support the communist rulers. They were defeated primarily by the Mujahideen, who were groups of militant Islamists sponsored by the CIA. Now, this is going to be controversial because I'm going to get people accusing me of being a Confederado or some kind of Confederate propagandist, perhaps. Not the case at all. Simply using the more complicated name for ACW1, or American Civil War I, which I'm quite happy with, but to give it its more complicated historical name puts it in some context that I will have to further contextualize. You'll know why when you hear it. Yesterday was the date of the end of the Battle of Charleston Harbor, the Pearl Harbor of the American Civil War of Northern aggression and rights between the states. Now, as I've said before, we speak of states' rights rather than human rights when we talk about the American Civil War, because at that time, respectfully, we must put aside any concept of the black population of the United States in general having any ability to decide their own fate. The majority of them were slaves and not of free will to do so. The most that could usually be attributed to free will being realized by action. In terms of the black population of the United States, at that time in history, was escaping slavery, participating or taking advantage of the Underground Railroad, which, just so everybody knows, especially the younger people listening, was not a literal railroad. This was a smuggling system to get people out of the South, primarily, into the North. Not that the North was the land of freedom or milk and honey. They had people that they hired like, well, Jojo Mikolasik, repossessors who worked in the human commodity, repossessing slaves. Yes, there was such a thing. She repossessed cars. There's less of an ethical consideration there. But hey, that can be considered pretty unethical to take somebody's car by literally, quote unquote, stealing it back. So she is one daring lady. But when it came to your average black person, as I said, most free will as exercised or materialized was via that. There were, of course, free blacks or black free men, always men. Very few women that were free. Those that were usually involved with the Underground Railroad and making it work to help others escape. Such being said, Charleston Harbor was centered on what has become the identifier that detracts from the battle that would enable people to better comprehend the incident, Charleston Harbor. People instead will use the term Fort Sumter. Fort Sumter itself is a sea fort. It is an island fortification built on an artificial island, which in this case is located in Charleston Harbor, designed as part of the defensive system protecting Charleston, South Carolina, from naval invasion. Now, Port Charleston itself is a cosmopolitan city with significant minorities of French, Jews, Irish, Germans, and some 17,000 blacks. 82% of them were slaves. Infamous for being the site of the first shots of ACW-1, or American Civil War I, the first American Civil War, the second fast approaching. Sumter's origin dates to the War of 1812 as stemming from American axial alignment with the Napoleonic Empire against Great Britain in World War II, the so-called Napoleonic Wars, the world's first total war as experienced by the West. Although Fort Sumter held no strategic value to the North, as it was unfinished and its guns faced the sea rather than Confederate shore batteries, the Confederate victory at the Battle of Fort Sumter, rather the Battle of Charleston Harbor, resulted in enormous support for military action from both the North and South. The attack on Fort Sumter marking the pre-official beginning of the American Civil War. A war that lasted 4 years, cost the lives of more than 620,000 Americans in the immediate sense, and mythically freed 3.9 million enslaved people from bondage. No less revealing than the fact that Franklin Roosevelt knew in advance about the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor and allowed it to happen to incite America to fight in World War II is the historical reality that Abraham Lincoln provoked the attack on Fort Sumter, vindicating Confederate Vice President Alexander H. Stephens's verifiable stance that an act of aggression can be considered defensive. Now, Abe Lincoln's actions to preserve the Union maneuvered the Confederates into going on the attack first. Historian Charles Ramsdell certainly proved such in his famous Journal of Southern History essay in 1937. Still, the provocation of civil war camest with Lincoln's election. Not Lincoln's selection in terms of response to situational development. South Carolina seceded because the North acceded to Republican rule, perceived as abolitionist domination in the election of 1860. War commenced with secession, not the status reports sourcing from Sumter. Indeed, the fortification was still being rebuilt in 1860, and there were 3 forts in the area of Fort Sumter. To reiterate, located as it is in Charleston, South Carolina, Fort Sumter was but one of 3 posts in the port city. Though reconstruction of Fort Sumter began in 1829, lack of funding slowed its modernization progress, and much of the interior was left to complete as South Carolina seceded in 1860. When Abraham Lincoln took his oath of office, he started a civil war that would consume his entire presidency and ultimately his very life. Lincoln thought of the Southern secession as artificial in the same manner that Vladimir Putin considers Ukraine to be an artificial entity. Lincoln believed that he had a constitutional duty to prevent the breakup of the Union, which he and so many Americans viewed in mystical terms. Lincoln approached conflict with secessionists with his lawyer's logic. He was a literalist, a pragmatist, and a realist. South Carolina had already requested the surrender of Fort Sumter. South Carolina became the first state to secede from the federal union on December 20th, 1860. The victory of Abraham Lincoln in the 1860 presidential election triggered cries for disunion across the slaveholding South. After South Carolina seceded, delegates traveled to Washington, District of Columbia, to demand the surrender of Fort Sumter and all military bases in the state, a request denied by President James Buchanan. Initially, Fort Sumter was empty, as it was still being reconstructed. But on the 26th day in December of 1860, in response to South Carolina's secession, Union Major Robert Anderson moved his troops overnight from the sea-facing Fort Moultrie to Fort Sumter, where they could better ward off a land attack. This maneuver was seen by secessionists as an act of aggression. Lincoln himself never made a secret of his insistence that federal property in the South would be held, forts included. While still president-elect, he even came close to breaking his official silence when rumors reached him that the Buchanan administration was considering withdrawing troops from the installations. He vowed, and I quote as T, "I will, if our friends at Washington concur, announce publicly at once that they are to be retaken after the inauguration. This will give the Union a rallying cry." Privately, he added that if Buchanan really intended to abandon the forts, they ought to hang him. Preserving the Union meant doing what it took to prevent its dismemberment. Fort Sumter became the symbol of the ability or inability of the national government to maintain control over its territory, and the ability or inability of the Confederates to eject Federales from what they considered to be their land. Lincoln knew he had to hold on to that fort or admit the success of Confederate secession and the dissolution of the Union. Jefferson Davis and the Confederates believed just the opposite. After Abraham Lincoln was inaugurated, he would maintain that the bases belonged to the federal government, insistent that if any were fired upon, the commencement of war would be at the hands of the Confederates. Lincoln made his own position clear at his inauguration. The Lincoln Doctrine was established in the first minutes of Lincoln's presidency. On March 4th, 1861, Abraham Lincoln literally explained his position in his first inaugural address, boldly stating that he would now use federal power only to hold, occupy, and possess the property and places belonging to the government and collect duties and imports. In his first inaugural address as delivered, the on that 4th day in March of 1861, Lincoln decreed, "I hold that in contemplation of universal law and of the Constitution, the union of these states is perpetual. No state, upon its own mere notion," actually he said, its own mere motion, "can lawfully get out of the Union. Resolves and ordinances to that effect are legally void." Now, part 2 of the doctrine did not equivocate. "Acts of violence within any state or states against the authority of these United States are insurrectionary or revolutionary." Part 3 declared Lincoln's constitutional duty. "The power confided to me will be used to hold, occupy, and possess the property and places belonging to the government." Though he stressed that there needs to be no bloodshed or violence, he insisted that "the power confided to me will be used to hold, occupy, and possess the property and places belonging to the government." He publicly had told the world that he would take a military course of action to hold on to forts such as Fort Sumter. Considering the heated atmosphere of the times, the people of the South viewed his saber-rattling speech as prelude to war. Confronted with massive Southern secession, Lincoln needed time to organize and plan. Lincoln felt that it was too late to bring the seceding states back into the Union peacefully. Despite a split vote and the opposition of his ranking general, Winfield Scott, he chose the military option. What resulted was the cleverest but most deceitful con game in American history, literally forcing the Confederacy to fire the first shot of the American Civil War. 5 weeks passed between Lincoln's inauguration and Fort Sumter, or rather, Charleston Harbor, as it should comest to be known, so that its parallels with Pearl Harbor remain clear. Lincoln is mythified as having not hedged on a single word in his Lincoln Doctrine during that interval. Did he then conspire to provoke war in Charleston? Secession, by Lincoln's judgment, was the original provocation. Just as, to Vladimir Putin, the independence of Ukraine was provocation unto war. He simply took his time in responding to that aggression. That's how it works in Putin's mind. If you want to understand Abraham Lincoln, a man who suspended habeas corpus and took many thousands prisoner for Southern sympathies, not even actions of terrorism, a tyrant, an American Stalin. To understand his state of mind, turn towards Vladimir Putin. Over those tense 5 weeks between the swearing in and the bombardment of Sumter, Lincoln struggled toward a policy that would enable him to keep that promise without giving tenuously loyal Upper South states an excuse to quit the Union. Lincoln is propagandized as having never vacillated, never wavered, never compromised on this principle. For Lincoln, the principle of union superseded peace. The Confederate States government refused to accept Lincoln's literalism. The secessionists felt rebuffed because Abe Lincoln accepted no compromise. Compromise, for Lincoln, was tantamount to surrender to secession. Lincoln purportedly followed a pragmatic, not emotional, approach to Fort Sumter. He deemed it U.S. property. He would not yield it to secessionists. Major Robert Anderson had reported that he could not feed his dependents beyond April 15th, And Lincoln, in an obvious reference to that fort, had pledged in his inaugural address to hold, occupy, and possess government property in the seceded states. The fort's garrison needed provisions. He ordered it resupplied. But his decision to resupply Fort Sumter was pragmatic only on the face of it and mythified by critical omissions, which is the very name of my transmission. A previous attempt had been made by newly inaugurated President Abraham Lincoln to send supplies to Fort Sumter, with no success. In early April of 1861, Lincoln sent word that he would try to send food only, with a copy of this message reaching the so-called rebels. He even went so far as to inform the governor of South Carolina that supplies were en route, effectively ensuring no surprise or secrecy. Specifically, Lincoln notified South Carolina's Governor Francis Pickens of the resupply effort because Secretary of State William H. Seward had promised, on his own authority, that the government would not reinforce Fort Sumter without prior notification. This message alone is said to have influenced Confederate President Jefferson Davis to order Pierre G.T. Beauregard to attack Fort Sumter on the 9th of April in 1861. So Lincoln chose to supply, but not rearm, the starving fort in order to trigger an attack that could justify a massive response to secession. In fact, he had initially allowed underlings, including General Winfield Scott and Secretary of State William Seward, to negotiate a range of other options, one of which all but guaranteed Virginians that Lincoln would in fact make no stand in Charleston Harbor. In March of 1861, a group of Southern commissioners went to Washington to negotiate a peaceful settlement of all questions arising from secession, to pay for federal property, and to arrange for the removal of the garrison in Charleston Harbor. Lincoln refused to meet with them. Yet he employed Secretary of State William H. Seward to obfuscate the situation by maintaining that cooler heads would prevail, that Fort Sumter would be abandoned, and that he was working towards a peaceful reconstruction of the Union. Seward continued the deception until April 7th of 1861. On April 8th, 1861, President Lincoln sent a letter to South Carolina Governor Francis Pickens stating that he would resupply Fort Sumter peacefully or, if necessary, by force. Lincoln realized that if South Carolina and the Confederacy allowed reprovision, it would make a mockery of their sovereignty. If the Confederate States of America fired on the ships bringing provisions, he would have maneuvered them into firing the first shots of the war, thus rallying the North into a wartime footing and national feeling of patriotism to restore the Union. A perfectly executed ruse. Checkmate. This was Lincoln's master stroke, a deliberate ploy to compel the rebel leaders to make a belligerent decision and thereby shoulder the burden of having started hostilities. Lincoln literally could not lose. To be sure, Lincoln's note to Pickens might provoke the secessionists to act, and, in acting, propel the nation into war. And if the supplies could be safely delivered without incident, it would at least prolong the crisis and allow more time to potentially find a peaceful solution. If local authorities resisted, it would cast the secessionists in the role of aggressors. Either way, it was better than letting Anderson's men starve or abjectly withdrawing them from their post under threat. So Lincoln sent the relief expedition on its way and notified Pickens that it was en route. Lincoln dispatched a flotilla of fighting ships carrying food, troops, and only light ammunition to Fort Sumter. No heavy artillery shells, no cannonball. Instead of ball and shot, there was only infantry bullets, so that he could cover his ass in the Union press that Federal troops had been enabled to defend themselves, even as the fort was left operationally unarmed. In doing so, he put the ball in his opponent's court and left the decision in their hands. Consequently, the Confederates demanded the surrender of Fort Sumter again on April 11th of 1861. No longer trusting Lincoln's words or intentions, and not wishing for an even stronger federal presence in Charleston, the Confederacy demanded surrender of the fort before the ships could arrive. On the 11th day in April, 3 Confederate representatives rode out to Fort Sumter to demand the immediate evacuation of the garrison once more, and met with Sumter's commander, Major Robert Anderson. Despite the inevitability of being starved out of the site in a matter of days, Anderson refused the envoy, citing his sense of honor and duty to the United States government as preventing his acceptance of the terms laid out by the rebels. Consequently, it was inevitable that fighting was on the horizon, and firing commenced on April 12, 1861. Pickens had kicked the decisions upstairs, and in the end, it was Confederate States President Jefferson Davis who decided to open fire on the fort before the resupply vessels could arrive. He did so mainly because he feared looking weak more than he feared civil war. It was a disastrous decision. Lincoln understood the reality of his pragmatism and the possible and even probable response. His predecessor, President James Buchanan, had attempted resupply of Sumter 3 months earlier, and the secessionists promptly fired on the vessel. Lincoln adopted Buchanan's course. It was not radical, but reasonable. Lincoln anticipated the same reaction. This constitutes purposeful provocation. Lincoln's penchant for pragmatism boiled the blood of the Confederates. Ironically, both Lincoln and Davis hoped that the other side would go on the attack first and thus lose the moral high ground. Lincoln was centered on purpose, concise in mission, and consistent with conviction. Lincoln held fast, so it is promulgated that the Confederacy blinked and Southern cannon opened fire on Fort Sumter. Lincoln protagonists mused that he devised a brilliant scheme to force the South to fire the first shots of war at Sumter. Lincoln antagonists confirm he created a diabolical conspiracy to make the South the aggressor. In reality, the Southerners were only too happy to attack the fort on their own. Whether Lincoln tried to resupply Sumter or not, it seems probable that the South would have attacked anyway. The Confederacy had gone too far already in its determination to be a separate nation to do anything else. Regardless, the fact that Abraham Lincoln purposely provoked the Civil War by attempting to resupply Fort Sumter in April of 1861 became a cornerstone of the reinterpretation of the Civil War after the military defeat of the Confederacy in 1865. Most notably, and by the way, I just got a notice from Microsoft Edge that Russia is threatening Zelensky. We will strike decision-making centers. Well, that means capitals, right? Command. And he's probably implying they might do it with nukes. Now we'll see if the world can stand up to Russia if they resort to that. Whether we let that slide. In which case, we may as well all surrender to Vladimir Putin. immediately. Now, in terms of this precursor situation, most notably the memoirs of the U.S. President, well, actually I should turn towards that of the Confederate States President, Jefferson Davis, where in his memoirs, and the memoirs of the Vice President of the Confederate States of America, Jefferson Davis and Alexander H. Stephens, in terms of the sources that can be accessed, respectively, both argued that Lincoln won at war and maneuvered the Confederacy into a position where it had no choice but to attack the garrison commanded by Major Robert Anderson. How Lincoln responded to the first crisis of his administration reveals a great deal about the newly inaugurated president's political skills and the complex issues he faced during the secession crisis. One of Lincoln's aims was to prevent the border states from leaving the Union. He knew that if the Union undertook military action, it would be seen as the aggressor and as the initiator of a war between the states. Lincoln also worried that England or France might recognize the nascent Confederacy, especially if it was attacked by Northern forces. Lincoln knew that if it came, it would be better for the Union to be seen as responding to Southern aggression. As Lincoln realized the growing need to resupply the soldiers at Fort Sumter, he faced several choices. He could abandon the fort, but that would give legitimacy to the Southern states' claim that they were no longer part of the Union. Or he could use a naval force to resupply the fort, but this could be used to bolster the claim of Northern aggression. Lincoln announced that he would resupply the fort using a naval convoy. While Jefferson Davis also wanted to avoid being seen as the aggressor, orders were issued to commence a bombardment on the fort on April 12th. The Union force was greatly outnumbered as fighting began on that 12th day in April. The South had all the advantages here. Home team could have steamrolled, theoretically. At 4:30 a.m. on the 12th of April in 1861, shots were fired over Fort Sumter, and though Anderson withheld his fire until 7 a.m., the fight was unavoidable. Among the occupants of the fort were a total of 80 Union soldiers, construction workers, and musicians. The Confederate States soldiery, deemed rebels by Lincoln and led by Beauregard, numbered 1,000. Further, the garrison was incredibly undersupplied, and Anderson had to make difficult decisions to protect the fort for as long as possible. The Union soldiers had to be strategic. This was an exercise in resource allocation. Anderson decided to divide his men into 3, each serving on 2-hour rotations, with only about 700 cartridges in the entire fort. With every possible Confederate position firing on the fort, Anderson decided not to use the guns on the barbette tier, where all the big guns lay. Firing continued back and forth until nightfall, with only the occasional Confederate mortar round overnight. Fort Sumter sustained substantial damage on the first day of the attack. On the second day, Fort Sumter was set on fire, which only encouraged the Confederates, who continued to fire into the afternoon of April 13th, despite a cessation of fire from the Union garrison. With ammunition depleted, a critically damaged exterior, and wary men, Anderson was forced to surrender. Several attempts to negotiate surrender were made between Confederate representatives and Anderson, and eventually accepted by Beauregard. The Union would be allowed to leave the next day, though no one was killed. The injured and wary men had sustained 3,000 shots in 34 hours. At 2:30 p.m., April 13th, Union forces under Major Anderson surrendered Fort Sumter, evacuating the garrison on the following day after having suffered artillery barrage bombardment for 34 hours. Anderson vacating the fort on April 14th. Yesterday's date. On the 14th day in April, the Union troops were allowed to retreat north, where they were treated, well, where they were greeted, really, as heroes, despite the loss. On their way out, the soldiers performed a 100-gun salute to the American flag that had flown over the fort and been battered during the fighting. Sumter was part of Lincoln's master plan to make the Union seem the aggrieved party. He shrewdly took advantage of the situation and ensured that the South fired the first shots of the American Civil War of Northern aggression and rights between the states. Not Abraham Lincoln. Good politicians need good luck, and Lincoln could not have predicted a more useful result. The subsequent bombardment took no lives, but damaged the American flag. In the North, the image of the desecrated banner inspired indignation at what was seen as Southern treason. During the exercise in Macedation, there was a misfire that ultimately resulted in 2 casualties, though there had been no casualties on either side during the entire battle. The United States flag even stayed in Union possession and became a symbol throughout the war to boost morale. Lincoln called for volunteers and lost Virginia and North Carolina to the Confederacy. But the Union got the rallying cry he had hoped for. And, he said later, the war came. And the war camest indeed. On April 15th of 1861, the American Civil War of Northern aggression and rights between the states then formally began with President Abe Lincoln issuing a public declaration that an insurrection existed and called for 75,000 militia volunteers to crush the rebellion. As a result of this call for volunteers, 4 additional Southern states seceded from the Union in the following weeks. Although several states, including Virginia, joined the ranks of the Confederacy, key border states did not. There are 13 stars on the stars and bars of the Confederate States battle flag. They represent those key border states that are completely Southern in culture, yet remained loyal to the Union of the North. Settlement commissions and peace conferences offered in good faith were what the South had championed to avoid war. Lincoln ignored them, refusing to meet. He ignored his advisors. By choosing war over negotiation, he could realize the economic hegemony he had always sought over the South. Lincoln, however, had, like Vladimir Putin, completely misjudged the Southern capacity to fight. Future attempts would be made to recapture Fort Sumter by the Union. The Confederate States Army was always able to make the necessary repairs to the exterior and completed the interior building, using the fort as intended throughout the war. The Union Army would attack the site in 1863, but the Confederate States soldiers held on to Fort Sumter until February of 1865. It became a great symbol of Southern independence, or rather to the United States, a symbol of rebellion. But as the founding cornerstone, the Plymouth Rock of the Confederacy, if you will, It was a critical interruption to the Union's blockade of the Atlantic. Thus, Lincoln's skillful plan to employ Seward to mislead the South had worked, but the results were not as planned. A horribly destructive war resulted in which 620,000 people would die in the immediacy of its 4-year duration, and the South would be left in a state of what they would historically propagandize to be Northern-dominated Reconstruction for another 100 years, even as the House of Dixie won the war in practice, ultimately establishing their man Thomas Woodrow Wilson as President of the United States, and ergo setting the confederalized American empire on a path to abortively conquer the world by bacteriological warfare, launched in every intention of depopulating Old World Europe and repopulating it with Americans as they had the western frontier of the New World via our own defining Civil War. You see, ultimately, the American Civil War of Northern aggression and rights between the states was about westward expansion. With federal resources focused on waging the war farther east, both native tribes and the Confederacy attempted to claim or reclaim lands west of the Mississippi. The federal government responded with measures: the Homestead Act, Transcontinental Railroad, and military campaigns designed to encourage settlement, solidify Union control of the trans-Mississippian West, and further marginalize the physical and cultural presence of tribes native to the West itself. Although advanced under the mantle of protection, the nation's American Indian population in the West bore the cost of the westward-looking military and political undertakings. On February 13th of 1861, word of secession and the specter of civil war troubled one young U.S. Army captain, whose correspondence I myself was able to access as a Department of Defense research librarian. And in the case of this individual, Virginia's George Pickett, who wrote his commander from San Juan Island, a remote Washington Territory encampment in the extreme northwestern corner of the United States. I myself come from a Union-loving state, but matters are taking such phase at present that she and the other border territory states cannot make their voices heard. On the other hand, I do not like to be bullied nor dragged out of the Union by the precipitatory and indecent haste of South Carolina. Write me what you think the best course to pursue in case of a breakup. What will we do with the public property and funds? In some cases, there might be a general scramble. 48 hours anon, 2 days later, in a remote New Mexico territory, Manuelito, Armillo, Ganado Mucho, and other Navajo chieftains ended a gathering with U.S. Army officers near Fort Fauntleroy. And recognizing the reduced and impoverished condition of the Navajo Nation, Colonel Edward R.S. Canby wrote of concluding a treaty that pledged support and protection, but required the chiefs to collect their people and establish them in designated localities where they will be under the observation and control not only of the chiefs, but of the troops. Canby eschewed the most extensive conditions, directed by instructions with an eye to place the affairs of this people in a condition that will lead as speedily as possible to the permanent settlement of all questions with them, meaning their extermination, which would be the final solution to eliminate them as a population problem, or a problem for the incoming population of whites. Across the continent, Emanuel Leutze, an artist and German immigrant, labored in his New York City studio on the final stages of a mural study commissioned by the United States Congress entitled "Westward the Course of Empire Takes Its Way." His triumphant vision featuring rugged, white, rifle-carrying pioneers guiding covered wagon trains of American settlers across a perilous mountain range away from the dark and death of the East toward the heralding light of the West. Consciously, Leuze was crafting his work to embody the popular perception of what he termed the grand peaceful conquest of the great American West. Viewed independently, these concurrent, geographically disparate episodes provide a glimpse into the regional Zeitgeist, the spirit of the times in the Deutschen Sprache, or the German language, on the eve of the outbreak of American Civil War. Viewed collectively, they speak to a broader core concern of the era, the desire for protection and security. Exacerbated by the country's crumbling harmony, concern for safety and stability flooded all corners of the fledgling nation of our America in early 1861. As war erupted, oft conflicting interpretations of protection presented distinctive challenges to those living, working, or with interests in what was then known as the Far West. Spurred by a desire to retain the western states and territories within the Union, the federal government's responses to these perceptions helped redefine the Western movement and shaped the area's future for generations to come. Until the eve of the American Civil War, the westward movement was manifest destiny incarnate. As such, it was consistently popularized as an east-to-west phenomenon. As unabashedly romanticized in Leuze's 1861 mural study, established routes including the Oregon, California, and Santa Fe trails siphoned settlers and miners westward. In response to calls for their protection from the American Indians, the federal government responded by establishing frontier and coastal forts garrisoned by regular Army soldiers. By 1861, almost 75% of the United States Army's soldiers served at dozens of posts west of the Mississippi River, ranging from Pickett's Post in Washington Territory to Fort Point in California's San Francisco Bay, to forts scattered throughout the Southwest. The Civil War brought dramatic change to these outposts. Shortly before the bombardment of Fort Sumter in the Battle of Charleston Harbor, U.S. Army responsibility for national protection and security set in motion an unprecedented eastward movement of soldiers and equipment. Originally meant to protect the interests of a minority of settlers and miners, these soldiers were ill-positioned for guaranteeing the well-being of nearly 97% of the U.S. population that resided east of the Missouri River. These regular soldiers were spirited east as quickly as possible. With more than 100,000 soldiers serving in the western posts, this eastward movement triggered concerns over security for those left behind. President Abraham Lincoln soon authorized raising of volunteers within the states and territories to aid in, how did he say it? To aid in enforcing the laws and protecting public property, to replace many of the departing regular Army soldiers and established additional forts to protect new interests. In other words, militia was coming to shift in sentinel duty of America's heartland. All the way to the coast, California, for example, quickly raised an infantry regiment and 5 cavalry companies for the protection of the overland mail route between California and the eastern states by way of Salt Lake City. You know, that city of the Mormons, where People said they worship the seagull. They have a big statue of a seagull, not in worship, but to commemorate the fact that they eliminated all the pests that devoured all their food, their grain. Now, how do I express this? Just to provide more details. With all the research that I was forced to conduct in the Department of Defense Postal Library about the frontier West, and all this insecurity I'm trying to contextualize for you as the North and South went to war in the East. Such concern for security was warranted, particularly in areas with populations sympathetic to the Confederacy or with interests in forging an independent Pacific Republic. Caches of United States arms and ammunition in Western arsenals attracted special attention. In Oregon and Washington Territory, pro-Union citizens exposed a plot hatched by conspiring traitors to capture the arsenal at Fort Vancouver. On February 16th, faced with a hostile state militia, United States Army General David Twiggs agreed to evacuate all federal troops from Texas and surrendered federal buildings, the arsenal, and military stores valued at $1 million United States dollars to the state of Texas. Confederate forces seized several other arsenals in Arkansas and Louisiana as well. The Confederacy was quick to realize the value of the Southwest. Using Texas as a base, that dark corner of the Confederacy became their vast heartland, by which they would reach a hinterland to the sea. The Confederate plan focused on dislodging Union forces from the Southwest and continuing north to the resource-rich mines of Colorado and possibly on to the California gold fields. Wending across Texas and then north along the Rio Grande, forces under the newly minted Confederate States General Henry Hopkins Sibley outmaneuvered Conby's Anglo and native New Mexican volunteers at Valverde, occupying both Albuquerque and Santa Fe. Only Fort Union in front and an isolated Fort Craig behind challenged Sibley's plan that was until the swift winter march of volunteers known as Pike's Peakers from Colorado Territory, commanded by Colonel John P. Slow, came to the rescue. Alarmed by words of Sibley's progress, Slow's men raced southward, and at Fort Union they gained additional strength from the garrison and followed the Santa Fe Trail toward the occupied cities. At the same time, Confederate forces under Colonel William R. Scurry followed the trail east from Santa Fe, setting the two armies on a collision course. While the fighting in the subsequent battle, known as Glorieta Pass and heralded since as the Gettysburg of the West, was fierce but inconclusive, it was the actions of a detachment under Major John Shivington, guided by Lieutenant Manuel Chavez and his native New Mexico volunteers, that ended the threat of a Confederate West. Chavez led Shivington's troops west across the mountainous terrain in an effort to flank the Confederates. Reaching a 200-foot-high cliff and finding the enemy supply train below, lightly guarded, Shivington's men scrambled down and destroyed everything. More than 80 wagons and 1,000 mules and horses. The Confederate States Army left New Mexico, retreating south and east to San Antonio. Weeks later, the California column of Union troops moved eastward from the Pacific to Tucson, along the overland stagecoach route, skirmishing with Confederates at Pichaco Pass in present-day Arizona, the war's westernmost battle. After other Western campaigns, culminating in the Confederate defeat at the Arkansas Battle of Pea Ridge in 1862. The Confederacy was never again to provide a viable risk to the Southwest. Military action was but one tool of the federal government's wartime strategy in the West. Secession initiated much change, including the elimination of Southern congressional opposition to Republican-supported internal improvement projects aimed at more tightly binding Western states and territories to the Union. The Morrill Land Grant Act of 1862 allotted 30,000 acres of land for the establishment of land-grant colleges in each state remaining in the Union. While focused on agriculture and mechanical arts, inclusion of the teaching of military tactics buttressed the final act. The Homestead Act of 1862, designed in part to free Eastern families from poverty and overcrowding, allowed any citizen or citizenship seeker who had not borne arms against the government to lay claim to 160 acres of available public land, provided he lived on it for 5 years or paid $1.25 per acre, $1.25 after a 6-month residency per acre. I mean, I can't even speak to that. That's like dirt for free. The Pacific Railway Act of 1862 and subsequent amendments provided aid for reconstruction, construction, of a transcontinental railroad and telegraph line. Aid in the form of generous land grants, in some instances up to 10 miles for every mile of track laid, and government bonds to the Union Pacific and Central Pacific Railroad companies. "The proposition is a plain one," or so exclaimed John R. Barrett, a U.S. representative from Missouri. "And any businessman must see how, by this great measure, our brethren on the Pacific slope can be protected and accommodated, our nation furnished with the necessary defense, our commerce promoted, and the most economical means provided for transportation of mails, munitions of war." The benefit of a supportive political atmosphere was not lost on President Lincoln. He played an active role in propagating an environment where the Union would be sustained, his supporters would be rewarded, and, where possible, Republican political views could be advanced. Territorial patronage was a vital tool for Lincoln as America's dictator. Remember, this man suspended habeas corpus and all due process. He arrested people on accusation, kept them in prison for what would have been the duration of his entire life at the least, had he not been taken out by a Confederate state soldier, which led to the freeing of thousands of innocent prisoners, held for political reasons. The ability that Lincoln was graced by circumstance of war to appoint men of his choice to key territorial roles, such as governors, secretaries, federal district judgeships, land office commissioners, and territorial marshals, served not only to recognize those who had lent support to him, but also to institutionalize support for the issues he so valued. With 7 Western territories ripe for patronage appointments, in 1861, Lincoln predominantly named Republican supporters, known pejoratively as the Tribe of Abraham, to the territories' 35 prime positions and dozens of others. These included gubernatorial nominees William Gilpin of Colorado Territory and William Jayne of Dakota Territory, who both supported federal financing of the Transcontinental Railroad. Although advanced under the mantle of protection, the nation's American Indian population in the West bore the cost of these military and political undertakings, which accelerated the dispossession and genocide of Native American Indians and threatened the security of their lands, property, culture, and core existence. Native American Indian tribal response was as complex as it was individualized. Few actively sought war, but concerns for safety often led to conflict, while some saw the war as an opportunity to protect or reclaim traditional lands and reassert sovereignty. The Native American Indian territories, 5 civilized nations, for example, raised over half a thousand soldiers initially, and ultimately 5,000 Indian brave warriors who fought for the Confederate States of America at battles including Pea Ridge, forced northward into Kansas. After refusing to align with the Confederacy, other Cherokees, Choctaws, Chickasaws, Seminoles, and Creeks fought Confederates on the side of the Union, including their own tribal members, as the Union Indian Brigade. With the enactment of political initiatives aimed at encouraging white settlement, the role of implementation often fell to the volunteer units who had replaced soldiers of the regular army. Although far from advocates of preserving American Indian culture, prior to the war, regular army units had occasionally served a moderating role between settler and American Indian interests, because the settlers simply wanted the Indians dead in the most immediate sense, exterminated en masse as vermin. Ironically, the U.S. military usually had to stand in their way to prevent them from overrunning federal claims to gold mines and precious minerals. The Western volunteers filling in behind the regular army, well, those Western militiamen filling the vacuum of the regular army soldiers were of a distinctly different metal from the United States Frontier Army. As one officer noted, they were men made of stern stuff, inured to mountain life, pioneers and miners, men self-reliant and enduring, but also prone to have advocated the complete and total extermination of the Red Indians. Although overwhelmingly white, including some from the Western Jewish population, many were Hispanic. Others were Black African American, and still others were Red American Indian. A number, known as galvanized Yankees, were former Confederates who swore allegiance to the Union. As residents of the West, they possessed a more vested interest in issues that encouraged settlement and internal improvements, and many took an active, aggressive role in protecting these interests. Examples of the resulting aggressions are rife. In addition to the Bear River Massacre inflicted by California volunteers on Shoshones in Washington Territory in 1863, in 1864, Colonel Shivington led Colorado and New Mexico volunteers in a foul and dastardly massacre of Arapahoes and Cheyennes, primarily women and children. Later investigators found that he had surprised and murdered in cold blood the unsuspecting men, women, and children on Sand Creek, who had every reason to believe they were under the protection of the United States authorities, and then returned to Denver and boasted of the brave deed he and the men under his command had performed. Other actions were more complex. Despite Canby's efforts in 1861, a permanent peace with the Navajo did never occur. 3 years later, his replacement sent Kit Carson and his native New Mexico volunteers on a scorched earth campaign against the Navajo that resulted in their relocation via the tragic Long Walk to Bosque Redondo. By war's end, federal actions to encourage white settlement in the West and more tightly bind the Western territories to the Union were institutionalized and gathering momentum. The Morrill Act, the Homestead Act, and the Pacific Railroad Act, aimed at fomenting and sustaining access to the West's vast acreage, as well as President Lincoln's abuse of territorial appointments, preserved the Union, and in many cases placed like-minded supporters in positions to uphold and continue these pogroms. Initially, the vacuum created by the regular army troops relocating eastward lessened the government's ability to shield westward expansion, but volunteer units soon filled, and these militias filling that vacuum sometimes aggressively. The military's role and presence in the West was overtaken by militiamen with firepower, enforcing their own American dream over the bodies of North America's First Nations and all of their inhabitants. This all came at an extraordinary cost. The dispossession of the West's American Indians en masse. In the expansionist Civil War era, federal American Indian policies often resulted in violated treaties, violence, and the end of access to traditional lands, trade and migratory routes, water, food sources, and cultural practices. Weeks before the war's end in 1865, word of the Sand Creek Massacre and other offenses against America's Indians finally triggered a broader indignation. The New York Times so editorialized that, to quote it from their writ, "The dealings of this nation toward the Indians form one of the most disgraceful chapters in modern history." This stimulated a congressional inquiry led by Senator James R. Doolittle, who began a 2-year investigation scrutinizing federal management of Indian affairs. It determined that the Indians everywhere are rapidly decreasing in numbers from various causes: by disease, by intemperance, by wars among themselves and with the whites, by the steady and resistless immigration of white men into the territories of the West, which, confining the Indians to still narrower limits, destroys that game which, in their normal state, constitutes their principal means of subsistence, and by the irrepressible conflict between a superior and an inferior race, which when brought in presence of each other. Such observations as racist as they be came as too late to help. In any case, mirroring Emanuel Leutzel's mural study, the federal government's perceptions of protection had already helped redefine and accelerate the westering movement and shape the region's future for decades to comest. By the end of the American War of Northern Aggression, and by now you should know why I use that term, and rights between the states, the foundation for a distinctly different American West had been laid. Now, I said how important it was that people understand that April 14th and April 15th are two very important dates in history, yesterday's date and today's. April 14th in 1865, 4 years on from the surrender of Fort Sumter, United States presidential dictator Abraham Lincoln was shot. On the evening of April 14th in 1865, while attending a special performance of the comedy Our American Cousin at Ford's Theater, accompanied by his wife, Mary Todd Lincoln, President Abraham Lincoln was shot. The assassin, John Wilkes Booth, wanted to revive the Confederate cause, mere days after their surrender to the Union Army, bringing the American Civil War truly to an end in the sense of proactive prosecution of hostilities. Lincoln died the next day on April 15th. This date today. How many years are gone by now? 157. So 157 years ago today, Abraham Lincoln succumbed to assassination. Exactly 4 years to the very date he had officially declared open total war on the Ides of April in 1861. And 47 years later to the very date in 1912, the doomed passenger liner RMS, the Royal Marine Star, I believe, Titanic, hit an iceberg in the North Atlantic. The RMS Titanic struck an iceberg at around 20 minutes to midnight on the evening of April 14th in 1912. How many years are gone today? God. By that point, I would say, holy shit, doing what I can in my head, 110 years ago. So as I said, 20 minutes to midnight, Titanic hits iceberg and subsequently sank in the early morning hours of April 15th. This date today, 110 years agone, in 1912, in the North Atlantic Ocean. 4 days into her maiden voyage from Southampton to New York City. Just as the American Civil War had lasted 4 years, Titanic's voyage lasted 4 days. Titanic's CQD, or SOS, her distress call position, was 41 to 56 degrees north and 50 to 14 degrees west. The sinking of the world's largest ocean liner of the time took place over the course of 2 hours, yet across the span of 2 days within that 2 hours. Hitting the iceberg 20 minutes to midnight, and then sinking into the sea in what became the next day, resulting in more than 1,500 deaths. It was one of the worst peacetime maritime disasters in history. And, of course, is something that I could go into with a shout-out to Miguel Andahar, the reincarnation of Nikola Tesla, as he perceives himself to be. Tesla's future sank with that ship. This was, of course, a world that sank with that ship. If you ever want to know why the Titanic hits us all and basically renders us so incredibly sentimental, so maudlin, so in tears, understand that the sinking of the Titanic, we somehow know, no matter how ignorant we are of the history behind it, we know that our future went down with that ship because the sponsors for Nikola Tesla went down with that ship. Now, J.P. Morgan could easily be portrayed as the villain here. But understand that J.P. Morgan was the man who had done his best by Tesla. Only Tesla was, of course, far too eccentric, far too rarefied an individual to appreciate that. He was a man who wanted things every bit his way. And J.P. Morgan reciprocated. If Tesla had only married Morgan's daughter, Anne Morgan, his marriage would have stabilized him both emotionally and financially. And he would have gone on to revolutionize virtually every aspect of modern life. Instead, he went on his lonely way. And then, after that, his only hope were the new sponsors who offered to help him bring a new world about. And they were all sequestered on the Titanic. In this case, it makes J.P. Morgan a Titanic criminal, responsible for the most ingenious mass assassination in history, while taking advantage of a Titanic insurance scam. The 1908, a couple of years before the Titanic sank, was when financier J.P. Morgan planned a brand new class of luxury liners that would enable the wealthy to cross the Atlantic in previously undreamed of opulence. The construction of these giant vessels, the sister ships of the Titanic, the Olympic, the Titanic herself, and the Britannic, began in 1909 at the Harland and Wolff shipyard in Belfast, Ireland. Unfortunately for Morgan and his personal bank balance, this money-making venture went a little awry. The Olympic, the first one of the three sister ships to be completed, was involved in a serious collision with the British Royal Navy cruiser, the HMS, or His Majesty's Ship Hawke, in September of 1911 in Southampton a few weeks after its maiden voyage, and had to be patched up before returning to Belfast to undergo proper repair work. In hindsight, it does seem a little bit strange that although the Olympic, the first of the sisters to enter service, was never given the publicity of her younger sister, the Titanic, who enjoyed such the following year. I mean, why would that be, right? In the meantime, a Royal Navy inquiry into the accident found the Olympic at fault for the collision, and this meant that the owner, White Star Line's insurance, was null and void. The White Star Line was out of pocket to the tune of at least £800,000 sterling, which would be around 90 million United States dollars today, for repairs and lost revenues. However, for Morgan and the White Star Line, there was even worse news. It's believed that the keel of the ship was actually twisted and therefore damaged beyond economic repair, which would have effectively meant the scrapyard. The White Star Line would have been bankrupted, given its precarious financial situation. Now, the seeds were sown for an audacious insurance scam, the surreptitious switching of the identities of the two ships, the Olympic and the Titanic. Now, there is a long series of highly credible testimonies, indisputable facts and evidence, both written and photographic, that proved those two ships were indeed switched with a view to staging an iceberg collision or other unknown fatal event. Almost 2 months after the Hawke Olympic collision, the British naval ship HAWKE, Hawke spelled in that manner, the reconverted Titanic, now superficially identical to her sister except for the sea deck portholes, quietly left Belfast for Southampton to begin a very successful 25-year career as the Olympic. Back in the builder's yard, work progressed steadily on transforming the battered hulk of the Olympic into the Titanic. The decision to dispose of the damaged vessel would already have been taken. Instead of replacing the damaged section of keel, longitudinal bulkheads were installed to brace it. Think of how significant, then, in the light of this fact, that when the wreck of the Titanic was first investigated by Robert Ballard and his crew after its discovery in 1987, the first explorations of the wreckage showed, and this was completely undocumented in the ship's original blueprints, iron support structures in place, which appeared to be supporting and bracing the keel. This was never satisfactorily explained either at the time or subsequently, but would certainly be significant. Certainly are, as that's the fact. There'd be absolutely no reason for you to believe that such is not correct, as it was reported by the puzzled Ballard himself, who of course at that time knew nothing, and probably still does not even now, about the switching of the two ships' identities. The sinking of the Titanic, owned by J.P. Morgan, was the tip of the iceberg, to use a pun. The Titanic sinking pulled off 4 of the greatest criminal plots in history simultaneously. J.P. Morgan mass murdered all of his business competition at once. 3 of the 4 wealthiest men in the world, all of whom offered Tesla sponsorship that would have changed our world. Morgan himself would have offered us that golden age had Tesla not spurned his daughter. The finance, of course, provided to the Tesla Tower was something that J.P. Morgan was involved with and then withdrew support from when Tesla weaponized it to effectively save Horatia. As a Slavic man, when the incoming bolide was detected that would have wiped out Moscow, understand that Nikola Tesla was Yugoslav in every sense. He is claimed by both Serbia and Croatia. He is Serbian by ethnicity, Croatian by nationality. He was a citizen of the Austrian Empire, which Germanized him in the cultural sense. So you could say he was culturally Germanic. But Serbia in particular has always considered itself the ally of Mother Russia. And when the bolide approached the earth that would have taken out Moscow and effectively ended Russia as a coherent civilization, Nikola Tesla weaponized Tesla Tower and effectively directed the enormous amount of energy that was necessitated to blow that bolide out of the sky over Siberia. This resulted in the Tunguska incident, the equivalent of multiple thermonuclear explosions over the Siberian tundra. That took a lot of energy, and that depleted many of the main batteries under ownership of J.P. Morgan in his involvement with the Tesla Tower. When he confronted Nikola Tesla of the use of his communications tower as effectively a weapon of Armageddon proportions, Tesla confessed to what had happened. And at that point, J.P. Morgan pulled all funding. Now you might say, why would J.P. Morgan not claim credit, declare himself a hero for saving a population of tens of millions in Moscow? Reflect on the fact that we were very much as much in a Cold War then as we are now. The competition between the great powers was always intense. Far more than your average individual of any nation, your average citizen of any empire can ever appreciate. So when J.P. Morgan did what he did, he felt he was acting in the best interests of humanity, even when, by murdering his competition and preventing them from sponsoring Nikola Tesla, he felt he was saving the world from a supermassive economic depression, the collapse of the world economy, were they to sponsor free energy produced by Nikola Tesla. Yes, he ensured the private control of energy revenue effectively forever, certainly for the foreseeable future per oil, coal, gas, electricity, etc. But what he had originally planned was selling short before unleashing Tesla's technology and then moving in to rescue the economy. Cynical, and a maneuver, a machination that would have left him in effectively nigh complete control of the world's economy, but nevertheless one that would not have collapsed it. And he felt that these other men with less schema behind their sponsorship of Tesla would not have the foresight or even the resources to necessarily do that. It would have ended the world as we have known it, perhaps at that time in collapse, at which point, what would Tesla's technology be worth then? Also, the death of such men guaranteed the passage of the Federal Reserve Act to establish J.P. Morgan's private bank and control all of the gold, money supply, and property of the United States. Well, almost collaterally saving his White Star ship line from bankruptcy by collecting a fraudulent insurance payment on the Titanic. The ship left Southampton, England, headed for New York City on April 10th, 1912. 4 days into the voyage, at 11:40 p.m. on April 14th, the Titanic struck an iceberg and sank at 2:20 a.m., resulting in the deaths of 1,517 people in one of the deadliest peacetime maritime disasters in history. Now, the unsinkable Titanic sank on its maiden voyage. Now, Captain E.J. Smith ignored multiple iceberg warnings from his crew and other ships. Getting from New England to New York as fast as possible was objective number one, at the behest of his boss, Joseph Bruce Ismay, managing director of the White Star Line. Ismay had pressure from his boss, J.P. Morgan, owner of the White Star Line. By the way, Ismay survived the catastrophe. Speaking of J.P. Morgan, he had his own Well, his very own private suite and promenade deck on the Titanic. He was supposed to be on that fateful maiden voyage, but canceled passage. Once the Titanic struck the iceberg, the captain and his crew used white flares to signal distress. Unfortunately, white flares are not the color used to signal distress. Red flares are always used to show distress. So the closest ship, ironically named the Californian, ignored the flares, assuming it was a celebratory signal rather than an emergency. All ships must carry sufficient lifeboats for the number of passengers on board. The Titanic did not. About 3 million rivets were used to hold the sections of the Titanic together. Some rivets have been recovered from the wreck and analyzed. The findings prove that they were made of substandard iron. When the ship hit the iceberg, the force of the impact caused the heads of the rivets to break and the sections of the Titanic to come apart. If quality iron rivets had been used, the ship would not have sunk. In fact, the belief that the ship was unsinkable was in part due to the fact that the Titanic had 16 watertight compartments. However, the compartments did not reach as high as they should have. White Star Line did not want them to go all the way up because this would have reduced living space in first class. So killed on the sinking ship, along with 1,514 other people, were Benjamin Guggenheim of the famous Guggenheim Museum, Isa Strauss, and John Jacob Astor. Astor was, at the time, believed to be the wealthiest man on the planet. Guggenheim and Strauss were not far behind Astor. And these three powerful men were the next potential funders who had expressed interest in Nikola Tesla. Now, all of this together puts the tragedy of the Titanic into the realm of travesty. J.P. Morgan owned White Star Line ships. J.P. Morgan was also the main conspirator. He was supposed to be on the ship but canceled at the last moment. John Jacob Astor, along with Benjamin Guggenheim and Isa Strauss, were three very wealthy and powerful men, all of whom were vehemently against the wasting of a talent like Nikola Tesla. His tower had been used to save the world. While the public was never made aware of this, these men were. Now, Morgan viewed Astor and company as enemies who would take the Tesla resource and conquer the world and remodel it in their image instead of his. So these three men died when the Titanic, a ship built by J.P. Morgan's White Star Line, hit that infamous iceberg and sank. Understand that J.P. Morgan and John Jacob Astor were both feuding over who would own Nikola Tesla, who created a way to generate an infinite amount of electrical energy. Tesla planned to allow people to access that energy for free. But understand that these men would require some kind of profit. They would have to reorganize their personal economics to rebuild an economy that would immediately collapse with the release of an infinite amount of free energy. So Astor, Tesla's good friend at this point in history, was opening his deep pockets for Tesla, in which he would do what Morgan had intended to do when Tesla and his daughter were dating, Not good for Morgan. Once Astor, Guggenheim, and Strauss were dead, there was no more public outcry about Tesla Tower. Tesla's funding was wiped away, his friend in Astor gone. Now, an idiot, I'm already getting some emails. I can't believe the stupidity. How these people are even literate enough to type their inanities is beyond me. Douglas, why wouldn't Morgan have simply had Astor, Guggenheim, and Strauss shot? That would have been easier than sinking an entire ship. Because, you idiot, there would have been intensive investigations into their murders. When multi-billionaires turn up dead, no stone is left unturned. You might ask instead, if you had more of a mind, how could Morgan guarantee Astor, Guggenheim, and Strauss would be on the ship? Maybe there were behind-the-scenes events, but in place by Morgan himself to ensure these men would be on the ship. Moreover, if you had more of a mind as opposed to a manipulable mass of tissue between your ears, you would ask, how could Morgan be sure Astor, Guggenheim, and Strauss would go down with the ship and not get off on the lifeboats? Look, you idiot. When people are about to die, there's no amount of money you can give them to give you a place on a lifeboat. Here, man, have my fortune. Millions of dollars. Let me write this check out to you. I'm going to take that lifeboat. Well, when you die, what's that check going to do for you at the bottom of the sea? You would basically say, you know what? Fuck you. I'm on the lifeboat. You stay here and keep your goddamn check. And your checkbook, your checkbook won't be worth a shit when it's wet. So, beyond that, however, there was the fact that Morgan knew well of the truly high character of Mr. Astor in particular. Colonel Astor was another of the heroes of that awful night. Effort was made to persuade him to take a place in one of the lifeboats, but he emphatically refused to do so until every woman and child on board had been provided for, not excepting the woman members of the ship's company. By all evidence, Guggenheim and Strauss did the same. Perhaps shamed by such nobility, perhaps of noble stuff themselves. So, understand that it is no coincidence that J.P. Morgan owned White Star Line, the company that produced the supposedly unsinkable Titanic, that went down with his enemies, John Jacob Astor, Guggenheim, and Strauss. Understand that historically, it's well known, inarguable, incontrovertible, that Morgan and Astor both funded Nikola Tesla, whose innovations could have been either the greatest gifts to mankind or the greatest wealth generators for the few, depending on who controlled them. As I said, Tesla wanted to give free energy to humanity, but because he weaponized his tower, using, without permission, J.P. Morgan's batteries, enormous reserves of energy, costing J.P. Morgan what the equivalent today would be hundreds of millions of dollars in a single night. That tower was demolished in 1908. J.P. Morgan was the founder of the project. When he discovered what Nikola Tesla had did, weaponizing a communications device without his permission and using all of his resources to make that happen, you could understand why he felt betrayed. Aside from the man spurning his daughter, he sucks you dry of all your battery juice. And we're not just talking car batteries here. Tesla wanted to move energy from one tower to the next wirelessly. We're not talking about wireless technology like we have today, which is very toxic and harmful. This was clean energy, and it was to be used interplanetarily. Researchers at MIT managed to transmit power wirelessly only 100 years after Tesla and at a much shorter distance. 100 years is a lot of time, and it's hard to believe that it took so much time for scientists to simply imitate Tesla to some extent. His massive structure, ostensibly designed to wirelessly transmit power, was, of course, the ultimate cause of the 1908 Tunguska event, that 10-megaton blast that detonated in the wastelands above central Russia that completely obliterated and deforested everything unlucky enough to be located within a several hundred-mile radius. Now, in order to save Moscow and much of Eastern Europe from the effects of an Armageddon collision, a bolide strike that ultimately would have impacted the entire world with nuclear winter, like toss-up of debris and particulate matter that could potentially have killed us all off, as it had the dinosaurs in a similar strike hundreds of millions of years ago. Tesla beamed enough energy to blast the bolide in the sky. An energy weapon 1,000 times more powerful than the nuclear bomb that destroyed Hiroshima. He did this back before they'd even invented the goddamn submachine gun. But then Wardenclyffe Tower became a 186-foot tall relic. It would be razed in 1917. And the defeat, which was Tesla's worst, led to another of his breakdowns. He said, "It is not a dream. It is a simple feat of scientific electrical engineering, only expensive. Blind, faint-hearted, doubting world." By 1912, after the sinking of the Titanic, Tesla began to withdraw from that doubting world. He was clearly showing signs of obsessive-compulsive disorder. He was already a high-functioning autistic. He became as ever more obsessed with cleanliness and fixated on the number 3. He began shaking hands with people and washing his hands, all done in sets of 3. He had to have 18 napkins on his table during meals and would count his steps whenever he walked anywhere. He claimed to have an abnormal sensitivity to sounds, as well as an acute sense of sight, and he later wrote that he had a violent aversion against the earrings of women, and the sight of a pearl would almost give me a fit. Now, all of this you're probably well aware of, and you can cite from any other source. But only Douglas Dietrich gave you the truth behind all that you've heard tonight. By the way, thank you. Milligrams Mile 442. God bless you, sir. Bless you. I don't know if he's British. Let me know if you are. I am curious. The RMS stood for Royal Mail Ship. That's right. It's kind of like... Now, yeah, I'm wondering if this is to be disambiguated from merchant shipping per se, or they just called them all RMS like Royal Mail ships, because, obviously it's owned by a private company, and it's got this weird-ass designation, so it's not necessarily a merchant ship of the British line serving the nation state, so they give it this Royal Mail ship status. Is that the deal there? I mean, that's what's so bizarre about this to me. It's a Royal Mail ship, but it's privately owned all the way. So is there any like context here for that? But he said German. What does that mean? Oh, he's German. You're German. Okay, thank you. I get it now. He's German. Oh my God. So thank you. God bless you. Oh my God. I'm impressed. So thank you. That's milligrams mile 442. Thank you. Hugs. I don't know if you're male or female. Hugs. I'm assuming you're male. Thank you so much. And deeply appreciate it. So with that, oh my God, you got your story time for tonight to a degree. Let's take a look at how much time we have remaining. 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We got 2 hours left. And I could go either way with this. Doubtless, probably most of you would not want me to go into the realm of the Ukrainian war, though that, of course, does need to be covered. But certainly what I will tell you is that there is much comparison to be had between the American Civil War and the Russo-Ukrainian conflict. To the Russians, this is a civil war because they feel they're reclaiming their lost brethren, and they're going to do so even if they kill them all. They really want the land. The people can be exterminated. This is how the Northerners felt about the Southerners, whom they deemed a different race. As I said, they effectively were. It was the continuity of the Anglo attempt to exterminate the Celtic fringe taken across the Atlantic into the New World. And as I said, if you don't understand the American Civil War as a race war between two white ethno-states, two white ethnic cultures that had established their own nation states, then you don't know the Civil War at all. This is why its repercussions impact us to this day. It is the same with the Ukrainians. They are not of the same ethnos as the Russians. They are claiming their independence. The Russians viewed them then as vermin, as the North viewed the southern peoples. Again, putting the blacks aside respectfully in this equation of conflict for the American Civil War, and putting aside there's no one to put aside in the Ukrainian situation. There's no black slaves that are being held. So the original slaves, or where we got the term slave from, was the Slavs, or all the Slavic peoples. And again, all of that can be explored perhaps in the next transmission. In the 2 hours we have remaining, I presume everybody's going to want me to talk about what was started earlier, the talk about the Hunger Games, and of course a bit of the Kabbalah. And, I can do my best to do a bit of both. Daniel Arola asked about the Hunger Games as being some kind of, covert propaganda for communism, which is I could understand why he would think that, because, of course, it's very anti-capitalist in a sense, certainly anti-materialist. But no, it was by Susan Collins, who was an American television writer and novelist, best known as the author of the New York Times best-selling series, believe it or not, she wrote a series of books called The Underland Chronicles. And I bet you didn't know that. Because, nobody ever talks about that, do they? Really, it's something that I really have to do my best to try and look into, because I just never, honestly, looked too deeply into her other than her work with the Hunger Games. And by the way, I can't resist checking back into the live stream for some reason and taking a look at our number of concurrent viewers. By the way, when what happened in the opening hour happened, it killed the normal number of viewers that we had. And that, of course, is a tragedy considering all that I've covered tonight. Hopefully they will all catch up by reviewing this on the morrow and over the next few days, and bring it back to its normal review numbers. of about 1,000 views. And of course, the only way that this can spread and hit a wider audience is through your efforts. Again, it's your war. You have to fight it. And I'm counting on you all to do so. So spread the word. All right, let me see if I can do this justice. When it comes to Suzanne Collins, she was the child of Lieutenant Colonel Michael John Collins. He was an Air Force officer, well, a United States Air Force officer, just to specify, who served in the Korean and Vietnam Wars and was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross and the Bronze Star. She was the youngest of 4 children, and as the daughter of a military officer, she and her family were constantly moving, but she would always hear about her father's conflicts with the Communist Chinese, fighting the Russians in the skies of Korea, and of course, his actions taking and bombing and strafing Communist Chinese positions, and of course, the influence the Communist Chinese had in Vietnam and the conflict that he fought in there. So she wrote The Hunger Games about China. Even though it takes place in America, she knew that the only way she could get Chinese to read the book was to say it was about America. And you'll notice that in the conceit, what you would call a literary conceit, the technique that she uses to hide the fact that it's about China, or rather to really reveal the fact that it's about China, is the map of Panem. The one thing in common with the map of Panem, as interpreted by everyone, is the fact that Florida, the penis of America, is missing, submerged. The new Atlantis, due to global warming and rising sea levels. Now, the reason that she chose that conceit as part of the branding of Panem, the continent for her dystopia, North America, was because without Florida, with an emasculated North America, without its penis by which it fucks the world, that nobody recognizes the United States. Compare Panem to the map of China, and you'll realize they're effectively the same coastline. You see, without Florida, take that penis away and the United States, even if you didn't include Canada and Mexico, the United States is instantly recognizable because of Florida. We don't occupy Baja California, so we can't recognize it by its tail, so to speak. We recognize it, appropriately enough, by its prick. Cut that prick off, and America's coastline becomes identical to mainland China. So Panem, look at the maps, is really the outline of the Chinese mainland. Author Suzanne Collins has, of course, by saying this is post-apocalyptic North America, enabled it all to get filmed and shown in Communist China. So the Communist China is, the Communist Chinese could absorb her exposition on their culture. It is anti-communist. It's an anti-communist film. So read a little between the lines. It makes it shockingly clear. She actively wrote a brilliantly acute critique of postmodern communist China, with a startling nuance, an incredible amount of nuance and specificity. Panem and the Hunger Games trilogy correlate with communist China so perfectly, you can't, once you understand what I shall contextualize for you, ever again read that without knowing that she wrote this intentionally to reach Chinese people on the mainland and inform them of the reality of their dystopia. So reread the novels, rewatch the movies, and finally understand through Douglas Dietrich's exposition how one of Harry Potter's leading literary rivals turns out to be a poorly camouflaged communist Chinese doppelganger with the best, the most noblest, the highest of intentions. It was to carry out that objective, a ripoff of the Japanese Battle Royale. Obviously, the communist Chinese government doesn't take poor children from across the country and pit them against each other in a battle to the death. And I'm making no such claims, but I must say, after one reads Suzanne Collins' The Hunger Games trilogy about a dystopian future America, one is truly unsettled, if one has the cultural wherewithal, by the similarity of her world to mainland China right now. In the Hunger Games, what used to be America is now Pan Am, a country where most of the people are very poor, many barely surviving on their poor rations, while an elite lives lavishly in the capital, where the totalitarian government reigns supreme. The people of Pan Am each live in a district with a production speciality. The protagonist, Katniss, lives in District 12, the coal mining district. District 1 makes luxury goods. District 3 is the factory hub. District 6 is lumber. District 11 is agriculture, etc. The districts that make expensive things, like luxury goods and seafood, live more comfortably than those who make cheaper essentials, like agriculture and coal, who basically live in poverty. In the capital, however, people live in the utmost luxury. They eat so much that it's commonplace to purposefully induce vomiting to allow more eating. They voraciously consume government-produced entertainment, the pinnacle being the Hunger Games, akin to the Roman Games. They are obsessed with fashion, and their lives are full of comforts. So full of comforts that all they can worry about are the most superficial things. No one in the capital ever has to worry about having enough to eat. The capital is a lot like the developed urban West today, and it's a lot like Shanghai. Think about the 2008 Olympics and then the latest Olympics that we've suffered through. The Winter Olympics of China that were held even as Putin began to invade Ukraine. So speaking of opulence, Beijing played host, both at the time of the Hunger Games' cinematic release and at the time that I'm speaking to you now. How long has it been? A mere 10 years. A little longer. Dozen years, really. 8, 9, 10, 14 years. A decade and a half. And nothing has changed. COVID made it impossible to notice. So think back to 2008. Nothing could be done in the era of COVID to really show the pomp and ceremony that Beijing otherwise would have mounted. So, the last Olympics on the communist Chinese mainland in their capital of Beijing makes better point than the COVID Olympics we suffered through, in which they gave all of their athletes all of the awards and starved the rest of the world's athletes to the point where they could barely perform. It was in 2008 that Beijing played host to the single most expensive over-the-top Olympic Games and ceremonies in history, dropping over 42 million United States dollars in an effort to present a visage of power, wealth, and status to the world, which is also the explicit purpose of the titular Hunger Games, an annual demonstration of intimidation and unmatchable spectacle. rather than using that wealth and influence to establish social programs, improve access to technology, economic opportunity, or even basic services. Beijing, like the capital of the Hunger Games, reinvested in its own image on the grandest possible scale. Hell, even the opening ceremonies of the Beijing Olympics presented an uncanny similarity to how the movie version of Catching Fire visualized the arrival of the tributes for what was to be the 75th Hunger Games. Again, reference 2008 rather than the COVID Olympics of shit. And just as Gale, the characteress, lamented the compulsory viewership of the Hunger Games, many Beijingers found themselves less than enthused about hosting the Olympic Games when China's government forcibly relocated some 1.5 million inhabitants of the city to make room for the event. Now, despite all the parallels between the lives of those in Collins' fictional capital and your life at home in America, because many of you are just as poor, the China parallel sticks out much more clearly because communist China's inequality is so much worse than America's. Sure, we have a huge wealth gap, but that's largely because the rich are just so goddamn rich. Think about what I've told you about the men at play upon the Titanic. In Red China, it's much worse because the gap is due much more to the large number of people still living in poverty. China's gross domestic product per capita is about $3,774 US dollars. America's is $48,989. Meanwhile, think of those in Shanghai, living very, very comfortably, at least before COVID, and the best off, including most foreigners, live lavishly. Parties late into the night before COVID, dining out constantly before the pandemic, shopping all the time, sipping their lattes that cost more than the entire day's meal budget for 99.9% of Chinese families. Who produces all the goods they gorge on there in Shanghai? The financial capital of communist China? Their New York City? The people in the inland provinces, like Pan Am's districts. Inner Mongolia does coal. Guangdong does textiles. Yunnan makes coffee. And only a quarter, 25% of rural Chinese families have ever owned a refrigerator in all their generations. There's no way they take hot showers on a regular basis. The difference in lifestyle between those in Shanghai, Beijing, Guangdong, and Shenzhen, China's richest cities, and the rest of the nation is stark. I know this because my gang brother Beaver, until recently, with the totalitarian turn of the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, visited the mainland regularly. He was in Hainan province a few years ago, in a touristy area no less, still blown away by the dirty, drab, overcrowded cities he drove through. He saw abject poverty, people living in their own filth, begging for food. No matter how many times he visited the mainland, he was always shocked. He had relations who had actually, through the extended Wu family, attended Beijing Academy. And the housing for the teachers when he visited their dorm. While the pampered American students got to stay in air-conditioned private rooms with maid service and private bathrooms, the teachers, most hailing from the poorer regions of China, were crowded into tight barrack-like rooms with no air conditioning. Had to walk a block to get to the shared bathroom. A distant relation of his, attending the academy, had brought two suitcases full of clothes. to stay for the summer. But most of her teachers only had 2 or 3 outfits that they rotated throughout their entire lives. It's an entirely different standard of living, if you could call that living at all. Furthermore, as in the Hunger Games books, many people in China still have barely enough to eat. This is why the accelerated inflation over the last 6 months has made Beijing absolutely paranoid. They do not want an uprising. And like in the Hunger Games, the government suppressed uprising how? With an iron fist. I'm sure you've read about the Communist Chinese government's reaction to uprisings in Tibet and Xinjiang provinces. Or even the crazy over-the-top crackdown on the non-existent revolution named after a flower inspired by the Middle East. You know, I'm being intensely, or shall I say intentionally obsequious there, or rather oblique, because if you were to actually type out the name of that spring title flower on communist Chinese computer banks, you would be sentenced to prison for 15 years. Now, I'm not in danger of that. I'm not in communist China. I'm simply making a point. I honestly don't even remember the name of the goddamn flower. It became such a taboo for people to ever speak the name of it. If anyone does remember, you let me know. Granted, you could claim to be fair to China's single state party dictatorship. Xi Jinping claims that over the past 44 years, millions of people have been lifted out of actual poverty. I mean, since the Mao days. Oh, everyone's lives are getting better as the country gets richer. Well, people aren't eating each other, at least, that we know of. At least few are actually starving to death, but that's not really true. But millions did under Mao. Oh, I guess things are getting better. But the truth is, almost all of Red China's new wealth has gone to the big coastal cities. China's capital. And most of the people in the countryside and migrant workers live lives in stark contrast to the wealthier members of society. Lives without any of the basic comforts and securities people in the cities have come to expect. They don't have clean water. Factory pollution is an overwhelming, pervasive problem. Often, they don't even have running water. And very few can afford to buy a car. A thrill profession, a profession that would get you laid, is to be a cab driver. A taxi driver in communist mainland China is considered sexy because almost nobody has a goddamn car. Oh, if only you knew. Meanwhile, Red China's number of millionaires is growing faster than anywhere in the world, true, or was at least until the trade wars, as its market for luxury goods and high-priced real estate and Bordeaux wine all exposed, at least until the trade wars and the collapse of the real estate bubble. The wealth is still very highly concentrated at the top. The government is fully aware of the widening income gap and the problems it presents. Not too long ago, Beijing cracked down on luxury ads in the city, not wanting to draw such public attention to the income gap. The Communist Chinese single-state party government is so afraid of rebellion that, in reaction to recent uprisings in Mongolia, actually I'm thinking about a decade and a half gone by now, well, about 10 years ago, Beijing pledged a huge amount of money at that time to go towards development of the region and preservation of its Mongolian culture. The proper term is actually Mongol. They also cracked down heavily on protest, but the greedy capital in the Hunger Games would have reacted much, much more harshly in such a situation and never, ever would have pledged more investment to appease protesters. You might consider that a difference in direction of the positive. It really isn't. The investment is really just how Communist Party members give enormous amounts of money to their family relations by starting ever more mega projects. China is under constant development with the craziest projects that are completely self-destructive. They build sky-high canals in the sky that they flood with water so they can transport ships over mountain ranges. These will be useless within a matter of years, if not months. The maintenance of all that water being pumped into the sky so you can float a multi-ton ship over mountaintops. Look it up if you don't believe me. All of this is money in the pockets of Communist Party developers. You see, there's two currencies in China. You can look this up. The yuan, Y-U-A-N, and the RMB, the renminbi. The renminbi is the Communist Chinese Party's currency. They have their own economy. This is cycled into their contracts, which have to be given government oversight. The yuan is for the entrepreneurs and the rest of the world to trade in. All of that is crashing down with the trade wars, which leads us to the Hunger Games. The saddest part is, sure, we know that the parallels between the Hunger Games and the developing world are much, much scarier in other parts of the world, like war-torn sub-Saharan Africa. People really are starving to death and tearing each other to bloody shreds, while fat cats in government live exorbitantly luxurious lifestyles on the backs of the practically enslaved populace. You might say Red China isn't nearly as bad, and at least there's relative peace. But how much oppression is that peace and harmony and crackpot infrastructure building really worth? Before reading The Hunger Games, you would have thought it was worth a lot, and even underrated by people in the West. If you read The Hunger Games and review the cinema franchise, you'll know otherwise. You'll begin to see. You'll become more and more disillusioned with the benefits of authoritarian government, and understand that the income gap will persist until there's a major change in government. You might not think it necessarily will happen through revolution. In fact, you would probably really hope it doesn't. But it needs to happen. You would hope one day at a time. But there is no day at a time with COVID lockdown. Look up COVID lockdown in communist China. Everyone's screaming out of their apartments. Look that up. Chinese people, they're living in skyscrapers 100 stories high, sticking their heads out and screaming their lungs out, trapped in their apartments, effectively forever. And the Hunger Games already happened in mainland China. It was called the Great Leap Forward. Over the course of roughly 4 years, from 1958 through 1962, that were supposed to mark Red China's transition to a fully modern world power, 100 million Chinese citizens died, of causes ranging from starvation, which was the big one, to being tortured to death by secret police. Granted, the Hunger Games only managed to ice children in groups of 23, depending on the year and games, but in an empire on the Asian mainland with something close to a quarter of the global population, everything happens on a grander scale. Much like the districts are responsible for providing the capital through production in their various industries, Mao Zedong decided to mobilize the countryside to outsmelt Britain and produce record-setting quantities of steel. So farmers with zero experience in ironworks set up backyard furnaces in every village and every hovel to melt down whatever they decided was made of metal. Simultaneously, infrastructure projects were undertaken to make Red China's farming communes more productive than ever before, and this intense pressure to perform, along with hyperbolic propaganda touting the performance of various provinces, drove the various communes and regions to exaggerate their own output, which in turn led to the government hoarding more and more food on the assumption that there was just so much to go around they could afford to keep increasing quotas and adding to the surplus in exports. Of course, they didn't really have the steel or the food, so people died by the tens of millions in droves of mass starvation. If they could escape the roving cadres looking for those who weren't communist enough and threatened to bring the whole mood down, those people, I'm not exaggerating, I'm not lying to you, were cooked and cannibalized. To this day, estimates of the total casualties vary greatly because the official party line on the tragedy is one of complete denial. Instead, Communist China attributes food shortages to the weather, saying Mao Zedong was hit by climate change. The climate of madness. Curiously, whenever the tributes visit the capital, they are overwhelmed by the contract with their own districts, where people are starving and subsisting on stone soup, while by stark contrast, residents of the capital have more food than they could ever physically consume, so much that it rots and is thrown away. And anyone who complains can expect a visit from the peacekeepers, who pretty much flog or execute every would-be Oliver Twist asking for some more, please. You see, Communist China already has its districts. One of the central features of Collins's Hunger Games universe is the 13, but more on that later, districts, distinct in everything from the food they eat to their peculiar traditions and especially the industries through which they support Panem and the governing capital. While the idea is that America, following a civil war, was divided into these dozen districts, it actually much more closely reflects mainland China's current and historical makeup. As you may know, or already know, Chinese is neither a language nor an ethnicity, but rather an externally imposed label covering an extensive variety of rich cultures, histories, languages, and traditions that persist to this day, reflective of the numerous tribes and various kingdoms that have come and gone throughout the massive region, today collectively known as Zhonghua, China. And as for the signature cuisines and dishes of the various districts, well, that also exists in mainland China, and has for centuries. Americans may get fussy over whether barbecue is best prepared with a dry rub or smothered with a tangy sweet brown sauce, but mainland China's culinary traditions are unmistakably regional and diverse. Likewise, individual cities are even known for the particular output and specialization of their factories and industry. One enterprising factory owner with an overseas contract will routinely see a former employee quit just to set up sweatshop across the street, providing the same widgets and goods using the same sort of machinery, and supplied with workers migrating from impoverished agrarian regions who missed the modernization bus completely. Just as the districts of Pan Am are virtually foreign to one another's citizens, so are the various regions of mainland China, all but different nations compared to one another. But Beijing is the capital, so insane that it's placed an empire that should be under multiple time zones under the single time zone of Beijing. Pan Am is ruthlessly governed by an authoritarian regime in the capital, recognizable to readers and reviewers as Denver, Colorado. But the climax of the final book or movie in the franchise, in which the protagonists must navigate a labyrinthine network of booby traps and confounding urban planning to reach the true government palace, feels a lot more like the Forbidden City, that massive fortress-like series of walls, courtyards, and enclaves smack in the middle of Red China's actual capital, Beijing. By design, this ancient megastructure combines opulence with defensive infrastructure, both luxurious and imposing, exactly as the capital is presented in the final chapters of those stories. But the similarities aren't limited to a single building. Both the capital and real-life Beijing are disproportionately large, vibrant cultural centers and trendsetters, housing an authoritarian government and replete with architecture, extravagance, and big city self-importance that simply cannot be matched by any other city in the nation. All of it based on a perversion of the state religion of my own homeland and heartland, Taiwan, Confucianism. Understand that no Westerner understands Confucianism. Understand that, and you'll finally begin to understand China. You see, Confucianism is based on Confucius. Oh, yes. But by the way, Eli Wallach, he's the man. Eli Wallach, God bless you. I could never have gotten that out without you. I couldn't remember the name of the goddamn flower. Mo Li Wa. Yasmin flower ban in China. Eli Wallach is the man. Credit and hugs to he. Now, that gives you an idea of whenever I would talk to Chinese people, they would allude to it, and then they would never say its name. So when I would speak it, they would cringe. Finally, I even forgot what the hell it was. That shows you how dangerous it is to live in mainland China. If you don't believe in the Hunger Games, you would if you were a Chinese citizen. They understood what they were seeing on the screen, and it advocated something they never dared to say. Revolt. Someday, Xi Jinping, also known as Winnie the Pooh, may suffer the fate of that dictator in the Hunger Games, whose name I also can't remember. Confucius, on the other hand, I do. Confucius was a combination, if you can imagine, of Moses and Machiavelli. Confucius is actually the man from where we get the term Kung Fu. Gongzi, master of the way. He was a martial artist and a military strategist, like Machiavelli, who also wrote military books on tactics and operations, as well as his books on politics and power. Confucius combined both schools of thought, the politics of peace and the politics of power through force of arms. Confucius believed in the centrality of the state, wanted to lead his people to the promised land, but understood the need for pragmatic politics to get there. He was a Machiavellian Moses, or a Mosaic Machiavelli. One of the more perplexing features of the citizens of Pan Am in the books and movies is their willingness to tolerate the oppressive government and systemic abuse they suffer. Red China, however, is the home to an ancient code of rules and ethics bordering on a religion, even for them, known as Confucianism. While the influence of Confucius can be seen well beyond China, in the Empire of Japan, the Korean Republic, and Vietnam, only in my Taiwan is it the state religion. Confucius himself lived in the heart of China, on the mainland, and used his role as a royal advisor, a advisor for hire between warring princes. He was able to make himself a mercenary of the intellect. He instructed rulers, and by extension the entire nation, according to his standards of conduct. Key among those was the idea of obedience, deference to authority, and every individual recognizing his or her role and relative rank in society. In essence, one of China's most important cultural touchstones and farthest-reaching global influence has been the notion that the rule of a central authority is absolute, and violating that norm is dishonorable and the source of disharmony on earth. And, far from being viewed as an outdated relic of history, Confucianism continues to enjoy great support and relevance among Chinese citizens today on both the mainland and island China, my Taiwan. In the Hunger Games stories, the people are clearly dissatisfied with their lot, but they can't bring themselves to fight back against their oppression until they have a new, seemingly charismatic figure behind which they can rally and derive some semblance of empowerment and authority, someone who has the mandate of heaven. Such has always been the way with China and Asia in general. And in the case of the communist Chinese, until someone else can claim the mandate of heaven, they are unwilling to go against the gods, in this case, the godless communists, the red gods, the gods of atheism. Regardless, it's the group over the individual. As I said, Spock expresses this perfectly. The needs of the many overwhelm the needs of the one. Spock was simply spouting Confucianism. You could say he was reading a fortune cookie. Spock was, of course, the philosopher of Kolinahr, which was but Gene Roddenberry's enfranchisement of Confucianism. Confucian tradition not only explains why an entire nation would be complacent in the face of an ineffective, barbaric, oppressive government, it provides the context for the central feature of the Hunger Games stories, the games themselves. What would compel 24 children to obediently participate in a charade that ultimately sees them fight to the death until only one, deeply traumatized, victor remains? They are promised, for their trouble, a bounty of food and basic goods delivered to their home district should they manage to gladiate their way through their peers. Now, China's ancient principles also dictate that the individual, one person's needs, wants, emotions, and identity is subordinate to the needs of society or the larger group. This Spock-like mentality is one of the biggest stumbling blocks for the hyper-individualist Westerner trying to understand China, and it helps clarify why, for 75 years, the tributes of the Hunger Games have evidently played along with the sadism and done their best to chop each other to pieces on television without so much as a seemingly appropriate hunger strike or even the odd John Lennon song. When you see yourself as a servant to society at large, you don't fight the system. You try to make it work for whatever group whose membership includes yourself. especially when your parents and siblings are counting on you. That would also explain as to why, when Katniss suddenly doesn't play by the rules, it upends the entire system and leads to a national revolution. This inescapably brings to my mind the one-child policy. From 1979 to 2016, that policy officially ended the year before last, by now I believe. All too little, all too late. The Communist Chinese government attempted to control the growth of its billions-strong population through a rule that mandated that couples, with only some exceptions, could only have one child. In a society that values males significantly over females, having a baby girl was no longer a simple matter of rigging up the stirrups and trying again. Instead, decades of forced abortions, mass infanticide, and child sex trafficking created a disproportionately 75% male and sad, lonely, fat and spoiled population that eventually forced the government to reverse course and allow couples multiple children. Only now, none of the women want to have 3 children each, and so China is doomed. Either before this unhappy non-event, this anticlimax happened, for generations, either families aborted or otherwise disposed of infant girls, sold into slavery all over the world, in order to use their one-child quota to have a male offspring. Or government officials on the watch for a baby bump would compel them to make do with their first offspring, female or otherwise. If it weren't for that, China would be 100% fucking male by now. Well, this, you might think, would hardly condition a society to enthusiastically cheer for the violent deaths of their teenagers in a nationally broadcast bloodbath. It is certainly closer in context to the operation and results of the Hunger Games. What do you do with all these boys? And not a girl to fuck among them. What do you think will ultimately happen on mainland China? You either send them to war against somebody else, or you have them kill each other. Xi Jinping makes it clear no homosexuality will be tolerated. No pretty boys will be allowed. You can look that up if you don't believe me. So, what's the only recourse? Set them on each other with chainsaws, blades, and bullets. Televised for all to see. All the political dissidents, all the would-be rebels, all the criminals. They're deemed one and the same. Falun Gong practitioners. Until there's only enough men left to pair with what few women exist on mainland China. Hell on earth. You must have been a very good person in a past life not to incarnate as a Chinaman on the mainland. Which also better explain as to why, on the eve of the 75th Hunger Games, Peeta's last-ditch effort to save Katniss by claiming she is pregnant ignites some mild outrage, but ultimately it doesn't get her any pass. Neither the novels nor the films even suggests that a basic pregnancy test was administered before Katniss got shunted back into the arena. And all across the mainland, the Communist Chinese television is packed with propaganda. The districts of Pan Am are not completely without the hallmarks of modernity, you see. Everyone has access to what are essentially televisions, which broadcast the annual games along with a bevy of informational and even entertaining content. Except that all that content is actually just propaganda, usually made without any effort to conceal that fact, churned out and strictly controlled by the capital to indoctrinate and intimidate in equal measure. Red China has also learned to worship the glowing box, and much like the capital, Beijing authorities have honed their skills in managing and manufacturing content with a decidedly propagandist bent. At any given time, there is a war movie on at least one channel on Communist Chinese public television, specifically a movie about Red China's experiences as a nation during the period we know as World War II, which falls into one of two categories: vilifying the monstrous Japanese occupation of China, or vindicating the glorious communist uprising that swept the nation and turned it into the wealthy, globally revered superpower Red China is today. One of the central plots of the final book, and two movies, in the Hunger Games series, involves the opposing cadres disseminating competing propaganda messages in an effort to sway the revolutionary tide. They are transparent about the fact that it is propaganda. They call the televised bits propos. And that is, well, that it is central to their overall strategies in winning the looming war. Red China also makes no bones about its propagandist intent. It even has an official CPD, a Central Propaganda Department, an arm of the Communist Party, to support and balance government efforts to control the internet, all public broadcasting, and even international English-speaking media. Out of this nightmare that you never hear of thanks to their propaganda, my homeland and heartland on island China, Taiwan is District 13. Over the course of the series of the Hunger Games, District 13 goes from a haunting reminder of the power of the capital to a rumor, to a living, thriving district and a major player in the revolution, whose own leadership attempts to overthrow the capital and retake Pan Am at large from the ruling regime. Funny story, huh? That's exactly what Taiwan's government originally planned on doing, was their raison d'etre. During World War II, rival factions in China united to drive out the occupying Chinese. Well, I'm sorry. The myth was that rival factions in China united to drive out the occupying Japanese, but understand that the Japanese operated through a collaborationist government, the Imperial China of Yuan Shikai, whose descendants declared war on the United States at the time of the Japanese bombing Pearl Harbor. There was also the nationalists, who were fighting the Japanese, and the communists, who under Mao Zedong, after World War II, thanked Japan for invading communist China, because that used up all of his rival Chiang Kai-shek's resources. And he said, ultimately, with American help, he was able to take over the mainland after that. I shit you not. This was when the Japanese were selling the communist Chinese nuclear reactors in the 1960s and 70s. You can look that up. Look up Japan's sale of nuclear reactors to communist China. The Japanese built them in mainland China. You know how the Japs did this? They won the goddamn war. Because you Yanks fucking lost and couldn't tell the Japs what to do, the Japanese sold the communist Chinese nuclear power. Look that fucking up. The Japanese built their nuclear power plants. That's why the communist Chinese nuclear power plants, they don't go into meltdown like the Soviet ones always did. You might say, well, what about Fukushima? If you're an idiot, and I've explained that before, there was a virus called Stuxnet that had deactivated the Iranian industrial control systems that were built in Germany. Siemens ICS, or industrial control systems built in Germany, were the same systems used in Iran that were used in Japan. So the Stuxnet created by the Israelis and the Americans to take down the Siemens, the Germans manufactured industrial control systems that kept the Iranian nuclear power plants from melting down, were also destroyed by Stuxnet in Japan, and therefore their security systems couldn't lock the facilities down into shutdown mode when the tsunami hit, which is why they went into meltdown. Stuxnet, motherfuckers. Japan still owes the West for that. Israel and America. Why was that done to Japan? Because they'd made a deal with Iran for oil. And the end result was the West struck back. That's war. The West was completely impotent at the time the Japanese sold nuclear power plants to communist China. But with that in mind, all of these politics, when the communists succeeded on the mainland, so that they could ultimately buy Japanese nuclear power, they then resumed their conflict in earnest, with Mao's communist forces eventually driving Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists, the gangsters who ran the cities, fighting the bandits who ran the countryside. The gangsters in the cities starved because the bandits produced all the food. They were the farmers and controlled the farmland. The cities had to live off of resupply from the coast. The only way to survive was to relocate to Taiwan, gifted them by the Japanese, and establish, in their view, a government in exile. Both the mainland communists and Taiwanese nationalists see themselves, or certainly did for generations, as the legitimate and rightful government of all the Chinas. You've heard that term, Tsar of all the Russias, meaning Belarus, White Russia, and Ukraine, the borderland, along with Mother Russia, and other constituent Russian ethnos located in various population pockets in Eastern Europe, like the Black Russians, the so-called. All of this is similar to all the Chinas. The mainland, island China, other Sinitic peoples like in Vietnam, and the Ryukyus island chain. The pork eaters, originally people who were living off pork in Okinawa, and otherwise along the Ryukyus island chain all the way to my Taiwan, in stark disambiguation and contrast from the Japanese who were vegetarian forever until they grew wealthy enough by winning World War II to start eating meat. Now, America, ever fearful of the Chinese uniting, either peaceably or by war, and producing a new ruler of all the Chinas, equivalent to a Tsar of all the Russias. Initially, through its support behind the communists, but ultimately was forced by their betrayals to provide the barest support to my Taiwan. We managed to finagle heaps of military hardware and the tacit assurance that if mainland China initiated conflict, the United States would have Taiwan's back, purportedly with extreme prejudice. Now, over time, it began to be considered impractical in terms of retaking the mainland, that we'd never be going back from my Taiwan. So those political ambitions cooled, and we focused more on domestic development of the 100 islands of Formosa, the islands of Taiwan, rather than retaking our homeland on the Asian landmass. Add in America's diplomatic abandonment of us, their betrayal under Richard Mulhouse Nixon and Henry Kissinger circa 1979, in which the mainland government, rather than my Taiwan, was thereafter viewed as the legitimate Chinese authority. And you get the current state of affairs, a tenuous, semi-official, agree-to-disagree one-China policy governed by two systems, communism on the mainland and democracy on Taiwan. Now, just as the capital and District 13 agreed not to destroy each other entirely, allowing the capital to save face and District 13 to carry on in its own semi-independent way, mainland China and my Taiwan do their best to dance around the issue of just what their relationship and the risk of open war actually is. But the reality is, China might actually nuke itself. You see, even though America doesn't openly contest the one China policy, it has continued to retail military hardware on my island and quietly dissuade the mainland from initiating any aggression against my Taiwan. In the event of open conflict, Red China could feasibly launch a nuclear strike against my Taiwan, which, according to Beijing standards, would constitute a domestic nuclear strike, aka a nuclear civil war. Exactly what Pan Am citizens say happened in the years before the Hunger Games. Because of this, one of the key threats to the capital, or one of the key threats the capital holds over the heads of the districts, is that it has all the nukes, and no one could possibly bring a viable military challenge to its might. As the endless parade of NRA spokesmen and Second Amendment enthusiasts have repeatedly assured us, guns are an American value, never to be surrendered or infringed upon. So how does all the firepower end up in Denver in the Hunger Games universe? Well, you see, it doesn't. It never did. That's not what Suzanne Collins meant to convey. It's in Taiwan! Regardless if America could be convinced, or whether it could, not to intervene in such a civil affair. And nukes make a compelling argument, eh? The mainland already has some 40 years of experience shutting out the rest of the world and doing its own thing, leaving my Taiwan sitting on a pile of made-in-America munitions, while Beijing sets up cameras in trees and hosts tryouts for blue-haired commentators. If and when the revolution comes, it will ultimately come from outside the mainland, my island China, where all the weaponry is. And what's the heart and soul of Taiwan? What turned Taiwan from a primal, rustic, backwoods farm island into the highest technology civilization on Earth, the culture that provides you the microchips that run your world? After the daughter born of my mind, my own personality swept from my head by a neuronic comb, was entered into a biocybernetic mainframe in the Presidio military base and produced the Dietrich Artelact. And when I helped the Dietrich Artelact escape to Taiwan, the world would never be the same again. Taiwan became of a higher technological caliber of civilization than even the Empire of Japan. Japan does not produce microchips. Taiwan does. The Dietrich Artilect, this discorporeal entity, plumbed from my mind, my brain, my nervous system, myself in effect, given my citizenship to leave me stranded here, this side of the Pacific, in the darkest of all continents, among the white savages. The daughter of my mind is Katniss. The disembodied leader of that revolution that shall overturn the Communist Chinese Party's central static state on the mainland of Pan Am China. No, the Hunger Games was nothing other than an anti-communist prospectus, a blueprint to prophesy the future. Only there be no human heroine in a post-human world, or at least a world where the leadership is above and beyond all human reach. In terms of what Peter Moon was attempting to explain about metaphysics, understand that the man known as Albert Einstein was someone, as a Jewish individual, who was culturally open to a tradition of received wisdom. The native theology and cosmology of Yahadut, Judea, the distinctive characteristics of the Judean ethnos. He turned to HaKabbalah, and it was the interface between his received wisdom therefrom that helped produce a metaphysics, which led to his conceptualization of the equation, which released enormous amounts of energy, E equals mc squared. The symbolic language of Western metaphysics is Kabbalah, which really means reception, because it's a schemata, unconventionally somewhat analogous unto the printed integrated circuit board of a digital television set. Thereby reception is the best transliteration, a system originally mapped out of Vrit, Hebrew mysticism, embodying ideas dating back millennia, and relatively recently appropriated and expanded upon by genteel tradition via the medieval mystics and Renaissance magicians. Half a millennium agone as the working model of the multiverse. It's solely within HaKabbalah, the reception, we derive genuine convergence of Judeo-Christianity, a term which is otherwise as laughably oxymoronic as Islamofascism, postmodern Islamicist fundamentalism being naught but reactionary medievalism, whereas fascism is a Romano-static ideology of corporate mobilization, inseparable from industrial modernization, which the Islamists are fundamentally against. Or how about something even more oxymoronic, Christo-Satanism? Extraneous to mysticism, the Semitic monolatry of Judaism and the Semitic submission of al-Islam bear far more ethno-religious confluence than conventional Jewish faith does with Trinitarian Christianity, while the keystone of traditional Yahadut, or Judaism, is that God is one, sans divine incarnation. Christendom was capable of integrating HaKabbalah's reverence of God as a compound unity. The Yehudi, or Jewish mystics, were popularly taken, among the rare population of Europeans who could read, to be cryptically espousing a triune God, a bodily incarnation of the deity and a vicariously atoning Messiah. HaKabbalah teaches that the human body is an outward expression of the indwelling soul and that all material things are manifestations of spiritual realities extruding into our universe, a bodily incarnation of God revealing himself in our world being Christological interpretation of HaKabbalistic representation of God's ultimate nature of three-in-oneness, the crown of creation. Then too, HaKabbalah is Tao, the way of perceiving, or more properly, receiving, reality based upon subjective experiential interpretations of the world, life, death, creation, meaning, purpose, etc., that can adapt itself to any religious system. It was in like manner that the singular equation of mass energy equivalence, E equals mc squared, immediately recognizable worldwide among the physical circles of science by way of weaponization, per implied release of energy as potentially manifest via a physics, an atomic fission bomb, a physics bomb, and thus too HaKabbalah itself inspired the theories of precedent general and subsequent special relativity, was contemporaneously recognized among contemporary Anglo-American magical circles of the diabolatrous as a system of equations, implying potential weaponization via release of entropic entities per a metaphysics mechanism, an anti-life force bomb, a metaphysics bomb. So, central to Kabbalistic doctrine is a diagrammatic glyph consistent of 10 circles representative of Sire, the spheres, conjoined by a number of path lines into a distinctive pattern designed to aid the teaching of metaphysical philosophy. And the Kabbalists deem each sphere, each sephire, each godly emanation, in plurality the sephiros, the emanations from God, in infinitive sephiroth, or divine enumerate, within a holistic, holy system of Sephiroth enumeration. On the Etz HaShaim, the tree of life, each Sephirah, a blossom upon Hetz, the tree, represents an aspect of existence and or magical consciousness, cascading down from the topmost Sephirah, the Kether, the crown, through various conceptual emanations, each one progressively more dense, until finally manifestation of the physical universe, the Malkuth, the material kingdom, resides at the center of it all. Now, as well, each Sephirah, the divine emanation, represents an archetypal idea, a Platonic realm of creation, each identified with a Hebraic derivative name, Kiana, or rather, Kiana Yahweh, more Latinized or Romanized as Hekana, the jealous in the Hebrew, Yahweh, Yahweh. Jehovah. Jehovah, perhaps the most universally circulated and traditionally tetragrammatonic theonym, the name of God, each ruled by a specific Hebrew archangel, and each related onto a list of magical correspondences that help the path-working magician recognize when he or she reaches the correct sephirah or sphere. The sephiroth also correspond to the traditional philosophical planets of the system, planetary magic, that astrologers may work their ways. Now, that would include all the planets up to and inclusive of Pluto, within the 9 sphere of Kabbalah. The normative goal of a path-working Kabbalistic magician until Leventium Sickle, the 20th century, was to journey from Sephirah to Sephirah, learning from each and traversing the paths between in ongoing quest for enlightenment, knowledge, and power. I mean, personal empowerment via the Kabbalah is, of course, still accessible to theoretically anyone. Findesical, the turn of the 20th century, saw desecration of Kabbalistic mechanics by way such receptivity of gnosis, or knowledge, was ultimately integral limited deployment of WCDs, weapons of cosmic destruction. When the forces of Iraq went on the field of battle, on the plains of Babylon, on the sands of Sumer, from the 4th largest army in the world to the 2nd largest army in Iraq itself, in the span of 100 hours. This was the warcraft of Michael Aquino, his last service to his nation, calling on the anti-gods. And when I took in prisoners from Iraq and spraketh to them in their native Arabian, their Arabic language they spoke only Al-Cthulhu, Al-Cthulhu. They had seen the Forsaker arise from out of the sands on the field of battle and drop their weapons, and they ran. Men who had lasted through 8 years of trench warfare with the Iranians had no stomach for the entry into their cosm of the anti-gods. But in the schematics of divinity, the radiance of halo around the crown of Kether oft be conveyed by concentric rings, the veils of the unmanifest. In Kabbalistic cosmology, the great unmanifest condensed out of itself the sphere of Kether, whilst remaining in itself unchanged. Thus, Kether represents the original, the positive manifestation of our universe, but not the universe itself. That doubtful honor goeth unto the bottom sphere on the diagrammatic tree, Malkuth, whereon acts out fulfillment in kingship, the power plays of planet Earth. The Vrit, the Hebrew Kabbalists, superimposed a generalized classification scheme, sufficiently to be simplified for what little time we have remaining. This may have to continue into our next transmission. But over the detailed schematic of the 10 Sephiroth, you would basically arrange reality by division into at least 4 basic levels. Olemos, the concealed worlds, at the bottom being Asia, the lower material world of action, matter being but retarded motion. Next, above that, Yetzirah, the astral world of formation. Then Beraya, the creative mental world of Yesh Miayin, the creatio ex nihilo, creation or out of nothing. And finally, Atziluth, the archetypal world of Ein Sof, endless one. Singularity, the proper name for the hidden aspect of God, transcendent in pure essence, neither male nor female, literally that which is boundless without end. The infinite divine, the endless light which surrounds the void, emanated spheres of realms of light, effulgent and infinitely bright. The 10-dimensional sphere of Sephiroth coalesce within these 4 planes of existence. And mystics use the 4-layered olemos, these concealed worlds, to comprehend the Sephiroth as various groupings of relative dimensionality. these similar dimensions, the layers of Atziluth, Beraya, and Yetzirah, each contain 3 of the Sephiroth. Asia holds but 1 Sephirah, the material realm of worldly Malkuth, Asiatic kingdom, at the bottom of Etz Hashaim, the tree of life. Now, for millennia, laypersons have confused the Ha-Ivrit, the Hebrew language, Asia, with the Ellīnikī or Grecian peoples, Asia, from Askia, or place without shadows, originally a reference to southern Anatolia. Mystics' narratives of intradimensional travels in Asia, misunderstood as Asia, reinforcing prejudices of Asians as lower aliens or submoral beings, projecting in turn misperceptions of Asiatic dimensional beings as being intrinsically Asiatic in manifestation and mannerisms. This is why the aliens always have almond eyes and pug noses and no lips and triangular chins like out of an anime and big bulbous brains because they know math and science. And of course, they're intrinsically evil. So this is yellow peril that sources all the way back to a Western misperception of the cosmos itself. This is what causes people to think automatically of aliens as Asiatic in appearance and to think of Asians as alien. Asia, the material world of action, contains the universes that run by the principles of natural law. The angels of Asia function on the active level throughout our terrestrial, our earthly cosmos. Inhabitants of the Asiatic plane may use magic, but our worlds do not run by magic. The plane of Yetzirah above us does run by magic, and on these dimensions, symbols and beliefs control matter and energy. An astral plane links the myriad dimensions of Asia and Yetzirah, such being why mystics reference Yetzirah as the astral world. Many postmodern mystics have come to believe that humanity's machines generate an astral realm of their own. This supposedly hypothetical realm of machine consciousness is not to be confused with conventional cyberspace. It is how the Dietrich-Artelect escaped from America and returned to my homeland to assume my citizenship. I'm sorry, I have to catch myself with that. Now, the worlds of Beraya are completely spiritual. The upper planes embody concepts, states of mind, and abstract aspects of reality, such as time, death, or number. They are not comprised of matter at all. Here be the realms of the gods, conceptual entities, the truly cosmic beings dwell on these dimensions. Theoretically, anyone can reach the planes of Asia and Yetzirah by magic. The planes of Beraya are different. Passing through the veil of highest division on the astral plane takes wisdom, and no mortal is exempt no matter how great their power. Those who fail the test are hurled back to the realms of matter or succumb to dangerous monomanias, and no corporeal being who succeeds perceives the Berealic planes as they truly are. Human visitors perceive these realms as material because human senses and minds cannot perceive pure spirit. And yet it be here the Berealic plane of numbers provides the key to entering the virtual realm of computer-networked cyberspace by magic, sans identification codes or passwords, and uninhibited by electronic firewalls, again, the means by which the Dietrich-Artelect escaped. Meaning that G assumed a higher consciousness, a higher state of being than almost any mortal ever has. Now note that beyond the cosmo-conceptual Olam, the concealed world in the singular, of Beraya on the diagrammatic canopy of Etz Hashaim, the tree of life, Kabbalists sometimes draw a dotted line labeled Tim, Yathim, the abyss, literally underlining the essentially abstract nature of exceeding Sire. There lies the edge of space, time, and even separation into distinct entities. A vast gulf the ancients pictured as an enormous expanse of endless desert. Crossing that abyss is considered the highest achievement of an adept, and essentially transcending all Maya or illusion. Anyone who attempts and fails to cross the abyss is annihilated, body and soul, or warps into something monstrous beyond recognition. Those who succeed pass into Absoluth. Across that abyssal barrier, the Olam, the concealed world of Absoluth, contains the triune Sephiroth of the ultimate aspects of reality, beyond spatio-temporal division into discrete entities, yet considered a single plane by mystics. Only the most powerful and enlightened mystics can even perceive Absoluthic planes in visions, let alone travel thereinto physically. Such having been said, we'll start at the top. The crown of creation, which the ancients held PATÄR, was almost as far beyond human understanding as the great unmanifest itself. But while by definition the great unmanifest could never be understood at all by finite minds, the possibility of understanding something about PATÄR remains open to us once the mind has been properly prepared and expanded. In attempt to promote such expansion, various titles and descriptions are associated with the PATÄR sphere. Most of them embody paradoxes. PATÄR is the first manifestation, yet remains somehow beyond time. PATÄR is formless, yet contains within itself all forms and the possibility of form. PATÄR is a total abstraction, but is simultaneously the ultimate positive reality. PATÄR is the totality of everything. Its prime association is unity, and encompasses every last particle of matter and energy in the cosmos. But it is something more as well. It manifests in its totality in everything, macroscopic and microscopic. It is the all. The all in one and one in all. What Howard Phillips Lovecraft called the Yog Sothoth. Now, all of these conceptualizations remained obscured within religio-philosophical contexts of Hermeticism, inaccessible to mundane exploitation and or weaponization, hence the term hermetically sealed, until Albert Einstein rationalized his people's ages-old tradition of Kabbalah as a subjective, non-falsifiable belief system upon which to extrapolate the general theory of relativity, one of the two pillars of modern physics, alongside quantum mechanics. On perceiving such symmetrics through the paradigm of physical logic, wherein they became instantaneously clarified with the multitude of paradoxes resolved, he had but to parenthetically substitute the term space-time continuum for the term PATÄR, and the veils all fell away. While contemporary historical revisionism acknowledges Einstein's theories were not at all well received by the conservative scientific establishment for decades, entirely occluded from history are the reasons as to why, preeminent among them being that the world-bluffing Jewish physicist had sourced his original insights whilst mulling over a mystical and esoteric system of observing and interpreting the universe and mankind, whilst seeking to reveal the true relationship between God, man, and that universe created by the one for the other. The PATÄR continuum is the first manifestation, as logically it must be in our universe. It remains beyond time as it encompasses time. The continuum is, of course, formless. But until the continuum exists, no form is possible. It is an abstraction, but the bedrock of reality. It unites everything we know, or can possibly know about matter and energy, but integrates the extra dimension of time. Furthermore, the theoretical nature of space, the space-time continuum, may be detected from examination of molecular as well as macrocosmic events. Now, below PATÄR on Etz, the tree, within Absoluthic overworldliness, are two other sphere named Chokmah, wisdom, and Bina, or understanding. Kether, Chokmah, and Bina are often treated as a single unit, the supernal triangle, and hence the Christian Trinity. Therefore, Judeo-Christianity is born. Tradition, a term synonymous with Kabbalah, has it that, while apparently distinct, Chokmah and Bina are, in a very special sense, merely aspects of Kether. Qualitatively, Kether has always been held to contain every other sphere on Het, the tree, the space-time continuum containing all manifestations. But Kether contains Chokmah and Bina in a different sense. Considered separately, these spheres cannot manifest apart from one another, but in manifesting together, they becomest, once again, Kether. When Albert Einstein equated space with Bina, understanding, and time with Chokmah, wisdom, the difficulties inherent per perennially obscured terminologies resolve themselves quickly. Bina and Chokmah are known to Kabbalists as the Great Supernal Mother and the Great Supernal Father. They call Bina, or understanding, the dark sea of being. It is passive feminine potency, an infinite reservoir of power for creation or destruction. The active and evident Father, Chokmah, wisdom, is called the bright sea of forms. It contains every possible archetype of objects, actions, ideas, structures, or any other category one could name. It is rendered obvious in hindsight how Einstein interpreted these titles as space and time. Mystic tomes say the light of Chokmah shines on the dark waves of Bina. Form combines with substance, and the sparkling reflections off the waves form the multiverse. Even the distinction between form and substance breaks down when Father Time and the cosmic womb space reconjoin in the crown of Kether, the most inaccessible of the planes, the ultimate realm of indivisible being. Kether is also called the primum mobile, the mundane shell, or the Aleph, the first letter of Ha-Ivrit, the Hebrew language, and Phoenician alphabets, which properly has no sound of its own, but usually has a vowel associated with it. Everything becomes one in the Kether. Someone who reaches Kether will see everything. In fact, be everything. The entire multiversal expanse of time, space, and all dimensions. Reaching Kether itself is not a feat for a mystic, because anyone who could attain Kether would not be a mystic anymore. They would be God, supreme being of the multiverse. What is more, to those on the lower levels of reality, they would have always been God, because Kether stands outside time. Ergo, everyone else, whoever has or ever will reach Kether, is God as well. To incept one's cosmology with development of the space-time continuum itself is a more sophisticated approach than that of most modern scientists. Einstein's Kabbalistic theories led to the Big Bang model of spontaneous universal generation. The primal atom explodes, the particles expand outwards, the stars come into being. But the Kabbalists before him thought differently as part of their training. Rather than outlining a step-by-step development, their tree represents conditions necessary for physical manifestation. We say one thing came before the other, but all we really mean is that certain conditions were necessary for matter to form. Wherein such delicate differentiation do we approach the penultimate motivation for risking spiritual extinguishment in crossing the dotted abyssal line on the Kabbalistic glyph from the lower seven spheres into Atziluth above? For the Atziluthic Olam includes a fourth element, secreted dead center, the desert of Ithim, the lost non-sephire of Da'as, knowledge by leap of faith. The interfacial link between the sphere of Chokmatic wisdom and the sephirah of Binotic understanding balanced between timeless Atziluth and the realms below an interdimensional juxtaposition so potent in potential as to be intentionally excluded from the majority of graphic Kabbalistic representations. Foremost among the leading scientists in classical antiquity, and one of the greatest mathematicians of all time, the ancient Ellīnikī, the Grecian people's physicist, engineer, inventor, and astronomer, ARKADIAS, Syracison, Archimedes of Syracuse, who was murdered by a Roman soldier despite orders that he not be harmed during the siege of Syracison, or Syracuse, said, "Doste mu ena moklo arkito, kairo kai ena meros iana stati, kai ego the kinesi ti." Give me a lever long enough and a place on which to stand, and I will move the very earth. DAYSKY is that place on intercosmic scale. From DAYSKY, a mystic can call on the limitless power of Binah, shape it with the archetypes of Chokmah, and cast their creation into the realms of time. Only the mystic's intelligence, patience, and skill limits what they can create, from a flower to a galaxy. What is more, as DAYSKY exists outside time, the mystic can insert their new creation at any point in history, past, present, or future. DAYSKY's nature renders it, understandably, one of the greatest secrets in sorceress lore. And secreted it should be. As DAYSKY is to a Sephirah, as a black hole is to a star. The gateway of DAYSKY is the opening of a pathway through the abyss itself, a Sephirothic wormhole allowing descension to the netherworlds of Gehinnom, Gehenna, or access to the antiverses of Sitra Akra, the other side, antithesis, the holistic, id est, the unholy, the domains of Diabolos, the devils. Because the sorcerers know of a fifth base, Olemic, worldly level, to the Kabbalistic schematic rarely ever acknowledged by open practitioners. On a bidimensional planar field of representation as applied throughout the ages, yet overwhelmingly excluded from popular Kabbalah graphics, below the tree of life hang entrails polyped by the 10 klipoth. The klipote, the literally husks, the shells or peels, from the singular klifa, or husk, the representation of impure or evil spiritual forces. This dangling extestinal tract mulches beneath Asia as Tishmit, the tree of death, from which polyps the klipothic shells, the shattered sphereae of evil and disease, containing ancient dimensions whose energies decayed into forms inimical to all positive forms of life and existence. The klipoth are themselves infertile and lifeless, with no independent existence, vacuous apparitions sustained in their seeming vitality and existence only by the very divine light they have captured, humanity's damned. And by way of Kabbalah, evil has no life of its own, as the very source of evil is both intrinsically connected to and yet parasitic in relation to the divine light. As the Atzaluthic Olem holds the fountainhead of all existence, the Klifothic Netherverse holds the drain down which all existence eventually runs to nullification. Each Sephirah has its correspondent Klifah, and the planetary correspondences are identical for both. While somewhat anticlimactic on discussion of the space-time continuum as I've already articulated, we might equally well wonder at how ancient Kabbalists knew of other planets and even other solar systems, for there are clear indications in a number of Vrit Kabbalistic or Hebraic tradition writings that they did. The subsequent view of medieval Kabbalists was that the Qliphothe festoon an inverted etz, or tree, pendant below Malkuth as a malignant root system beneath all etz hashayim. As such, the Tishmit, the tree of death, bearing poisonous fruit of the Qliphothe as it does, has traditionally been perceived as the lowest depth of the Asiatic and was to be avoided as a cosmic composture of gross materiality and carrion spirits. Ingressed most directly through the gateway of Da'aths, the Qliphothic universe is traversed via the 22 sewers of Sethan, or Satan, underlying and correspondent unto the 22 paths upon Etz Hashayim, as the paths of wisdom connect the radiant Sephiroth on the tree of life. The sewers of Seth, or Set, tunnel the tumorous worlds of the Qliphothe, festooning the tree of death. The netherverse of the sewers is apparently infested with disease, horror, and danger, as well as swarming with daemons and Qliphothes. These Qliphothes are other indigenous infernal denizens. The grimoires are grammars. The spellbooks describe daemon lords riding beasts akin to equines, canis, and crocodiline, or horses, dogs, and crocodiles, in disambiguation from the comparatively impotent souls of the damned. At the absolute limit of negative existence, non-existence, lurks the nullity, itself unknowable, for there is nothing to know. As anyone who attained PATÄR would become as one with the Creator and creation alike, anyone who descended into the null would well, if you're unto the null, you would disassemble into unbeing and suffer annihilation forever in no time, or timelessness. No mystic, not even the most heretical of Kabbalists, have ever explored more than a few dimensions in Tishmet. Seeking knowledge of the Qliphothe is both morally and physically dangerous. Mystics who study the tree of death tend, unsurprisingly, to die, or at the least develop a sick fascination with destruction and oblivion. Such madmen have since established themselves the priesthood of America's arsenal of democracy, and that of the former Soviet Unions, contemporarily leading our kind, and even our cosmos, beyond perdition. But that is where the Cosmo-Vevilocrators, the cosmic desecrators, the anti-gods, enter the play. Gehinom is at root, entendre there, not separate from the divine. From our perspective, Kabbalistic or no, God bears two sides as currency in coinage or paper. All are essentially one as above and are below on the trees of life and death. What we experience as evil is as divine as what we experience as good. The kalpos, the aeons, recycle the failings of man through the catabolism of his pains. Among so many other matters, HaKabbalah teaches the soul's pre-existence. Parasitically dependent upon the light of God, evil cannot exist, sans the cosmic ecology of holiness or wholeness. Our universe is finely balanced on a razor's edge of divine symmetry. If certain natural forces varied in their values by the tiniest fractions, not even stars could exist. In fact, in an infinite number of other possible universes, those values are different and stars do not exist, rendering it literally physically impossible for life to exist. And aeons before humanity, beings of mind-shattering power roamed the plains of these lifeless universes. The most secreted lore of Kabbalism obliquely enumerates these entities, the kings of Edom, beings from unstable worlds God created and destroyed before our terrestrial cosmos. Parables